M-ai iubit ca pe un pui plin, m-ai lăsat closer towards XXS location. They're going to try and jump in with a rock. Might disrupt them, it's not enough. They got the big kill, but they have to commit pretty heavily. The Shackles are going to stop some of the damage coming through from Armade, but it doesn't matter in the end. You deal with the Aegis. Are you going to be able to get out to live the tail, though? Because off the back of the respawn armor, he's going to want some revenge. We're starting to run over towards the right side, but still, Xnova actually might have a target on his back here, trying to swing back into the middle. He's going to be fine. And now the retreat needs to be caught from Nemesis. The Atos is going to hold the Void Spirit into place. Mac is still got to dissimulate to work with, but...
XM shield rune, he gets lost.
He's got that Hex off, but it's going to be out of the tide, and XM's way out of position. The 4-step out of the high ground, the double 4-step to get away, but the Shadow Realm, the Yule's used by Boxy, they've got the control. XM catching Link back into the pit of MOUZ, he's going to Astral Prism it himself. Box now in the front lines, Ace looking for the Ravage, that's going to land, they'll get the kill to XM, and they'll look towards the rest. Y in trouble, these BKBs still running, Y and Shiro die, they've got a triple kill for Mickey, they're going to look over at Planet, and it's 4 heroes down on the side of Vici. Shrine. Actually, the puck stayed still and stayed over. Yuma now fighting Mira, gets that kill, looks over at WS, will get that, and he's gonna get the Shrine. Not gonna be able to stop the TP. Now the rotations are coming over. They're gonna wrap around with the smoke. Who are they gonna find? Hex, the Finger, and the Sunray. That's gonna get the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa, but now Whisper moving forward. He'll throw out that Ravage. That only lands on a 2. The blink away right into the hands of Kaori. He's not able to get the Supernova off. Forced to buy back. Silence now. Pipe popped by this Tide Hunter. Jumping forward, got the Pulverize. That's gonna land on Makoto. The Mystic Flare is down. They get the Silence out onto the Abaddon. They get the kill into Makoto. Whisper on the run now ends up dead to V-Tune. The borrowed time has run out. The sands of time are now going back towards this Abaddon, and it's not looking good. KJ dies to WS. They'll jump onto V-Tune. The right clicks are there with the BKB being caught by Yuma.
Let's see who's going to be helping who. Whether these Shrapnels and Fire Spirits are helping Heroic to finish off Roche. Mira in the front line.
There's the Hex, Serpent Wards. Hook to get him out of those wards. And now Roche is very low. But KJ comes over, Overgrowth on a 3. That might just cost him his life and will. There wasn't much follow-up to that either, and now they're going to walk into Roche themselves. They'll think about the Requiem. Tai Long, he's about half health. Macropyre down out of the Roche. Whispers inside the pit, pops the BKB, but he's pulverized, and now they've got the Supernova off to the side. They're going to try to dismember the damage. Roche is low. Who's going to get the Aegis? It's on the ground, finally picked up by WSC, the kill on the Makoto. So they take out the Sniper. They'll have the Primal back. Tai Long's down and gone. 3 heroes dead, make it a 4th. The Weaver's the only one alive for Heroic, and it works out for Aurora.
Sure, you smoke, but Thrush is gone already. You're playing versus a TA. There's absolutely no way in hell this is quick enough.
Mira tries to get the jump, but the response is going to be there for the Pulverize as well. Dire a little bit slow to fall off with Mira. Mira will die, but still, oh my god, it's so much damage from GPK. Level 25 quid of pain, but they've only just got a 1 kill. Nico does drop. GPK is still going to be okay, though, in the middle of the team fight. Look at him just standing his ground. He's going to be fine. Eyes back onto Natsumi. Importantly, didn't have any other support to enable some stuns, and now they're going to be able to jump in with a Requiem combo. If they got the nuke, they do. Raptor Dance is not going to be there. He's got a buyback, but he needs to use it shortly. The buyback's coming through from OG. A massive boundless strike, bushwhack as well, but the Requiem does cover. Can they get to the tip of the game? Natsumi cancelled Kuritich's TP. No, he's just forced to stand his ground and man fight, but he will absolutely not be able to do so. An OG
they're forcing this Roshan.
Oh, this is feeling pretty rough, man, going in like this.
Zayat's on the high ground with Riddies at the back. They're trying to give info to Na'Vi here as Ducalis blinks in. The little Goblin Scarecrow in the back as the snipe on the AA is there. A buyback from Riddies and got the juice moving forward. Sees Ducalis opening for them. Blow up the Shadow Shaman. Niku gets the kill while Triple S is on the run back. 9class snatches the Aegis as Roshan dies. The Mars Arena's defensively with a nice two-man spear. But the BKB and a TB in from Tinker, giving protection to Triple S. And Satanic is in on Zayat. A few swipes to the Katana takes the Earth Spirit out of the game. Wire fences, barbed wire, there's mines, all sorts of business here. Hello, there's a jump on this Razor with the arena, but the spear misses. The Ice Blast comes in, but got the juice drop low. Got the BKB off and turns the life steal back up. Razor still going to finish off the Mars, and Niku picks up a double kill. Got the juice will still die though to Satanic. The Kez goes wild, but he's blown up by PMA. No one, last man standing here in the fight, getting double edged and whacked around.
And he kicks someone out. Oh, the Mars.
Oh, the Mars. He turned him into a stone. The statue gets kicked all the way back in. Triple S will still get the BKB arena out while Zayat's on the gate, trapped to the left-hand side. Got the juice, goes diving for the Tinker now. Mars in trouble though, getting blown up. Will refresh, and Eon is back up, and the Tinker protected by the arena somewhat. Remnants deep from Niku's Ember hunting, but Satanic's picked up a double kill on the other side. Tinker dies, buys back immediately. Razor's falling. Satanic inside the Serpent Walls both die at the same time. Aegis claimed up. The Satanic Kez will buy back. In the base, the barracks will fall while Na'Vi return again with Got the Juice going ham. The Satanic, the triple kill, the big Kez with a rapier in his hands. Forces Na'Vi to buy back on this Ember Spirit. Hexed up as the Ice Blast flies. Tinker's in trouble, but so's Niku. 9class and Triple S pairing up with Satanic to get an ultra kill. Niku's out. No buyback for him. And Paravision have defended their base. Got some massive kills. Na'Vi thought they could end the game, but it wasn't to be.
Slark still has 15 temporary stacks. That's 60 bonus agility. He's quite strong going into this fight. You have a few seconds
out.
He
gets the BKB. It's going to stab, though. Can they find the kill on the BZM? No. Instead, he jumps back to the lane, gets the silence, takes down the Earth Spirit. That's going to be a dieback, and Bottega's got nothing left in the tank. He needs to run. There's no BKBs. He's got a pounce, but a nice E-Blade out from BZM to buy him some space. They turn their attention to the Centaur. They take him out, and Warlock will join him. The Ursa's hungry, man. 33 slowing him up, and there it is. It's an ultra kill. They do. Smoke's gonna pop. Who do they find? It's gonna be nobody. They get the blinks out, but a really good chaser from the Void Spirit trying to find Saksa, but he's hexed up. He's gonna get shackled. He's just dead to start the fight. You committed way too far. The Golem comes out. You lose the Clockwork, and Chrysalis on the front line trying to do his best, but Watson has the damage now. It is running out of steam here for MOUZ. Boom might get a kill onto Malady if he's lucky, but it's not even going to happen. This will be a full team wipe, and Yandex will get the Roshan as well.
Skitter is the one with a Dragon Tail catch onto the back line. The Hoodwink jumps away. Sharpshooter dodge into the trees. Panto gives cover with the Ice Path as well. Lamar can't quite reach the finish. Now Yatro looking with a Hex Pact onto the Razor. Stunned up and pinned into the Colosseum. Crit will die to Lol elsewhere while Lamar low HP has the BKB, but he's still being pummeled with a right-click physical damage out from Yatro. He is unstoppable.
He still has Chrono.
And Dragonite, where is he? In the middle of them all. Chrono and Spear connecting here, allowing them to get onto the DK, but Decrypt buys time. Heal him up a touch. Snaking, he's the target now, as both Skitter and Snaking in serious danger. Puck is falling low, sure. Lorna picks up a triple kill, but Yatoro is the king of the hill.
Yeah, time dilation is coming off cooldown soon. He has to get out of here. No more remnants available. He's not getting away from
Time dilation's there. There's no escaping from
stops.
the faceless void. Comes in, warps space-time, takes the Ember Spirit down a notch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got another day ready to go here for PGL Wallachia. You're a little bit high. You're excited, my friend. You're good to go for our day 3. You're eager, sitting up in your chair.
I was sitting up like one of those gamers, you know, like with your knees up, like this is the true meta pose of.
It's a 33 frog pose right there.
Yeah. The Largo pose. We have a lot of players, by the way, doing that right now. I literally do not understand how the body can function in a prolonged period of time when you're sitting like that, like streaming, playing, but to each their own. I have my own quirks. I sit in what I don't know how it's called, like when your legs are crossed like this. You know, like
cross-legged. We just say cross-legged. Yeah,
just cross-legged. Yeah, that's it. Like literally. But when you have some tension, when you're whatever, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. It's enough about how we sit. These guys are getting their seats ready. They're sitting in their beautiful chairs, I believe, and they're sitting in the lobby as well, waiting to start off, to kick off the day of beautiful Dota. Aries, tell me, what do we have coming up?
I can definitely do that, my friend. We got some incredible Dota where we got 4 series going on, of course, for another day. Stream B, starting with Xtreme against BetBoom. Our incredible series, honestly. Just all the series are going to be super fun to watch. The second one too, very close. Even the third, Yellow Submarine versus Team Nemesis. That's elimination series right there. So there's a little bit more on the line, and OG as well taking on MOUZ is another elimination series, which is crazy to say, again, considering, I don't know, something's not working for them. For OG, they're also struggling a lot at the moment. So that's on Stream B. I bet Stream A have just got as many good games as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we stole all of the good games from them. You know, we'll see what's cooking on Stream A, but we're gonna get some good stuff today, for us at least. And yeah, no, I like this a lot. It's a lot of really cool games. And the other one, Aurora, Tundra, that's the creme de la creme right now. Creme de la creme right now in Dota. Aurora winning almost every tournament. Tundra winning whatever Aurora is not winning. So yeah, they're opening up strong as well. Navi, Vici Gaming, kind of fun. Well, Navi has a lot of fans, of course. They're looking like the comeback team right now. Liquid, PVISION, Team Spirit Heroic. Yeah. Stream A is cooking as well. Stream A is also cooking. Both streams having some pretty hype games coming up. But that's the beauty of Swiss stage, right? Like day 1, you can have some disbalance. Day 2, games are already shaping up. Like the power levels are kind of close. Day 3, like you can expect teams to be on an equal footing, on an equal level already.
Yep, absolutely. It's always been, you know, a treat now with the changes that we've seen from Swiss stages, where, you know, these later days as well. All the series are going to be incredibly close. So after today, we will have 2 teams that are guaranteed 3-0 moving over to the playoffs, and of course we'll have 2 teams that are guaranteed eliminated, unfortunately. So we'll see whose those teams are going to be. Let's kind of dive a little bit more into this first series for us as well. We covered BetBoom, at least, you know, us two yesterday. They look pretty goddamn good. Their opponents, Xtreme as well, we also had the opportunity to watch them. So I feel like it's going to be a pretty good affair though between the 2 teams. No,
absolutely. BetBoom looked maybe even a little bit more convincing yesterday. Their series was a 2-0 fashion. Xtreme took their time a little bit. You know, they dropped the ball, dropped the game versus Nemesis. We'll see which one of these 2 teams takes it. Like, I'm keeping my eye on one player and one player alone. I mean, yesterday we talked about like what position inspires me the most, and of course it's always been position 4, being a 4 player. But FY, he had some interesting plays yesterday. I'm gonna be very politically correct here, and like this is an omega talented player with a history that every single Dota player can just wish for, right? But had some interesting item choices, some interesting play style here and there, you know, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do versus BetBoom. Is it going to be like some standard builds, standard itemization, standard plays, or are we going to get some Aghanims Hoodwink breezing through, not really doing a lot?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, I'm still yet to be impressed by the Ags Hoodwink. Maybe though, maybe we got a potential 3 games here between these two teams.
You're not gonna get impressed by the Ags Hoodwink, unfortunately. It is a meme. It's a cool meme if you know you're getting jumped, but when you consider the cost and what it does, you kinda it's a nice Ags. Like if you could somehow get it for free. You know, if Roche started to drop it again, like that would be cool. But
that would be a nice little addition for the Hoodwink. But
yeah,
till then he's got to wait for that maybe to get buffed up a little bit more. But okay, so we've seen all our games so far. This Largo hero has been first phase banned. It has not been let through. But BetBoom feel like they've got a way to be able to deal with it. They're going to respond pretty quickly with their Batrider.
I want to see how they respond to it. Like I've been playing a ton of the Frog, and the Frog is strong. There's just it's just a strong hero, strong in the lane, strong after the lane. There's like a little bit of a downtime before he gets Ags. I have seen different teams test out different ideas on how to deal with it. Different players versus me as well, testing out different stuff. Like there is a very straightforward answer of a Doom. There is like an answer of an anti-mage with you not having mana. I have even seen some Wind Rangers by Diffusal on a support role, just run you down through the fight. But I feel like you're just solving a problem that with an item that you really don't want to get, or a hero that you really don't want to get, and then eventually Largo still itemizes against you. And then again, you kind of struggle. So
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I feel like he's in a really good spot. I do think that he is lacking some things, and that sometimes if you itemize in a bad way on Largo, you can't contribute as much. But let's see what BetBoom does. So far, the answer is fire, but the Frog just jumps into the lake, into the mud, into the pond.
5 seconds.
What are you gonna do then?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, they do have oil on Batrider, right? So they can that shit still burns on top. And frogs, they still need to come up to breed sometimes, right? So yeah, maybe that's the play.
That's the play. Okay, just get some oil fire based hero. This is we're going deep in the resources on how to deal with Largo. I was thinking some AA hero was maybe. I mean, I don't know how bad that hero is at the moment, but for anyone is China, I feel like they are the ones to pull it out a little bit more frequently as a way to deal with it.
So you're covering all bases. You're covering the ice and the fire. I see. Everything. Bring out all the elements versus the Frog. It's a good idea, by the way. There is like one problem that I'm seeing with AA, which has always been a problem for the hero. Unless he had like a very strong carry, he's a weak laner. You have to alleviate his laning weakness with a very strong laner. And right now, what do they have? They have an Ursa, which isn't bad.
5 seconds.
It's all right. But I think we already see our safe lane duo. It will most likely be Phoenix plus Ursa versus Largo and Hoodwink. Largo and Hoodwink honestly kind of strong in this lane. Even though Ursa versus melee is always good, right? This Hoodwink Largo to me seems stronger.
Yeah, so far looking at the 4 heroes on BetBoom, like, are you inspired about their at least ideas to deal with the Largo? Because you let it through, they were quick with the Batrider, but How do we feel about their lineup now with this Largo?
They don't really deal with him right now. Like the idea is Lasso plus Cersa mauling him down. The answer so far is control, and I don't think that answer is like real right now. I don't think it's a real answer. I think it's like I think they are taking a different exam here. They're answering something else. They're making their draft strong on its own. And it is strong on its own. Like, you have good team fight, you have Tiny to protect the egg, Lasso as well. This Bat is a problem of his own. You have Toss back into the Lasso. Like, they have some cool stuff cooking, you know. Now Xtreme have to ban out Huskar, and Slardar is already banned. So Huskar, and I don't know what else they ban. What else are they worried about on GPK? Probably DK that you called for yesterday, right? Like, maybe that's something that they can get rid of.
What was the Bat versus Ember matchup traditionally? I couldn't remember if Ember was actually one of the okay heroes just because of the chains.
It wasn't that amazing for Ember. If it was amazing, like, I would remember him as one of the counters, because I also didn't see this matchup too many times recently. You're asking because maybe they can put Bat mid, and yeah, I can see that. I feel like Bat is more of an offlane hero right now, but yeah, like they could. I doubt that Bat would struggle too heavily. There's like this thing where I really value Ember highly as a hero. Unless he's countered straight up with really strong counters like Huskar, I feel like he always finds his footing and he finds his way back into the game. And I really think BetBoom will just pick something like a DK here. I would like something with a little bit more oomph, like something that can play make exactly like Ember. But you are playing into a Disruptor, you are playing into an Ember, and you're playing into a Largo, so these vessel builders from the mid lane aren't as valuable. Let's see, I think a DK still... You called for it yesterday, I got inspired, I like it. They're just banning out two heroes that are good versus Bat, by the way, Void and Weaver. Two heroes that would be really good with Disruptor as well. The last remaining hero that's really good versus this is Slark. But it would put them on a... I don't know, like... I feel like their draft would be so damn wonky, and it doesn't strike me like an Xtreme Gaming way to play Dota, you know, like getting Slark here. Like a troll, sure, or something like that, you know, like life stealer, sure, like some real carry, but
yeah, also some potential way to deal with the egg.
There you go.
It's a bit of a problem they have at the moment. They won't still also go down that route.
They didn't solve the egg. Like, this is right now, I'm already seeing a problem for Xtreme Gaming. They literally did not solve the egg at all. Not a single one of these heroes can deal with it. Actually, they're extremely bad at it. Like this is one game in the universe of Dota where I would say that Aghanims on Phoenix is even viable. That item is absolute trash, and you should literally never buy it.
Okay.
But this is like one game where I can see it working. That's how bad of a lineup they have versus the egg.
Let's say maybe they can cook in another regard where they don't have to be too concerned about this team fighting prowess from the Phoenix. I'll see. Let's what does GPK want as well now with the Wind Ranger getting picked up? Cool. It's gonna be for the Sand King. Okay. So it's actually a hero that I think asked for on day one in a situation. I wasn't sure if the Sand King was getting played, if Melreen, I don't know if he's really playing it that much at the moment, but he's pretty much the only person. So I'm excited to see how the Sand King will perform.
Yeah, I forgot about this hero, by the way. Like, literally, I'm just not seeing Sand King at all. It's a pretty good SK game. everyone on Xtreme Game. It's like the team fight of BetBoom is you cannot fight it. Literally, like when I look at these two drafts, Xtreme Gaming have almost no business fighting team fights. Let's see how much Largo can do, because I think like, realistically that they got outdrafted a little bit in a team fighting sense. When it comes to pick-off sense though and playing the game fast, that's maybe where Xtreme Gaming can find some openings. Like you do have heroes that are kind of quick across the map. You have the Ember Spirit, doesn't really need a dagger, doesn't need a lot, can start things off. Their offlane though is actually slower. Like on one side you have Nero that will literally start things off with Boots of Bearing and just head on straight to create space, maybe a pipe after. On the other side, you have a Largo that needs an axe before he starts making any plays on the map. So let's see. I gotta admit that these odds that we're seeing on the screen, like I'm kind of thinking they're a bit more one-sided, but let's see how this goes. Let's see how this works out. These guys on Xtreme Gaming, of course, they do have the broken frog, so I want to see what XXS does on it.
Yeah, so again, you're mentioning about the team fighting prowess that BetBoom are going to have, but this is a broken frog, man, where at least it was sounding like with the first 4 heroes that we saw out of BetBoom that they didn't particularly address the Largo as much as what you were hoping. So can he get to this stage where Largo can do Largo things that we've seen so far and be able to get the boys over the finish line? Or is he even, how important is him to their success? Because it did sound like you were saying that actually their lineup kind of thrives off the back of pickoffs as well.
I think his, like, the strength of Largo is actually team fights. Like, this is where he thrives the most, right? Like, he plays around the team fights and he makes your team fight much stronger. It's like, if you have 2 teams with very similar, like 50-50 team fighting compositions where like you can flip a coin and one team is going to win and then the other, and then you replace the offlaner with a Largo, suddenly that one team that has a Largo goes, in my opinion, to like 70-30, because they can just like sustain themselves and dish out like stupid amount of damage. But right here, when I'm looking at these 2 teams, I'm seeing one team with an 80% win rate in every team fight and another with a 20. So Largo is going to give you that 20%, but or whatever, but it's still going to be favoring Dire, the way I'm seeing it. But what are the problems that Dire have got? Like, their supports are a little bit greedy, tiny at least, not really the Phoenix. He needs a blink. Your SK also needs a blink. If you can shut them down, if you can play fast around December, then kind of everything falls apart on the Dire side.
Okay. Well, let's see then. How does the lane actually go with the Ember into the Sand King as well? It is more SK favored, no?
Yeah, I think so. It should be. With or without the Sentry, you can play around Stinger, you can play around Sandstorm. It's about stacks though. Like you should be making some stacks for the Sand King anyway. Like he can do nicely in the lane, but where he truly thrives is in the jungle afterwards.
Well, that's it. Let's get ourselves underway here with the first game of the day. Important one at that, both sides with a win apiece. Excited as well, Arme pulling out the Wind Ranger, a carry that we haven't at least covered so far with the 4 series that we've seen. Don't know if they've been getting many other games on the other streams as well, but it's been, it's gone through phases of being popular and not.
Yep. Well, they're just trying to find a way of dealing with the bat, right? Like in the lane. It's also not a bad hero versus Ursa. It's another thing that they got with the Wind Ranger, like a hero with high mobility that isn't really afraid of running into an Ursa as long as you have Wind Run up. And it's like 2 melees into a bat plus Tiny, so sorry, two range heroes into a melee plus bat, so they should be able to deal with the bat.
Oh, they're gonna get first blood by the looks of it. Neo Might even get a second, actually. Xnova still held the glimpse, and Arme finds an angle for the shackle. Beautifully done. And once again, it's just a team recognizing that there's slight power spike with the extra level and utilizing that straight away.
Didn't they have a kill on Disruptor, though? I think they had. Nero didn't use sticks or Fairy Fire. Like, if he uses it, he buys enough time for Tiny to right-click the Disruptor, maybe extra time. But okay, yeah, both of them, they do die. Very good start for Xtreme. Their lanes, top and bottom, are strong. That's one thing that I gotta say. Like, top Ursa so far farming well, but so is Largo. And I don't see it changing heavily anytime soon, even with like level 3 Phoenix.
What is your favorite item build at the moment with the Largo as well? Just in particular, I'll hold that actually bottom lane. Looks like now they will be able to get the kill onto Xnova. Arme a bit too late, but the shackle will get some damage on the Miero, but I'm more asking the sense of, because I thought I heard at the start when Largo came into competitive is that people were going Scepter and then back for Soul Ring, but I feel like I've seen now more Soul Rings before the Scepter.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on... it depends on whether you're buying Arcanes or not. Like, if you're buying Arcanes, you're not going Soul Ring. If you're buying Soul Ring, you're not buying Arcanes until Scepter. A lot of people are going for phases now as well. Generally, like, I'm getting Soul Ring every game pre-Scepter without Arcanes.
Okay.
I think it's like just high value because of the stats. Because if you remember when Largo came in, it was a bit different. People were going double bracer still, but I feel like this is already outdated a little bit. The new tech, more or less the new tech, like the last 10 days tech, are the phase boots. Like, that's the phase boots or the locked tranquils, where you abuse them.
Yeah, top lane. Look for the TP out. Is he actually going to be able to survive? He will not. So FY, yeah, they get him.
At the level 3.
Seeing a little bit of...
Yeah.
Kadomi? Got a miss on one of the right clicks, actually, and Kiritich going to be able to slow him down with the Earth Shock. Bottom lane as well, Arme having to use the wind run to get away. Now we will be able to land a double shackles. Miero pops a stick and a Lotus. Still is going to be glimpsed back. The damage, I believe, from Xnova is not enough.
They have a toss combo, not avalanche though. You know, is that the mango flying out? It's not. Okay, so he doesn't have mana for the combo. Basically, this lane down bottom for BetBoom needed to go a little bit better before level 2. Like they over-aggressed, and because of that they got punished a bit. But it's a very strong lane after you hit 2 and after you have toss combo.
Well, at the moment, they're actually just going to send Miero back into the jungle.
Yeah,
so...
because the lane just went way too poorly early on.
Yeah.
It's a different story now.
A bit unfortunate that he got the golems as well as one of the creeps. This jungle area, so won't be able to get a whole lot of farm. We'll see what Save wants to do now. What would you do if you're the Tiny in this position? Are you playing around mid? Are you stacking? Are you soaking bottom with the Batriders in the jungle?
I don't think he can soak. Like, he's playing versus Disruptor. Can't hide in the trees with Disruptor plus a ranged hero. Seems like he's moving mid. I think his best bet right now would be to stack. Maybe secure this minute 6 rune, of course, and then just keep on stacking, setting things up for Bat or Sand King. Like, both heroes can farm very nicely.
Speaking of Save and trying to secure the power room, we'll run into a couple of heroes. GPK does his best to body block and protect Save, but it's not going to be enough, and nothing to say did get the level 6 off the back of the kill, so he's got the remnants now to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, Phoenix was here as well, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
just securing the room, basically. Making sure that Ember does not get it.
Ame, along with Xnova's pushing pretty far forward. Who's actually really the one in trouble here? We see the strength of Arme. He's feeling pretty confident. Whereas Miero, not without the Firefly. It's going to be up in a couple seconds. FY is even going to move on down to bottom. Gets the bushwhack on the Tiny that's trying to disengage. They won't have the damage for Save, so they'll turn to Miero instead. Now, Save did actually pop his head back forward. They wanted to try and hunt down Xlo with a dive from Kataomi. The burn will secure the kill, but we're just going to give a third over towards our main XG.
Man, these lanes are going really damn well so far. Sandping.
Oh no.
He didn't have mana. Even with the sticks, he didn't have mana for Burrow Strike. So that was a zoning epicenter right there.
So something you were mentioning was the lanes being at least the strength of XG, and without a doubt we've seen that prove to be the case. You know, top, I mean, maybe a little bit more. Kiritich has done a very good job, actually more net worth than the Largo, but I think bottom is the big one with how that one. Even the Ember actually more net worth than the Sand King too, so happy with the current state of the game here at Xtreme, and they're going to start to play around mid a little bit more. This is that big advantage like you were mentioning with the Ember.
Yeah, the hero just comes online a bit faster, a bit sooner. GPK.
Can he be here? Really? GPK? And nothing to say, actually doesn't feel like he has the resources once they get the shield rune instead of committing for the kill over towards the Sand King.
He might go in now. He has a shield rune, 16-1 charges.
GPK. Swing and miss here with a Burrow Strike. Now the chains is going to be there as well. They try and get the toss away, but Save. It's not going to be fast enough. The damage has been dealt, and yep, the glimpse is going to be there as well. So we are starting really to rack up the kills. Save had a big one, but nothing to say. Still has plenty of resources thanks to the power runes that they've secured for the Ember.
It's very early in Bosnia. I know that Romania is 1 hour ahead, by the way. It's like 10:22 a.m. But to me, BetBoom, I feel like they needed maybe an extra hour of sleep. So far from the laning stage, at least. Like a lot of uncharacteristical mistakes. Like Xtreme Gaming are playing really well, and I hate to take anything away from them. Like they truly are. Like this disruptor is literally everywhere. Xnova is playing out of his mind. He's level 5.5 already, but yeah, I feel like some of these plays on the dire side, like Epicenter missing, Burrow Strike missing as well. You know, GPK miscalculating the mana that he has as well. Yeah, you could say it's first game of the day, man. You know, do you have that excuse? First, yeah, every single day I have first game of the day.
It doesn't matter what game you're playing, honestly. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. It's always a beautiful excuse. Yeah, of course, because you can't put it on your own play. Exactly. It's got to be something else. It's like I haven't warmed up. Well, maybe that's your fault as well. You didn't play you didn't play an overthrow. You weren't hitting some creeps beforehand. I don't know, but
that's too sweaty. It's okay. That's too sweaty.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I used to though? I used to warm up with the 1v1s mid. Back when you could do that. Arcane Rune.
Okay. Hold that thought. But I'm pretty cautious about going into the Sandstorm.
He's got the rune. Arcane Runes. But they don't have 6 on Disruptor yet, so they won't. Even Ursa rotated in, by the way. He's gonna go back top now.
Were you playing teammates? Your teammates in 1v1 mid? XXS? We're running him down. Yeah, were you playing your teammates in 1v1 mid, or who were you playing when you were warming up? Okay. Never mind, we lost Lizard. Sorry, we'll get that answer shortly. He's busy 1v1ing someone at the moment. Save. They're going to try and TP in to defend the tower. Now, unfortunately, Save is going to get... Kataomi is going to get glimpsed away. A little bit awkward. Looks like it's... what can you do? Yeah, it's frustrating things of a disruptor. And they're actually going to look to try and smoke as well. So Xnova and FY wanting to move to top. Now they're in a pretty good position. BetBoom are potentially reading this as well. GPK doesn't have his blink just yet. They'll drop the Static Storm instantly as soon as they run into the Tiny. GPK has their bit set up on the high ground. This time it will connect onto FY. So with a full ultimate, just gets them 1 kill, but Is it really enough, though? It feels like you needed a more valuable kill, because now nothing to say. He's going to be able to clean up save. GPK actually went in with the burrow strike, and yeah, if this is the call you're making, there's absolutely no way you're going to get out to live to tell the tale. Even Arme wants to TP into top lane as well. So Xtreme, they'll find a 2-for-1.
Yep. They're playing on their strengths, and they're doing it really well. And I feel like they're playing how...
So GPK's woes is continuing here. 2 deaths. You're going to give another power rune over nothing to say.
Yep. They're playing to their strengths, right? They're playing the way BetBoom usually plays, and that's like win lanes and run over the enemy team. So like BetBoom right now, Nero, will fall next. I was singing praises, by the way. Like I was saying that this draft is really strong on BetBoom, and I still stand by it, but I feel like they're being punished right now. At least they are being punished for, like, usually if you have a very strong team fighting lineup, there's something missing. What's missing? Usually it's either the laning stage or the farming speed or something like lane pressure. Their lane pressure has been non-existent in the first 12 minutes. And by the way, I disconnected. I don't know if you heard, the 1v1s were on ranked. Like you could queue them up the same way like you would queue up a ranked game.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was a thing. It must have been just before my time, because I've been with some people. I've been like saying, why are there no like 1v1 leaderboards or 2v2 or whatever? Because this is like, I kind of I think maybe even before Dota, I played Age of Empires and they had these leaderboards, and just made so much sense to me that this was a thing. And I thought you would want to have more game modes, because who wouldn't want to have a 1v1 leaderboard? I feel like that would be awesome.
Yeah, I don't know why they... we didn't have a leaderboard, by the way, at least. Maybe there was some hidden MMR, but it wasn't really showing. We didn't have a leaderboard ever. It was just like a practice mode, unranked.
Sure.
You queue up for it, you play someone 1v1. It was cool.
It's a good way to warm up.
Yep.
Absolutely. I'm sure a lot of these players, maybe not warming up, but there you go.
Honestly, the only thing I was doing is pissing people off, because I would play mid and I would literally be like a Coral, Veno, Jakiro, you know?
Oh my god.
Like the heroes that don't lose unless they're ganked, basically. Techies was a good one.
It's a miserable 1v1 opponent.
Yep, absolutely. I would get a lot of closed brackets, you know, like the Russian smiley faces against you.
Yeah. So you're not even warming up. What are you doing? I think you're warming up for your competitive games, your pub games. No, you're just trying to be you're trying to be annoying.
But that's the way I warmed up. Like the play style is be as annoying as possible. There truly are players that literally their career has been revolved around being as annoying as possible in game, by the way. Especially position 4s. There's a lot of them. Yapzor is like a good example. Jerax as well. A very good example. Super annoying, like in a good way though, you know, in a very good way.
It definitely does feel like the position 4s have this unique characteristic about them. Another one is Schofield, right? I mean, he's probably the most extreme in that regard. You hear a lot of people talk about how annoying it is versing Schofield and whatever he does on the map.
Remember the little Harpy Stormcrafter, like with Enchantress, when you had creeps forever? Like taking that creep, sending it mid, and just looking at the enemy mid laner when he starts like moving, like you can see the tilt, like you can feel it. You know when it's coming. FY does not get the kill here. Bushwhack. Sand King though has a blink. No counterplay.
No. Nothing so far. I mean, this lead still sticking around 3,000. We have seen... I mean, Kiritich is farming up incredibly well. So the Ursa is getting pretty comfortable, but of course, unfortunately, some of his other cores aren't having too fun of a time. To see how they can unlock each other. Like you mentioned, Sand King having a blink. We'll see if they want to try and make a play. Miero as well has been sacrificed pretty heavily, so their Lager response in the Batrider is not really providing the role that they were hoping for, especially with how the lanes looked.
I think December is a big problem already. Like, he will have a Mate Slayer soon. Mate Slayer is fantastic this game. Whoever you click on. This is a dead Phoenix. Oh, egg even. Don't they just kill it?
There you go. What? Yeah? Really?
I think they were just afraid. Right.
I suppose so, yeah. They had no vision. This is funny, you measure this is probably one of the worst games you can see a lineup have to be able to deal with the egg, but that was an egg that definitely could have died in with the levels that the Phoenix have and no one behind him. But yeah, not seeing anyone else on XG, so that something was waiting.
Yeah. I think this is a win still. Like I was gonna say, the best way to play versus hold that thought. What play Miro? VP out. Yeah, the best way to play versus heavy team fight lineups is to not team fight them when they have everything up, right? Like if you see the egg being dropped, you can engage, but it's a risk. Maybe Sand King is behind. Maybe that's the way they come back into the game. But dodging and not fighting it is always an option. As long as you're not lassoed or controlled by Epicenter, Avalanche, whatever. Like, dodging teamfights is probably the best bet for Xtreme Gaming. Like, they have Mjolnir on Wind Ranger. Like, they have Aghanims on Largo. They can take teamfights on their own accord. On their own terms.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With that being said, though, how much you want to see them try and up the tempo now that they are getting these items on Xtreme? Because you were mentioning that this team fight on BetBoom, it very much favors them. As this game probably goes later and later as the net worth starts to get a bit more even.
That's true. That's true. I feel like if you could force some sort of a team fight where you don't lose too much on Radiant, even though they're 2k ahead. If they could throw one of the heroes to the walls and then reset, that would be an opening for them to start making plays. They have a Mate Slayer on Ember. Let's see, Ember.
Once again, they're going to try and deal with the Supernova. This time they've got to back up with the Burrow Strike onto 2. That's what they were concerned about previously.
Yep.
And we see exactly why they had their worries. Now, they didn't lose nothing to say as well, which is going to be important if a photo fight does break out. Miss out on some of the spell casting. The creep angle was a bit awkward for Arme. They didn't get the bushwhack either.
You see what they did, though? They threw the Disruptor to the wolves. Seriously. Because now there's no Epi, there's no egg. Like, you can maybe contest Rosh, like, straight into the pit. But let's see if this is the right play, though. Ursa is also kind of big. I think
not
they're
much mana
stronger.
on her, so
Yeah.
should be fine. He's got one. Yeah, let's see. Atomi's going to try and scout out save. We'll look for the combination in with Kiritich as well. In a close area, they're going to have some concerns because the Ursa swipes is going to start to stack up. 2 quick kills, and now Roche as well is out for grabs. Lasso is going to be able to hold the Largo into place. XXS does die to Roche, but it doesn't matter. Kiritich will not lose his ages. He gets the TP out to base, and even though you had to commit some ultimates for the kill onto the Disruptor previously, they fed him to the Wolves. It wasn't a concern. Dire was still able to come out on top.
Yeah. Xtreme Gaming were fighting Roche, and they were fighting the enemy team. So they lost way too many resources in the pit. I mean, the play, the idea, everything behind it was solid. You only lose the 5 for an egg, for an epicenter, for a lot of spells. Of course you're gonna go into the pit. The problem is, like, their heroes are decent but not amazing versus Roshan. It's not like a TA or something with the Dazzle. And also this initiation from Tiny was just beautiful. That means Tormentor as well will be given to the Tiny in the end, so not really a big shard, but the lead that they had is basically gone. And they had a pretty substantial lead for this kind of a game.
Yeah, over the past couple of minutes, probably about a 5k swing overall. So, super happy with the current state from BetBoom. what a team fight that they were able to provide themselves. We do still have some other objectives that they haven't been able to claim just yet. No towers for them, but you're getting close to some bigger items. Scepter almost completed here for GPK. Didn't need to use the BKB from Miero. And now Radiant, they also need to be looking at some ways to mitigate some of the damage on Dire. It is a lot of magic damage. You don't really have, I mean, nothing to say is working on a BKB now, but we're not going to get one out of Army anytime soon. And XXS doesn't want one either just yet. Might go for it now after the Kyra and Sanj.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see a BKB on him more than a pipe, and I hope that he goes for a BKB. I think a pipe on this hero is... Of course it's good. It's good on every offlaner. It's just that there are more pressing matters that you need to go for. Like if you go for a pipe on Largo right now, look at this. It's like Sand King bad Phoenix. Of course you want it, right? But if you go for a pipe, you won't be able to play the song of your people to everyone. So you won't be able to strum that guitar. You will be controlled.
FY, they're not smoked up on Xtreme, so BetBoom have all the information. There's a bit of a... I mean, actually, but I suppose felt they were safe enough to be in the area. Or try and secure the rune and without a fight to be had, but... BetBoom, they were ready. They got the kill, now they're going to get a tier 1 tower. They'll look to invade and potentially get a second. GPK runs into X-Nova, so another support that will bleed his life.
And the tier 1 bottom as well is slowly but surely opening up. They're moving everyone down there. BKBs are now needed. I feel like on Radiant, you are fighting versus this massive team fighting combo. You gotta get those BKBs. You gotta make sure that you can take fights. Phoenix, by the way, already having a pipe.
Oh, wow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ago.
They have a ward on him, by the way. They see him, but he's so damn speedy.
I think he's going to be too fast for them to catch up. Not going to stalk him as well, so... Pussy getting another big kill. We're going to have to see what they can do a bit differently here for Xtreme to combat this teamfight advantage that we now have from Dire.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This XXS is also in agreement. BKB is going to be the item of choice for him, so no pipe. They are kind of grouping up together as well, like they maybe want to make a play. Of course, I will be into the ages for another 45 seconds here from Kiritich. Like you're mentioning, though, Radiant, a bit difficult for them to try and force the issue without these BKBs now. They've seen some problems that they haven't been able to resolve anytime soon, and well, BetBoom are well aware of this. A smoke up, an aggressive move, invading towards the triangle. Nothing to say, and X-Nova is going to be able to dance over to the right, so they will get out of range, and BetBoom get no kills.
Chill game right now, at least. For chill game for Dire, for BetBoom. For Xtreme Gaming, I feel like you see how far back they have fallen into the Radiant side of the map. It's like there isn't really a lot of space for them to work with, and they can't really be playing on the enemy side as well. You're playing versus Bat. BKB is next up for Ame. He went for Pike first, which is, I believe, a good play. I think he did definitely need some mobility. I think they need mobility in general. It's Nova.
That's a lot of hate. I don't know if that epi was necessary, but at an arcane, I guess. Yeah.
It's a good kill. Like you said, a lot invested, which maybe opens up something for Xtreme Gaming, but if they don't have Epicenter, they still have Lasso, they still have Avatos, they still have Egg. They're still really strong.
It's gone on top lane.
There's a BKB on their side. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get it out of it. No, they would not. Kiritic gonna be chilling. And there we go. At least we got our first BKB here for nothing to say.
And Largo as well. In 20 gold, he will have it. It's flying out right now. So double BKB onto horse.
Inside the river. Hang on a second. Oh, with the perfect chain control. Beautifully done. And Kiritic as well just got the bash delivered.
Dude, he got bashed as he was sleight of fisting. Like, he goes out of sleight of fist and insta bash. It's like, dude, there some things in Dota, like being bashed first hit by Ursa, you know, it's, what can you do, man?
And well, Ursa's apparently top lane pretty quickly as well from Kiritic. They had an idea that someone was going to try and cut the wave. And they woke up. I mean, this is, you had a critique that maybe they needed an extra hour of sleep, and
yeah.
it was just 10 minutes, I suppose. They just needed to be awake for a little bit longer, and then everything's smooth sailing from there.
It was a slow start, but eventually it did pick up.
Still lots of questions here on Xtreme, and if they're really going to be able to succeed in this fight. What are we? Probability?
Yeah. They still value this Largo quite a lot, I guess. He's going for Shard Lincolns next, by the way, which is pretty good this game. I like Lotus too. Lincoln's also very good, of course. It's like, a couple of these items are so cool on Largo, because you need mana regen anyway. And then on top of that, you have a Shard and Core that really works super well with Lincolns and Lotus. So whatever you buy, it kind of has a lot of value.
Dire are scanning.
See though, Xtreme going to try and track back in a game like this. For smoke, we've seen from them for a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire also huddled together. Do you have Roche, which has already spawned as well? It's going to be top for another minute 50.
The way I see this smoke is, like, it's bound to somehow go wrong unless Windrunner is there. And now she is. And she has a BKB. Because you need Ame to kill anyone before the teamfight response is there. Very good position by Save, though.
Absolutely, look at that. Pops the smoke, instantly blinks away. They're going to get the D-Ward. To give them a little bit more control of the area. We're just going to see BetBoom reposition further down to like the southeast. Okay, you lose one ward. Let's play with the other one instead.
Good new Radiant ward, by the way. It's in vision, however. They know where it is.
Oh, they gave up the area. And somehow Xtreme knew that straight away. Maybe they're river ward as well. I'm not sure, but this is maybe a misstep. So now, yeah, you've got to re-smoke from BetBoom to get back up to the high ground. Let's try and get the... Oh, he actually blinked away. Save didn't want to go over towards FY.
Yeah, Ursa's blink also got broken. He didn't get bushwhacked, but his blink is gone.
Katomi. Aggressive dive into the middle. Does get rooted. No vision to be able to find the glimpse back.
Yeah, the avalanche cover for him. I think Dire should not fight until the MKB. It's a huge power spike that he will have in like 300 gold. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they were so reluctant to take the Rosh fight. They can wait. And Rosh will also move bottom, by the way. There is no way the lineup of Xtreme kills Rosh in 10 seconds. So back to the bot. 40 gold away from MKB. Suddenly, Windrun does not protect you any longer. Shield rune as well in the river. Much better spot to be in now for Xtreme.
Absolutely. It's been a cool standoff so far with Roche, but looks like we're going to see it continue. Slowly make his way through his other home. FY. It's going to move on forward. GPK inside the tree line. Not about here to get the initiation or to stop the blink. They're not going to find him in the trees. They want to try and deal with the egg. You spoke about the difficulties with killing it off. It's taking them so long. I mean, Ember just hit the egg for the entire team fight, which meant that Kiritic could have a free fight. Arme does make it down to the low ground, but the shackles eventually will latch him up against a tree. XXS's sustain is enough for the moment as well. This damage they now need to respect it because they didn't. They're going to lose Ursa as well. The Largo. Oh man, this hero.
Who cares about any team fighting anything at all when you have Largo on your side? 5.5k damage. And by the way, as much as he was damaging, he was also healing at the same time. This is just a beautiful fight from them. Sure, they lose the Ember. I think another thing that happened there is Sandking, his blink was hit by something, so he couldn't, like, you see he epicenters.
Oh yeah, XXS probably.
Yeah, probably the Largo. So he has to go on one target alone that he could go on, and that's the Disruptor. So not really a lot of value from him initially. But in any case, as well as Sand King, you usually like to wait a little bit for the BKBs to be done so that you can go in. But you cannot wait because your team is melting. Literally melting due to Largoba and his little hot feet hustle.
I must say, that seemed like they're insane call to go for the egg. I was like, is this the play? But nothing to say, sacrifice his life for it, and the fight was won in the end, and now they get Tormentor as well.
Yeah, they do have Aghanims, by the way. I know what our dear observers are showing us, but I don't think it's enough value in these kind of fights. It's like overtime damage as well that is not really dealing enough versus a Largo. Like, you have so much control on your side, but you're unable to use it. Focusing the egg worked out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you got, again, Aegis in the hands of Arme, and that shard went to X-Nova, so nothing too crazy. But now they're the ones back in the lead here for Xtreme. It's been a bit more a passive game for them until as of late.
Probably gotta find a way to take down the Frog, right? Like, they have a lot of catch for him, pre-Lincolns. Now, this hero is not getting through. In this series, after this game, no matter what happens, I guarantee you, it will be banned out. If they win or lose.
Yeah, so I'm always intrigued about the thought process behind teams and then letting particular heroes through, because at least in my untrained eye, like, we don't see this very natural Largo counter. I'm sure there's some playstyle specific thing that they're looking for, but you trade the Largo for the Batrider, and I don't know, I'm feeling pretty happy with having a Largo on my team at the moment instead of a Bat.
Yeah, maybe we could like look at the laning stage and how poorly it went as well for BetBoom. Like, if the lanes went a little bit better, maybe the whole situation would be different. It's also like a different read that players get from playing pubs, like, and scrims. So you get like an idea, okay, I can deal with Largo this way, let's test it out. You test it out on an official, it doesn't really work. They do have ways of killing him though, right? Like, once the BKBs are a bit lower on Xtreme, even through BKBs, you have Lasso and Ursa, but you have to stick on top of him, which is not super easy.
Yeah, I just wonder if Ursa has to kill through BKB there, because of the catchy lick. Like, maybe you get this overpower purged off. It does purge, right? Or is it just a dispel, actually?
What are you talking about? Which spell? Spell, sorry.
From
Lick?
If you use it on an enemy, it does, yeah?
Lick.
Or is it just a dispel?
It dispels.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What's the difference between purge and the dispel? This is...
Oh, purge is more like an aggressive, like on an enemy, where dispel I thought was the word used for friendly.
I'm learning English, by the way. This is why I'm casting. I'm learning English while I'm casting. They both work. They both work. I feel like it previously, it's like the wording where they did it in the patch notes, right? Yeah.
We spoke about how they changed some of the wording in the patch notes to...
Yeah, they did.
Because there was like, you could interpret it differently and whatnot.
When they added worsens, Like, they never used
Yes.
that. Like they never used made worse or made better before. Now they're doing it.
Yeah, because it was for base attack time, where like it was reduced or whatever, and you're like, hang on, if it's reduced, is it fast or is it slower? Like, what is it? The reason why I bring it up, so Catchy, like, he can dispel overpower, right?
Yes, yes, you can.
Oh, we see Miero die on one other side of the map, and meanwhile Katsuomi as well does get the supernova off. They're trying to charge up the epicenter from GPK, but he doesn't really see an opportunity for it. Save does still get the connection. But
the wrong target.
And now what do we do? Because Epi's been used as well, and I mean GPK didn't jump in. And now we've wasted Egg. Now Kiritich gets a little bit of damage over to XXS. What is going on in this team fight? So much chaos. BetBoom, unfortunately, just not on the same page overall from everyone. I mean, Miero dying on the other side really hits him, and it looked like it kind of, as soon as that happened, they didn't know what to do afterwards.
Yeah, but the bet just not being available to help out is already a bad start for them. They just need control for this Largo, and he's level 24 now with Lincolns, with tags. Good luck. Not really sure. I don't see the way back in, because they're very hectic with the spell usages, like, and they're very all in as well. Meanwhile, Xtreme Gaming, all they gotta do is bail. Every time they get initiated, they need to find a way to just back off, reset. That's it. This Lincoln's, by the way, lasts for a long time when used on an ally because of Largo's innate. You get 33% bonus duration on anything that you cast. That's kind of nice. I think it works on Lincoln's as well, because Lincoln's is a bit weird. But yeah.
Do you feel like fights still are possible for Dire if you get... Because they have a bunch of single target control, where you can maybe lasso back into the egg along with the Ursa's damage, and is that going to be enough if they get lasso stun with supernova stun and Ursa right-clicking to be able to kill someone?
They can kill someone. They can kill a target, for sure. Like, you have Abyssal on Ursa as well. Like, you can kill a target. The question is, will they find the right target to take down? Because I think this frog needs to die. They have Force Staff on Bats, so they can pop the Lincolns. He can blink him, pop the Lincolns, lasso him. But you gotta find him first.
So can anyone else die as well? Or do you have to jump the XXS? Because you jump up, don't jump him, then XXS will save someone else.
I think they can kill off anyone. It's just I think that they need to kill off Largo. That's the difference. I think if you kill Windranger, you're probably not winning the fight. Unless you're killing off the Largo. It's kind of weird. Like, there's just way too high of an impact in teamfights from this offlaner on XXS. It's going Shiva's next as well. Once he hits level 25, by the way, he gets 35% increased Rhapsody song effects, so even more damage, even more healing.
Well, let's see. We've previously BetBoom have showcased their strength of taking a fight in an area where they got a bunch of AoE spells. Save tries to get the initiation, but pretty quick figures out of the Static Storm. Save unable to find the toss away.
It's a BKB tiny, but not really a big BKB used. On the other side, though, no Static Storm, which is kind of bigger, I gotta admit. So maybe an option. Look at FY, the way he's playing with his Aeon Disc up front, just baiting them.
They're actually gonna have to leave the area. Whoa, GPK.
I mean, I love the playstyle from FI, by the way. No Aghanims, shenanigans. Just Aeon Disc can run up first. All they gotta do is bait out one or two big team fighting spells, and then they can fight. But it's a good smoke.
Oh man, look at the ward from Radiant. Look at the ward from Radiant, but they're gonna get a better initiation onto Largo. That's what you were hoping for. If they got the damage, though, they do. Largo goes down, but importantly, the outpost control was already there from Radiant. Dire, they used a lot. There was an egg used over on the right side as well, so you don't have the supernova and you're not going to have GPK. He gets some distance with a bar strike, but Arme is able to run him down. And you can really do whatever you want on XG if you want Roche, if you want objectives, because Dire committed everything.
Yep. I think this is the easiest approach would be to go into the pit. The question is, do they respect the Dire's draft that heavily to go back? It seems like they don't. Nero also dies. It's a
Solo kill.
Yeah, quick solo by the Ember. He is caught by the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Kiritich is here as well. Okay, an even bigger one. They left the gem. Someone... okay, they won't leave with the gem. They got concerns about the base, though. Full set of barracks are being claimed mid. Second set pretty shortly down bottom as well. Kiritich gotta be careful if he doesn't get caught. Gonna go towards Lago. We've got to keep in mind he brought back previously as well. Kiritich trying to showcase a command fight, but what a static storm timing! Before the lasso out of the Bat Rider. Oh man, X-Nova. You could not have asked for a better ultimate usage as soon as the lasso was potentially there to control Arme. And that is going to be all she wrote by the looks of it. They've got 2 buybacks here and a Sand King up in 10 seconds, but they will go for the jugular. They'll go for the game ender. Kiritich. Hang on a second, but this focus fire is hurting Kiritich. You can't really run around now. What?
An attempt. It was made.
It was an attempt. And now GPK's... this was an attempt at wall. Alright, they're out.
Yeah. Another attempt was made. I expected BetBoom to execute this draft a little bit differently, but it's hard to execute it much different versus a Largo that is absolutely free farming the lane, and it's absolutely a hero that can make a huge difference, and he did. It's not only the Largo, it's the Ember, it's the Ame Windranger in the end. I'm sure that BetBoom knows that they did mess up a little bit. I think also another thing, when it comes to Largo, single target disables are good, but I believe that the area disables are maybe even better to play against him, because then you can force his BKB out and play around, let's say, some arena or something like that. This way, his Lincolns is just constantly up. Like it's very difficult to take him down. This last fight as well, next to the outpost, they find him, they kill him, but he does have a buyback, and he just rejoins with the outpost. This fight right here, I thought this was a turning point for BetBoom. I thought they were completely back after this, but boy was I wrong. It really didn't work out for them in the end.
Yeah, but it's also, we saw what happened for the next like 5 minutes with these Aegis, where Xtreme played super passively, but they had to wait for their BKBs. They made sure that they didn't bleed too many kills. And then I believe this is where they're able to come back in. You know, you lose nothing to say to deal with the egg, but that was fine in the end because Largo was able to do Largo things.
It's just this fight alone, he dealt like the most damage in his team and also healed up everyone. Like, look, Kiritich is running around with like 20% HP. The enemy team is full. Like, these 3 heroes are just like almost full HP. Just I feel bad that Largo will be nerfed because I'm getting some free MMR exactly like this all the time. But this hero does need to be changed a little. This is, unless he's banned, I don't see a way of dealing with him. I know Ancient Apparition, Doom, like these kind of heroes are a way, but more often than not, it's a very similar story to this one. Like, you waste one of your ults, he resets, and what then? What then? Like, what do you do? So it's the crazy game. By the way, I'll tell you the damage dealt in a second. XXS, actually only 21k damage dealt. Meanwhile, it was the Nothing to Say and Ame dealing with 26 and 28k. So definitely doing a lot as well. But 14,000 HP healed by the Largo on top of the damage that he dealt. So the numbers do add up in the end.
That they do indeed. A standout performance, level 1 and 10. Not getting a ridiculous amount of win range at the moment, but definitely made the hero look good as well. Praise for Xtreme. You know, we had that game yesterday too, where he kind of struggled on the Warlock, right? He only had like 1 assist in like 20 minutes, some ridiculous scoreline timing in the game. But you know, for like the early moves for him were great in that last fight in particular with the static storm jump in. And maybe there was an opportunity if they got the lasso with the Ursa right clicking, made them. This game could have got dragged out a little bit further, and maybe they start executing fights a bit better or differently from BetBoom. So overall though, Xtreme, good showing for them, because we did see yesterday as well they struggled versus Nemesis, even though they were able to get the victory. Like, it was not a clean series at all. Game 2 and game 3, like 70 minutes, 60 plus minutes as well. So this one I suppose wasn't too clean, but there was just moments where they had to play on the back foot a little bit, just again find their farm. And we just saw what a big difference was when they were able to get those items, importantly, the BKBs. So you were mentioning that you're probably not expecting the Largo to be available now inside this game 2 draft and potentially game 3 draft as well. So I also imagine that will probably be the case. They're experimenting with trying to find an answer. Unfortunately, BetBoom weren't able to do so. So any closing comments before we go to a break? What do you got to say that the BetBoom? What do you want to see a bit differently?
Just ban the Largo. Ban the Largo. Make the things easier for yourself. Go next. I think it's a very simple approach. Or snatch it up for yourself if you have first pick. I wouldn't mind them actually testing things out again, maybe with a different strat against Largo, but they would make things really hard for themselves.
Okay. All right, well, let's see. Let's see what they're going to do, the decisions that will be made for the boys on BetBoom and Xtreme as well. When we come back, we've got more action here for PGL Wallachia. See you guys in a bit.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're back with our second game here for PGL Wallachia. Blizzard's got a big smile on his face. He is ready to go for our upcoming game. We got a Xtreme with a game advantage. Looking good so far up against BetBoom. We'll see if the Mar-a-Lago gets let through. Mr. Lizard.
Yo.
It's a good one. I'm glad you like the Mar-a-Lago so much. It's I like that it's still your name.
Yeah, like why not? Mar-a-Lago is...
Yo, Mike. There we go. It's okay. We can hear about your Mar-a-Lago.
Can you hear me now? I think
input.
you can,
we
right?
Can.
Yeah, perfect. Mar-a-Lago is out. We're not going to see Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to give you like insight into the draft already. Shadow Demon already picked up by Xtreme Gaming on the other side, and the Warlock. We are seeing some other OPs, some position 5 OPs, though maybe Shadow Demon a 4, but Warlock for sure, your casual laner, make things strong in the lane. And let's see what Xtreme Gaming can do without the Frog on their side. Like, there's one thing, like this XXS player, like this man, this guy that kind of, I think he broke into the scene when in one of the PGL events, right? Like a long time ago when he was like 17 or something. I think it was the Kyiv major where he became like a big deal, a big thing. Like, you don't want to give him a broken hero. He already makes almost anything broken, so you don't have to give him something that's actually broken as well. It brings it to a different level. Although Xtreme Gaming, I think that last game they played really well in the laning stage, and they played with the momentum. Meanwhile, BetBoom, they had a very very slow draft when it comes to how to put it. It's not only slow, like item-wise, like they need a lot of items. They did need a couple of blink daggers. It's just that the way they fought was way too one-dimensional. It's like all-inning or bust. You know, you all in with everything you've got, or you're done. So that's the kind of a draft that the Spirit loves to play against, like an Ember, like a Void Spirit. So maybe something that Xtreme Gaming can recreate, but BetBoom already setting up with the Shadow Shaman to make it a bit harder for someone like an Ember or Void or Storm or even Puck to just have free reign over the map.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely
5 seconds.
feels like we're getting much more priority on shutting down some of the mid laners at the moment with the consistent Lion and Shamans that we've seen so far. You know, I think Dream League and might have even been the Blast previously. We're starting to get it a bit more because they were not really getting drafted a whole lot, but you got some big mid problems with all the Spirits being pretty strong at the moment.
I think you also have a bad position 4 problem. Like there is just aren't many good position 4s right now out there. There is nothing that's super bad and nothing that's like extremely good besides the Shadow Demon maybe. So you have options to go for. I love brew into these kind of heroes, these Shadow Shamans and Lions and even Warlocks. A lot of things that you can dispel as brew, like Fatal Bonds, you can dispel Shadow Word as well. And you can run them down. Like when I see a Brewmaster, what I like to see is squishies on the other side. You know, heroes that my Brewlings actually hurt once I get Agnes. Sometimes you see a Brewmaster, he pops his ulti and he's playing versus like a Dragonite Underlord, Treant Jakiro, not Chaos Knight, but Lifestealer, you know, something like that. And like he pops his ulti and he's doing nothing. Like even with the Agonins, it feels weak. This game though, looks like a decent brew game already, just from the 2 supports. You have your targets.
So what calls can you think of then to help protect some of the supports and their problems that they're going to have with the Brewmaster?
Well, Weaver is an obvious one, right? Like you are playing versus Disruptor though, even versus Shadow Demon, but Weaver is an obvious one. Like you could argue an Ursa as well maybe, but he's a bit different. Like you are playing into a Purge, you are playing into a Cyclone, so maybe not as great. Muerta is actually a very good option too, but it's been banned out, of course. Sven. Yeah, I mean, similar situation. Maybe a little bit different because of this. Like Weaver shuts down Brew in the lane, makes his life miserable in the laning stage, while Sven, he doesn't do a lot to the Brew, if anything, in the laning stage, but post-laning stage, when he finds his items, is where he thrives. He might even lose the lane. Lose lane, win game kind of an approach here.
How do you look at the Sven and SD interaction? Because I'm just thinking like Sven is a hero that doesn't really want to get kited too much, and I feel like Purge can be a bit frustrating, but then again, like against saving support, Sven can kind of maybe have too much damage to be able to kill a hero off before the save comes out.
That's it, right? Like it comes down to how quick FY will be, because this Sven will jump and blow you up in a matter of seconds. So it's not really that easy to react to the Sven and use the Demonic Purge, use the save when he's just blowing you up in a millisecond. Slardar as well to make that even faster. A lot of point and click stuns, not really from Slardar, but you catch my point. Like a lot of stuns on BetBoom. They can play the game fast, like and no big ultis. I mean, you have some on Sven, Shadow Shaman, Warlock, sure, but no big ultis on Slardar. He can just play in and out constantly. I think this is the adjustment that they have made
Xtreme Gaming
after their first game.
No adjustment though for at least the safe lane on Xtreme. Once again, back into the Disruptor and the Wind Ranger. And they don't know if it's going to be Slaughter off. If it is, then of course they're super happy with the win matchup. But we'll see if this now pushes GPK to play the hero.
Let's see, let's see if they can find a better hero into Wind Ranger, like on offlane. Maybe something that can actually deal with her. Because, yeah, it could be a free Wind Ranger game once again. Even though these two do hit hard, like Shadow Shaman and Slardar. It's like, if you're out of position, if you get shackled, you're probably... probably that a lot of shackles in that lane. And both teams expecting mid laners, by the way, as you can see. And I am expecting Slardar to be offlane, by the way. Like, sure, they could move it mid, but they have the ultimate last pick, so they could switch things up if they really wanted to.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What is yeah, what are you looking for nothing to say? Because I know you mentioned the Slardar can more than likely is going off, but you still need to consider about what hero you pick here, just so it doesn't have a bad matchup into the Slardar.
Tinker banned out, Storm banned out, Puck is gone. You can't really go for an Ember here if you're Xtreme, I guess, because of the Slardar matchup. I mean, you could. Probably not as great. Void Spirit, also an option. I wouldn't mind them having a playmaker, right? Like from the mid lane. And there you go, the Centaur ban. Just to protect the Wind Ranger a little bit further and cover their bases if Slardar is mid. Quap, I think. Sure. Like, you're playing into Shadow Shaman and a lot of stuns, sure, but it's an option. She plays fast. Aghanims is really good versus these heroes as well on her. She doesn't lose the lane into Slardar, and she doesn't lose the lane in versus a lot of heroes. Puck is banned out as well.
Just don't know if you can Quap with Ember still in the pool. I feel like Ember would kind of destroy them.
There you go, no Quap.
You're gonna ban Quap. Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a little bit of green, you know, throw a problem at them instead. What is this now from BetBoom? Is this like a GPK sniper or a GPK, what else could it be?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
like,
remaining.
what do you pick into the Viper? Because with this Viper now, Huskar is not an option as well, which was an option up to this point. Okay, we get an Invoker.
Cool. What is going on with this Invoker hero as well? No one's drafting him.
There's a very popular build right now with the Ice Wall and Meteor Hammer, and you play. That's the way you farm. In this game, I feel like that's a possible build. You can also just play around the Sunstrikes. You have a lot of stuns on the sidelines, right? Like you have Shadow Shaman, you have Slardar, you have Sven. Like anyone is killable across the map. The lane itself versus Viper, let's see how it goes. I feel like Viper is pretty damn annoying versus anything, Invoker included.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought that was the case, to be honest. Like, I didn't think it was going to be that much better even with Invoker. So why no Sniper in a game like this? Because if you look at the heroes on Xtreme, like, do they actually deal with the Sniper? Like, sure, Brew is probably pretty frustrating, and I imagine like Disruptor versus position-based heroes in, I think, the early game, you know, the early to mid game, if you're caught out, can be a bit frustrating with Glimpse. But like, besides that, wasn't it a pretty good Sniper game?
It is, but you know, then you end up playing with the Sniper, and it's an annoying playstyle. And I kind of like the fact that they didn't go for it. I think the Sniper mid into Viper is good in very certain circumstances. I don't think it's about the matchup itself that decides if you're going to win the game or not. I think the game is decided on like the other 8 heroes on the map, and that's not really that great for last pick, especially because Sniper, he takes a lot of space. He doesn't really do a lot on the map. Eventually, they get Blink Daggers, and they have heroes with high mobility like Wind Ranger, you know, Glimpse, Wind Ranger, Shadow Demon with the Blink. Suddenly you're purged, Blink purged, you can't run away, your Sven needs space. Sniper doesn't offer it. Invoker at least can play the map.
What did we learn from this? What did we learn from this?
Oh, well, they did go for the Agent of Galeron, so we're going to have an Exort Invoker. which he's got a bunch of stuns, but is not the Meteor Hammer and the Ice Wall build that you were saying.
You can still go for it though. Like you can still go for the Meteor Hammer build. Yeah.
Do you still? Okay.
I think you can. We'll see what he goes for. I think it's still doable. Most people still go for our Galaron agent anyway. Who is Galaron, by the way?
I don't know, bro.
And
I don't answer the law question.
Is this agent registered like a foreign agent, you know?
Yeah, he's they know it. They've registered him. He's on the list.
Okay, he's on the list. Good.
They're aware. What are the other facets called? I forgot. See in poker. Mind of Tornaris and Scholar of Corks. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
It's a good scholar right there. Would you rather have an agent or a scholar? I guess an agent is probably...
An agent.
Yeah.
Because
sure.
it's ambiguous of what he is. Yeah. An agent of what? We don't know.
As long as he's not 007 agent, you know, in your games.
True. That is true. There's a type of 007 that's not too bad, but there's also... there's one that's potentially a MMR feeder.
So far, so good for GPK, by the way. 2 lastest, 2 denies on... 3 lastest, 3 denies on Viper. 0-0 on Invoker. But hey, he's trading. He's getting the Viper lower, at least. That's something, I guess.
What was that tip? XXS pause. Did he spill something? Alright, we're tipping XXS now as well. GPK, he doesn't... You wasted a tip. You don't know what he tipped him for. Like, you got 3 tips now. So you had 3. You got 2 now. Like, what are we doing? This is the tip meta game. GPK isn't. He's not up there with.
It's like one of the most valuable things that you have in the game when you think about it that way. You can only use it 3 times, and that's it per game.
And especially when you're laning versus a lane dominator like the Viper or a Sniper, in 1v1. Yeah, bottom lane, Ame. Okay, well, much different, right? We saw previously that they had the level 2 advantage for Xtreme with the Disrupt the Wind Ranger. They were able to get the kill. It was a double kill, actually, previously in game 1. This time, it's going to be a bit of a different story.
I honestly think that the same thing could have happened last game if they just played it a little bit safer. But yeah, they didn't. This time around, much better for Miro and save. These right clicks do hurt GPK as well. These right clicks also hurt. Poison attack spam from the low ground. No aggro is taken, of course. He gets some water runes too. 9 last hits, 69.
Oh, hang on. Are we not going to talk about the fact he just ran into nothing to save? Like, are we just going to... Are we not going to talk about how he just fed? I mean, I imagine it was just like his health pool was too low, didn't have resources. Like, okay, what am I going to do without mana as well? But... like, did I see things wrong?
Well... He's trying to get some last hits. He's doing what he can in the lane, you know. He's an agent of Galaron after all.
True. This is something you mentioned though, like your BetBoom, they play through GPK. Like this guy is really when BetBoom look incredibly good, it is off the back of this man, and very often as well, he's the one that is absolutely bodying lanes. So a bit more difficult considering 14, 15, and 10 now. Compared to the 2 and 1.
No, this is illegal. They last picked Invoker into the Viper. They knew what he was going against, but this is like illegal what Nothing to Say is doing to him. It's like to recover you have to be, right? Like I don't know how he recovers because he isn't. He doesn't exist right now. This is like 2 last hits, 2 denies Invoker. He's level 3.
Where are we sending this Forge Spirit? Oh, is it pulling the wave mid?
Yeah, he wants to creep skip a bit. Maybe delayed, but the creep is gonna actually disappear. It's 8 seconds. Yeah. It's not gonna be there on time. Like even the creep.
Oh man.
This block actually is not working. But at least the lane is under the tower, so he's gonna find some XP here at least. Some, maybe even a last hit or two. Probably not. You know what, like, actually blocking the wave hurt him, because if he didn't, this wave would also be under the tower.
Yeah, yeah, true. Oh man, unlucky. What is... Well, let's see what they can do with the side lanes. You need some Sunstrike kills. Unfortunately, top is... Doesn't really seem like there's much kill threat. Potentially the Sven's not too bad with the Stormhammer, but you got a Warlock. Like, you just kind of trade lanes with this hero more than likely. And bottom is where we need to see them kind of start to make some plays or do something really to get the Invoker back into the game. I know GPK's... You're begging for that.
Yeah, Sunstrike, always nice to come back with. And by the way, that Meteor Hammer build that I talked about, it switched up. He's going for Midas instead. Sunstrike!
Oh, he almost ran into it.
Could have been great. Ah, the good old Tranquil's abuse.
Oh, they glyphed the wave mid because he used Meatball as well. So he's going to get still 3 creeps denied. Oh, bro, 29 to 24. This is the worst. I don't think I've seen any CS, like a comparison like this.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, the Shaman is small net worth. The Warlock's close as well, bottom lane. I mean, they're trying to go. He's got Sunstrike. Let's go. Come on, GPK.
I think his net worth just doubled. Almost. He got 200. It didn't, of course, but yeah, it's a big kill for Invoker.
And instantly back to base as soon as Nothing to Say uses Viper Strike. So this is always what these TPs are actually going to even bring X Nova mid. And hang on a while, we'll just bring all supports mid for XG.
Well, maybe kill him again when he arrives. Because Viper right now, he's got ult in 18. But Invoker just TPs out, so maybe this is the idea. Prevent him from TPing away. Look at these wards though. The dire wards. Sounds right.
Okay, actually an opportunity. Nicely done. Saves positioning, enables GPK. And Hexter's going to slow down Nothing to Say as well. He will at least be able to find the ultimate over towards save up on the high ground, so there will be a 1-for-1 exchange, but without a doubt, you're happy with that considering the current situation, this mid lane.
Mm-hmm. Invoker also getting some farm under the tower because of that, by the way, so his last hits are skyrocketing right now.
Oh, he definitely just doubled them there. If it wasn't the double of the net worth previously with that Sunstrike kill, it's now at least in regards to the last hits.
7 last hits, minute 7. He got the creep.
Warlock's got 7. SD has 7.
My mid laner. 1 CS per minute.
Far out, dude. This is so grim. I'm kind of surprised FY's not parked up in the jungle here. I see. He saw what happened previously to his disruptor.
I gotta say, I have never seen Dire plant these 2 observer wards that they planted behind tier 1 tower. Minute 6 they planted them. Like, just look at the Viper is taking the, maybe they're expecting this tower to fall anyway, so they preemptively. By the way, this Tranquil's abuse is kind of dumb. It truly is. And if you're not doing it, you're truly missing out.
Yeah, but some people don't have the skill though, Visit. It's not that easy, GPK. Detection? No, FY. He just brought us entry.
What's the skill involved, by the way, in disassembling?
Is it not? I thought there was. I thought you had to do it like you couldn't. Not a ridiculous amount of skill, but you got to make sure it doesn't. Is there something I thought you can't disassemble after a while if you get damaged or something, and then it's automatic.
Yeah, but you just don't take damage. You use them under the tower, and you don't disassemble and assemble like mid fight or something like that. It's like you keep it disassembled while you're in the lane. They are rotating on him. They have got strength. This should be a kill.
Are they going to be able to kill him through the... Okay, it was far more damage than I was expecting. Arme, pretty good rotation with the extra damage coming through from the Shackle. He might just solo kill Kiritich. They have to drop a defensive rock in Arme. Yeah, in fact, it looks like he might end up dying. The Glimpse will cancel the Shackles, and now XG, they respond with a couple of extra resources. So Arme just survives 50 health for him.
Very important that Kiritich also lived, right? Like, he survived too. He moved back. Kataomi might not be as lucky as Viper is still around and about. TP? Glimpse? Glimpse? Glimpse?
Double 2 Glimpse? Oh.
These trees are so weird. Like,
yeah.
If he went to the right side, left side maybe, but he couldn't get there. Nice TP by Kataomi. So they don't lose pretty much anything besides the Shadow Shaman, and they get a pretty big kill on the Brook.
Oh, dude, look at the net worth of Viper and Invoker. I don't know if I'm going to stop mentioning this game.
Yep.
The biggest difference I've probably seen in a mid matchup.
Well, this looks worse than how you sometimes see like a Huskar body hero, right? But it is a Viper. Like, Viper is very similar, right? Like, this has always been the lane dominating monster. He's going for Crimson, by the way, next. Probably like some Crimson Aghanims build on the Viper.
What happened to this hero? Was it purely just like... Did you think people worked out the Viper? Because I don't know if maybe it's been banned a couple of our games, but we haven't seen it picked at all.
He got nerfed. Like, he actually got nerfed in multiple different ways. He was played offlane all the time with Helm of Dominator. Dominator got nerfed. His level 10 talent also got changed completely. So Caustic Bat just became a little bit weaker, and it's weaker enough. Like, you couldn't farm with another Toxin as freely anymore. It's still a strong hero, don't get me wrong. It's just that he's not as absolutely broken as he used to be.
Radiant are scanning.
Travel stop.
Save. Looking for a temp once again onto XXS, but this time FY's positioning is going to be pretty solid. So miss out on the Sunstrike damage, and now they're also going to have to be cautious about nothing to say here. They'll look for the TP out on the Warlock. Everyone else is a bit too far away.
Yeah, one thing that you can always do versus Viper is just TP out. And when you look at this draft of Xtreme Gaming, you can TP out versus most of them. You have what? You can TP out, but they have no stuns. Let's put it that way. You've got like a Shackle Shot, and that's pretty much it. Like, Boulder from the Brewing. Maybe they can itemize for that. Some Hexes down the line. Some Aetoses maybe. Yule Scepters. Unfortunately, these heroes do not look like buying these kind of items. Like, Shadow Demon is more of a Blink, Solar Crest kind of a hero.
All things considering, with the massive lead advantage you have compared to the Viper and the Invoker, it's just under 1,000 net worth lead.
Yep.
Sven is having a far better time than what Arme is. He's currently 73 towards 122 losses. So Kiritich is having an exceptional game so far on the carry, Sven. Can we get a stack check, actually, please, production? How many stacks have they...
a lot of stacks
made off Lucius?
I can tell you there's a lot of them right now. Warlock is making some. Maybe this is a meatball play with Fatal Bonds, yeah.
Jesus, 15 stacks, okay.
Kind of missed the ice wall, unfortunately, but
yeah.
The meatball was there. He's gonna struggle a little bit now to finish it off.
Well, nonetheless, that'll help out. Gives him 1,000 close to gold. The stack, so the Midas, he's got the boots now completed. And it's a long road for GPK. Kataomi even does a good job to even drag the wave past, so he's also going to be able to farm that up at the same time. Top, we are continuing to see that wherever save is, there's always an opportunity. He just needs a +1 nearby and the Sunstrike, so... Good to see it. It's, you know, the support's position as well. Xtreme is going to be pretty on point. You've got the glimpse if it's quick enough from Xnova to cancel, or Static Storm, or the save from FY. So, you know, at the moment we kind of see some of the supports playing hand in hand with the cores.
Yep, as long as they split their resources properly with the supports, right? Like you're covering one hero and another, because Slardar will have a blink, so it's no longer just the Shadow Shaman threat. Now it's the Slardar threat as well. He can initiate with the Sunstrike and just get the kill, potentially even on a Wind Ranger with the Sunstrike. So gotta be really careful how you play these upcoming minutes on Xtreme Gaming. Slowly but surely, Invoker is recovering. Like, all memes aside, that lane was won, but he's getting some farm now. He's got the Midas. After all, it's an Invoker. Right now, how does he contribute? It's literally just the Sunstrike. Top lane.
Oh, mate, they're going to be able to get the Rock and the Hex, the TPs. Importantly, Xnova needs to be there first. FY, can it get in range for the banishment? No, the SD's TP was too late. Have they got stuns? Okay, FY still out the banishment. They will be able to get Mira at the least, but Dire were pretty quick to move everyone away after Ame died.
You could see, like, Ame saw what was heading his way. He didn't see the Shadow Shaman, I believe, so he was kind of counting on the Slardar initiation only, which kills him in the end. Good rotation by Xtreme to try and help, but a little bit too late.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Brutes.
How would you like to see Xtreme starting to play the map now with the Crimson picked up on Nothing to Say?
Crimson or Nothing to Say and Aghanims on Brew are like the two big items. Like, probably the most important item right now on the map for them is the Aghs Brew. Once you get that, you can play the map. Keep in mind also that he has a lot of value versus Warlock. I was talking about this spell versus Fatal Bonds. Shadow Word, I didn't say that it also dispels the Golem. Doesn't instantly kill him, but I think you deal like 70% damage to it, so you can finish it off afterwards. It's a pretty good game for Brewmaster, up to the point in which Sven just solo kills your Brewlings.
Well, Sven is getting through that stage as well. Again, Kiritich is having a lovely time so far. They're going to have double blink pretty shortly. We just saw that one completed for save. Kiritich, I think, needs 2 camps until he's going to have enough gold to complete that. Give away the ward mid, so Katomi is starting to ping it out, so it was a tempt onto the life of the Warlock.
Dire are scattered.
Is there a lineup you feel like is a little bit more favored around a Roche fight that we're probably going to have pretty shortly?
There's a lineup that takes it really quickly because of Corrosive Haze and God's Strength, right? Like, it's a little bit slower by Xtreme, but overall I feel like the teamfight is just a bit better for Xtreme because of the utility that they've got, especially after getting the Aghs on the Brew, which is there in 500 gold.
Why? Okay, they're going to be able to get the banishment off this time. Meanwhile, actually, down to the south, we do see a lot of damage onto the Disruptor. Ame does a good job to protect him, and they've got the glimpse now in Tori to stop the TP from Miro. He's super fast. I mean, we're seeing some big problems right now from actually not having any control. This Guardian Sprint's actually about to expire, but he's got his blink back up.
Yeah, their stuns are so damn bad. It's crazy. Like, that's one problem that they've got with this draft, and that they truly didn't solve with the Viper pick. Sunstrike, close. Truly, this problem stems from the fact that you have a Brew on offlane, right? Like, when you have these kind of heroes, like a Brew, like a Largo, your supports need to be a little bit heavier on the stuns.
FY runs a little bit alone into the jungle. Shadows he has to be concerned about because it was a shaman that was lurking, and so let's just drop the ward to get the kill though because of the Sunstrike that was on cooldown with that previous attempt.
Same build on Ame, by the way. Mjolnir, probably Pike after a BKB is also good this game, of course. There are some stuns versus it, like Warlock Golem, like Slardar, but overall, something that you definitely can play against. Aghanim's is completed, by the way, on top lane.
Safe once again, looking to try and play for the pickoff game. Miero only need by to get the jump with the Cataclysm. They're going to lose the Disruptor. Now, the trade will be there as save. And, I mean, you split it for this with the Scepter, so you're pretty happy, I would say, if you die. Can Radiant actually get any objectives, though? Not the case. Still too early for Torm. GPK. He's getting scouted up pretty deep. F5 with Arme nearby, but he's close to the tier 2 tower. Man, that damage from Arme, though. Okay.
Sven is coming.
They're gonna absolutely is just cleans up the SD. Now, Arme is going to be protected, though, but the rest of Xtreme is starting to move on over. Got to keep in mind, no primal split from XXS. And if they can see an opening from Miero, they're going to be happy to jump. XXS inside the river. A bit more of a difficult kill, but Curatich is also ready with the God Strength. They don't feel confident, however. They don't see the backline with X-Nova and nothing to say currently set up behind the Brew.
Their damage is basically right clicks, right? From the Sven from the Slardar. If you jump in there versus a Viper that has a Crimson, and it's not only the Crimson, really, it's the Nether Toxin attack speed slow. It's just like too big. 60 attack speed slow versus Sven and Slardar. You cannot right click at all in these fights. They need BKBs. Once they get them, they will be able to maybe play a bit more in a free way, but right now that's not the case. It seems like they will go Rosh. Straight up Rosh. Tormentor for Rosh, and it's a good trade for BetBoom.
Who do you give the ages to for BetBoom?
Sven is not the greatest carrier, but I guess you give it to him. He's also your most farmed hero. He's your win condition. Why I say he's not the best Aegis carrier? All of these God Strength heroes, Transmutation heroes, Dragon Knights, Svens, Terrorblades. They're not optimal, but it's still good on them.
The one that gets it. And meanwhile, of course, the trade was the Tormentor, so X-Nova now has the Shard to work with. They are seeing Kataomi as well farming, sorry, picking up some of the Lotuses, but I think X-Nova is a bit too far away to get in range for the Glimpse. And again, you also see continuing the problems that they have with this lineup, with the lack of catch is really proving to be a bit of a problem for them at the moment.
I think the ultimate win condition truly is on Dire's side, and that's the Sven. Like all things said and done, the laning stage was pretty bad for BetBoom, but Sven, I feel like, can be the end-all be-all carry in this game. Specifically because of the Brew being the offlaner on the other side. He does have level 3 ult now on Brewmaster because of the Aghanims, right? Like, it ups your Brew ult by a level, so he's got level 12 now. He doesn't have a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, and the man that got the kill, Curatich, we've got to keep in mind, he's going to be buffed up pretty heavily this game with the Corrosive Haze and the Alacrity. So this is not like a natural... Actually, jump in pretty aggressively. Kataomi going to be the target here for the Primal Split, but the backline where the real problem's going to be with the Viper. They're going to try and blow him up, and they're successful. Cataclysm and everything used, and even Serpent Wards as well before the Glimpse, so X-Nova's just killed from the summons.
I don't think they can fight this.
And XXS?
Yeah.
Are they going to be able to follow the Brew, actually? He's got Blink, so he's going to be able to dip out.
It's a shield rune, Sven, with Warcry with God Strength. If you don't purge him, you are not taking this fight. And yeah, they just ignore the Brewlings. Like, this split was good, but they're struggling to find like a big objectives in these team fights. Bigger heroes to hunt down. Like if you use your split to kill a Warlock after he already golemed, after he already used Chaotic Offering, I think he's pretty fine with that straight.
is under attack.
Do they know? They start... Oh, no, they cancelled one TP. Okay. I'm just gonna have to get away safe. Might have got a glimpse of him. Is he in range?
You know what happened there? He tried to connect to the Disruptor tipping in, and then when Disruptor cancelled, he started moving back, but it almost cost him. As save was there. If he had the Aether Lens, by the way, which he does have, it just needs to be delivered. That would have been a kill. Could have been a kill.
An opportunity gone begging, but nonetheless, this lead... I mean, Avoca's net worth... He's second on GPK. It's very, very impressive stuff. XXS.
Yep. He's
gonna have some problems with Curatic here. Absolutely he is. Xnova, too late to be able to cancel the shackles, and now he reveals his location. And my god, does this Sven hurt.
They need a BKB on Viper as well. It's like, I don't know if this item will change things too heavily, but they need it. He's just dying way too quickly, and the problem is the way these fights are going is you get jumped on, you just get eliminated before you can use anything because of the Cataclysm, because of the Shadow Shaman just bringing too much control.
Oh man.
No
Store from GPK at the moment. Surely he's going to have save that's nearby as well, so that extra control can make sure he stays on top of the Invoker spells. Beautifully done. GPK is getting some revenge for how the early game shaped up.
He's getting a lot of revenge. 7 lasted, minute 7 into being the second net worth hero in the game.
That's not a bad change for GPK. It's got to feel nice. Like, these are some of the games that feel the best as well. You have a bit of a rough lane, especially from a lane dominator too. Just start to do some, start to outplay them as the game goes on.
Yep. I think the biggest problem that they've had so far in Xtreme Gaming was their lack of control to catch a target and kill it off, especially when you have someone like Brewmaster on your side. Like, if you use a split and the enemy team is not controlled, what happens more often than not is that they just run. And this is like a big problem that Brew has always had, because you play him on offlane, right? You play him on offlane, but he doesn't play like a true offlaner. When it comes to control, at least. So you gotta alleviate that on other sides. Like, I wonder if they could have went for some wonky ass build on Viper, like with Atos or something like that, but it's just not very common to see anymore. If this was like an old Gleipnir, maybe.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, those concerns are going to continue to be the case, especially BetBoom. Feeling very confident with the lead that they've slowly been gaining. Up to 7k now. Going to swing down to bottom as his 5-man. Currently 3 heroes from XG are close to the area. Armate does TP away. Looks like everyone else is going to follow suit.
Yeah, they know exactly where FY is. He just used Shadow Poison, but nice little TP out. So counter smoke happening on the other side instead. Still no refresher on XXS, but at least he's got level 15. Usually level 15 means that your brawlings are unkillable. That's not the case in this game. Like, with the 600 bonus HP, like, you do get a lot of survivability, but it's still not enough versus the Sven.
Because also you were about to get the level 18 out of Miro. So he's got shortly 20 armor reduction here with Corrosive Haze. Which has the Ag Shot as well to help with the crush. Working with that, so we'll see what GPK opts for as well with the level 20 talent, if he wants the Meteors or if he wants the Alacrity damage and speed.
I think the biggest impact on the map right now that we could get is the BKB Onami. And that's it. Like, this refresher brew, sure, of course, it helps a lot, but the BKB Onami, as usually is the case, right? Like a BKB changes things. BKB might enable them to play the fight a little bit differently, because right now, whoever stuns this Wind Ranger, she's probably dead. With Shadow Demon, without him and his saves, it almost feels like it doesn't matter. They have too much control.
Still needs a little bit more time, unfortunately, Arme, until he's going to have this one available. So, with that being said, it is also kind of similar to last game, right? Where XG had the lead, and BetBoom take a couple of good fights. All of a sudden, they play the map with more of an advantage. XG have to stall out the game, wait for the BKBs, and once they finally had those items, then we saw a big difference. But that was also with an offlaner who wasn't as severely countered as what the Brew is. And unfortunately, they're not going to have the BKBs by Roche. It's going to be up in 20 seconds. It will spawn top and then move down to bottom.
How much gold? Like 800 on Wind Ranger, more or less. Viper as well. He's getting there. He's getting closer to... Like, if they only played a little bit faster, if they farmed a bit faster, then they could have 18 on Brew as well, which is a huge power spike for him. So BKB on Viper, BKB on Ame, 18 on Brew. It could make a difference.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's never an advantage you're going to be able to get, but yeah, X-Nova. Blackcredit given over to Kiritic. Oh boy. I mean, that's without God Strength used as well. Really, one right click, I believe it was from Kiritic.
Straight into the pit. This rush, if you want to contest it, you cannot wait for the Disruptor. And I feel like they cannot contest. Not in the current state of the game, at least. They will smoke up, but... I mean, they must know that they will be late, right? They have. Man. They smoked up, but they're moving back. They were really optimistic with this smoke.
Kathorn. Pretty far forward away from the team, but because Xtreme don't know this. Are you more surprised at this ages that they give it over to Kiritic, considering now that the big difference that we see in the Invoker's net worth and what it was previously with the first one?
Well, he's the one jumping in. He's the one...
Okay, so still...
I don't think that it's a bad Aegis for Invoker as well, but I feel like Sven is maybe a little bit more exposed, and he's better. He's better to go with for sure. I gotta say, there's like a very cool item on FY queued up. Like, he was doing the Aghanim's Hoodwink, which was sort of a meme. Now he's doing Shadow Demon Aghanims, which is kind of better. Like, even if you use both the charges just on the Sven, I feel like could make a difference.
Yeah, the problem is he might die in one stun. So, see if FY gets jumped in, and also Sven might just jump an important target and kill him through one stun as well.
That's
Speaking of, yeah, Saber's going to run into the Shutter. X-Nova wants the haste. Well, he's not going to get it. Kiritic is even waiting just in case.
A very good point about the Shadow Demon, by the way, because he does have Keen-Eyed Enchantment at least, but that's it. Like, that's the only way that he can just have some extra range. So no Blink Daggers, no Aether Lances, nothing like that. If he even gets to the Aghanim's, by the way, because right now he might not make it there.
Yeah, they're going to be losing towers in the meantime. Top tower goes down, meanwhile Kataomi just solo rocked mid. Bring the tower down pretty low, and Kiritic is also going to join for the last damage they need. So 2 tier 2 towers in quick succession. This leads up to 14,000 now. Radiant still waiting for the items. Unfortunately, what are we going to do? We're going to keep waiting for Roche, for ages to expire?
I think so. Yeah. Probably defend the high ground for as long as you can. Just hold on in this game. They have 18 Brew. They have Refresher on him. It's not like they're unable to fight. They are. Like, they have some pretty good kiting abilities versus the Sven as well, but not versus the Aegis. Especially with the Harpoon being the anti-kiting item more or less on him.
See if they feel comfortable with forcing the high ground on BetBoom. Maybe waiting to see if someone pokes their head a little bit too close to the wave. They see that Viper's is positioning relatively safely, so...
I think the only mistake that they could make right now is pressuring high ground. Like, really going for a high ground push. I think that would be an overreach, because Sven would be out of position on the high ground, your supports would be on the low ground. A place where Brew could maybe blink behind and catch them, just maybe unnecessary. They're still farming a ton, and this lead is just ever increasing. They have Greedy on Warlock, like he's getting his Aghanim's, they have Greedy on Shadow Shaman, he's getting his BKB, you know, like everyone is super farmed on Dire. Hex, Invoker with the blink.
I'd have a fight by the Wisdom. Xtreme get at least here soon enough. Dire is starting to converge on the location, but it'll be a bit too late, so they're going to give the extra experience over to Nothing to Say. And it looks like the Ages, they're just happy with the raw lead that they've been able to claim. Of course, the outer objectives as well. This is going to expire now in 15 seconds. A passive while now, honestly, for Xtreme. It's potentially where they're going to be able to change the status. I think the last kill for them was around 21, 22 minutes in. So it's been a long drought.
Let's see. They smoke up, but this is what basically BetBoom was waiting for. They knew the smoke was coming the moment Aegis is gone. Hence the Solar Crest as well on this Sven. And he gets a DD. Nice. I mean, yeah.
It's a couple of times this game as well where we've seen them try and make something happen for Xtreme off the back of the smoke, but GPK has read them very well and used the Cataclysm to confirm their location. Just a very, very methodical performance from the boys on BetBoom. I might look to think about slow sieging now. Amp damage is going to expire from Curatage, but they can actually give the Alacrity over to Miero instead.
Oh, he's stuck.
He jumped.
Okay. Probably not the jump they were hoping for. No DD anymore, and got strength on 50% duration. Yeah, I feel like this is probably not happening anymore.
Yeah, by the looks of it, it's not. So they'll get the tower though, nonetheless. Happy with that. Just noticed that GPK did decide to go for the 2 meteors as well instead of the Alacrity damage. I wasn't sure in a game like this where you have a pretty good Alacrity hero, and we were speaking about all the buffs that the Sven's going to be playing with compared to someone like Arme. Or double meteor or triple meteor.
Even Electricity on someone like Stardar is nice, right? Like getting that perma bash on him. By the way, the Aghanims on Shadow Demon will be up in about 900 gold, so unfortunate for him that he didn't get the Greedy, unlike the supports on the other side, so it's really taking a long time. Once he has it, maybe it's an ult that you can use on Sven, maybe even on Slardar. It's the only thing that prevents Slardar from running around fast in Guardian Sprint. But Slardar also has Linken's completed now, flying out.
Do you think Greedy should still be an enchantment? Because we got rid of all the gold facets, and it does feel like at the moment where it's pretty big if a support doesn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty dumb enchantment, I gotta say. Like, the value that you get from 100 GPM versus anything else is, like, crazy. And another Cataclysm. Every single smoke that broke him the same way.
Yeah, so you don't like this concept of the gold, the GPM?
I like gold, and I like the concept. I just hate when one team has it and the other does not. That's like this disruptor, let's say. It's a completely different hero if you get the 100 GPM and if you don't. Like a completely different play style.
Yeah, absolutely. A hero that really much struggles with being able to actually farm. It's a bit different with the shard, but still, it's you don't compare it to a warlock, which is one of the big reasons why we continue to see the warlock. I know it's something you mentioned a lot is the value of this hero, with how you're able to farm now. And, a couple of patches you weren't able to do so. So I was 3,000 gold behind the brew. That's how farm Kataomi is.
You just farm with every single spell of this guy right now. Plus, on top of that, of course, he did get the 100 GPM, so he's filthy farmed on Warlock. As Aghanims going for Refresher, Blink. Fight is about to...
Interesting line.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm gonna go the long way around there. We'll scan up the high ground as well. No one is currently home.
They know. Both of these teams know exactly, more or less, that their high grounds are taken. Smoke is gone on Dire. Radiants still have theirs for a while longer.
Okay. Smoke's gonna pop. Nothing to say. Instant tries to blink in, but they get the vision for the glimpse back.
Okay, that's
we'll have to use the BKB. And they're also going to see Curative inside the pit. So first purge of the game is out. Arme's going to try and run him down. Eats the rock. Oh my god, he tied to Roche. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter because Arme's dead. That's your carry gone. And without your main damage sword inside the team fight, you just see the Brewlings die instantly as well. And they're going to make sure they catch up to the last one. So XXS is also not going to live to tell the tale. The two supports... Well, Disruptor, he'll make it out. Looks like Nothing to Say also was able to TP, but far out the damage from the Sven.
It even looked like a decent go time, honestly. Like, you find the Sven in the pit, you isolate him with a Purge. Like, you can't ask for more, but this Warlock is massive. Windranger came a bit too close with the BKB. And the Golem, of course, goes through BKB, sets things up. I think there was like a Roche Bash or something as well, and Windranger that gets the kill in the end, but doesn't really matter how it happened. What matters is that their base is absolutely in shambles. It's gone.
It's over. Look at that guy. Does anyone want a good jump? Miro will. Gonna buyback will look to rejoin. They've got, importantly, Arme back alive as well. He could be TP out from the Shaman. Is he going to be able to taunt his way out? He will. Viera also doesn't get glimpse back.
That's...
No one dies.
Yeah, that's 2 buybacks and you don't get a single kill. Straight back into Roche. God Strength is off cooldown. I mean, at this point, even without God Strength, you take it really quickly, but they can use it towards the base. There is a chance for Xtreme to get here fast enough, maybe?
Okay, well, they are in the neighborhood. I have a pretty good ward, though, that's going to see that some heroes vanished under the smoke. Man, XXS is going to just blindly jump on the high ground. You'll push them away. Do they do Roche now during this time?
You gotta do something.
No way, right?
Yeah, you gotta do something.
Are they gonna get it?
Walker?
Jupiter's gonna try and make some space here inside the pit. Arme activates the BKB. He's going to be able to get the components. Has the refresher as well, so he can have a second round of the BKB with GPK. He's going to be careful, though. Running up the high ground. Static Storm tries to protect Mimo. They need a way to keep Nothing to Say alive. He'll eat the cheese of the Lustic, but the cleave actually killed Arme. So Arme's Aegis is completely wasted. And they don't have the banishment as well. Refresher's going to be activated. Arme's fine. Second round of the BKB. They're cycling up Kiritic, who's maybe a little bit vulnerable now without the BKB. Continue to have a difficult time to locking onto the Wind Ranger, but it doesn't seem like it matters. It's just such an overwhelming net worth lead. It was a cute last fight attempt for them to try and steal Roche, but they didn't even get close to killing anyone. And man, BetBoom. This was a very interesting game. 7 last hits from the Invoker. I think he may have finished with the most gold in this game. I'll confirm afterwards, but damn, he's going to be feeling good.
He probably broke the worst record in the game and then maybe the best comeback record ever on the Invoker. I don't know if anyone has suffered as hard as this guy and won in the end, at least in the laning stage. There has to be like some sort of a Milk award, the GPK award for the mid lane. It's going to be called from now on. He's smiling. He's like, oh guys, I got owned mid lane, but doesn't matter. It is a difficult matchup. This last fight again, okay, this isn't the last fight. This is where Ame dies. This is the power of Warlock. Like why BKBs are not that amazing versus Warlock. Exactly, there is a good example. Plus, a couple of times XXS on the Brew, like in this situation, he could stop the split and then refresh split out again, but then he would waste another split. Maybe he didn't want to use it. And this fight here as well, the cleave does kill Nothing to Say. He tries steeping back in. Look at the Panda, by the way. I think it's a miss micro because Viper is steeping back in, but the Bruling is going in and it just dies. So you don't have Viper that just bought back. It wouldn't make a huge difference. Of course it would. But yeah, these small things do add up in the end.
And performances like this, when I see a Sven as well, make me wonder why they don't get this hero a little bit more. Because Kiritic looked very, very impressive through the entirety of this game.
He looked impressive. It was a good Sven game. It was a good Sven game, but they had some different issues, I would say, on Xtreme Gaming. They had some issues with catch, they had some issues with control, and I think these issues were not solved by their offlane. Like, Brewmaster has a lot of benefits. This hero is in a pretty good spot right now. I like Brew, but I feel like the heroes that he played around didn't really synergize all too well with him.
Unfortunately for them, unable to get the victory here. And yeah, GPK, I mean, it is crazy. He did actually end with the most net worth to close out this second game. So a great performance from him and BetBoom. They typed the series. So Xtreme once again, they're going to go game 3. Looks like they're liking game 3 so far at season 7 of Wallachia.
50% kill participation. Good enough for a standout player, you know. 33k. It's you know, the start was rough, but eventually it did work out for him. He had, you know what? Like we're praising these scores and how much they were doing, but the supports on BetBoom were like just lifting their team on their shoulders. You know, it's like. Warlock up front, Shadow Shaman in the back, just putting those things on and just carrying them around in a cart. It's specifically Shadow Shaman in the early stages of the game because of the shackles, because of the catches that he made, like all the little pickoffs, which did set up Sunstrikes as well. And then later on, of course, Warlock with some massive golems to prevent BKB Windrunner from just running around.
Yeah, without a doubt. Impressive from the supports. Everything they need, to be honest, considering, again, how rough of a lane it was for the Invoker. So some people had to pull the weight, and it was them, and then the cause, of course, could then follow suit and provide the role like they were expecting from them. So we get a game 3, which is going to be exciting once again. Like I said, Xtreme, you're game 3 versus Team Spirit, game 3 yesterday versus Team Nemesis. and now a 3-game affair versus BetBoom as well. So we'll see who will close out day 3 with a 2-1 map count, or who is going to be playing with their lives on the line here. Is it going to be the boys on BetBoom, or is it going to be XG? We'll have to find out after a quick break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everybody, we have a rare opportunity to talk to the main man from Xtreme Gaming. It is nothing to say. How are you, sir?
Good.
Good. This is years in the making, a nothing to say interview. You hardly ever do these. Why? Why have you chosen to do it this time?
Because no one wants to do it.
You're a sacrificial hero for your team, as always. So it is so good to see you. All right, let's talk a little bit about Xtreme Gaming. You guys, last time you were here, it got like, 9th place, 11th place. Things have gotten better and better. A lot of 4th place victories, a lot of really getting close to the finals. How do you feel about your team?
就是因为上次是刚组队打的 PGL 嘛，然后就没打进前8，然后现在就过了好几个月了，然后最近打的一个比赛都成绩还蛮不错，就希望这次比赛可以打进前8吧。
Yeah, and I don't want to be a jerk, but I do see you guys playing 4th a lot. In a last few tournaments, I think it was 4th. What is missing from that step? What is missing from getting into the playoffs? And will we see it here?
可能就是实力不太够吧，所以就实力差一点，所以就再强一点的话，应该就能打进决赛了。
You guys are incredibly good. I love watching your games. Do you think it's like a mental thing? Is it a draft thing? Is it a play thing? Or is it kind of just all the above? What do you think?
可能是打法的问题吧。
It is, very different. But I mean, new patch, new weird things. Largo comes out. Maybe the playstyle might fit you guys. How do you feel about the current patch with your team?
因为现在的版本都是毒龙、哈斯卡什么的吧，然后我们就也没那么玩这些英雄，所以可能版本更新了就会对我们好一点。
One of the best things about your team that fascinates me is your guys' communication. I was listening to a podcast from Xnova the other day, and he said that you guys don't talk to each other. In fact, a name for him in Ame's lane is the Silent Duo. Is this still true? Do you guys not talk to each other in the games?
就可能说话说的比较少吧，然后通常是打团战前就是谁打先手就谁说的多一点吧。
Do you think that that's something that is a strength of your team by not flooding comms and just everyone has full trust? Or do you think that that's maybe something that you guys would want to work on?
我觉得就 如果就那个人都理解的比较深的话，就不会太大影响吧，因为都知道怎么赢游戏，就是只要把团战打好，然后懂赢游戏的人知道怎么赢就都 OK 的。
Very surprising. Nothing to say. Says that communication not that big of a deal. Interesting stuff. Okay, let's talk a little bit about you. I'm a big fan of Chinese Dota. I love following the roster changes because it's always fascinating. This one is really interesting because we have basically all of old Tidebound here. You go to Xtreme because you want to keep playing, and then XM is taken from Xtreme and put on old Tidebound, which is now Vici Gaming. Is this weird? Do you really want to beat Vici Gaming, or do you have any bad blood between those guys, or are you cool with them?
因为那时候他们说想要休息吧，所以然后我又想继续打，所以综合下来就是我就来 XG 这里打嘛，然后没有想到他们就是休息的一段时间后就开始打了，就换人这个想法就也没有什么说想要赢他们吧，就希望我们两个队都越来越好吧。
Great. Well, you're a very motivated player, and I wanted to ask you, as a guy who's been around a lot, you've been in the scene for a very long time, but you still have this drive, this deep passion to keep playing. Why is that?
就因为就很久没有就是拿冠军了吧，所以就感觉，然后现在就觉得自己还是蛮有实力的，然后想先就好好的打下去吧，然后拿个冠军什么的，先拿个冠军，因为太久没拿冠军了。就打比就是大赛的冠军嘛，然后还有 TI 冠军这件事。
And I did want to talk to you about a little bit about last TI. Now, there's a lot of pressure for the TI champions. A lot of people look at them and say, hey, they better continue to do good. Maybe they'll go down. But not a lot of people talk about, the runner-ups. Do you feel like your team takes a lot of that pressure from being the runner-ups of last year and say, we have to do super, super good? Or do you not really, does that not factor right now?
因为去年就这个队伍就他们差点的夺冠了嘛，然后今年又是在上海举办的，所以压力肯定是每个人都会有的，就是一步一步来吧，先打进 TI 了，然后再慢慢的一步一步打吧，就也不要有想太多，然后不要有太多压力。
All right, well, that's a great way to look at it. So I love watching you guys improve. I really hope that we can make that jump to be in the semifinals and especially the finals here. So thank you so much. Nothing to say for a fantastic interview. It was great having you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and you're going to see a lot more from NTS and the rest of Xtreme Gaming here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
Well, Xtreme are no strangers to a full Game 3 series. We saw yesterday they're able to get the victory over Team Nemesis. We'll see if they can come back against BetBoom as well. The lanes were not a problem. We saw that after the lanes, that was where some things started to break down for them. So we'll set ourselves up with a draft here. We'll see what we have different. Xtreme going to be on Radiant. We got BetBoom playing on Dire.
Yep, the lanes, like you said, were definitely not the problem. And here we get a glimpse of the draft that did happen in the last game. The Viper looked like a very scary prospect for them, and it was scary in the lane. But when it comes to the game itself, it kind of did fall flat, right? Like not a lot of impact. From our boy, you asked me why is he not picked? Like this is very often how the games look for him. I don't think it's on the Viper though. I feel like if you crush the mid lane that heavily, something just needs to happen on the map. But it's like you're owning mid lane, but your offlane is buying Midas and going Ags after. And I'm not hating the item build. It's a very good item build for the Brew. It's just like the power spikes, they didn't come at the same time, so you couldn't convert. Also, they traded the first Tormentor for Rosh. I think that like that's one thing that maybe they could have delayed the Tormi, defended Rosh, and then went for it. But yeah, in any case, they're going to get the Shadow Demon again. They're thinking that this hero was not the issue, that he was not the problem, and I think he wasn't. This one was. It was a pretty big problem as well, in a good way.
Yeah, not much to say really with these two heroes though, because again, we saw in the last game with the opener, they don't really interact. I'm sure both the teams are pretty happy with their first phase. Like they don't really reveal a whole lot, so maybe we can just look towards the second phase of bans. I'm trying to remember what we saw the previous game. I guess again, it's another Moeta ban actually. In fact, for Xtreme, they banned the Moeta and the TA at the same position, and then the Tinker was what was removed from BetBoom.
Or maybe they will go for the same Brewmaster once again pick. I feel like if they do go for the Brew, I hope that they maybe switch things up a little bit on either the 5 or the mid lane. Like they need to get some sort of a disable that is a little bit easier to play around. Viper just doesn't do that. Like this hero, back in the day, if you remember, even in some patches, like you just buy Ethos on him. You buy some control on him just so you can actually contribute in that fashion, but the item might not be the best for him this time around. Maybe a Shiva's last game, by the way. Maybe he could have played like the last patch, a Viper with quick Shivas and Aghanims, and you just jump in. You're forcing fights with Blink, Shivas, Aghanims. Maybe, but it didn't happen. Let's see, Jakiro will be the pick.
Yep. So, I think interesting stuff in particular with BetBoom up in the priority on the Slaughter. We saw yesterday in the series versus Nemesis that was banned, I think, both games, and then one game it got let through. This is something that they prioritized a decent amount in recent tournaments as well. And then, of course, we saw the last game with it drafted at the 17th pick. Now, of course, it's very different. They had the opportunity to go the Shaman if they wanted to, where the Slaughter was, but we're seeing that, obviously, that they feel like this is a hero that is, you bring a whole lot of value and really opens up, you know, some, or whatever it be, different strategies, different ideas, and gameplay for them. But there is a response here from Xtreme. You're going to go down the Jakiro route, so you already have one of the better 5s as well at the moment, but importantly, just with the attack speed slow inside the lane, against the Slaughter is always going to feel nice.
Yeah, it's just a strong laner, very strong laner versus anything, Slaughter included. Puck gets picked up by Xtreme. Very early puck, by the way. Couple of options, of course, still available for BetBoom when it comes to the mid lane matchups. Void Spirit being one of them, right? Like a very simple, straightforward approach. Not too bad with Slaughter as well on the offlane. But first and foremost, Shadow Shaman. First and foremost, the catch from the 4. Had a pretty good game last time he played Shadow Shaman, which was 15 minutes ago. So definitely warmed up, and ready to use the Hex and the Shackles on the Puck. It just makes a lot of matchups a little bit easier versus this guy. It's like when Silencer was meta for a full month and a half. The Puck has a lot of amazing matchups, but then when a Silencer is involved, suddenly his matchups are pretty bad because he has to itemize differently. It's kind of similar thing for Shadow Shaman, but for Shadow Shaman you don't itemize differently. You just get the BKB earlier, or if you even do get it, you just play against him with the Shadow Demon. You get this demon to disrupt you, and you play off of that. What are the options for mid lane? Slardar is one, Void Spirit is another, DK perhaps as well for GPK if they really want to. Huskar is also an option if they want to really go into the dirt.
There's no way he's even calling for it a little bit more, considering he had the lane versus Viper last game. He's like, dude, F you. You played Viper? Play Husker now.
I gotta say, like, you have to have a real pro gamer mentality to make a comeback after a game like that one. For nothing to say, by the way, I'm specifically thinking of him. It's one thing when you lose a game where everything is going badly, and it's another thing to lose a game where you literally couldn't have had a better start. At least to me, those kind of games hurt more. You know, when you're just destroying the enemy mid laner and then the game is still lost in the end.
The dragon comes for
They did DK. Okay. I mean, overall, like, GPK in particular has been one that's had more priority in the DK than other position 2s, and I think just BetBoom as a whole, because of course Kiritich also, it's not like it's a difficult carry, but importantly you have the Slaughter as well, so you're another hero that's going to get a lot of value out of the Corrosive Haze.
5 seconds remaining.
You get value from the Corrosive Haze, you get a point and click stun on the Puck, although Shadow Demon works well versus both of these heroes because of the disruption. It's still a good matchup. It's a GPK special, like not really a GPK special, but I feel like this guy plays DK better, like you said, than most DKs out there. What I really like about the way that he played it in previous patches as well, I'm not sure if that's the way it has to be played now, but I like that he was a bit greedier from the mid lane. Like a lot of these DKs, they go mid, they buy a blink, a BKB, and then they're literally... Yeah.
Sorry, keep going. I was just impressed by the TB. I want to keep hearing you.
No. Tell me, why are you impressed? What's the TB shock?
I was thinking, what's going on with this Terrorblade hero? Like, why is he not picked? And then I was gonna ask you when you finish your point. I was gonna like, well, why do we not see Terrorblade? So now there's a perfect opportunity for you to explain why we don't see Terrorblade and why he's picked this game.
Well, he's pretty bad. That's why we don't see him. Like, the hero itself is probably in the worst spot that he has ever been. Every single game I see TB against me, I feel like it's just a free game. It's like there's a certain feel to it when you're playing versus TB. It's like there's no damage. There is no real aggression coming from him. He's limited by a very long cooldown as well. And the heroes that are being played on position 1 right now just feel better. Why is he picked here is very straightforward and easy. That's the Slardar matchup and the Dragonite matchup. Like, he's actually pretty good versus these two. He's not bad at all. Like, especially versus Slardar in the lane. You have a hero with extremely high armor in Terrorblade. Slardar does not tend to do all too well against that. Plus illusions, also another thing that Slardar doesn't really... do a lot against. That's why they banned out the Brew, because he's literally the best versus these things. And there's still like an option to put DK safely in Slardar mid and Brew. And it seems like that's what they're expecting, by the way. With the Darkseer ban as well. Or at least they are protecting Terrorblade from some bad matchups right now. They're expecting Slardar to be promoted to the mid lane, just so he doesn't have to play into TB plus Jakiro, because it is like a really difficult lane.
What are some options for XXS to help enable the Terrorblade? I know Puck is definitely one of the better ones with Coil. Let the TB right click. You've got no MOUZ Centaur's not the best against the Slardar as well. If you see what other options you have though.
I like the Mars idea. Underlord, by the way, I don't know where that guy went.
True.
Like he's not picked, not banned in this series at all. I feel like he still has a lot of value. Go with the Prime.
Okay, we did see some solid XXS, I believe it was, that had a very good Primal based performance yesterday. Then we saw Europar struggle a bit. His Primal. Now, what is the flex from BetBoom? I have a whole lot of time to work it out.
Decisions. Do you put the DK mid, have a good mid lane and a good safe lane, or do you save the Slardar? Seems like they're gonna save the Slardar. On Timber, in the end, will be offlane, like Miero on 99%. Yep, Miero will be playing the Timber. So basically what they did with this Timber Saw is they made the mid lane maybe a little bit weaker, but they made the offlane a lot stronger, right? Like they made the Timber Saw, they picked the Timber Saw just for that, to switch Slardar up. Although, like Slardar, they have played 2 or 3 games in a row on Miero. GPK is very capable of playing this guy mid, and it's not like a bad matchup versus Puck at all. Like you can still have a decent lane.
Am I wrong? I thought it was even winning for the starter. Like maybe more skill dependent, but I thought it was slightly favored to him.
You're not wrong. Like he has a lot of armor region in the river. He's got his stuns. Like I didn't really see Slardars recently, at least, completely crush Bucks, but it's an all right lane for him, and you've got Shadow Shaman as well on your side. A lot of stuns. You have a DK stun, you have a Shadow Shaman with Hex Shackles, you have Slardar as well with bashes, with Slithering Crushes. A lot of stuns that this Shadow Demon has to deal with. A lot of stuns that he has to save his allies from. It's a lot on the back of FY to have a good performance.
Who do you believe is going to be able to get the job done in the end here in our Game 3 decider? Who you got?
To me, at least, it looks like maybe the lineup of Dire is easier to execute. I really like Slardar in the current meta. I like minus armor a lot. I think it's not undervalued. It's valued enough. But I feel like minus armor in a meta in which minute 20 is like game breaking, where you have Rush to fight for, when you have Tormentor to fight for, is pretty big.
Okay. Let's see who's going to be able to get over the finish line here. Hopefully we're in store for another exciting game though. Actually been pulling out something exciting once again with the series yesterday with Nemesis going long games. We shall see.
The battle begins.
Nothing to say. We're going to be able to get the shackles, an aggressive banishment instead to hold back GPK. Maybe preventing that extra crush follow-up. Nonetheless, it does allow the Puck to get away, which is, of course, the most important thing. I didn't see where the bounty slit was. I don't know if it was a 2 for 2.
It's 3 for 1. They got 1 extra bounty on BetBoom. Terrorblade? Terrorblade? Ooh, 1 lasted. Was needed. Just 1 extra hit from the Shadow Shaman. We would have our first blood very early on. And versus a meta, by the way. Usually the teams, when they see Metamorphosis get used, they...
What up at the Timber Hero as well? That's also another one that I'm a little bit surprised that we're not getting as frequently. It feels like it's definitely a bit more of a specialist. I mean, Mira is a level 30 Grandmaster, so he's very comfortable in the hero, but you know, some teams are prioritizing a little bit more than others. So we'll see how Mr. Mira is going to be able to perform in a game like this. We'll see what the item build as well is going to be for him too. But so far, I was expecting this lane, of course, with what we saw naturally in the draft before the slot, I was expecting this to be a pretty good lane with the Jakira TB, but the big thing about the lane change-up, kind of somewhat nice as well, save having the chicken fingers to deal with some of the TB illusions. And meanwhile, our other side lane, FY, once again onto the Shadow Demon, so we'll see how he's going to be able to perform. And overall, my eyes are on XXS and what he can do on the Primal base. I think this is a hero in particular. I mean, there's a lot of value this game with the break. I mean, if you can get a bunch of farm on XXS, and you know, this hero late game can really start to cause a bunch of chaos. I think importantly was some extra control that I wanted them to have with the Terrorblade right clicks in particular. This is I think they drafted well to play with the TB, like the supports we were mentioning inside the lane with the Jakira, with previously how they thought the Slaughter was going to go there, but then, you know, you got the SD for the illusions, you got the Puck for the coil, but you know, late game double pulverize, you know, onslaught, rock throw, what we've been seeing more frequently as of late, has looked really good for them. TB, speaking of him, lack of mana problems here from Miro. They will actually give him the Lotus now, so he's got some extra spells to work with. Arme starting to get run down. One more right click is what they were missing though to get the kill, but we've done a pretty decent job, however. Arme doesn't really have any resources. Save apparently is going to be fine. Okay. He is chilling. Meanwhile, I mean, you got to be super happy if you're GPK. It's got to be. He's got to be smiling considering how that previous game went, how the previous lane went in particular, right? You know, 7 minutes in, 7 last hits. It's up to 24 now, so.
An even lane is a one
all
lane
things
now,
good,
right?
Yes.
Sorry, I was having technical difficulties here. I hope you had a fun time on your own covering the early parts. Good. I was asking, I think before it happened, just the Timber. What are your thoughts on this hero? Just because some teams are prioritizing Timber more than others, and I mean, Mira's a Grandmaster Timber player, so it's not like he's shy with picking it or not. But what is kind of your read on the hero as a whole? I think it comes down to like what your general attitude towards the game is on other heroes. It's not like only the Timber, because it is a hero that perhaps doesn't bring you a lot of stuns, doesn't bring you a lot of other things from the lane. It pressures a lot, it gives a lot of damage, but no control, no utility. And if your read is that you need a lot of utility in the game, maybe then you will shy away from picking Timber, right, and offering. Also, a lot of Ursas are being picked in heroes that are good against him. Terrorblade.
Yeah, maybe we saw previously how close they were to getting the kill. Looks like this time, once again, Arme's just going to survive on a slither of health. So they are showcasing that this is going to change pretty shortly here, maybe with an extra level or a rotation, but it's actually going to be Xtreme that bring a +1 first down to bottom. FY wants to try and TP down. This is a very difficult kill. Although Mira doesn't have any points in the Tipper chain, however, so maybe it makes it a bit more easier. He's going to look to TP out. That's not a bad read from Miero. Well done.
Puck, mid lane.
Okay, nothing to say. Getting dived as well with a defensive coil, but they've linked him up with the bonds. It's actually going to be Kateoni along with BetBoom, and Miro tips him. He tips that far. He's like, what are you doing down bottom, brother? What about your mid lane?
Your mid lane is dying, bro. Yeah, I mean, he does zone the Timber out. They have Carti and they have Terrorweight meta up. So maybe they can even take down the tier 1 tower and pressure the shrine. Probably not going to happen, right? Probably Timber can defend this. It's one of those rare offlaners that can do exactly this, run into 3 heroes. He can do it, right? Yeah, he can. 2 levels of reactive armor. It's pure chaos down bottom, by the way. Slardar and Warlock are trying to snatch the top shrine as well. I think they're losing both shrines, right? Yeah, they're losing both shrines.
They absolutely are. Okay.
Honestly, kind of rough, considering... I mean, their heroes don't... The supports, at least, aren't heavily level dependent, but...
Was he fine if he kept running? Oh my god. Okay. Somehow we've got the neutral denial. Well done from XXS. I honestly thought he was fine if he kept running with the movement speed in the river, but also maybe not. Regardless, it's not the worst outcome.
Yeah, chicken fingers, shackles, kind of hard to tell. With Fatal Bonds and Shadow Word are so annoying for a Puck. Like, he's taking so much damage from this. Any sort of a dot basically on Puck is always annoying. The hero doesn't really deal all too well with them. It is low stat gain and what, like sub 1000 HP at this point.
So far we've gotten really close to a bunch of kills, but only found 1 in our laning phase. Looks like bottom there's a potential opportunity for another. This time they're gonna have the coil, which makes it far easier. So they are starting to move down on Dire. They're replicating what XG just did.
Radiant are scanning.
He slips a bit too far forward. Hang on a second now, Arme. They're gonna have the damage to be able to secure the kill. Absolutely they are. No questions about that.
He was a bit greedy. Like, he went for another wave. Maybe he could have fell back, farmed the ancient camp with the meta, but okay. He probably also expects Slardar to be farming his blink. Nice rotation by GPK, being a little bit more active on this mid lane Slardar, as you like to be, of course.
That's a perfect sequence as well here for a Warlock. You find a kill with the Golem, able to turn that into a bunch of tower damage, and more than likely an even objective as well. So what I was saying was a game where we weren't getting a whole lot of kills kind of changes pretty quickly with the pass sequence.
Yeah, the hero probably that is on paper struggling the most is the Timber, but I think it might be the Primal instead. He's forced to creep skip, he's creep skipping, he's finding farm, he's got the quick phase boots into a blink. But what I mean by this is that a Timber Saw that is struggling usually struggles a bit harder. You know, it's usually like a completely shut down hero in the lane. Right now he's level 7, he's got his levels, he can farm the stacks. It's for Miro, this isn't like a pretty bad start. It's definitely manageable. Mid lane. They're trying to pressure this because of the catapult, right? And they have level 5 Jakiro, which means level 3 liquid fire. Not really going to be able to do a whole lot with it. I was setting it up like a grand big push, but only one liquid fire usage and that's it. I was surprised they didn't go do more because they know that Warlock Golem has been used. Not really a lot that they can do on the other side to punish it without the Golem, without the blink on Slardar.
Do you like the more damage-esque Timber build than some of the utility that we have sometimes seen as well with the offlane Timbers as of late?
No, I love it. I absolutely love it. If you can justify it, if you think that it's a good game for Timber, it's like there are items that you buy on heroes because you want to buy them, and there are items that you buy because you have to buy them because the game is just forcing you. If you always like buying items that are just naturally good on the hero, right? And this kind of a build with Kaya, it's always been the one that buffs up Timber the most.
Regen? We'll fight over it. Unfortunately, Puck is nowhere to be seen to be able to get it. We'll see what Miera is going to be able to do with the item build that fits the playstyle of the Timber a little bit better then. So far, he's got a game where he's going to be able to play with... Is this Blink? I saw him complete as well.
On Slardar?
Someone got a Blink?
Yep. Smoke Blink Slardar, ready to roll. Primal not quite there yet. He needs like 200-300 gold and he'll have it.
See if they are going to run into XXS over the far left side of the map. They were hoping that he was starting to farm some of the jungle, but pretty good position for XXS, honestly. Like, it seems like he knew that something was going on. Reposition back to the safety of that T2 tower, so they're going to miss on the smoke here, but they might just look to try and connect to mid. Golem is up if they want to force it from Katsuomi, where they can just use this with Serpent Wards as well. It's pretty difficult for actually to defend unless they want to bring FY in. They'll go for the kill instead.
That's some hate.
So yeah, absolutely. But, you know, again, this is the nice thing about the Warlock. We just see, like, the transition of playstyle from this hero over the last... maybe a year is even too long. Maybe it's even sooner, but... where you just use the Golem, of course, sometimes it's not even for a kill. Sometimes you use Golem for a little bit of damage on the tower, sometimes farming, but...
Yep. As long as you have a good read on when you can use it and when you shouldn't use it, that's fine. They are tipping terribly in the mid lane, by the way. They want to set up a fight.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do this earlier, though. Like, what's the point of doing it now if you're going to TP him and the tower's gone anyway?
Well, the idea...
I thought he was...
I think the idea was the coil, but the Slardar TP'd out way too quickly. That's all.
Another objective for the boys on BetBoom. Very nicely done. And actually, they're going to try and smoke themselves as well. So we'll see where they want to try and position the map. You do have XXS that's actually starting to link towards mid. Even Arme's stuck around as well. So they're trying to threaten with their own push.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Save. Invis. What a good time to be an Invis Shadow Shaman, isn't it?
Yep. It's perfectly done. Well done, save. Got a blink on Kiritich as well. He's super farm. 1700 advantage over his counterpart in Arme's TB.
Yeah, every time I click on Kiritich, he's in dragon form. Like, literally not leaving it. Another quick blink, this time by XXS. Manages to get away. He's still farming up. Level 12. Yeah. He's doing all right. Getting towards his BKB. He is his team is losing map control. Partly because of this playstyle of the Primal, which is literally only farming oriented. But the moment he has a BKB, they could start making some plays in the map.
This is pretty important though, right, for XG, because I feel like you discussed yesterday, you feel like Primal is a hero that really doesn't do a whole lot if he's playing from behind, so...
It depends on the game as well. It truly depends on what you're playing against. And like when you look at this game, even when you're up front, like if you have like a very good time and good farm, you're still playing into so many stuns that polarize is maybe a little bit difficult to use, even with the BKB, because of the golem, right, on the other side. As long as they save the golem, polarize might not be that impactful initially. But of course, there's more than just the polarized primal beast.
Yeah, but I think as the game goes on, the primal, like some of the value that we can see from him, like we'll see if he has to go Shivas because the armor to protect him versus the DK and the Slaughter. But really, the Scepter is like the one I'm looking at on how early he wants to buy it in a game like this, where I mean, you have 3 heroes that you can break. Of course, 2 are better than the DK Timber over the Slaughter.
A shard as well. Speaking of Aghanims, there's also Aghanim's shard that is massive. I would say another way to disrupt Shadow Shaman from shackling, from controlling a target.
True. Yeah, he was definitely one of them that went the shard very early. I mean, we saw it was just one-hitting waves apparently. So I imagine this is something that, if that's the case with the shard on Primal, I don't see why more people wouldn't go it a bit earlier.
Straight into the pit.
They are roshing by the looks of it on BetBoom.
Yeah, they do have Corrosive Haze, right? Like, this is why I like TA, this is why I like Slardar. It opens up Rosh so early on. Like, look at it like this. You take Rosh at minute 18. What this means now is that you literally have full reign on the map for the next 5 minutes, right? Like, across the map, you can do whatever you want to. Which includes Tormentor, which will be up in 2 minutes. So you will have a Dragonite with an Aegis hitting Tormentor with Corrosive Haze, so it also dies very quickly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
How did the timings look in a game like this for Arme as well? Because like I know you're mentioning that the Terrorblades, you're very weak at this moment. You're in the current meta, and you're with the Nurse we've seen from this hero, but there is a lot of value with the reason why they're picked in the core matchups with the Slider and the DK in particular. I feel like Shaman, you don't care as well because the illusions just kill him if he's shackled. So when is Arme truly going to be a big threat in this game?
Well, the first big, not big, but the first playable moment for him is the Dragonlance Manta, and that's the next item that he's going for. So Manta D-Lance and you can take a fight, but you're not super strong with it. It depends on what he buys next. It's like a Pike Skadi or whatever, but every item that you do get, you become a
aggressive jumping Kiritich. He's going to be able to run into one of the supports in X-Nova. The only casualty by the looks of it.
They couldn't counter that. 50 gold away on the BKB, by the way, on the Primal Beast, so he truly did not want to counterplay this push.
No, nothing to say. He's getting his farm on the other side of the map, so trying to occupy some of the triangle area. Shoving out bottom as well. He's going to be working on the Lincolns himself, so feels it's necessary with the point-click stuns that BetBoom do indeed have.
There's no golem. Maybe because of that, they can contest Tormentor, by the way. And I feel like that's exactly what they will do. They're moving towards top. No Warlock Golem, even though you're playing into Aegis. This could be the right approach. There's no Timber as well. He's kind of far. He needs to go straight into the Twin Gate, I believe. Or they're not going to even take the Tormentor. It seems like they will not. So, what just happened? In the end, they traded a Jakiro and the tier 2 for the Tormi. Not too bad for Xtreme Gaming, considering the state of the game, right? We're playing into an Aegis and we're getting a pretty big objective. Unfortunately, the shard goes to Jakiro. It's not a bad shard on him. It's just that the one on Shadow Demon is quite a bit better.
So you're going to be pretty happy with that sequence then for XG. But we'll see what they can do for the next 2 minutes still on BetBoom. I mean, they're starting to have to reposition down to bottom because Xtreme are considering about stealing the wisdom. Be careful. Looks like, yeah, they will. Xnova's going to TP out. Nothing to say. Won't continue on forward as well. So we'll see if they're quick enough to get mid and top shoved, because Dire are going to stay down bottom, considering this is the next objective as well with the tier 2 tower.
It's the next natural objective, especially with the BKB on Dragonite. He's moving towards the crit, but he will be losing the Aegis in a minute. So in a minute time, we might see Xtreme smoke up and finally use the Terrorblade, because there isn't really anything big that they have to be waiting for right now. They should be on paper kind of active. Primal Beast has a Blink BKB. His next item is Refresher, and that's a long way away.
FY. Oh, I mean, feeding the courier, like, what are we doing? Sometimes we forget.
Couriers have a mind of their own. I'm a firm believer that some sort of AI infiltrated our couriers.
That's the excuse you make, huh? So you're a courier feeder yourself.
Just you wait. A couple extra years and couriers take over.
Xnova? Survived the full part of the force. Meanwhile, XXS going to try and jump in as well with the BKB. They want to deal with the Shaman. So they got the Q on to save. It'll take a little bit of time. XXS doesn't actually get away, though. They've got the rock to stop the onslaught. And with the BKB, it's gone. Really nicely done. Cat Omi holding the Golem, and also on the other side, I mean, Kiritich was able to kill, nothing to say. A full solo kill, but it looks like a little bit of damage was dealt previously from the starter. But yeah, I mean, a couple of right clicks was all they needed. Maybe it was even hazed up still as well. So 2 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, 2 for 1, losing the tier 2. And I'm just struggling to see the impact from the Primal Beast right now. Like, I'm truly struggling. And I don't know what he can adjust to make this game playable for him. Like, he's 1-2-0. They have only 2 kills. So he's been a part of 50% of their kills, sure. But the thing is, like, once the way this game feels to me right now, one side has an offlaner and the other does not. And it doesn't even matter that the networks are kind of same. More or less, right? Like, it's 1-2k at this point. Not really a big difference between Miro and XXS, but it's just that the Primal Beast is just unable to accomplish a whole lot versus all the stuns versus Warlock Golem. Let's see. Maybe next time they can jump the right targets. If they jump the Warlock, if there's no Golem, I think the fight is definitely much easier for him. Just gotta find the right approach.
They're going to be forced to potentially try and take a fight maybe earlier than they were hoping for, with Kiritich beating onto the T2 tower, which is going to go down before they're set up. Not that it does get the coil in, though. Kiritich will force out the BKB, just be able to fly himself away. So with the T2 tower will be left standing, but you activated meta.
Can they catch Primal?
They can. Save. They get jumped. So it's 1 kill, but again, you do use meta for it. I mean, Kiritich has the BKB, so they're going to back up on the map. There's no real objectives at the moment that we're going to lose during this time. And this man's going to be hitting pretty goddamn hard now with the data's completed on Kiritich, so... See how you're going to address him. You want some reflection illusions, you want some SD illusions as well. I'm suddenly level 1 banishment, so it's not really going to do a whole lot. And FI just might die if he puts himself in.
I swear,
in that position.
Every game FY goes for Ags on a certain hero, the next game is like the complete opposite, full utility, no greediness at all. Especially because in the last game he never even managed to complete it. Well, this game he goes Solar into Vlads. You know, just that's the chill Vlad's carrier. You know, it ain't much. It's honest work. You get the Solar, you get the Vlads, and I like that position 4s are doing this, by the way. A lot of players are doing this, even like on Hoodwinks and stuff. It doesn't truly matter what you're playing. As long as the hero doesn't have like a super important item on a position 4, like you can get Vlads. Even on 5, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad item. Aura is quite nice. Should someone like the TB themselves, we've got to keep in mind, they have their own amplification with the Slardar. What's the Puck got?
Puck is working for Shivas, by the way, towards the Shivas at least. Okay. They both had it queued up, Primal and the Puck, but right now it's just the Puck buying it, and Primal has just a bunch of items queued up, so not sure if it's going to be a Refresher, it's going to be a Lotus, Lincoln's. He's switching his mind quite a lot.
Yeah, I wonder if the Puck even has to go Lincoln's next item for himself as well. I don't know if there's going to be damage problems because of the TB plus Primal, so maybe you don't need the Witchblade. But it might hurt your scaling though if you don't go for it. He's got it queued up.
Parasma, you mean? He's got the Witchblade already, right?
Parasma, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant Parasma.
Yeah. He's... it's such a nice item, and they do have a lot of damage, but it's mostly physical, right? Getting some extra magical damage from Puck and him being able to scale would also mean a lot for them. There's a lot of high armor heroes on the other side, so I like his build. I like the Shivas versus like bulky boys, Timber, DK, even Slardar. It's pretty damn good. Slardar is very close to Aghanims, by the way, but they are smoking up regardless.
What are they going to find in this mid lane? Nothing to say. He's got a pretty nice position up at the high ground. They won't force the issue. And if BetBoom did go though, Arme was going to be a little bit too far away from the team in that first point of contact. Roche will brawl, so they got an idea. They're going to lose their Observable, unfortunately. You can't really jump in the air with the Lotus on him. Okay, able to scout up, but still a play has to be made pretty surely. XXS. He'll get the jump with the rock. Instant going to be able to cancel the Pulverizer, but the H is about to be on the deck, and Kiritich is going to be able to find it. And now with the DK having the second life, importantly, Arme, how is he going to enter the team fight? They found the Shaman. Safe just blindly jumped on the high ground. He was hoping everyone else was going to follow, but they didn't want to. BetBoom were kind of respecting the potential high ground turnaround once TB is set up, but it doesn't matter. You lose the Shaman, you get the Aegis, you get Roche, X-Nova.
They are going back in.
Wants a D-Ward, and he'll pay with his life for it. There's more? What's going on?
Yeah, just running uphill versus a Terrorblade, never a good idea. But like you said, they do get the Aegis, they get an extra kill after a freebie. Straight back to farming. I'm actually super surprised that Kiritich managed to take that Aegis next to a Primal with a BKB on. I know that there is a Dota lab thing that you can activate so that you don't click on the Primal. Like, you can click on anything around him. I'm sure that he has that, because they're like, how do you click on any, like, Primal with the BKB is basically half of my screen. Like,
yeah.
I can't even see Roshan, yet alone Aegis when it drops.
Yeah, that was so annoying when we saw what the mid lane is. I think you can kind of, I mean, maybe not as much anymore, but with the, like you're saying, how big your size is of the hero, where you just body block the creeps and you couldn't last hit him in the lane.
Yeah, they still do that versus players that don't have the lab thing activated. I don't. That's why I know that they still do it.
I see. Goddamn Primal. He's got refresh though, but we're seeing some real big problems with just Warlock. You just trade one Pulverize for a Golem. And maybe you just Pulverize, force Golem, and then refresh and Pulverize again. But I mean, that is not ideally the combo you want on this Primal hero.
Yeah, the refresh on him is for the BKB as well, right? Like, not necessarily only for the Pulverize, because Pulverize, the cooldown is 30 seconds. You know, like trading a refresher 180 seconds for 30 seconds cooldown feels kind of bad, but it does win you team fights. Like, you can double trample, double onslaught as well. It's a
double rock throw. Absolutely. That's the important one right there. Come on now.
Yeah, he's buying it next. He's going for the shard. He did delay it a little bit, but rock throw will be there probably for the next fight. Let's see, because Dragonite is kind of posturing himself very aggressively. I think that that's almost a full butterfly or swift blink completed on him. What's flying out? It's a butterfly. It's kind of big. Dude, like, this is a very farm DK.
We're not going to receive a response to this butterfly for a while, even if Alme wants to consider it. Might need some other items instead of the MKB.
Cool Gleipnir build, by the way, on Timber. Just some extra catch on him. He will have it very soon in like 200 gold. You have an extra way of keeping them controlled. It's not like they lacked control, but it's nice. Also the AoE, of course, on the Timber. Too bad.
Yeah. There's a butterfly delivered from Kiritich. Doesn't look like they're going to get too much out of the Aegis, so will expire in about 45 seconds now. Xtreme holding hands, sweeping across the map. And Kiritich is commanding his forces down to bottom. Wherever the DK goes, everyone apparently is following. So, cut mid and bottom. And we'll see what the call is going to be from them if they want to try and force the high ground. They can drop the wards. I think their banner still as well. But we'll definitely be able to force Xtreme back, and they're already coming back.
They kind of did the same play in the last match. Let's see. Pulverize.
Jump into the back line. Oh, Natus is going to be able to silence the Warlock, so they don't get to cancel the Pulverize. And they still haven't secured the kill to Kata Ome just yet. It was a really beautiful synchronous jump from both the Puck and the Primal. They didn't get rewarded for it, however.
You know why not? Because XXS didn't use his refresher there. I felt like that was maybe the situation where you could greed out, use it, and then Pulverize again. But as Puck was jumping the backlines, they just backed out. So you use meta, you don't really get a lot out of it. But I guess you do defend the high ground at least.
Yeah, I wonder, would you go again if you're BetBoom? I mean, what if Dragon Forms will cool down, Serpent Wards, maybe BKB as well, so you might wait. Maybe you can't get too much out of the meta cooldown.
No, I think you're happy with how that went, like the fact that you didn't lose anyone on BetBoom. But, you know, we are entering this dangerous territory where Terrorblade is becoming true menace. Like, on one side, we of course have a Dragonite that is also just as farmed, but I feel like in almost every single patch, Terrorblade was a harder carry. You know, at this point of the game where he's almost fully 6-slotted, he does have Falcon Blade and Power Treads, of course, still in his inventory, but he's about to complete Butterfly as well. These heroes will be melting on the Dire side if he gets to hit.
Yep. Absolutely. What's XXS got queued up? What's he working on right now in the Primal? It's gonna go
Lincoln's in a plate mill. So maybe a Lotus, maybe a Linken's. We'll see what he goes
Do you
for.
not value Scepter this game?
It's not bad. I think Scepter is also pretty good, but yeah, he's not buying it for now.
A potential clash around the mid lane. The power rune up in a couple of seconds here. BetBoom are also nearby as well. XXS once again going to be able to get the initiation. This time the rock will come out to cancel the pulverize. He's got the second round if he wants to do with the backline. The Hex. They actually got the connection over towards... Ooh.
XD. XD indeed.
Okay. So, what happened? What do we got? Rock on cooldown, pulverize cooldown. Nothing. This got hexed and he didn't die. I thought he was going to be dead actually with that jump in.
Yeah, the thing is, Lotus is gone. There's no Lotus, and now there's a refresher ready on Primal. They can literally choose who to go on. GPK is really low. He's in the river, but there's Shivas, there's Skadi on him. And they can basically pick and choose their targets. I'm not sure who's coming out on top of all of this. Like, there's a DK and Turblade are more or less on the high ground. The one that's looking the closest to death is definitely the Slardar, right? No BKB on him. He's looking like he's in the biggest problem. Right now, at least. Puck has...
Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you onslaught through GPK? Just quickly stun him up, the TB, maybe illusions kill him, and then you use refresher on everyone else?
Well, that's a good thing about this pause. You have time to decide what to do. I think onslaughting him is maybe an issue, but it's, because Terrorblade is a bit far. Do you really want to risk it? I mean, he's probably going to onslaught and then use the refresher, but just refresher into pulverize is probably the easier way to play it. Does he have buyback on Slardar? He does. 30 gold, by the way. That's the surplus. Like, he's got 30 extra gold, and he can buy back and rejoin this fight because he's a Slardar. There's a tier 2 mid. He's going to be here in a couple of seconds if they kill him.
But does this longer fight favor them, actually? Because you're playing in the river as well. It's not the best opportunity for, like, Miero to be able to spellcast. I mean, Warlock's already done his job. Shaman in a fight like this isn't really going to be able to do a whole lot as well.
It depends on Shaman. Like, one Hex, one Shackles. Like, it can change the course of the fight. Like, I would say that this is a very even fight. There's a 7k advantage of net worth on one side, but the fight feels very even to me. The silence is on Warlock, preventing him for now from basically using anything, but it's only Slardar that's in a bit of a problem. Basically because of Primal and his super fast blink. He blinked through the Gleipnir, by the way. As Gleipnir was flying to him, he BKBs and blinks up front. That was like some superhuman instincts and reaction time.
I don't know if I like seeing a tech guy standing behind nothing to say. This makes me feel like there's maybe a bigger problem going on.
That problem is the Dragonite. That's the big problem. He's got Satanic. He's still got BKB as well. I don't think you want to reconnect and fight this guy, but you might have to. He's got Butterfly on DK, but Terrorblade has Serrated Shiv, so he's got a little bit of True Strike to work with.
Let's see. See how we get ourselves back on the way here. So questions what XXS is going to be able to do with the refresher, and if GPK is actually going to be able to live. So he did try with the onslaught, but there comes the pulverize. They'll get the kill with the TB illusions. Meanwhile, Kiritich now a little bit vulnerable as well. Turns with the Dragon Tail. Hex is going to enable him. Nicely done from FY though, but the save for the last second. XXS actually going to be able to get away. So they'll keep their offlaner alive. Gleipnir from Miero holds back the others on the push on forward. And it's just GPK that dies. Roche is a super quick spawn as well. It's up.
No buyback on GPK, by the way, so we have kinda predicted that only he dies. The thing is, though, This Puck is wreaking havoc in the backlines. Like, they need to catch him. It's on Save really to do what he was doing in the last game. Get some shackles, some hexes off on the Puck before the Lincolns, before the BKBs. The main reason why they aren't able to kill anyone else is because Puck is preventing the supports from playing the game. They're constantly silenced, constantly messed with. They can't blink in, they can't hex shackles.
And he's playing his role very well. And a pretty difficult game as well, considering the heroes that he's going up against. It feels it's necessary for a BKB, which will very much help.
He had the Lincolns queued up, but now he switches for BKB, and I like this a bit more. Like, even some random corrosive haze or whatever breaking the Lincolns could be a problem. BKB allows you to just jump the backlines. Bit of a longer cooldown, of course.
It is. And it looks like either side once again back towards this Roche area. We have also some people farming at the outskirts. What did Ahmed decide for next after the butter?
Daedalus.
Did he Daedalus? Okay.
Good old damage output. Like you could see in that last fight, they had the damage, but it's never enough, is it?
No. You want to see the big numbers. You want to see the red crits. Instant dopamine hits, you know. DK's got his own. You want to match it. They also kind of got to give it a pick. Someone's got a scout. Oh, BKB from XXS tries to run Miero down. Miero just is fine with a Lotus. And now we've got TB illusions to send to the pit. We've got some way to scout. It's probably fallen low.
They've got to go in.
They get the Hex as well. Macropie is going to be laid down, but it's not going to matter. Even in the close area like this, the damage is starting to rack up with the core, holding them into place. Miero is well over to the northern side. They've got 3, so they've got 2 heroes.
Another one.
Now they'll make it a 3rd as well, but the Warlock getting caught.
Yeah, that's the point in the game in which Terrorblade is almost uncontested, right? Like 5 slots with the Daedalus, like no matter what kind of a carry you are, I feel like he will out DPS you with all the illusions, especially when he has a Dream Coil or a Primal Beast keeping them in place. And I'm not sure that this trade-off was worth it. Like you lost Aegis and Puck, but you got a lot for it. Slardar, Timber without buyback for 70 seconds, by the way. Maybe this is even some sort of a high ground push, even into an Aegis. How's the meta looking? He doesn't really have a lot of meta left remaining. Maybe like 10-15 seconds max, so probably will not be high ground, but the lead that GPK and the boys of BetBoom had has evaporated.
I feel like actually you have to have the lowest amount of kills on a consistent basis in every game. Not only them, but also just like the enemy team, just the game as a whole. And we're 40 minutes into it, there's only 18 kills. I
think
last game was so similar as well.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Like, one thing that I'm constantly noticing from them is that XXS is playing in a very greedy way. Like, he is just absolutely farm feasting on any hero that he plays. But at the same time, he is playing super heavy farm-oriented heroes like Brew, like Largo. Now the Primal in this game as well doesn't have to be that way, but in this game we kind of had to get Blink and BKB. Okay, no meta. Doesn't matter.
Oh man. A lot of damage here with the Solar Crest along with the Demon Zeal. Jesus, dude, this building is so fast.
He's in.
Yeah, but he's not really doing any damage to Arme.
XXS.
XXS has got a bit of an interesting position as well. F5 is going to fly in just in case they need the banishment. Kiritich early on has to use Satanic, which Maybe it gives him an opening actually on Xtreme. Yeah, hang on, what's he doing? Curative? I mean, just gives away the ages.
Can they kill him again? Probably won't, right? Yeah, he had no golem. I feel like maybe that was even an opportunity to go for. Well, they will go. They will go. They just wanted to smoke up.
They're going to get the auto dragon forms on cooldown as well, so they're going to get the double jumping as well with an ice path into the pulverize. No rock to be able to cancel because look at the backline. Shadow Shaman controlled from nothing to say. But the puck is just making so much space, and yeah, that might just be game.
That's game. It looks that way at least. Terrorblade won't go for Throne just yet. There are still 4 heroes to go through Terrorblade.
Oh, it's a big initiation as well towards Arme. Arme's going to get forced out of the low ground. No XXS once again. Another round of the pulverizer without the rock. We're just seeing how much value this Dino has inside the team fight. He is causing too much chaos, and that will cause them to tap out of our game 3. 23 kills all up we had in 41 minutes. And Xtreme, they're going to be the ones to end the day here 2-1. A big victory in the end. And the TB, a hero that we don't get often, just proved to be too big of a problem at the later stages.
Who needs kills? Who needs to get kills? Who needs to team fight versus BetBoom that are kind of known for insane pick-off team fighting capabilities? Instead, you just hit creeps. You play this Terrorblade that no one else is basically playing. You hit creeps, you're getting 6-slotted, and after all, it is like a hero that most carries will ask for when they want to solo carry the game, right? Like when your backs are against the wall and you need a carry to just hard solo carry the game. This is it. This is the TB. Did he do it alone? Of course not. Primal and Puck had, when it comes to cores, there's just a bunch of impact jumping in first, especially XXS with an early refresher. But you could see the damage disparity between these two. Like Dragonite died even without the meta. Like this last fight, DK dies to a Terrorblade without Metamorphosis. Just that's the illusion, right? Because we're enough.
It was a nice battle as well between XXS and Kataomi for a lot of this game, just with the rock being used to completely counter the pulverize. But we just saw, like, if they weren't winning the fight during that sequence, if they were able to stall and like Xtreme only lost 1, or they didn't lose too big of an objective, we just then saw like the refresher didn't matter, or too long of a cooldown with rock, and their lineup that they had to be able to enable the Terrorblade was exceptional as well. Like the save with FY, you then have 2 heroes with a mass amount of control with the Primal Beast and the Puck. So yeah, this late game, I mean, this hero, it's very, very not too bad if you're able to combine it with a couple of heroes that can heavily enable him.
It's not bad at all, yeah. And when you look at all the score lines of Xtreme Gaming, the score lines of BetBoom, which we will in a couple of moments, it's kind of funny to even look at them. This game looks like someone abandoned early on, you know, in a pub. That's how many kills they have. It looks like a game that ended 15 minutes in, not 14 minutes in. Like 0 kills on SD, 1 kill on Jakiro, 2 kills on your Puck, 4 kills on your offlane. On the other side as well, like 0 on Timber, 0 on Shadow Shaman. It truly looks like a game that someone abandoned early on. 23 total. A very slow-paced game where I won't say nothing was happening. I would just say that no kills were happening. We had a lot of fights where only 1 hero dies, right? Like the fight in the river and only GPK dies, or the fight next to the high ground of Xtreme Gaming where no one dies in the end. It's like a pretty disciplined approach to the game from both sides. A disciplined approach that did benefit the Terrorblade in the end. This hero is weak until he is not. And you kind of have to take the game away from him before he reaches this 6-slotted area where he's basically uncontested by anything in the game.
Yeah, and as well, honestly, same with Primal Beast, dude. This guy, like, I feel like he looks so fun to play when you get 6-slotted, and then when you're not 6-slotted, it doesn't look too particularly fun. But with the late game fights with like you're just throwing spells, dude. You're onslaughting everywhere. You're trampling. You rock throw, pulverize. Sometimes you got scepter, so you got these, crazy beams flying out of you as well from the ground. I don't know. This hero like late game, and you just got to get there though. And we've seen some problems with the primal struggling in that regard. But it's XXS. Yeah, good job.
Absolutely. It's the hero, but it's also the player. It's truly the player. Like, he had some clutch plays. I would even say this last fight where he blinks over the Gleipnir in the not the last one, the second to last fight. He blinks over the Gleipnir and he just initiates faster on the Slardar with the polarized, then he refreshes, goes in again. That play right there kind of wins them the game. It was a matter of who gets jumped first, and he was the one that managed to do it. He had a high ground advantage with vision, but still, like, the reaction times are insane on him.
Absolutely they are. So, all right, Xtreme, they're going to be able to close up the day. They got 2-1 score count. BetBoom now going to be playing the next couple of days with their backs against the wall to try and make it over to the playoffs. They're going to have to get some big victories here if they want to play with everyone else. We'll see if they're going to be able to do so or not. Some of the other teams we're expecting to do pretty well. We're going to be covering next. We got Yandex taking on the boys on Falcons, which is going to be super exciting to see. Hopefully it's another close and even affair, considering that's what we've been getting so far on Stream B. So we're going to have a break, but when we come back, we'll get the players ready in the lobby. See you guys in a bit.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Our two brand new teams here. We get to see battle up against each other. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Both teams got a stand-in as well. So we'll see if the stand-in buff, who's it going to favor? It's going to be the boys on Falcons with Lorinov. Or is it going to be Yandex with DM here too? Who would your favor coming into this, just like head-to-head between these two teams?
Well, one of the stand-ins is literally going from one team to another, standing in and just crushing it, you know. So maybe I have a little bit of a bias, not bias, just I think that Falcons are a little bit stronger right now, even though both teams are 1-1. Both teams have dropped the series. Yandex to Heroic, if I remember, and Falcons to Spirit. You could argue as well that when it comes to the series that they had, Falcons probably had a harder road to this stage of the Swiss stage where they are 1-1. What day is this? Day number 3 of our beautiful season 7 of Wallachia. So maybe Team Falcons coming in as the stronger team on paper, but of course we shall see Team Yandex. Team Yandex is a team that I would say revolved a lot around Noticed. I feel like his games were either he's 20-0 or they are losing. That's how it felt in a lot of games. Like he did a lot from the offlane. He has his own set of heroes that DM can play them, but I think DM is a little bit of a different player.
Okay. All right. Well, in regards to, is there any hero specifically that you feel like Notice thrives on a little bit more compared to your team maybe doesn't have them in his kit?
There are some specific heroes, but I also gotta say that they aren't necessarily that meta, so they are not as relevant. Like when you think about the Axe, right? Like when Axe was meta, the Noticed was just absolutely obliterating with it, so not really the meta. And when you look at the last patch when Viper was being played offlane all the time, that's where DM shined, right? Like with these kind of greenish heroes. So like very different players. These two, the two opposing sides right now is not Noticed, but of course Amar. And when you look at the heroes that are being played right now, I feel like most of them are in his wheelhouse. Like he can play most of these offlaners, and when you look at, I mean, it's not only that he can play them, it's that he tries on them. Like offlane Mars, offlane Timber, like even Sand King or something. If you really want to play it mid or off, they can do it. We saw it today on the mid lane. Probably won't be as contested, but it is an option.
Well, let's see what we have in store for us. Always excited to see the rogue agent Lorinov, whatever new team he's going to be filling in for. So, big fan of him. Always enjoy watching Falcons play as well. And I haven't had the opportunity really to cover them or Yandex in quite some time. So, gotta keep in mind, I mean, this is a team that got that victory at Dream League Season 27. They made some pretty good runs at an online fissure event, then Blast 6. However, the recent Dream League, they did very much struggle in for Yandex. They didn't actually even make it through Groups 1. So, see if they've been able to fix some of the problems. We've got a couple of common heroes. Some different ones as well. The difference in heroes is at least there's more cooler ones on Radiant. Or is there Coddle Undying? I feel like that's a bit more special, whereas Dire... Bounty also is a bit special. Melrin's, Lena. It's mainly Melrin's hero pool. The Penguin is a bit more... we're not really getting anyone playing that.
Yeah, and you see the Axe as well. 8 picks on one side, 1 on the other. Of course, this isn't only the current tournament. This goes a little bit further back. And of course, another hero that is being played a lot on 4 right now is the Hoodwink that we might see from this guy. But also, by the way, Earth Spirit. I think that this hero is making some sort of a comeback on a position 4, and if that hero is making a comeback, that means that guy will be playing it Crit and Earth Spirit. Those are the two that I'm talking about. Of course, on the other side, we'll see DM and what his offlane pool is going to look like in this series.
How do you rate him as an offlaner, like as a whole? Of course, recently, not being unfortunately on ParaVision anymore. What do you make of kind of DM in general, more specifically, just like as the player?
Very highly. I rate him very highly. I think that this is one exceptionally talented offlaner with a lot of growth behind him in the last couple of years. I think that his hero pool as well completely enabled the way that ParaVision played. So I'm also a little bit surprised with the way that they swapped him. Not really. I didn't really see it as a winning move for them, but we'll see. We'll see what the future holds for him and for them as well. I hope that he finds a cozy home very soon for himself.
Crit is here. Crit's ready to go. They're all eager. It's Falcons and everyone on Yandex. So we're in the lobby. So we won't be waiting for too much longer, my friends. We get ourselves into this game and we'll see what these heroes are.
He's really ready to roll. By the way, he's pressuring the lobby to start. We might be a tiny bit behind schedule, but it's all fine. There's a lot of heroes printed out right there on the damn papers. I feel like sometimes too much info is detrimental. Are you the same? Like, if I'm preparing, I like my preparation to be very concise. Like, and I feel
I agree.
The more that I prepare, the narrower the focus points can be. You know, and then in the end it can be just a couple of, like, the preparation papers can just be how to put it, can be ideas, not necessarily specifics. But
yeah, sometimes you overwhelm yourself. You put too much information down, then it's difficult. You don't know where to look now. You just gotta.
That's exactly the case. But you know what? There's so many games that it's kind of hard to prepare on such a high level where you only need a couple of data points to go off of, and that's it. Because if you have a lot of time, of course, you can narrow it down. But when you have like one day in between, it's not really that easy, especially when you don't even know your opponents until later on in the day. But these guys, they do know each other really well. Viper, Huskar, and Bristleback will be the first three bans from our boys on Yandex, and Falcons banning out a bit more general heroes. When it comes to the meta, they're not banning out necessarily Yandex, they're banning out heroes that are deemed pretty much broken by everyone right now. Warlock is true, Jakiro is true, Beastmaster as well.
Team Falcons turn to
There's no Jakiro. The beast, of course, the bans have to be a bit more specific for the index with the team that they're versing, but beast being one of them that then, like you said, it's let through. We've seen pretty much all the games so far today, even yesterday with the Beastmaster getting banned out. See what the response is going to be now to the Jakiro from Falcons.
Keep in mind that this is Lorenov right back in action, so Ember also an option. Razor, of course, by the way, when I was mentioning the Timber and the Mars, I had to mention Razor. I forgot. Like, this guy is just absolutely ridiculously strong in the current meta, and also they have multiple players that can play it. Snay, Lorenov, and of course Samar, which most likely will be playing it, but they can flex. They can absolutely flex this anywhere, so very early pick.
I just have to confirm, did you mean Snay or Skeeter? Because you said Snay. I just want to make sure there's no like
Skeeter,
crazy position 5.
No, Skeeter.
Look, I thought you did, but I'm like, hang on, you know, I didn't want to. Usually I wouldn't say anything, but I'm like, is this actually a thing? Like, I gotta be aware now.
I was just wrong. Yeah, like. Skeeter is the one I was thinking of. I think Snaking was maybe on the screen, so I just called out his name instead.
The position 5 Razor would be, I know Falcons play some crazy heroes sometimes.
It has been played, by the way. 5 Razor has been played. I think I had the game against it competitively, and the guy that played it lost miserably. It's not really a good Razor 5. But all of these heroes that are kind of broken sometimes get like the worst game of their lives possible, and the team that picked it early on just relegates it onto a 5 and sees how it goes. Especially heroes that are strong laners. I've had that in the past. Even like a DP, right? A prime example. A Viper as well. Just heroes that usually aren't the best in a 5, but can be relegated to it if needed.
Yeah, I remember that DP5. I think wasn't there like a numbers bug or something with the EXO? There was something where we were seeing the DP was actually looking pretty good as a position 5. Where I think also the item build at one stage was nice. Maybe the Greaves was cheaper or whatnot, but
she was good for quite some time on a 5.
Yeah.
She would zone you with the Siphon as well. You couldn't lane against her with many heroes. But for now, we have a Razor that kind of has a Siphon of his own, which is also very annoying to deal with, especially if you can combo him up with something that has like a Shadow Demon or a Clock or anything that can keep them contained in a spot. There's a lot of heroes that do that for him, so we'll see which route they take when it comes to heroes that...
I was gonna say, what's with the Weaver ban? Because it's quite specific. I know Skiddy does like to play the Weaver a lot, but is this maybe protecting a potential Brewmaster that they want to look for in the second phase?
It could be. Yeah, it could be like a Brew. It could be something else that is weak versus Weaver. Right now, I'm not really seeing it, but they could have picked it if they wanted to as well versus the Razor. They ban out the Enigma. Okay.
Well, I know Deem absolutely loves the Enigma, but we're really not getting that hero a whole lot at the moment.
Enigma is really strong into heroes that can deal with Eidolons, and sometimes maybe they're planning to pick up one that can do that, so they're protecting themselves already. On the other side, you're playing a Razor. What do? Like you need either long-range glass cannons, or you need something like a Morphling that can deal with the Razor. For now, it's only going to be the Bat, most likely your offlane, right, for DM. Can be mid, of course, as well. The days of position 5 and 4 Bat perhaps are over. We aren't seeing him as a support anymore.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, thank God, dude. Position 4 Bat Rider was even the 5. Like, that hero just did so much and was able to farm so much, and yeah, it's definitely a bit frustrating.
This looks like the lane though, right? Like Tiny Bat, we have seen it today already. It's a solid lane. It didn't work out well for BetBoom, I believe, but yeah, it's a solid lane that can do quite a bit together. Well, when played properly. If the lane is bad as well, Tiny is one of those that can creep skip. Yeah, just a Skeeter, a Baden into the Bat. You can't really ask for a better position 1 versus Bat. Already, I think that this man on the screen is quite happy with the pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Just a question of what position 5 they want to give him now, though. So, no Tree, no Jakiro, no SD, Warlock's there. But got to be cautious about... I mean, do you really have to be cautious? Because Abaddon Warlock would cover each other pretty well with the Bat Tiny lane. Just trying to think. The other strong 5s for Snake. So maybe Shaman's going to be flexed?
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. It's a very interesting pick. I'm not quite sure how they will play around this Murta. Is it going to be like a 4 Murta, 5 Shaman?
5 seconds remaining.
We have seen some teams play Murta mid, by the way, as well, of course, but I don't see really a reason to do that right here. I don't see a reason to just insta-pick her and put her on a core position, so I assume this will be a 4 Murta. Like, does it combo that well with Razor? It doesn't really. Like, you have that shot to work with, and that's pretty much it. Get someone out of position with Static Link, to me at least, doesn't seem like an amazing thing to have on your side. But it could be Razor mid. And then you play Muerta with something like a Mars on offlane or something a little bit better into the TA, something that can frontline, which is, in my opinion, maybe a better approach for Falcons right now.
Team Falcons.
How do you feel about this Templar Assassin though? I feel like we've got maybe 2 games, at least 1 game where we've seen the Templar Assassin have a really good time. Like it was a great TA game and it was able to get the team over the finish line. Do you feel like this could be another occasion here?
What's funny is the last time we saw TA, Abaddon was picked as an answer later into the TA. Because he's like a hero that has Manta build and T-Blinkser uses Manta on top of the TA. I think that TA is one of the strongest carries currently and has been for quite some time. Together with SF, together with Ursa, it depends like which one of these heroes are played. I value TA quite a lot. It's a Watson TA as well, like one of his heroes, a hero that he's very comfortable on. But the game isn't really that bad for her. She's a pick builder. You're playing into a Razor. It's an all-right game. Team Falcons banning out the Kotl.
10 seconds remaining.
Didn't want to play against the Chira Junior mid Kotl.
5 seconds.
Yeah, one of those unique heroes that we saw with the comparison between Falcons and Yandex. Yandex have been playing the Kotl a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of hate playing Kotl into a built-in Dispel though, like an Abaddon. Just a Photic Shield.
Sure.
Because all you do as mid Kotl is play around Solar Bind and Vessel and stuff, and if you cannot apply that to targets early on in the game pre-Lotus, I feel like the hero's strength is lowered quite substantially, but okay. On the other side, Yandex also banning out mid laners versus Lorenov. They're banning out his Ember. They could ban out something else for him, but it could just be Razor mid. Like they have the ultimate last pick on Falcons, so they will be able to adjust.
Do you need to ban Quap here if you're Falcons, or do you feel like the Shaman Muerta covers it and also the potential of whatever they can pick instead?
You mean Quap for who? Sorry.
Yandex. Just because the Razor.
Just because of the Razor. It's a decent ban. If you're not banning Quap, what else do you ban into the Razor? You know, there's like a funky Storm pick into him as well, but I mean, he suffers from the same things that the Quap does. I have seen a couple of mid laners go Storm into Razor and do well. It could be only like a skill gap between the players maybe, but Storm surprisingly did well. I think we covered one of the games where that happened as well recently. But yeah, Quap is a good idea, good shout. Shadow Strike, once again though, a hero that dislikes playing into Abaddon as well. This spell, you have to play around the Scream of Pain instead.
So Invoker's going to be removed from Chira Jr. There is... They got a bunch of reserve ones, so they can decide what they want. Falcons will see, of course, again, what the Razor's going to go with. It will Storm.
It will be the Storm, yeah. Yeah, I have seen this. Like, I have seen this matchup work out quite well for the Storm. If Razor is even mid, that's why they banned out the Puck and the Ember, right? Like, making sure that Storm doesn't have any too bad matchups. I mean, there's a Quap option as well for Falcons if they really wanted to. Give that to Lorenov, and then you put Amar on the Razor. Amar, I feel like whenever he can play Razor versus anything, he will. If they can find a better pick for Lorenov mid, Huskar, of course, banned out already. So it will be the boss. Yeah.
Well, I was speaking yesterday, maybe or the day before, about the Amar Mars, and we wanted the Chad Mars, right? We got a pipe on one of the Mars builds, and I wasn't too impressed by it. I mean, I wanted this the Amar item build, so we're gonna get to see. I wasn't sure if he's been playing the Mars a whole lot lately, especially considering this series getting like first phase ban, first bid pick. So
Yep.
He'll get his ever so comfort Mars, and they will get the Razor put in the mid lane.
The way I see this, like we literally did call for Mars a little bit earlier, right? Because of the Razor and Muerta lane not really feeling that oppressive, not feeling that great. So they get the Mars Muerta lane, a much better lane, I would say. Kind of synergizes a bit better. You have the spear, that shot from Muerta to set up for a Jakiro kill. Perhaps TA is a little bit of a tough cookie to crack, but not to crack, but you can deal with the Jakiro at least and maybe get some kills that way. Overall, maybe it's a Yule's build on Mars as well, setting up for the Storm with some Yule's into Spear in the arena. You have Shadow Shaman as well for him, but it's never enough catch. I just want to see how mid lane goes, because they did pick Storm into the Razor. They knew what was coming. And even though they banned out 2 mid laners, I'm pretty sure they knew that Razor will be played mid. So let's see how Chira Jr. does, because I have seen a lot of Storms do quite well versus the Razor.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the build as well is going to be from Laura. I mean, probably right, especially in this lane, if you're concerned about this static remnant / vortex early up with, you know, some kill threat versus the Razor. That even then you'll go the maxed out field along with the passive. So, you know, is there a build you even want in particular for Lorinov in a game like this? Are there any auras that are standing out for you, or do you want him to be a little bit greedier on the Razor?
You could technically be greedier, but why? Like, Pipe is really good, Greaves are really good. Like, if he was a carry, I'd like some Manta Mjolnir build, right? Like, if he's the carry, you're playing into a TA, Manta Mjolnir sounds pretty damn good. A lot of damage instances. But if you're playing mid, I feel like you get Greaves and you play with your teammates. You basically create this buffer zone for your teammates to be almost unkillable. Greaves Pipe, Greaves Crimson. We'll see which path he chooses. Like, I have seen a lot of double bracer Greaves on the mid lane Razors as well.
What about Amar though? Come on. In an ideal world, what's the Mars build this game?
I don't think he needs to be like too chat. I don't think he needs to chat it up way too heavily. When it comes to Mars, I also think this is like a Yule's into Yule's Blink Refresher kind of a build with the BKB somewhere in between. I don't think that he necessarily... He could go for another utility item, by the way, I wouldn't mind. There's like this cool idea where you build one utility item on your mid laner and the other utility item on your off laner, and then you just create this unstoppable snowball. Like, let's say Greaves Razor and Crimson or a Pipe on Mars, and you're able to roll, but... Mars is probably one of those greedier heroes when it comes to not buying utility.
Yeah, and again, like, who are we speaking about here? Like, is my Amar really gonna go utility Mars? Like, one.
True. Fair point. Touche, my friend.
Fine. Should be go. Oh, let's see if the Bat Rider as well has a better performance. We haven't had that much success with the Bat Rider. Of course, the previous game with Miero playing him didn't look the best. Some things maybe didn't go his way inside the lane, which was a bit of a problem. Looks like it's going to be 3 bounty runes though. The boys on Yandex. It will be, of course, I mean, as soon as you see the Muerta played, there's no way Snake King's going to pick this hero up. It's going to be Crit and you know, Voronov is not a Muerta player. I think it's only really a Simeo at the moment that's playing this mid. So I wasn't sure where the Shaman was going to go. And we'll see how his role is going to be in this bottom lane too. All in all, is there a lineup that you're favoring a little bit more than another?
I think both drafts are, they have their strengths and weaknesses. I think Falcons are in full comfort zone though. Like you're playing Abaddon into bat. You're playing Abaddon after all, and Skitter, like, he loves this hero. Yeah. When it comes to the comfort zone, I think Falcons are maybe a little bit favored here, but the same can be said for Watson and STA, I guess, on the other side. Slightly favoriting Falcons. I do think that they have like maybe a little bit of an easier draft to execute as well.
Okay. Is it at all stages you feel like this lineup is easy to execute, or the more specific times in the game?
I think that they can start things off strong from the laning stage and run with it. And it's kinda on Team Yandex to counterplay that at certain points, like once this TA has like a Dezo D-lands, you know, and to try and get some counterplays. Also, there is this TA with Dezo, right? There's a chance for them, if they have a good laning stage, there's a chance for them to take an early rush, early Tormentor as well. But I don't think that is super possible because of Razor mid. Like, he is the one that breaks things apart if he goes for the utility build. If he bleeds out, it's a different story.
Yeah, well, I think the most interesting thing is the fact that Lorenov has gone 2 points in static link though. So let's see, because so far at the moment Chiro Jr. hasn't been threatened at all by the link. And we just saw in fact Lorenov take a decent amount of damage when he was trying to run the storm down. So this is one thing. Of course, it's a very similar hero. If you look at the Queen of Pain, where you critique it with the maxed out dagger, then again, how is your farming speed going to, if it's going to take too big of a hit or not? So I have to pay attention to that as the game goes on, as the lane goes on.
No, so far so good for Storm though. Chiro Jr. really having a good time doubling up the CS, more or less 18 versus 10 for now. 3 creeps under the tower will make things look a bit more even, of course. I love how Razor is carrying his little shield, by the way. Right? I don't know why. It just looks cute.
It's cute.
It's cute. He's massive, and then he's like some tornado that's surging through the skies, and then he has like this little shield that he's covering behind. And his voice as well, like the voice actor. He looks like, he sounds like someone that would be covering behind the shield.
Shows his role perfectly. It's definitely, yeah. When you see it, it's like, what's going on here? What's with the shield? You got a big whip as well. You got a big cape. It feels like the shield. It doesn't really match.
Yeah,
it's a cool set though. I like the Arcana.
It is. It is.
See, once again though, the Bat Rider got a bit more of a rougher time, and this should be a pretty free lane for Skeeter, considering, you know, Abaddon into Bat. This is a very classic counter. So we'll see how Saxa is going to try and, what he wants to try and do. In fact, you know, there's maybe opportunities to potentially pressure Snaking. Maybe it just feels like it's necessary for him to go back and make some stacks instead. See what his role is going to be.
They're not really doing a bad job so far on in this bottom lane. They are getting a lot of farm for the Bat. A lane that is not easy. He's kind of keeping up with the Abaddon. He's finding some farm. He's farming the jungle as well, creep skipping. Like, this is pretty solid so far from DM. He's gonna get 2 waves even, it seems like, for himself.
Importantly though, it's going to be first blood up top. Melody, in combination of Watson's Templar Assassin, going to be able to strike first onto crit. Yeah, there we go. Start to get a bunch of farm with the The dragging the waves, farming up the neutrals as well at the same time.
They're tipping mid, by the way. Crit this here.
That's fair. Get anything from it though?
The blood
taking a little bit too slow without the boots.
Dude, Crit took so much damage from the tower. Like, he took as much. He was setting up for this gank, and he's the one closer to dying here in the end. Cute play from Saxa. He used blood grenade to pull the wave behind the tower so they don't take too much damage. But he couldn't approach the creeps to hit them because he was too afraid of the Shadow Shaman, so he used blood grenade instead. And the fortification to save the siege creep for a while longer.
Extra time that the siege is up, it's going to get a little bit more damage, so brings it to just under 2/3 left. Good movement out of the support set.
Razor has haste. He wants to contest the Wisdom Shrine. Storm also doesn't really have too much mana to work with, but Lorinov?
See?
I mean, he lost a lot of HP. Lorinov?
Can he get tossed under the tower? It doesn't even matter if you even think about tossing him under the T2 tower. They're just going to get the kill straight up, and now they've got the lasso as well already online. The ice pod's going to connect on top of the bridge. If they got stuns to cancel the TP though, really good read for both of them.
Dude, like, he had haste, right? But he didn't want to use it immediately. Top lane, Watson.
Actually gets a refraction off before the ghost connected. Maybe it could have been close if that wasn't the case.
Storm was just hitting and hitting and hitting at that Razor. Literally just right clicks, nothing, no spells. And he brought him to like 50%. And at that point, the haste doesn't even matter. You know, at that point, yeah, sure you haste, but instantly killed off.
And now maybe again, Lorinov? Potential life is going to be under threat, and without a doubt that will be the case. We're seeing this Storm matchup. I mean, maybe just the magic damage at the post-laning stage as well. I think you were more speaking about how he's able to play the lane, but we saw it was a bit difficult. Of course, it's always going to be when you put some points in static link, but he's been getting kills. Lorinov, second death of the game. Crit's even going to be rent down as well. Saxa is putting in some work early on with the Tiny.
Not an easy game for the Razor. And I was speaking of a Razor that has a good lane, as a Razor that gets good utility items early on. This Razor needs any items. He will need any items to start playing the map. Right now, he's the lowest net worth core after the two deaths combined. Bad.
This is the thing we brought up before though with the Razor, right? When you go these static link points. So slow you down a bit, but at least you got the Ice Storm now with the Plasma Field, so he's going to start to farm towards the triangle, see if he can get the catch up. Meanwhile, DM going to be a pretty early Boots of Bearing, which is everything you would hope for the offlane Batrider. Butcher Junior. We'll be able to run into Crit behind the tower. Nice side step there with a dead shot. We're starting to get a couple more Galvanized stacks as well, which, yes, it's not the ultra free Storm game, Shaman, Mars, and Moeta, but they're making it look pretty good. They're going to see a Mar TP into the middle that will be cancelled with no way to hold them under the tower. Now, they actually might just start running them down. They've got a glimpse of snaking over the right side and flying over the top if it's going to be necessary. I think actually took up the sticky.
Yeah, nice little kill secure by DM right there. By the way, his lane was not that simple, right? But they made a lot of stacks for Bat. So every time he was like creep skipping, dragging the creeps back onto his high ground. These stacks have already been taken once or twice, by the way, in the triangle. And the ones on the right side next to the Wisdom Shrine. So every time he was dragging the creeps back, he would find like a stack in his own jungle to farm them with the Fireflies. Well, they might kill him down bottom now, though.
No. But they got drums. He's fine. He's speedy.
He's speedy.
Snake King dead? No, Snake King's fine.
They used all the control very early on, and Abaddon just doesn't really hit too hard right now. No relic.
Yeah, Skitter's gonna need a little bit of time. 4K lead. I mean, this is it's a goddamn big lead. Dota Plus only saying 66%, but you know when you have the gold at this stage of the game, it makes it pretty goddamn convincing, or pretty put yourself in prime position here. Because meanwhile, you know, Watson is there's also, I mean, we've seen the action on the other sides of the map really, but
the biggest difference is between the supports, by the way. Like, each respective support 4 and a 5, they have 1,000 gold more than the support on the other side, right? Maybe even more, like 2.5k net worth on Tiny versus 1.2 on Muerta. It's quite a big difference. 0-3 on Muerta right now that I checked. Not really the best start for Crit so far.
Always so intrigued about this no arena build on MOUZ. Because I was just about to ask, like, how do you want to play with the MOUZ in a game like this? Because it does feel like arena's like almost a guaranteed kill, but
he's got the point.
Yeah, that's true. He's holding a point.
He's holding a point. He could take it if needed. Which is
bottom lane. A zip it from Chira Jr. Here we go. A MOUZ deep it instantly once again. They're gonna have problems with actually keeping people inside the area. MOUZ not gonna be able to close the distance as well to get the arena to stop the Batrider from flying away.
Heading back in, at least to farm the snakes, it seems like, because Jakiro does this very quickly. Storm is still around as well, by the way. He has the DD. Would go back in, maybe.
Sure, Junior? Bit difficult unless it's going to be some random dead shot, but Crit is on the other side. In fact, they're potentially baiting Chira Jr. They're going to toss in the Batrider. Nice way to start. And now Lauren of as well stepped on over. Melody held the ice path for the Razor. Skeeter's just a little bit too far away with the Aphotic Shooter. Now they might be ran down as well. Snaking. Another beautiful toss, man. Sucks it. Oh, dude, this guy is just amazing to watch on the Tiny.
This is a disaster for Falcons. Like, when you asked me about the drafts, like, I thought that Falcons, if they come out on top in the laning stage, you have like Reeves, minute 11 on Razor. You have like a couple of bracers on Mars and you start playing together. But they currently, there's like a big difference. One team has a mid laner and the other more or less does not. This Storm is just destroying everything across the map. And Razor is just still trying to even farm a mech, which he will have now.
Man, that he will, but dude, it's 8k lead. Far out. I mean, we're looking at the last tier 1 tower now left standing here for Falcons. It's not going to be up for too much longer. Long zip in thanks to the regen. And so the one person that was still flawless, they've got to toss at least. So Saxa was holding this, and they're going to wave him goodbye. Their first death of the game for Skeeter, but a big one at that, considering he's really the only person, well, he's actually not even having that better of a time than Amar and along with Lauren.
What an amazing start. Like almost 10k 15 minutes in. Most games, this amount of lead is unsurmountable. This kind of a lead basically means the game is over. But of course, it's still pretty early. They still didn't even put up a single arena.
Oh, speaking of the arena in MOUZ, Amar. Holy. Yandex
Yeah, that's a
making him look kind of silly in this game.
Yeah, that's a blink on TA and the first Dezo charges. And this is where the draft of and the lineup of Dire actually looks incredibly scary. Roche is now an option as well, by the way, for them. They have Dezo, no one that tanks it really well, but you have some minus attack speed from the Jakiro, so you don't even need to tank Roche too heavily. They might think about it, by the way, very soon.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they are, right, with how aggressive they're positioning, especially that fresh ward towards the triangle, so maybe they can take a fight around the area, or at least give them some information in case Falcons think about contesting it. See who they're going to be able to find, though. Hoping to get that first kill of the game. Broken through just yet. Dire should have an idea that something's going on. They saw the sentry get laid down, but they have an observer sentry combo.
Abaddon is giving it away now. With this chase, they should know that he's not alone.
It's going to be able to get the arena onto the 2. And Dire, there's no one really nearby, so they're just going to sacrifice DM. Snaking was able to get the Hex as well on the other side. Chiro Jr. wants to cancel it. Don't know if that's going to be enough. Sarks has got another round of the Avalanche, but Amar will make sure he jumps over the top. So a nice movement. You know, finally, man, they're able to kill off that dry spell that was getting on for a little bit too long here on Falcons.
Yeah, but finally they do make a play. Greaves were used by Razor, of course, and you could finally see the power of Abaddon into the Batrider. Lasso gets used and immediately taken off by the Aphotic Shield. You can't really use it on Abaddon either because he just pops his ulti anyway, if he even wants to, so...
Radiant's top tower is under
They're going to go try and make a play off the back of this crit. Ooh, actually going to live the Macropie. Never mind. Lady will get the kill. They're going to double stack at the Ancients, and already they're starting to make their way over towards the Roche pit.
Yeah, they were the ones stacking, by the way. They're the ones stacking the Raging Triangle for themselves.
You want Storm or TA to have the edges?
I think TA is a fair hero to pick it up right now. Storm is probably the best carrier of ages in the game, but you give it to TA. She's so filthy rich, by the way, 12k network, 90 minutes in, that with the Sages, you can literally just play behind her. Wherever the TA goes, you can follow, take Tormentor into tier 2s afterwards. It will be really difficult to stop this incoming push.
It's going to be no easy feat for Falcons, especially they're going to have to fight into the pipe as well now, completed for DM. It's going to go full auras as well with Crimson. Is being worked on. Importantly, Skeeter finding his Radiance. It does have this first farming item. It's going to be the Blink next, probably into the Manta afterwards with the Templar Assassin. Some other things you can dispel off this game as well. We'll see if the game might call for something else, or considering how disastrous it is with a 10k deficit.
I would be surprised. I think this is a very good Manta into an Orchid game, like Blink Manta Orchid. If you, the only times that I see a difference is when you need an Orchid earlier, so you go Orchid and then Manta, but yeah.
Very close with the spear from Ma, but unfortunately now Lorinov has put himself on the firing line. He's relatively survivable here with the Greaves, but it's just not going to matter. Now that Watson shows up, Watson's even going to blink over the top and hunt crit down. The Pierce de Veil is going to be used. He'll look to teleport away. Nice dead shot with the lasso. It's going to be there. I was hoping that this one was still on cooldown. You sent Sarkser away. It's not going to matter. A 3-0 once again from Yandex.
11k lead straight on to the tier 2 tower.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, just one fight after another. They are taking these fights and they're winning them, especially when the arena is not used. Like, maybe with the arena and the Abaddon, they could fight.
Yeah. Really far away from the team. He's trying to be a bit of a nuisance, so Amar doesn't get the spear, but finds the angle. And Askid isn't going to be in for the damage, so gives him a bit of a freebie, all things considering. You had the mid tower that was slowly getting pushed from some of the supports, but importantly, Watson was showing top as well, so not really respecting Falcons with trying to make something happen, even with a couple of heroes dead.
It's always nice when you have map control to take the farm off of the enemy side. Like, it's one of the things that increases your lead, but it also prevents Falcons or anyone else that you're winning against from making a comeback. Of course, it's risky. There's a risk involved, and the risk is exactly that. Like, you might die and just help them in their comeback. So, a very good kill for Skitter. He got like, what, 400 gold, which brought him closer to the blink. Actually has the blink already. Going for Shivas, by the way, on the Abaddon. Well, that's different.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. Skeeter still farming up in the area. We'll be able to activate the ultimate to try and get away. A little bit slow from Watson there, but the silence DM is also out of range. It was a cute attempt from the TA though. Meanwhile, mid lane now, Sakska, yeah, revealed that he's quite some distance away from the rest of the team.
They're connecting though.
Lauren up in the Mars should be able to get the kill. It's a bit of a survivable Tiny considering 2100 health at this stage of the game. Joe Jr.'s still got to pay some respect, but now everyone else will quickly fly on in. Amar, a defensive arena, runs to the opposite side instead. Well, he'll be able to TP out crew. Once again, he's going to be the beacon on his back, and Watson with the side blades. Very cute.
Yeah, didn't even need to waste the lasso for that kill. At some point, it looked like Storm's in problems, right? Because of the amount of damage the Tracer had siphoned off of Tiny, but yeah. Mars goes in, uses the arena, Razor runs away. They don't get the kill in the end. There is a man-town Razor, by the way, so he's a little bit stronger. Not really where you want to be at this point, but it's a step in the right direction. I just want to see how much this Shivas will do from the Abaddon, and if he really commits to it.
Skeeter. Oh, how are you getting out of this one now? Yeah, this is a bit more of a tricky escape. He's going to have to get pretty cute with the jukes to the trees, but unfortunately, he's not going to be... Okay, cool. He's maybe out. They got the vortex. He's out.
No mana, no mana.
No way he made it.
Nicely done, nicely done. He was playing the whole time around the fact that there is no mana on the Storm. Like, you could see the way he didn't pop his ulti early on. He didn't use anything, just waited to have that ult so that he can blink out after. It's like, I'm not really that mad about it because Abaddon is kind of out of the meta anyway. But damn, did this interaction piss me off while Abaddon was broken.
He wants to get off. So gotta be careful. He's gonna be vulnerable here with the borrowed time on cooldown. Pretty close to the T2 tower, but the TP is gonna come in as well. Skid is gonna be okay now, but the DM bout right up on the high ground. That'll actually be the only person that drops inside this little skirmish that we got. So nice reactions out of Falcons. Of course, they have to bring everyone, but it's absolutely necessary with the current game state.
Do you think that Falcons teamfight is actually kind of nicer? I know that they have suffered quite a lot in the laning stage. They made a couple of mistakes here and there, especially with the Razor. But now with the Razor and his items, once he gets the BKB plus the arena, because the only real team fighting spell from the Dire, like a big one, is Lasso, right? Like, you have this Lasso to eliminate the target. But you're playing versus Abaddon, so it doesn't really matter a lot. On the other side, you have the arena plus Razor to work with. Skitter.
Benny's. A lot of troops back to base for Skeeter.
Yeah, but they're not getting these kills. Like, a lot of them, at least. They killed him once so far, and it feels like they tried to kill him 15 times at this point.
So what is it with the Shivas here? Like, what is he hoping for? What is the thought process?
Maybe it's a little bit selfless from him. You know, you're buffing up the damage not only from yourself, but your whole team. With some extra armor into the TA as well. Like, you're buffing up the razor damage output on top of your own. The combo with the Radiance, of course, is not really that bad. Maybe he's just one of those Abaddon players that stopped valuing Manta after the Curse of Avernus change, the illusions.
Yeah, which is interesting. Oh, speaking of Skeeter again, it's able to get the blink away. Fire time was still on cooldown for another 15 seconds, but wherever Skeeter is, apparently Yandex aren't too far behind. They're gonna continue to trail towards top as well. Looks like Crit will TP out along with them. Look to try and lead the area, but this lead hasn't grown a whole lot over the past couple of minutes or so. Radiant are doing a really good job, honestly, with how they're playing the map, but a lot of the gold is off the back of the support. I mean, this Tiny is a mega farm. About 5k difference from him and the Muerta. Even the Jakiro is probably close to 4k as well. So we're going to have to see some value out of the support, and there definitely has been, though. I mean, Sakura has been exceptional this game, and with that gold, it's going to be a Lotus for him.
Mm-hmm. The last time they played Abaddon, by the way, he also didn't go for Manta.
Okay.
He didn't go for Shivas either, but he didn't go for Manta. So, not valuing the item as much. There's truly like a rift right now between Abaddon players. Some are still going for it, even though Curse is not applied by the illusions. But some are not.
Yeah, like you mentioned, though, it is somewhat interesting that with the Manta's always been a very valuable item versus TA. So Skeeter has a great read on this Abba. Definitely one of the better Abaddon players out there. So gonna try and force a fight, knowing that Roshan is going to be up pretty shortly. In fact, the scan does go red, but look at Dyer's position with DM and Chira Jr. Playing with the trap vision. I think they would have got a glimpse as the smoke pop. So now Radiant a little bit hesitant.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Already? Just a random ice path flying out from nowhere.
Now, you were talking about how rich the Tiny is. He's got Solar and Greaves and Jakiro as well.
64 Chiragino trying to find the back line. He'll run it to Crit first. A little bit of a messy start considering they're using the lasso as well, only for the Muerta, and Larinov is running down some of the backline. So a Solar decent amount of damage, but the Arena won't be able to counteract Watson, and now they're going to have some problems with the Templar Assassin. He's trying to lock onto Amar. He'll turn for the easy kill as Crit sacrifices his life, and Snaking too wants to join him in the afterlife. No real big core kills inside this fight.
Man, these fights, they're being won by brute force. Like Yandex, it's not like it's a completely clean engagement for them. They're not finding the best targets even. They're just finding any targets and going in. It's just the network disparity between these two things that's allowing them to play this way. If this was like an even game, and you use Lasso like this on a Muerta and you don't kill her, you're probably losing the fight as well afterwards.
Yeah, man, I just watched the replays back as well. I mean, very close to getting the ATOS on that zip in on the Storm. How different it could be if you if you find that into the dead shot. I guess he has BKB that maybe he activates fast enough, but regardless, who knows how different of a fight that could have been. But you're able to get the Aegis, and now this should give you Tormentor in about a minute 30, more than likely for Yandex. Hang on a second, Storm Spirit. It's been jumping double behind him. A beautiful opportunity in Falcons. Finally, really, the first big kill that they've been able to get in quite some time. They don't have too many kills, but it's been a bit before they've gotten since they've gotten a core.
another Aegis that is given to the TA. It's kind of crazy that Storm is being played, and I mean, in all of the games, Aegises are not given to the Spirits anymore. It's like 99% to the carries or to someone that doesn't have a buyback. And now that carry is in a bit of an awkward spot. Watson does have a BKB TP out, of course. Nothing to break it, I believe.
Yeah, are they kind of getting baited by Watson though? Don't you just take the Tormentor? Because there would be a window where Lauren is going to take some time to get there. Actually, no, it's 25 seconds. I thought it was a couple seconds sooner with the Storm Spirit. They're going to be able to get the arena down to the south, so wanting to try and prioritize Saxa's life. Pretty survivable though, it's not an easy kill. Meanwhile, Lorinov is controlled as well at the moment. He's going to be able to break free. Lasso from DM is broken. No deaths? What's going on with the backline? Chira Jr. A beautiful location to TP to with a pincer move. They weren't ready for this. And now he's going to be able to find crit over towards the west side as well. Tips are well deserved considering he slipped up a little bit with that deaths previously, but instantly makes up for it.
Yeah, now with 3 heroes dead, what do you go for? Do you pressure high ground? You still have the Aegis. Do you go Tormentor? It seems like they will go for the high ground push. TA is already there. Top lane and mid lane both are pushing in. This fight, Falcons only survived initially because the spear was beautiful on the TA. It connected and moved the TA all the way away from everyone on the Radiant side. But the moment Storm is back and among the living, they have more than enough cash to get some pickoffs.
I'm going to read the rewards, and as a result of that successful team fight, so full set of barracks. Also have the Tormentor. So Watson will start to farm his way towards it. It's a Swift Blink that is super close to completing as well, I believe. Yep.
What a beautiful hero, you know? If able to take down Torni on her own. A lot of heroes that were able to do this aren't like they can still, but it's a bit harder. For TA is still just as simple as always.
Yeah, that guy doesn't kill. Another smoke potential game ender here. 3 heroes up top from Falcons trying to make something happen. Whereas everyone else is kind of away. Amar had already used the blink, so wasn't able to get away. He's got to hope the BKB is enough, but BM is going to wave him goodbye. They're always making sure there's a couple of tips, a couple of hopeful high fives as well when they've been getting these kills. They're making sure that Falcons are well and truly aware, if they didn't know already, about this big lead that there is. See some potential rivalry that is going on with some of the players. Full set of barracks going to be claimed down bottom. They're looking for a wraparound of Falcons. 20 seconds till Mars going to be back alive. They'll be too late to protect the barracks. Meanwhile, mid lane.
Shields run and the shard.
Yeah, Chira Jr. is going to be A-OK. They go for the ambitious attempt. They brought it down pretty low, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. They needed a little bit more and they didn't have it.
At the place that they went on him, there was a trap there. So they got silenced by the TA shard as well. Shadow Shaman, yeah, couldn't really hold the shackles because of that.
See Amara under the trap?
Another trap.
Yeah, I mean, this Templar Assassin here as well with the traps. Just so goddamn stupid. Jumps into the ice path as well from Skeeter, so going to be fine. They're going to be able to get the lasso over towards crit as well. Watson just turns through, just 2 hits down, snaking. And now crit stuck outside the base as well. But surely this is going to be the game ender here. Yandex, they've had this one for start to finish. We've got to keep in mind, it was like 0 and 10 at one stage. It hasn't gotten too much better since then from Falcons. This was a absolute massacre from Dire.
They're respawning really quickly at least, but he jumps in arenas and GG's. It's just the sheer network advantage that they got from the laning stage that allowed them to play this way. Like when you're playing around the Razor, you want the Razor to have a good start. You want him to have a winning laning stage so that he can transition into being the bully, not the one that is bullied afterwards. And this Razor was anything but a bully. Like it didn't feel like a hero that he's supposed to be in the current meta, a hero that owns the lane and runs across the map with like Greaves plus a couple of items. After this last fight as well, Snaking jumps in. TA Watson looked like he was out of position, but he gets lotused, so Snaking hexes himself and just dies promptly after. Very good game from Yandex, from Watson and the boys. I personally thought that Falcons had a very nice draft, that if they executed well, they could play around these team fights, around the arena, around the Abaddon that kind of counters the lasso, but no such thing happened. The laning stage was just way too good in Falcons.
Yeah, what would you put this down to as well, though, for Yandex? I know you mentioned the laning phase, but anything in particular?
Well, two heroes really had a very bad beginning, right, on Falcons. It's the Razor and the Morta. Like, their rotations just didn't work. Like, every single rotation, sometimes everyone has an off game, and sometimes everything that you do kind of backfires, and I feel like this was one of those. Every move that they made backfired, specifically the first move from Lorenov when he went for the Wisdom Shrine with the Haste Rune. Yeah, that Haste Rune debated him really hard. He dies there, he just opens up the map for Storm, not only to get him, but to pressure the map as well after. Just a really good Yandex victory, and DM recovered very well. If he even needed recovering, like he found a lot of creep skipping waves, a lot of stacks as well that were made for him early on, so I just got a lot of farm. I mean, we're speaking about everyone, and then on top of all of that, there's like 8-0-13 TA. Watson just completely uncontested as well.
Yeah, so you think you only got one problem, and then that's really not the case. You got many more that unfortunately were not addressed in a game like this. But we'll see what Falcon's going to be able to do to try and fix a couple of things. Of course, no surprises that we get a more competitive game too. But this is definitely an impressive start here for Yandex as well. And finally, we get to see the Bat Rider able to work out. Like you said, though, relied on a bunch of stacks. I just checked as well. It seemed like he was the one that actually made more of the stacks for himself here. So just the right time, right place, right timing. I think Saxa didn't even make any, actually. So yeah, it was really him that was getting a lot of the stacks going to help enable his game. But beautifully done from him and everyone from Yandex as well, to be honest.
Even more impressive than, gets the wave skipped, also stacks for himself. Just nicely done by Yandex. They executed this draft to perfection, a draft that didn't look like it was way too simple to play. Like there's, if we're going to focus on the draft, like one takeaway from me would be the supports on Falcons. I think Crit and Snaking are playing two heroes that, like Snaking playing a Shadow Shaman, which is a very greedy position 5, and Crit playing a Muerta, which is a hero that can do a lot, but I feel like you need a position 5 that is a bit more selfless to make this hero work. Like, sure, Shadow Shaman can do it as well, but then his laning stage needs to go a lot better than it did.
Sure. Do you want to see the Razor prioritize again from Falcons? Like, do you shy away from, of course, the strategy that has worked for them so much in the past and shouldn't be any different as well with the ability for Lorenov to play it?
I feel like you can still go for Razor, but Yandex have just like demonstrated that they're able to beat it in multiple ways, right? Like they demonstrated the Storm mid, that they won't even shy away from letting that Razor go mid and then playing against it there. So I don't know. I feel like it's a hard pick to pick twice in a row when a team defeats you like this comfortably. Maybe they still can, but they should perhaps even think about banning out the Storm Spirit then, because he was just absolutely having the freest game ever on the Storm.
Yeah, without a doubt. So the standout player indeed was Chira Jr. 6-1 and 16 overall. Yandex only giving up 6 kills in this game 1. So we'll see if they're going to be able to have a similar repeat performance here when we come back. We've got Falcons taking on Yandex. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, we are here with Crit from Team Falcons. Falcons at Wallachia. I don't think we've seen you guys since Season 4. How do you grace us with your presence here?
It's great to be back. Honestly, it's just like a few, I would say, unfortunate things, like just made us not go. Like we were in desperate need of a boot camp before Riyadh, so we had to choose between playing this or like trying to do well at Riyadh, so then we had to skip that one. And then the last one, there was like, we were like all burned out like crazy, so like we would have just come here and lost and left instantly. So now we're back, and I think we're in a decent spot to do well. I think last time we were here as well, we got knocked out in groups or something. Like we lost to the Navi junior team. So yeah, hopefully this time a bit better.
So you guys do seem like you're getting back into form, though. I know things were a little bit turbulent in the last year. Obviously, the big TI win, and then the rest period, and then a lot of people thinking, when is this rest period over? How are you guys feeling about the team right now?
It's still a little bit shaky, I'd say. I think it's a work in progress. It's kind of what it feels like for us. I think a few things, like now we're playing obviously with a stand in here as well, so like stuff like that, and I think we're working on it, and I think it's getting better, but it's still at a point where we're like we're not at the level that we want to be at, the level where we think we're like gonna consistently be able to win tournaments or at least be in like grand finals and stuff. So I think for us, yes, still working on it, and we'll see if we can do a little bit better here and then make it closer to that. And I know there's a lot of other teams that also have stand-ins, and there's like only a few teams that are really like looking like they're in good form right now. So I think we have a decent shot if we can just pull it together in this one.
This is a team that seems like you'd really be affected by stand-ins. There's a lot of teams out there that just switch players all the time, but you guys have been extremely consistent. Do you think that this is potentially going to be a bit of a problem at this tournament, especially after the last one?
It is going to be a problem to some extent. I think it's also just the players we have, like Amar and Malrina, both very like, their hero pools are very shared, so like if one of them miss out, then we lose a lot of strength in the draft, let's say. And I think, like, let's say I missed the tournament, nobody would care. Like, it would be fine. Just
That's not true.
Like, get some random high rank +4 and it'll be all good because there's no difference. But for them specifically, for us, it's a bit of a problem because they are a big part of like how we draft. So I think, yeah, it causes some issues. And then at the same time, we're getting in Lorenov, who has been looking very good recently, like even better than we've been looking. So we'll see how that goes. We've played a few games with him, and it's been pretty good so far. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's always a loss when we lose one of the kids.
Well, you're not the only team that has stand-ins. Things are a little wonky at Wallachia, as they have been before, which makes it one of my favorite tournaments to see teams kind of in these new environments. Who are you looking out for in this tourney?
I think the obvious ones are like Liquid. They have no stand-ins and they're looking like a top team already. The other teams that are like kind of looking good were Aurora and Tundra.
Yeah.
But they both have some stand-in situation and like it's a bit of a mess with Aurora. So I think I would say Liquid looks like the safe bet for first place, like the biggest contender, and then every other team, it's kind of like nobody really knows who's going to come and do well. But I think we're in the pack as well. Like I think there's like 5 or 6 teams right behind Liquid that could all kind of turn up and do well. So it's pretty exciting.
So I was wondering if you saw that unique little interaction in your game with XG with the Queen of Pain refresher ult, and do you consider that a bug or is that part of the game?
I think that's like a knowledge problem.
Okay, all right, there we go.
Because like if we know about it and we're not Queen of Pain players, then he should know about it.
I see.
So like if he does it, then it's something he should be aware of. it's like a skill check.
Skill issue. All right, fair enough. So what is your favorite kind of interaction like that as a man who's been around? Is there something really weird that you like taking advantage of in game or you've seen before and I was like, whoa, I didn't know that worked like that?
And there's constantly things in Dota where it's like you don't really know how interactions are. Like, you know, I can tell one thing, it's like Earthspirit was like used to always be able to pull people out of kinetic field with his grip, and now like you just can't do it anymore. And it's just like Valor just like, let's just take that away. And like it's constantly like that. There's some things like, you know, when Shadow Demon uses Demonic Purge on somebody, you can't use Largo's Lick to pull them out. But you can use Earthspirit's grip to pull them out. So like, there's just not that much. There's not that much consistency.
All right. Well, seems like Falcons is trying hard, feeling rested, ready to rock. Crit, thank you so much for your time. Well, absolute pleasure. And we'll see more from Falcons and Mr. Crit here at PGL Wallachia Season 7.
Well, unfortunately, the rest didn't do them well in that game 1, but you know, it's hopefully a distance marathon here for this potential series. You know, we're not at the best of 5 stage yet. We're really the rest will be tested, but you got to get there. You got to get through the Swiss stages, then the best of 3s in the playoffs to then play with that best of 5 to see if that they've had enough time to be able to build up some of their strategies. And as you know, of course, playing with the stand-in, but it is the best stand-in out of all of them, apparently, or maybe not. With how DM looked in the previous game, so we'll see. We'll see what Lorenov can do.
This is the battle of the stand-ins, then, right? Like this is where we decide who's the actually best stand-in out there, best mercenary, best agent. Like you said. They are well rested, but you know what you need after a good rest? You need to play your first game of the day. And after you play your first game of the day and you're well rested, that's when you become unstoppable. So they had their first game. Now they need to step it up and show us all what they can actually do versus Yandex. Now, Lorenov, his Razor is pretty good. I like it. I would like to see him on an Ember, perhaps, on one of these spirits that he can also play with a little bit more style, because Razor is a bit straightforward, and if you lose your lane, it's kind of hard to outplay the team you're playing against. On this level, at least. It's kind of hard to catch them off guard. It's hard to be very creative with Razor. With Ember, of course, on the other side, it's the absolute complete opposite. If you do well or badly in the laning stage. As long as you get your levels, you can be anywhere and everywhere on the map at the same time. So a bit of a different story. And Lorenov has such a good Ember Spirit, which is why I'm even talking about it in the first place. But for now, Shadow Demon on one side, Jakiro on the other. We open up with pretty strong set of supports. I would say Falcons might have already made an adjustment that will make the game a little bit easier to play with the SD. Another one that is left in the pool, by the way, is a Warlock, but I don't think we'll see him unless they decide to pair it up with the Shadow Demon, which is an option, but not a very likely one.
Your talk about the Lauren of Ember, not going to see it. So, bit sad, but of course expected, considering, like you're saying, how good of a hero it is for him. Maybe even Chiro Jr. I mean, his Ember is ridiculous as well. But no Ember this game, no DK as well, going to be removed. So, like you said, Falcons coming through with a bit of a different strategy, not going for some flex hero early for them.
Yeah, very similar to mid laners, I would say. Like Chira Jr. and Lorenov kind of came into the scene at around the same time and on a similar level as well. Chira Jr. has his main heroes as well, has some off heroes, but I feel like he's also the kind of a player that can go 20-0 or something, but can also have a really bad game at times. Very, very rarely, of course. So Falcons, let's see what they can do to make that happen and what the next pick will be. They ban out the DM's bat, well deserved, respect ban in the end. So a little bit of a different ban in this game.
In your tongue, I am known as Puck.
Lauren of Puck, huh? Okay.
Also
early pick for them. Yes, absolutely. So what have we got? Of course, we're looking at some Shamans, some Lions, Void Spirit Band to limit some of the pool of at least mid options. For DK as well, I guess.
5 seconds remaining.
DK banned out, Void Spirit banned out. Like, those are the two that you cannot pick into the pack, right? The rest, we'll see what they go for against it. Because both sides have a really good puck player. Yandex could have taken it for themselves as well, but what they could do right now is pick something like a Shadow Shaman, right? Like, we've been talking about it quite a lot today, and it is a good hero into the puck. Lion as well is another option. Maybe not as good, but pretty good versus the puck with the catch, with the hexes, with the impales.
It's another one, though. We saw maybe even the start of lane versus the puck today. And I think it was before last series, right? So we saw the start have a pretty decent time. But of course, the minus armor is the big one. Flex potential with either DM or Chiro Jr. being able to play it.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it's maybe a little bit more likely Chiro Jr. hero here. Like if my memory serves me correctly, I feel like they have played it quite a few times on him in previous tournaments. Like you mentioned, it's not a bad lane into puck. You can kind of solve that issue straight away and start thinking about the offlaners that you can get for DM, something that maybe combos a little bit better with the Tiny on Saxa. Like Tiny plus Lard are also a fine lane, but it can get abused by a lot of double ranged heroes, perhaps. So maybe for the best not to go for it. For snaking, if this is a position for Shadow Demon, for snaking, even something like a Phoenix here looks pretty damn good. I know it's a Jakiro with a double hit, but that truly isn't really a big issue. Most of the time, at least.
So of course we'd have the combo with the puck. And nice with the coil, if depending on where you position the supernova, we'd more than likely see cores that as well can help protect. I wonder what the Amar hero is going to be though, when we're going to potentially get that revealed.
I'll go with it.
Very good call.
Yeah. Honestly, I was gonna back out of the Phoenix and go for something like a Warlock because it kind of does the same general idea. You have a BKB piercing stun. It's just that this guy is maybe a little bit stronger in the lane. If it's Slardar plus Tiny, if that's the lane, Phoenix should do pretty damn well. But I still feel that Slardar should be mid. And there you go. Like the best possible two combos that you can ask for with the Phoenix. You have the Mars with the Arena, you have the Puck with the Dream Call as well. Team Yandex, they need to find a way of dealing with this crazy team fight that Falcons are building up to.
5 seconds remaining.
Are there any carries that are standing out to you at the moment for Watson? Back to you.
Well, the one that stood out in game number 1, they go back to it. Is it like the best carry into what they've got on Falcons? I feel like maybe not historically, but right now it's probably the best one that is still in the meta that they could pick up and play with. On Falcons, yeah, now you have to find maybe a better solution to this TA than they had in the last game. Abaddon was good, but I feel like he was also good because of other reasons, because of the Bat lane, because of Bat as a hero in general. And then even with the Bat, it didn't really work out that well. Right now, when I'm seeing the TA, I'm honestly thinking about Illusion heroes. I'm thinking about Terrorblade again. Like, we have seen it last game, last series, that is, do really well. Well, Ami was playing it. Now I'm seeing a Slardar and a TA, like a lot of minus armor. Maybe it's an option for them to go for.
I really like the heroes as well with the TB. So this is also another thing why the Terrorblade looks so good in that previous game. But
Centaur ban.
CS. Yeah, which I feel like I've been so surprised being seeing more Centaur bans like against the Mars and Park and whatnot. But of course, there's other things that I suppose they're worried about.
Well, what does the Centaur ban tell you? It tells you this could be like some sort of a Wind Ranger or a Gyro carry, maybe even. I feel like those are generally the heroes that you pick when you're banning out Centaur. Terrorblade, again, still an option for them to go for. There's like this hero that isn't necessarily as popular. That's the Luna, which is also kind of nice into a lot of minus armor. She builds into it. She has high armor in general, good edgy gain as well. But Kaz, of course. I don't know why I keep on forgetting Kaz, by the way, in a lot of our series. It's not really being picked all too often as well.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just the teams we've been covering. It's not.
Yeah.
Actually, we're a little bit, we've seen them play previously. We haven't covered any Liquid games. I'm forgetting the other teams that have also been prioritizing a lot. I know Na'Vi like it. So, yeah, I don't know. Interesting. But we'll... No Kez in a game like this. They're left to the last ban. They're going to remove the Tide Hunter as well. So, complete read from them that the Slardar is going to go mid into the park. Not concerned about any other mid matchup.
Yeah, right now, if you think that you don't have anything better, you might just put Slardar on the offlane and pick something different into the park. Like, if you can't find anything for the offlane, for DM. But of course you can. It's the Darkseer in the end. And now Terrorblade becomes a little bit worse. You have the Iron Shell that you would have to worry about, the wall. Maybe Sven is a better option now. He does care about TA. He's not really a good carry matchup. But you would get Warcry and you would be able to play against Darkseer. But yeah, like, it won't be the best carry-to-carry matchup.
Troll?
I mean, a really good pick with tags. I'll go with this one. I mean, sometimes you look at the game in a bigger picture than just the carry-to-carry matchup. It's all right. Like, Sven can still play. You have other heroes that you can combo up with. You get another stun. you can actually lane into the Darkseer. So it's not a bad pick. Like Warcry versus Slardar mid as well can come in handy, especially when you get the shard. If you get it at some point, like you get that built-in armor for everyone around you, which is also good. So yeah, I mean, I like it. I like both drafts. When you look at Falcons, they have some really good team fighting combos. When you look at Yandex, their objective taking is like through the roof between the Slardar and TA. I'm a big Darkseer enjoyer currently as well, but I really like Darkseer, you know, when I have a mid laner that I can constantly just put Iron Shell on, and Slardar is like the best example. It's like Slardar and some spirits. Like you put the shell on them and they just run in. They create havoc constantly.
What does Chiro Jr. have to be worried about in a game like this? Is there anything he's going to be concerned about to stop him from like running in and creating that havoc you want with the shell on him?
Yeah, Purge from the Shadow Demon, which is another problem for Darkseer. Like they did pick Darkseer into the SD, and like yeah, of course, you have multiple spells, you have multiple Iron Shells, multiple surges and stuff that you're working with in every fight. But Shadow Demon is generally considered pretty good versus Darkseer, because you cannot, not only versus Darkseer, but versus Slardar himself. It's the only hero that Slardar can't escape from, because everything gets purged off, and your leg day doesn't even work. But yeah, let's see how they play around that.
Well, this time, do you have a draft that you potentially prefer a little bit more than the other? Game one was a bit more even on your choice.
Can I take the cowardly way out and say it's quite even once again? When I look at it, it's like both drafts have got their strengths and weaknesses. It comes down to the execution. Like when you look at Falcons, they have like insanely strong team fight between the arena, between the Dreamcoil and the Egg. It's super strong. On the other side, you have a lot of utility that will be there from the Darkseer, so you'll be able to maybe play the game a little bit faster. I might be slightly favoriting Falcons, but not too much.
All right, well, let's see if they can force us to a Game 3 decider. Yandex going to get a clean 2-0 off the back of, once again, some familiar heroes. Bots and TA, the socks are tiny.
I like the Sven with 3 branches locked in his inventory, by the way.
Yeah, he did it last game as well. I don't know I don't know what's going on.
And these are the branches that he can use. The other ones are for the wand.
Oh, I see. Just making sure, you know.
Tiny? It's a dead boy right there.
Absolutely. Wait, where you running? Okay, that's a good start for Falcons. Skater's going to be able to get the kill. Lorenov wanted to go back to already start to block the wave versus the Slaughter, so wasn't there to secure the kill. Yeah, I don't know. You see early on this Slaughter, just be interesting. Lots of damage with the crush if he's able to find it. He's kind of having some problems with CSing though, but that's okay, you know. The warm up. And already top, we're starting to see Saxa drag some of the waves here with the early levels out of the Darkseer. So this is definitely the big price, and like you were mentioning as well with the Sven. Also the lane as well versus the Darkseer is quite nice. So yep, and that's just the game.
The biggest benefit is as well the fact that you can farm under an Iron Shell and under the tower, right? Like you just cleave down the wave very quickly, and you don't have to worry too much. Of course, right now you cannot do that, but the DM and the Tiny also cannot pressure. So This lane on both sides is really strong once they hit level 3. And I'm speaking specifically of Phoenix level 3 on one side and Darkseer level 3 on the other. That's when we might see some extra kills on top.
Yeah. We'll see once they get the level 3 mark on how aggressive they're going to be able to continue to play. But until then, see how the lane setup is going to be. Previously, of course, the double ranged and Yandex. This time, Crit's on a bit of a different hero, but I'm on the same as well with the MOUZ. We'll see if it's going to be what the item build is for him. Kind of struggled last game, bit uncharacteristic, honestly. Is MOUZ.
Can't struggle twice in a row, right? Like, this is his redemption arc. Gotta redeem himself.
He's a bit too good of a player and a MOUZ player specifically as well. I think we'll see back-to-back struggles for him. But then again, I mean, you are laning against two very stupid laners.
They have maybe some kill potential between the SD and the Mars if they use disruption into a spear, but overall Jakiro has to be super out of position for that to happen. And so far, I love the way that they're playing, and I love the item build from Jakiro, by the way. I hope you had a chance to look at his inventory. It's next level.
That's that's crazy, actually.
Does he think that the inflation, because of the war, is going to increase the fairy fire prices or something, so he's stocking up?
Yeah, I think so, I see,
yeah. Makes sense.
Top lane? Never really opportunity, I suppose. You can always get the dive away.
You click on his career and there's like 6 more fairies, you know, waiting inside, just in case.
I'm disappointed, it's just a win lace. Come on, Melody. Yes, I love it, Jakiro using Liquid Fire and Dual Breath, and my health just evaporates.
Yeah, Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost, whatever. There's always some benefit, some usage to be made. 1-1-4 is the build, of course, on Jakiro almost every game. At least 1-1-3. I may be overdoing it, but 1-1-3 is, you know, you get level 3 Liquid Fire, you take down some towers, you're feeling good.
Fine, I think both water runes are going to go the way of Chiro Jr., so Lorenov is going to have a little bit of problems in regards to resources over the next couple of waves. He did bring out a clarity to try and offset that problem. We are seeing kind of what I was expecting out of some of the other Slava matchups versus the Puck, what we were seeing before. We were a bit more even. Toss back, Snake King's chill.
This toss works if you don't use Avalanche first, because you need to use Avalanche for the dive. But if you need Avalanche to set it up, it's not going to lead in, not going to get you a kill. But another one, maybe. There's no dive. Yeah.
Yeah, they got the vacuum as well from DM, but as soon as the fire spirits are out, you're just relying on the iron shell that he still didn't have on top of himself.
It's a very long
bottom lane Amar, in fact. There we go. Crit's gonna try and find a kill in return, and he should be able to do so with the poison and the assistance of the illusions. So,
top lane.
Alright, we'll go back over here. Snake King. Right click from the creep's not enough.
He lives with like 10 HP in the end. But he does survive, so they're not able to completely utilize this nasty Iron Shell level 2. Keep in mind that Jakiro dying is not only him dying, he's losing some gold that way, but he's also losing a lot of fairy fires so far. 3 have been taken down. Oh, that's a nice chunk of gold, 195.
Problems. Sasuke's got a great position here with the avalanche, and you just see how fast he's going to be able to die. Can Snake King be here? Wants to deal with the next wave. At least the catapult died already.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does a good job to be able to drag the wave. So yes, you lose low enough, but importantly, you also minimize how much damage was actually outputted onto your tower early. Did we see previously though? Falcons made a very similar move down to bottom to try and contest, and it did not work out for them. We'll see if it's going to be different this time from Yandex. Oh, they're actually going for the kill instead onto Snaking. If they got the mana with the avalanche. Wow, nicely done. Meanwhile, over towards the right side, though, we do see Melody and Watson. It's just these two heroes at the moment. So because they went for the kill onto the Phoenix, I meant that they weren't also there to assist with going to contest the Wisdom. Meanwhile, Skeeter actually stole the other one as well. So it's going to be two Wisdoms that favor Falcons.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Falcons, right? Like, you get the two Wisdom Shrines. Sure, you lose the Phoenix, but this hero is kind of irrelevant when it comes to net worth. It's all about the experience, and him getting two Shrines worth of experience is already good enough.
See how the levels currently are looking then from Radiant supports as a result. They're still okay, to be honest. 4.5 kind of on both. Stack's going to help for Saxa as well. Inside the river, it's going to be a haste room spawned up top. Saxa won't get it. They did also, I believe, place an deep absorb into the Dice triangle that actually just got removed by Crit. I was going to mention the importance of it. Top lane, Skeeter. I'll be able to get the kill to Dim. Oh, the vacuum didn't actually get him down to the low ground. Really close, but unfortunately, just the level 1 that didn't have enough of the radius to push him away.
Not really respecting the damage output of the Sven right there with the God's Strength. Like, this isn't a lane in which... unfortunately for DM, like, this isn't a lane that he can pressure. It's a lane, yeah, sure, you can farm him, but unless you have teammates around you, you're not going to zone the Sven out of it, which is really important for Falcons because it keeps the access to the Ancients up top, by the way, which is another big farming camp for the Sven. Kind of similar for the TA down bottom, of course, but maybe not to the same extent.
Would you like to see them make something happen up top here for Yandex? Or are you pretty happy with kind of the status of the game where they're just playing more farming oriented?
It depends like how many heroes you can rotate up top to make things happen, because there's also a Mars with the TP ready, right, and available to TP and perhaps use the arena counterplay you. The teamfight of Falcons is like, it's almost online. The moment they hit level 6 on Phoenix, it's there. So if they do make a move on top, it has to be very quick and precise, and they don't have a mid laner that can do that. Like Slardar, sure, he's strong, but he needs a blink.
Be able to get this kill. A little bit of harassment nonetheless. Nice body blocks as well with the illusion from DM. So yeah, absolutely they'll get the kill.
Oh, and a stack. A big triple stack of Boglets, yeah.
They ping it out, so they're starting to come on over on Falcons. There's also another stack as well over at the camp. Bunch of damage early on. DM's going to be able to repair some of the things in the mechanism. Meanwhile, Saxa as well is vulnerable. He'll toss Skeeter away. It's not a bad wall at all, but it seems like it's going to be too much damage for Saxa to be able to sustain through.
It did buy them enough time to complete the stacks at least, right? So they took the medium and the Boglet stack, which isn't too bad. Sven, of course, with his God Strength will complete a full triple stack of the Ancients up top. They take a lot of damage from them.
Juicy.
Actually, quadruple stack, so... a lot of net worth for the Sven, like he is super farmed. It's quite surprising just how well Watson has been finding his farm as well. When you look at the net worth disparity, it truly isn't there, But Sven is like 3-0. Like, he has 3 kills to his name. He had the first blood as well. He just got a quadruple ancient stack, and they're still more or less even in net worth.
I mean, that makes sense. You're just gonna farm more lane crews? Like, what's this?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, TA still has 4 creeps more than the Sven. I think he was just farming the lane a little bit better, and that's it. When I say a little bit, I mean quite a bit better.
See, when they even consider about potentially pushing Watson out of this lane as well. Moment, this is some scary times with the maxed out shell strength of the Darkseer at this stage with some of the heroes he's going to be playing around. You got that Blink on Chira Jr. Of course, you got Saxa, who's you're wanting to try and fight with, and Falcons. Well, they don't want to give up their safe lane tower for free.
The toss back
on the very interesting toss.
I mean, if the aggro of the creeps was under the tower, that toss would make sense, but not like this. It still keeps the aggro.
Chira Jr. with a jump over towards Amar. Amar's going to be able to push Watson out of range, but it looks like it doesn't matter in the end. So with no one tipping down or doing anything to assist Amar, they're going to be a little bit cautious that something is going on elsewhere. Because still the smoke is in play here from the boys on Falcons. The recipient will be the Jakiro inside the mid lane. And then twin-headed beast thing going to flap away.
He's completely fine with this though, right? Like their play on the map, I think from Radiant has been almost perfect right now. They dodged the gank on top, the big smoke kill with the Dreamcoil and Egg. Instead, they get the Mars kill on bottom. They reveal the blink on Stardar on a really big target. It's been just... Who cares if Jakiro dies? That's his job on mid lane. To outpush and soak up the damage if it comes his way.
Whoa, hang on a second. All right, this might be a little bit too greedy now from Yandex.
A little bit, yeah.
Position the trap potentially. I mean, it's very difficult to call. Unfortunately, goes a little bit too early. Of course, have to just hope that the high ground isn't trapped up. So they'll keep a majority of the stack nonetheless, though, from Falcons.
It's insane that they had like a 4k lead, now a 3k lead on Radiant, by the way, considering just how farmed Sven is. Where is this difference coming from? From the mid lane and a little bit added up on the supports in the mid lane, I guess. Yeah.
I guess we got 2 towers as well for Radiant. One did get denied by Lorenov previously, so all the gold going their way, but it looks like they're going to start to position for a potential 3rd objective. And we still know, though, this is the stage where Falcons, like, you've got the levels. We're yet to see really the ultimates combined together.
Mid lane, Dreamcoil.
Amar is okay onto Chira Jr.
He's got children, though.
Yeah, he wants to even think about killing off the egg as well, but with the attack slow, that's not going to work. So there's the ultimates that I was speaking about, but that's used a little bit awkwardly together.
Yeah, a little bit too disconnected. They still might want to find a play here. They still have Demonic Courage and the Arena.
They know it is. Gonna give up on that attempt. So, yeah, Sox is going to have a bit more of a delayed blink this game. Not as early as what we saw previously. It's a decision as well for some of the supports as well from Falcons. So it's going to be the Solar Crest out of crit. And snaking. They're going double Solar Crest. Okay.
They don't necessarily have to buy both the Solar Crests, but okay, yeah, 2 of them. Maybe one of them changes his mind. Just one, I feel like it's good. Like you're playing versus Stardar TA, of course, a lot of right-click damage, but maybe an overkill.
Chira Jr. Kind of respect, wasn't sure where everyone else was, so game's kind of stalled out a little bit over the past couple of minutes. Of course, going to be building our way towards some of the objectives that are going to come out on the map. When do we want to see Skeeter involved? Should I just Blink? Pretty simple answer, right? He's pretty close to it.
Yeah, Blink already activates Sven. BKB Blink, of course, is your biggest power spike, but if you find the right team fight, of course, just the Blink on its own is enough. God Strength plus Blink can make a huge difference in these fights. A very slow game once again. I don't know what is going on with our series today, but they have all been so low in kills. Not every single one, but mid lane.
Long toss in from Saxa to slow down. Chira Jr. now as well is going to be in a bit of trouble here. Finally, we're going to have the arena combination with some of the other ultimates as well. This is what we've been waiting for on Falcons. It's a nice response from Melody, but there's no real extra follow-up inside. Watson does turn up with the Blink. Now, Amar is going to be the primary target. Spear's going to put TA in a bit of an awkward corner. Supernova as well is in a great spot. An even better jump in as well with the Blink reveal from Skeeter. They're going to be able to run down Watson to the south. They'll miss out on the God's Rebuke, which will make it a bit more difficult. In fact, yeah, he actually gets away as a result of this, but still, this is really what we've been waiting for in Falcons, is big team fight ultimates together.
Yeah, no way he manages to blink out, even without refraction, by the way. Phoenix there dealing 3,000 damage as the beautiful Sunray combo with the egg as well. Everything was on point by Falcons. The vacuum wall wasn't really that perfect. They used the mech, right, to save the Tiny, but I feel like the moment you lose the Slardar, you should bail in that fight. Okay?
They have an exceptional ward on Radiant if they can force a fight here, but
I think it should be Radiant that forces it now. I think. Just because there's no egg, there's no arena. Coil is there, of course, but...
You want them just to walk in Roche?
It would be a good idea, yeah. I think it's the easiest way to force a fight. TA does not have a TP now, she does. Maybe if he gets there quickly enough. Like, this kill is alright, but this is what I said earlier about, what we talked about earlier during the draft, right? Like, Slardar, the only thing that can stop him from sprinting out is the Purge. And even though you kill the Shadow Demon, you put yourself completely out of position. They could have bailed. This could have been a
I'd have to go back live here. And Code's going to be used over towards the Templar. Just got to blink away before the stun from Skeeter. So really close on the opportunity. And now they're going to have some problems. Lauren, I've stunned up the once. The Spear actually misses on the Chira Jr. Nice sidestep. If they was able to push him away and miss out on the bash, and maybe there's actually a chance for Lorenov to get out.
Yeah, straight back into the...
So Asta now, also another great blink.
Remember when Blink was the only way of dealing with Sven? When he was the Ags bot?
Yeah, true, yeah.
Like, they're kind of recreating. It's like...
Yeah.
A very early shard on TA, by the way, just allowing them to play this way. They needed the silence, and this was like a moment of brilliance from Watson to get it very early on. No Dragonlance. Yeah.
Bro, what is this shard? Why does it do this? Every time I see TA, I want to talk about the shard. Why in God's name does it give you more traps? Does it give you a freaking silence? And does it increase the vision? Who thought this is... How is this still a thing? Why are the numbers not different?
Preach, brother. Please, go on. More. I want to hear more.
This is insane, man.
Yeah. Some shards and what they do in this game, it's like... Yeah, some shards are groundbreaking. Some are irrelevant. Bottom lane, Purge, will it be there? Not this time. You got bashed so many times in a row. Saxa though?
Yeah. Moonwalking Pogo over. And yeah, more about the Templar Assassin, the solo tormentor.
And look at this shard, you know, on the other side. Tiny gets it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, cool, bro. Nice. Extra 100 damage with the tree throw. Sick. Exactly what I want from my support Tiny.
Yeah, imagine if this tree also silenced, slowed, and disarmed you. Like that. then it would be on the same level.
I mean, I think the thing with the TA shot is just the fact like all your other items are so important early on because of how much gold you get at such a rapid rate. Like it does, you know, there are a lot of games, of course. I'm no TA expert. I'm not going to start to guess at all, but like, you know, it's a gold where you could have Dragon Lance, which he does have coming out now. Of this hero, maybe some games you need a bit of an early BKB, but still, yeah, this shard is stupid. With that being said, Skeeter is really rich. Top net worth, still 0 deaths. BKB is very close to being completed for him.
Yeah, he will have it in a couple of camps, 400 gold away.
Careful if he continues to farm further to the west.
Mid lane? He could have maybe Arena, the Phoenix was there closer, but he was still TPing, of course, a little bit too far away. And for the best that he TP'd, because they were heading his way. Maybe Amar instead.
Gonna be quick in that. They absolutely will be. They're gonna toss him away from any reinforcements. Now can they go in as well as anyone else? Got follow-up? Surge Sarks are forward. So many heroes are Tumblers though, just one after the other here in the sound queue and or second kill. Now we're starting to speed things up a little bit. Of course, that's going to very much favor Yandex and well, Falcons, they're not ready to be able to contest this.
Yeah, the mobility on Yandex is through the roof because of the surge. Like, they all have some sort of mobility as well built in. If it's not the Tumbler Stow, it's the Blink Dagger, but you combo that up with the surge and it's looking quite silly. Darkseer will be buying a Blink off his own very soon as well.
How do Radiant play team fights seeing the Falcons lineup that is very like Wombo combo as, you know, Arena, Coil with Supernova, the Sven jumping as well. What is the communication like and how do you actually take a good team fight into all these abilities?
It's not super difficult once you have BKBs. I think it's only a problem up to this point when you don't have BKBs, when you're playing kind of butt naked, right? Like if you get jumped on, you're probably going to die in the arena with the egg. But once you have BKBs, it does become a little bit easier. They're doing a really good job at evading fights and just getting pickoffs though.
Oh, Amar
Another
again.
one, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought someone else was close enough to toss me. Just toss him to the creep instead. A false sense of security, maybe.
You can see every single corner on Radiant is queuing up a BKB. Slardar has his, Darkseer queuing up a BKB of his own, and TA, of course, as well. 3k gold right now for her. She only needs the recipe, and she will have it.
Yeah.
Oh, if he sticks around.
Going to bounty? Yeah, he's thinking about it, but also now decides otherwise.
Not a single hero on the map, by the way.
And with no hero showing, he will not read this at all. So a nice move from Falcons, a big kill. That looks like they'll link him into a tier 1 tower as well. So Skeeter is continuing to have an exceptional game. Doesn't go off the back of this. There's still a tier 1 tower mid as well. Oronov's going to be able to clean this up. Shiva's next item for him. It's going to be still a relatively difficult puck game overall with some of the heroes that he's playing into. So we'll see how he's going to be able to perform towards some of these mid fights. Yandex are grouped up together down bottom. Skeeter, this could be his first death. He's got the BKB. Let's see if he's going to be able to respond in time. The team starting to TP him, but just the physical damage is too much. Watson gets a streak as well, so now he's going to usurp the Skeeter Sven on top.
Yeah, we talked about the shard on TA. Oh, hold that thought. Crit.
The mass TP in bottom though, with a couple of heroes showing on the other side. Amar, a beautiful speed, but where's the follow-up? Lonov's going to be able to TP in. Watson, of course, is A-okay with the BKB. He's just going to TP that one off.
At least something, right? Like they force out the BKB on TA, they get the kill on the Jakiro, who's kind of rich as well. So get a nice chunk of change for the puck. getting him closer to the Shivas. He should have it for the next fight. 400 gold away, more or less. It's a pretty big item this game as well. Just having the Shivas to slow down some of this damage that's coming from the other side. Of course, I started speaking about the shard in Sven. He did get it quite early on, so they have that undispellable armor and increased movement speed, which isn't bad at all. Passive 6 armor, by the way, to everyone. And the level 20, of course, which he's getting to.
Easy. The Slider is well and truly gotten out of any concerning kind of time that we often see from this hero. It can be a little bit awkward after maybe a blink and +1 item. With a couple of deaths in a row, you can have a difficult time with being able to catch up. But very shortly, he's going to have that 20 talent. And then from there, it's just really flying forward into this next set of items for him. It's going to be the Scepter with already enough gold for 2 components.
Yeah, he's doing really well considering this hero truly does not farm quickly. Like in most of the games, he falls off. They are fighting without him though. And without an Aegis.
Hang on a second. A good wraparound coming through from Falcons, but they've already retreated fast enough before the pin saw. Scan will be off the mark as well.
Yeah, they even use the drums to fall back quicker.
Not a bad smoke, honestly, though, from Falcons. I mean, you're anticipating them to stick around for the wisdom. So the read from Yandex, of course, maybe it's always going to happen, considering, like you said, Slaughter was not here. So if you're really going to steal the wisdom away, you're given a pretty good opportunity for a fight for Falcons, but will not get that engagement that they wanted. And now this lead, we're up to 9,000 on the move, 75% for Yandex. And we've got Roche importantly up in about 2 minutes as well. We'll be spawning down bottom, however, both sides aren't aware of this. We already have to see everyone start to control the area. Orchid is also queued up for Sark, so he's pretty close to it. This guy's farming super fast. I mean, maybe is this one benefit of this shard? I don't know.
He had a lot of farm even before it. I think it's not really about the shard, it's about the Darkseer. You get Iron Shelled all the time and you're just like farming camps with it. Like he's constantly Iron Shelled. It's like one benefit that you get as from Darkseer when you're playing as a position 4. The Orchid is really good because of the puck itemization. He's going for a Nullifier next. There is not a single Dispel on this puck. Sure, you might get a shard on Shadow Demon eventually, but that's not it. He's playing basically without a Yules, without a BKB versus a TA Silence, and soon to be an Orchid on Tiny. It's like a massive opening for Radiant to abuse.
Importantly, speaking about items, we did see the Corey get sniped that had the recipe for the Daedalus on Watson, so it'll be a minute 45 without this, which will probably be a Roche fight then.
Kind of a biggie.
They're going to try and smoke to get control of the area as well. Melody, really good positioning. Finds the initiation over towards Amar. They're going to be able to blow him up, and meanwhile, Chira Jr. as well. Found Crit over the left side, and Skeeter is in no man's land. They're going to buy back on Amar, but Skeeter, he's not going to be able to hear for a second round of the team fight, and Amar's buyback it's for what? He thought everyone was going to stay alive long enough, but that absolutely wasn't the case. And I mean, Saxes are also eyeing up Lauren of them. He's going to have a bit more of a problem with holding down the puck into place, but what a beautiful fight from Yandex.
It's too quick. Like you'll see it in the replay probably. Like it's just too quick from the Slardar. They initiate on Amar, right? And Sven reads it correctly. He's not going to save Amar. He's going to jump the backlines. But Slardar just blinks over. He blinks over the stun from him. Like, if he gets stunned, I think Falcons can win that fight. Because Slardar just disappears. But he jumps over them and gets a Stinging Crush on the Shadow Wing +1 into a perfect wall. Like, look at this. Amara gets going on. Oh, you see Shadow Wing? Oh, instead of, like, Chira actually gets Demonic Purged, but he's already behind. Like, he's already on top of the Phoenix and the SD. And Sven blinked forwards towards the Slardar, so he's not there to deal the damage. Just crazy, a millisecond of an earlier stun from Sven, and the fight is completely different.
Well, this game is now completely in the favor of Yandex. Ages into the hands of Watson again. That was a fight without the Daedalus. He's got 4,600 gold in the bank, and they are itching for more kills as well. Beautiful initiation. They get the double supports just up on the high ground, and now their base is soon to be under threat.
Yeah, this is a 20k lead at this point. Daedalus that you talked about, like he can have Daedalus plus an item on the TA.
Absolutely kill the gold. They're gonna shortly taking things to the objectives. Interesting banner usage. Okay, just baiting potentially. Sarks it with the Orchid. Is anyone else coming on over? No, because they see Skeeter. Skeeter? Pop the BKB, just going to turn and run. All the Falcons are back alive, but now Skeeter might have a bit more of a difficult time with actually showing up to some of the fights without the BKB out of the base. Amar, yeah, he's going to have to BKB TP out if they got the damage from Watson. Jumps behind the bulwarks, not a problem, but doesn't have it just yet. I mean, again, maybe with that Daedalus, it's actually in the backpack. Had to move the Dragonlance now.
Didn't have BKBs now. It's an extremely difficult fight to make, and actually, Skitter is out of the base. He has no TP to come back. But, yeah, they have a tier 2 on top lane, so it won't be mega creeps. It will be 2 sides, and that's it. Maybe this is the best approach from Falcons. You don't have a BKB on Mars or on the Sven.
Do they leave though? They might not leave. They might also just get a couple more kills as well. If you're not going to defend the base, you can't be in a position to be caught like that.
That's a different story. They could go for Throne. Still no TP on Sven, and he is showing on the top lane. He is 10 seconds without it. Do they have a glyph? Do they have a glyph?
Falls down, Throne exposed. Now or never for Falcons. We're going to have to see this teamfight prowess that we've been waiting for inside this game. It's a nice speed back, but it's the Aegis. So you got the respawn coming through for the Templar Assassin. It was an all or nothing committal. The Supernova's a great timing to get the stun. And the damage from Skeeter's not too bad. Now, but the Hurricane Pike's going to be able to push Watson away with the backline jump as well. Jeez, it dropped. They are out of this one. Falcons losing 2-0 fashion, and Yandex. I'm with a pretty convincing series victory from them as well.
Yeah, very convincing, specifically this second game. Damn, like the amount of work that the supports of Yandex are able to do across the map is just ridiculous. The amount of farm that the Tiny finds with the Iron Shell on himself, and overall, the gameplay was too perfect. I valued Slardar a lot as a hero currently. I think this hero is just absolutely a menace to deal with. And I value TA as well. On the same level, more or less, maybe even more so. But the two of them together, I don't know how you play against that. No level 20 plus 8 armor on Warcry is going to save you against the damage that they're bringing. But I gotta say, not this fight, but the other fight around the mid lane, where they managed to jump across with the Slardar while he's Demonic Purged, it saves the game for them. And not only does it save the game, it forces Amar's buyback, and the game is over, basically. I don't know, Falcons in this particular series looked like they were rushing things a lot of times. They looked like they were just, I don't know, just forcing things out when they weren't necessarily ready. And more often than not, they paid for it. Like right here, Amar running in without the smoke, and in the backlines, two of their supports just completely get not eliminated initially, but controlled by the Slardar, which is good enough to win the team fight. Of course, already they had quite a substantial lead here, but yeah, just a beautiful playstyle. Beautiful playstyle around the Darkseer as well, with the Surge, with the Blink on Tiny, just constantly searching for targets. This is like the best kind of playstyle that you can adapt while playing the Darkseer. Like, just beautiful.
Yeah, good stuff for Yandex, without a doubt. I mean, utilizing all their heroes as perfect as they can, and their stand-in buff. We see who was a bit better on today. So yeah, we've got a couple stand-in affairs and blockbusters with all the teams that are playing with one in PGL, but Falcons, unfortunately, with the big low enough buff is not enough. So they are now 1 and 2. Again, not a position that you're expecting them to be in, but this is the current state that they have with some of the performances we've seen from them. So we're going to have to see what they can do a little bit differently heading into some other games. But, man, it feels like for Yandex as well, some respect needs to be put on potentially this Watson Templar assassin a bit more. I mean, I know it's probably one of his better heroes, but Chiro Jr. Slaughter as a whole, like you mentioned, these are two heroes that you immensely value. So we'll have to see. Socks at Tiny as well. Hang on a second. Like, I don't know. There's too many heroes, too many plays that I want to highlight. I feel
DM like Darkseer as well. I mean, we can go through all of them. Like, overall, they just had a fantastic performance. I feel like the heroes, the way they synergize as well, they activate one another. It's between the Darkseer and the Slardar, Darkseer and the Tiny. Like this trio actually has so much synergy between them because of all the tossbacks. And then on top of all of that, all you need is some extra oomph, extra damage to take down the targets that you catch with the tossback, with the avalanche, and TA is bringing you exactly what you need. So the draft, all the pieces kind of fit together for Yandex. But at the same time, when you look at Sven and the boys on the other side, Skitter and Falcons, they had like some really strong team fighting composition between the Phoenix, between the Puck, between the Mars, but they weren't really converting into a lot of big team fights. Like, why not? Because everything that you can come up with plays on a slower tempo than TA. Like maybe Ursa does not, but that's it. Like it's not only about the draft and the idea behind it, the way it plays out. It's also how fast does it play out, right? And it's always been the case in Dota. You can have the most beautiful draft, but if you cannot play it fast enough, it's not going to work.
Yeah, unfortunately not. But that concludes our second series of the night. So we got 2 more still to go, and 2 more that are going to be elimination series as well. So always exciting so far with some of the action we've seen on the B stream, and we're going to have to determine who will be eliminated to close out day 3 of the group stages. The mainstream, they have those qualification series going on too, so that's going to be some exciting stuff everywhere you want to be watching. But yeah, for us, we got Yellow Submarine taking on Team Nemesis, so we'll see if it's going to be Southeast Asia that will continue, or if it will be Eastern Europe that is going to be sticking around as well. We'll see you guys soon.
With 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
să-ți însoare. La 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 la. Să-ți fie va de păcat și-ai ra-i-ra. Să-ți fie va de păcat, m-ai iubit și m-ai lăsat. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă, m-ai lăsat ca pe-o străină. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând, m-ai lăsat pe drum plângând. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus și-ai ra-i-ra. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un nou oraș pe sus. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un nou oraș pe sus. La 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 la.
Welcome back, everybody, here to PGL's Wallachia Season 7. We are halfway through the day, and we've got a lot of games still to play, but it's elimination time. We've got to send some teams packing, and, you know, it's going to happen eventually, so we might as well just get it started with. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. We are going to be bringing you guys the action for the rest of today, but Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Knocking people out feels a little bad, but also very exciting. Like, who's gonna make it? It's a dream crushing moment. Well, I think at this point the teams are, you know, you got to be used to that. You know, you're just always trying to prove your best, and this is just another test. You know, when the pressure is really on, when your tournament life is on the line. This is where you got to pull out your best performances if you wanna keep improving and eventually be tournament winners.
It really is. And I'm a little bit like, the first series here is going to be between Nemesis and Yellow Submarine. And, you know, these are two teams that came in through the qualifiers, right? So it's kind of natural that you would see some of the qualifier teams maybe struggling the most. But I do also appreciate that they are going head to head now, so that one of them is going to get another shot. So I do think that's kind of fun. But Nemesis, in particular, is, I guess we could talk about Yellow Submarine first, actually. But Yellow Submarine has some, like, names that people are going to be a little bit more familiar with, just because, you know, of some stand-in situations with other teams. But I'm a little bit surprised that they're struggling as much as they are. I did I think, maybe expect a little bit more out of them so far in this event.
I suppose looking at their opponents, they lost to PVISION and Tundra. So
yeah,
it's maybe unlucky on the draw there. Those are some of the stronger teams, I would say. So maybe understandable why they have 2 losses. See if they can turn it around here. Ooh, I like that mini keyboard he's got.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that you are dealing with, you know, some of the stronger teams right out of the gate, but this tournament is just generally packed with a lot of really high caliber teams. So it's not, you know, it's like, oh no, like you get, maybe you dodge like Tundra, but then you're playing against like Liquid or Aurora, you know, or Heroic, who's like on a heater. So it's like, there's not a lot of like good draws. So this will definitely be the moment where these teams can kind of showcase themselves. Like Nemesis, you know, actually did really good in the qualifiers, kind of upset a lot of people, and unfortunately for them has just struggled here at the main event, you know, making it through the group stage.
Team ban. Team Nemesis.
Yeah, they
Turn to ban.
we saw them play versus Falcons on the first day, and we did see some good moments as well. Like, they weren't getting rolled by Falcons completely. I think game 1 was kind of rough for them, but they really turned around game 2, although they ultimately lost. I think it's because I think they had the lead and then slipped up and threw it a little bit. And there was some improvement. Like, they won a game in their last series, so maybe it's starting to come together as the team that didn't get to play at the international stage for a little bit. And sometimes that means you can come in a bit rusty, even as you're doing like scrims and boot camping before. Maybe day 3 is where the timing is at. You know, it's time to pull out some wins here, keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't happen on day 3, you don't get a day 4. So there really is, you know,
it
now's
has to
the
be
time
day
to make
3.
it happen.
For one of these teams, it's going to happen here on day 3.
Yeah. In terms of the bans, a lot of these are pretty straightforward. I'm a little bit surprised about the Beastmaster getting elevated to a first phase ban. We're seeing a bunch of supports actually slip through the cracks here. And it's going to open with a Puck into a Dragon Knight. So probably just the Dragon Knight mid as the counter to the Puck, but very like odd draft openers, right? Like there's Shadow Demon, Jakiro that are still in the pool. We see those picked up quite often. In terms of first pick overall, Puck is not one that we see that often.
Yeah, Puck is pretty good, right? Fits a lot of drafts. There was a time when Puckish was really good. Like there was like no counter to Puck. You know, like Void Spirit was one, And Invoker was really good at that time too, so like he was another. And besides that, Puck just didn't care about anybody else. It's more in tune now, which is why I think we don't see it in that first phase as often. I also think there's been a lot of other more flexible picks that you can move around that are arguably as strong as Puck, as an opener anyways, and then you can shift them. Like Dragonite, for example. Is it the carry? Is it the mid? We don't know, so Yellow Submarine gets to change things. There really is not much ability to move Puck in the current meta, so I'm a bit surprised by it, but it does say that Nemesis just... We're confident in our Puck, right? Like, we just want it. We don't care what you pick against it. We know that Puck is going to do well enough in the lane. He's going to be our playmaker. He's going to be very annoying. He can be a space maker if things are going poorly. So that frees up your side lanes, which is, you know, I don't think that's a bad approach. I'm just surprised that it's the Puck. Could have been all the supports you mentioned as well, because a lot of them did slip through besides that Treant ban.
Like Treant.
Yeah.
He's the only one that was banned.
Maybe we can say like Batrider and Largo can sometimes be supports, but you know, we got the Jakiro, the Warlock, the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, how is Warlock not up for first pick? They get rid of Ringmaster and Brewmaster as their next two bans, and Yellow Submarine have a little bit of a time to think about what they want to do before their next pick. It has to be something like the Jakiro, the Shadow Demon, or the Warlock, right? I can't imagine you're not banning and picking one of these, but maybe we're just putting a lot more priority on the core picks this game, and we'll see another like off-lane hero ban. Okay, now they get rid of the Tiny. And there's the Shadow Shaman.
You know, I'll tell you what, looking over the drafts again for these two teams, most of the times they were opening with like some of the stronger supports, and they're down here in the losses. So maybe day 3, you know, it's like, okay, mix it up, let's try our mid first phase opener instead. Let's save some of these support picks later on. That strat has not been working for us.
Team Nemesis,
there he is. The Shadow Demon, great save versus the Shadow Shaman, right? Being able to build people out of the shackles.
Yeah, on paper, this is really good for both sides. See which Shadow's stronger. Because the Shadow Shaman is the catch for the Puck, but then Shadow Demon is one of the best responses to that, because you have all the strong supports.
I was going to say, did I actually just see all 4 of the supports get picked back to back because they are just by far the best supports? It's actually so funny.
I mean, why not, right? They're here. Shadow Demon can save, but the question is, will he be near Puck? Because Puck is often further in the fight than Shadow Demon. If you're having a good game, I mean, you can afford the blink, and that's fine. But if you don't, then Puck can't really get to the back lines the way Puck often wants to. So that's something to keep an eye out for. The Kez now coming out in response to what looks to be the Mars Shadow Shaman lane. Sometimes we see Warlock swap around, but I don't think there's really a pairing to do that with. So that is scary for Mars. Mars does not have a good time into Kez. At least you have the Shadow Shaman who can like throw out some hexes, some shackles to interrupt all the spell combos coming from Kez. Because if you don't, that's a Kez Jakiro lane. Like, you are going to be feeding non-stop.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like how you salvage the lane. I don't think Kez necessarily has like a free lane against Mars. I think it's more of like a 60-40 lane, which is still pretty good if you're a carry player and you're like at the advantage in your lane. Like, you'd love that. But Mars can still like sustain the lane. It's just he can't be left alone is the issue, because if he gets left alone, he can die, and that is typically one of the strengths of Mars, right? Like, you can leave Mars in that off lane a lot of the times, and it's like, oh well, no one can really like threaten him because you have God's Rebuke and a Spear back. But Kez also just has like Grappling Claw, Echo Slash, like silences, like ways to actually gap close you and do lots of damage in the time as well. So it's definitely a skill-based matchup. So we'll see what they can do with it. In terms of the bans, they'll probably just get rid of the, a couple of the good actual counters to the Kez, the Ursa, and the Templar Assassin.
It works out because Nemesis could also use either another Initiator or Aura Builder, since you have like 2 backline supports. You need someone up front, and those same types of offlaners don't usually like playing into Ursa and TA, as well as the fact that those heroes are pretty good versus Kez. I don't think you flex the Dragonite at this point. I think just Dragonite in the mid lane is good.
Yeah, I agree.
And who's left versus Kez, but also beats a lot of these offlaners. I mean, they have last pick, so they'll get to see what
they
Nemesis
have last
goes
pick.
for. But for that, I mean, Nemesis needs to figure that out, because you kind of have to like preemptively pick an offlaner that is good versus all of this. And you're maybe looking at like Troll could come out. He does like okay versus Kez, Wind Ranger, like one of those two. Those bans kind of make me think Wind Ranger.
I think Wind Ranger probably makes the most sense, but the Shadow Demon is good into both of those heroes, and
That's
that is kind of the problem.
Dire team.
Okay, Bristle's a pretty sick pick here, actually.
It pairs well with the Shadow Demon.
Exactly, yeah.
I worry a little bit about starting fights. Like, if Puck does not have a good time, and this was a counter-picked Puck, with a Shadow Shaman that's pretty good at dealing with Puck, I'm a little worried they're just going to keep running away from you. With that said, Bristleback and Kez, I mean, we were just saying, they're pretty fast, so it's not the easiest thing to get away from them. But once the heroes start coming together and you can, like, Spear Away, Arena, Hex, Shackle, you know, Warlock Slow, little concerned.
And kind of an unorthodox carry, but not bad, would be Weaver.
That could be cool.
Weaver or Clinks are both good here, I think.
What about Viper carry?
I literally thought about it. I was like, could you run Viper carry?
Is it too toxic?
It is a little toxic. You'd have some damage coming in from the mid lane Dragonite, so maybe your DK mid goes for, you know, Blink and then backs for some damage items, or he just goes like an early Armlet instead.
But what about Razor? Razor's still there.
I don't think the Razor matchup is very good versus Kez though. It would have done well in the lane. It's just Kez has too much burst damage for a Razor. So they go for the Muerta instead. A hero Kez can't burst, typically, unless he gets like the silence into Raven's Veil, and then you're struggling. But
I mean, once she picks up any form of Dispel, I mean, they don't really have the instant stuns we were just saying is their weakness. So
yeah,
odds are you, as soon as you have that Dispel or a teammate picks up a Lotus, you will get your ultimate off. And at that point, I don't think any of these heroes can kill you. If they're ahead, I mean, you'll just kite back out, wait, and then go. You did mention, though, Shadow Demon was good versus a lot of the heroes we were mentioning, and it is also pretty good versus Muerta when she uses her ult. You just waste a bunch of time, copy some illusions. They're pretty strong.
If you disrupt her, she actually kills herself instantly without a BKB. If you ult on Muerta and get disrupted, you will die in like a second flat. It is unreal how much damage you do to yourself.
Yeah, I think she'll need a BKB at some point here. But she does have teammates who can kind of just go first, right? She's got the Mars and the Dragonite, even the Shadow Shaman. They're probably going to lead the way and try to build that wall to prevent any of that happening to the Muerta, so that she does not get disrupted. Also, you kind of have to save the disruption, I feel like, for whoever gets shackled. It's one of the ways you do have to stop that. Yeah. They have a couple ways, so, like, you know, maybe they can figure it out. Like, Kez saves his silence for that. But if you disrupt to kill her, then the shackles can come out, get your own carry killed.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. So we're going to jump into game number 1 in just a moment here of Nemesis versus Yellow Submarine. And again, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. So a lot on the line here. As we take a look at the facets, nothing really out of the ordinary. Still Corrosive Dragon tends to be kind of default for a lot of players. They know. He's like, bro, he probably put a ward there. that is a very free and early D ward.
Victory.
You know what they'll never expect? Give them the other one. Put it on the right side.
30 seconds to battle.
Problem's ready for that. He's positioned for it.
I owe you one. But let's not keep
Too late smokes, but it doesn't seem like both teams are taking it defensively.
Yeah.
Can't blame them. I feel like
Let's not keep score.
with the pressure on, you're like, let's just go, you know, go to the lanes even. Let's not risk some crazy first bloods.
The battle begins.
You know, sneaky spear plays, not worth the risk.
Just ends up going even for the bounty runes. Obviously, a little bit of golden XP tilting the way of Yellow Submarine thanks to the D ward right away, but that's about it. In terms of the lane matchups, you've got this Warlock Muerta versus Shadow Demon Bristleback. There are, like you said, some good synergies with the Bristleback, but early on, like in the lane stage, it's a little bit, you know, insignificant. This is going to be a very good lane to have a stick in if you are Yellow Submarine. But I don't think the Muerta is going to struggle. I mean, this is a hero that I think has kind of a weak lane. But I feel like the Nemesis lane is weaker. And so if Muerta happens to get like a pretty free game, this is sick.
Yeah, I mean, Bristle Shadow Demon can be strong, but you kind of have to build up damage, and that's something Warlock is really good against, and Muerta can always just deadshot you away from. So
exactly.
I think it will be a fairly farm-oriented lane. For Nemesis, I think they're fine with that too, because like you just go double stack with Shadow Demon, and then you have the classic Bristle Clear later on, and you know, like giving Muerta free farm. But like you said, how fast is that free farm? Not that fast, so.
Warlock.
We said no kills, but the farming pact has been broken. They're gonna kill Warlock here for first blood.
I mean, I understood the idea. He went to try and find this Bristleback to get him Fatal Bonds to the wave, but he took like 3 quill sprays before he found the Bristleback. And at that point, you're in deep.
Where are these quills coming from?
Yeah, it's like, Q, I don't know what happened there. Just dead shot, put him in a weird spot, had to go for the disruption. Likely to walk back to the base here at this point. Maybe he has a courier coming. No, he's opting for Boots first item, which I can understand because for the reasons that you pointed out, where you probably just want to farm like and set up stacks for this Bristleback. Boots are going to help him do that.
Yeah, though now he has to choose because the whole reason that last sequence happened is because both camps were blocked. Both are now open from the Warlocks. And I gotta decide, like, oh, do I buy more sentries to block them? Nah, Boots. He's gonna get his Boots, use it to stack. He can just body block. And actually with Disruption, you can block both camps if you use an illusion.
He actually did use that last time.
Yeah, you have to keep doing it. And this is the downside, is that if they try to stop you, it's not so easy to do that. He's gonna try.
He's gonna get him.
Kill the illusion fast enough.
He's trying to, I think, maybe you could try and body block it, but no, this is what Q did last time. Uses the disruption to either apply pressure or block the rune. Or, sorry, block the spawns.
Opted for the Lotus instead of opening up the camp.
I can understand that for Muerta wanting the Lotus. Like, she just wants to farm. Like, this is a hero that can get a lot done with a good early game. We just don't typically see Muertas have a really good early game. Oh my god, his problem's just getting 2 couriers? Absolutely.
It's a massacre. Yo, that's money. Well, he has the time to do that because the lane is not very fun for them. They are taking a lot of harass from Jakiro, from the Kez. The last hits are actually pretty solid for them, all things considered, in that lane. But that's why he's looking for these types of creep drags.
Oh no. I was like, yeah, he is TPA. He knows he cannot stand there and take any more damage from the Jakiro. 2 points in that Liquid Frost is a lot. He's also got 2 blood grenades available, so not anything you want to mess around with.
Mid lane, the 4-minute mark is pretty even. A little bit more going the way of Dragonite, but that's not unexpected with this matchup. And I'd say this is a pretty good performance by Puck, kind of showing why they were willing to first pick it, even with the various counter picks available to Yellow Submarine. I feel like I'm watching Problems get more stacks in than Shadow Demon.
Is he really?
I feel like he is. We just watched him double stack. And I don't think Q made it in time for the double stack. He just did he did 1 stack earlier on the Ancients, but
okay.
I think they are more inclined to want stacks than Yellow Submarine. I guess with Dragonite ult,
yeah, Dragonite
because he gets the splash, yeah.
Like Muerta, there was a time when this hero from the carry role was actually a little overtuned and could take stacks really fast because Dance of the Dead was just, like the calling was just way too good. It did an absurd amount of damage. And you would just drop it on like an ancient camp and it would kill the camp. But not quite really the thing anymore. So Muerta really does need to get to like either a Maelstrom or whatever her like first damage item wants to be before she can actually clear any real jungle camps. Mid lane, they are really bringing the heroes here as yeah, they're trying to maybe synergize something with the catapult, but Puck ended up getting the power rune. It wasn't anything super like impactful, but at least denying potentially something really strong away from the Dragonite during that first dragon form in catapult.
I actually wonder if it would have been a better play. I think both sides know the stacking is happening, even if they haven't strictly seen the stacks. It would be worth stealing.
Really nice play here, bottom. Good bait setup initially, but Problems is gonna survive. He does have a Talon Toss in a moment, but I don't think he can actually close the gap to finish the kill. It might allow them to steal the Wisdom Shrine, though, so they are in a pretty good spot for this. Infernal's going to walk on in. He has to choose who he's going to push away. The God's Rebuke, not available. The Dead Shot, though, does come through, but they're not winning this fight quite yet. They need the help. They take down 23. It's going to cost you your Mars, but you do get the Wisdom Shrine at the end of the day. Bottega with the rotation in, actually managing to salvage this situation.
What a team player. How many carries are TPing over to their off lane to help secure the Wisdom Shrine? That is very good for him. I mean, it was maybe self-serving because he got some kills as well. But making sure his supports get those levels is really big because we have Shadow Shaman who wants the Serpent Ward so you can start pushing these objectives. And you want the Warlock to hit a pretty good level 6 timing. Unfortunately, he's been a pretty passive lane, so he has no Grimoire charges. But you still want the ults as soon as possible so you can drop them, take some towers. And the Wisdom Shrine is part of that. Like, if you lose that, it's often like a minute or 2 delay for the support levels.
Q know there's a ward up by that was the Twin Gate. He saw it on his way out and kind of pretended like he didn't see it. So now he's going to make the trek back up there, take down the ward. Make sure that they aren't going to get any additional vision around those Twin Gate rotations. Kez going Cornucopia, so picking up a Battle Fury will be his first option this game as opposed to something like a Desolator, which we see every once in a while.
If the negative armor isn't as good into Muerto where you can't hit, and then Dragonite who has such high armor.
It also tells me that he's playing more for late game, like he doesn't want to participate as much early on. If you have heroes that can like really benefit from the Desolator being added into the team fights, then, you know, I think you go Desolator. To me, this makes it sound like 23 is just going to farm. Like, he's going to be playing kind of his own game. He's not really going to be planning on joining a lot of the mid-game or early-game team fights. And he just wants to play for probably his butterfly timing would be my guess.
Yeah, butterfly looks pretty good here. It's a Deso could have been cool because you have a Bristleback on your team, but
yeah,
I think into the opponent lineup is just not as
appealing,
ideal. Yeah.
It's really good against Muerta when she doesn't have Pierce the Veil up, you know?
It's true.
Managed to take down the mid tower thanks to the rotations in from the Jakiro. He's been actually doing a lot this game on the Jakiro. With that mid tower down, you could potentially look to invade the enemy triangle. I'm not sure if you've noticed this, but look at the wards on the Nemesis side of the river top. They've just been like
using Arena on Kez.
Okay, very nice. Taking the tower along with this. You brought the Dragon Knight. You brought, I mean, I don't even Bottega. So all 5 heroes here, but and with Serpent Wards and Dragon Knight, easily gonna grab this.
I say Bottega getting involved pretty early here on a hero that we don't often see get involved, but so far it's all been paying out for him, right? Joining that Shrine fight gets him not a double kill. He got 1 kill and an assist, but you know, you're participating in that, you're getting money, help take this tower, and the Kez is suffering for it. He's died twice in these plays, so the counter pick is starting to pull ahead. Almost 1,000 gold already on that Muerta. You will catch up once you get that Battle Fury on the Kez, because I think that's faster farming than Maelstrom on a Muerta, but Muerta with a strong start is very scary.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm still not a huge believer in the Muerta carry. You know, it is looked much colder than hotter lately. We'll see, you know, if they can make it work. I think this is probably one of the best starts we've seen for Muerta in the game right now. So we'll see what he can get done with it. He's very close to his Maelstrom. But definitely need to get to that Mjolnir, the BKB, the Hurricane Pike. Like, there's a lot of items he's going to need to be able to do damage.
I think when he gets there, though, the only thing possibly stopping him is, one, the Shadow Demon we talked about earlier, which I think you could dedicate a teammate to, you know, make sure he's out of the picture. And then Kez can go, like, he can use Raven's Veil to get away. He's very mobile himself, so you need some lockdown for him. Otherwise, I think Muerta will shred through everybody with her ultimate. And yeah, a lot of them will be trapped in the arena to make sure they can't get away, because that's one of the ways you deal with it. Huck, maybe also, oh, there's the counter we talked about, the disruption save, but nice spear timing.
Infernal at the ready with the arena spear, very well done. That takes a big hero off the map, and this should be a second tower potentially, as the Dragon Knight, quite strong. The blink onto the Shadow Demon, maybe not even real. Like, I think they had to know that this was up, right? They just surprised the puck with it, but maybe kind of forgetting just for a moment there just what can happen when you have a blink Dragon tail at the ready.
I mean, he was out of sight. I think I saw them scan that to see if they were setting up, and he just blinked. Or did a Shadow Poison come out?
No, mate, I don't think they saw it. I think it was just blind, like a guess.
Gut feeling that scan. Yeah. Pretty nice. Yellow Submarine building some momentum. Doesn't have a huge gold lead yet, but these last couple plays kind of working out. I guess they didn't finish the tower, though, because they went for a kill. This mid tower is proving a little troublesome for them, despite what's happened.
Also, he dropped the golem and then immediately ran it into their triangle to try and farm with it instead of pushing the tower. So that was the other thing that I was a little bit unsure of, and they just walked in and killed the golem. So he didn't really get much out of it, despite dropping it, you know, on the mid tower initially.
Yeah, it could have paid off. I guess they didn't know the state of the stacks, but I mean, if you're stealing like a triple or more stack, that's kind of worth it on the Warlock Golem, right? Like, gold-wise, it's maybe a little less than the tower itself, but it's time that Shadow Demon has invested to create stacks that is supposed to pay off for him and his cores, and then you steal it. But I think there weren't that many stacks in here when the Golem came, and the Golem can't really do ancient stacks.
Well, like we mentioned, Kez with the Battle Fury now already caught up. Well,
Cursed?
He should be able to get out of this grappling claw. Never mind, he held it too long. We'll have Ravensvale maybe to try and buy himself some time, disruptions, but no Raptor Dance to bail him out of this. So 23 is going to be dead.
Third death. They are making sure to put the pressure onto 23. You kind of mentioned too, like this Battle Fury build suggests he's going for the late game, and your farm speed just constantly getting cut down with these deaths.
I really like that they're playing around the mid Dragon Knight so well. Like Mirel's early Blink Dagger has already kind of massively paid off. He's on his way to an Orchid, which will pretty much shut down this puck. But also heroes like Kez, Shadow Demon, like these guys do not like playing into the silence. So you're gonna have to be very careful of this Dragon Knight. We also have Infernal having just finished a Blink Dagger as well. So now 2 Blink Initiators. And it's very close to see who's going to find who. Just one hero walking in, getting scouted, could make the difference. Q. Ooh, actually jumps right into the Jakiro. Is going to be careful, but a coil comes out mid on the Dragon Knight. He's just going to walk it off. And that will be coiled down. Now you still have Golem, but they will actually protect the Power Rune. Arcane for the puck, and now the chase onto this MOUZ, as they will just go ahead and drop the Golem in response to this Shadow Demon's just Demonic Purge, but you still lose the MOUZ right before that MOUZ arena came up, and they will just continue to push them back onto the Dire side. It's going to be another pick off here onto the Shadow Demon, a little bit off the mark with the Macro Pyre, but Jabs has pushed away the other 3, so they grab themselves 2 for 0.
Just before this, I was even thinking, like, the puck did pretty well in the lane to the counter pick, but haven't quite gotten involved. It seems like they were all biding their time, and I guess the time is now. They finally bring all the abilities together into a nice choke point area, so you can land a lot of these. I think the Raptor Dance wasn't able to quite connect, but otherwise you had, like, Macropyre, the Coil, the Disseminate also like amplifying a lot of that damage. Quill Spray is going on. I think there were like 9 Quill Sprays in that fight.
I'm glad Jabs came over and got active. Like, he's been having a pretty good game on the Bristleback. He cleared out a massive Ancient stack earlier when his team was like making a play elsewhere, or when Yellow Submarine was making a play elsewhere and like killed Kez, I think. And you looked at it and Jab's like, at least I cleared a bunch of Ancient stacks. Has his Blade Mail, also has the Chipped Vest as well. So Muerta legitimately cannot kill Bristleback ever. We'll make a play here. Smoke rotation. Tom's just gonna catch the Warlock. You're definitely, would rather have grabbed the Muerta, but you'll take it. Better than nothing.
I feel like the Demonic Purge was overkill. I'm pretty sure that Warlock was dead.
It's about sending a message, Zach.
I guess so, yeah. Well, I guess they really wanted to kill so that they could do Roche. And
yeah, that makes more sense.
One of their better early team fight heroes, especially, I mean, look at this, right? If you get Fatal Bonded here, it's going to be a disaster. So, pretty important kill if you want to go for a fairly early Roche.
I'm really glad that 23 showed up for this, because he didn't. There's not really any place safe bottom right at the moment. He knows the MOUZ is there with a blink. Shadow Shaman's missing, happens to be down there. So if he stepped too far forward, you kind of see a repeat of what happened earlier. Instead, shows up, helps get Roshan, goes back bottom when the wave's in a little bit of a safer spot. Overall, Nemesis playing a pretty good, clean game around the map. Okay, Murel's Orchid is done, though. We saw him get some good reveals out of the Blink Dagger earlier. I think we kind of need him to do something similar with the Orchid. Top side, Blink spear into... Okay, the Shackles, I say, need a little bit more help there, but yeah, once Muerta gets around to the front side of the Bristleback, easy kill.
Yeah, that's when the damage really starts racking up. All right, now can you make a play with the Orchid? Because the window is starting to close. Manta is almost done on the Kez, so then the Orchid won't really help you there. Still really good versus Puck, although Puck now has an Aegis, so likely to get away. You can also now solo kill the Shadow Demon if you silence him. And we were mentioning, like, someone's going to have to do that, right? To make sure Muerta doesn't get disrupted. So seems like perhaps Dragon Knight has been given the duty in these fights. You are going to go find Shadow Demon, take him out, and then I will take everybody else out.
Oh my god, that was like 1 pixel away from not stacking.
There's a lot of creeps in there. Yeah, what are the stacked? Okay, earlier I was saying it seemed like Yellow Submarine was doing a bit more stacking, but Shadow Demon heard that and he was not happy with it. He has picked it up. 19 stacks. Oh, that's a record. I was going to say, like, that is an insane amount. 20 minutes.
Yeah, at 20 minutes as well. That's pretty wild. I mean, we saw it was Tundra that had like 24 stacks in, what, 15 minutes yesterday as a team?
Yeah, they were playing some super farming lineup with a Chen and everything. Everyone was just jungling and stacking to start to build up a huge lead. And they had like 30 in total at that point. I think around now, actually. The fact that Nemesis, they don't even have as heavy of a jungle lineup. And the fact that Shadow Demon doing some real heavy lifting.
I mean, have you seen that guy? There's a reason Shadow Demon doesn't wear a shirt, man. This guy is jacked.
You wouldn't expect it. He just uses spells, but free time. Maybe spells are heavy.
Dude.
We thought about this?
I mean, besides the mental toll, or there's a physical toll, is that what we're saying?
Yeah. It takes like the poison is heavy, you know? He's like really pushing it out there.
That would make sense. He does wave his arms around a lot. $4,000 gold, 5,000 gold advantage now for Nemesis after they got themselves the Tormentor, which that one goes to the Jakiro. Definitely the one that you want, in my opinion. Like, Demonic Cleanse is great, but it doesn't get you out of the stuns, and that's kind of more important in this game. Like, maybe it gets you out of like Fatal Bonds. It's really just like the stuns that you know, you're probably most worried about. Oh, missed coil there from Mac. Good blink out from Infernal. Arcane Rune, though.
This game to cleanse, I think, could have been nice, because not only there's the usual Warlock junk that gets thrown on you that you could remove, but Mars went for a Yules this game, which is one of the ways you set up to kill Puck, for example, or anyone who gets Yules, and that wouldn't really work if you cleanse your target before they jump into the fight. Like, Bristle just runs in, or Puck jumps into the back. So it actually, I think it would have been cool to have cleansed this game over the Jakiro shard.
Okay, that's fair. See, I just like Jakiro more though, so I know
you love that shard. You love the damage.
It's I don't understand how like this shard went from being a level 25 talent to something you could buy for 1,400 gold. Like, I actually do not understand this. It is unbelievably strong.
To be fair, I don't think anyone took that talent. I think that's part of why it happened. Yeah, you did.
What was the other one?
So much.
What was the other one, honestly?
I think the other one was like extended ice path time or something.
No, I thought it was like the Macropyre range one, or it was like Macropyre was like twice as long or something.
No, that was the eggs.
That was okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll double check.
I don't know.
I'll find the old.
There's a bunch of weird iterations. I always like this one the most. It's just very lore accurate, right? Now they're not fighting over who gets to do damage. Like, you know, the twin-headed dragon, they become friends. They work together, and that's what it's all about, you know?
Actually, there was a time when, okay, now I know this is crazy because he's been meta for so long, but there was a time when Jakiro was not very good. And one of the ideas I had for like a buff was that both heads should be able to use spells at the same time.
That would be insane.
You could macro pyre while throwing Ice Path instead of having like a super long time between. They're two different heads. Why do you have to wait for the other? You should just be able to both go.
They're being polite, letting each of them take the spotlight, you know? They're like, oh, we can't. Like, now's your time, brother. You get to. It's time for you to shine.
Mother raised us to take turns. Your turn now. Finally, they're gonna get this.
Yeah, it took them a long time to get to that tower, but eventually.
Okay, the old 25s were macro pure damage and pure spell immunity, extra ice path duration, and then cooldown. So then it eventually ended up to where it is now.
Macro pure damage is kind of good. I'll give you that one. Top side, Shackles onto the Jakiro. He's going to find himself a nice kill. Well done from Problems. I mean, it's been a little bit of a quiet game for the last, I don't know, since the Aegis got picked up, right? Nemesis grabs Aegis on Puck and then basically proceeds to farm with it, which was kind of what we talked about earlier with this Kez build. Like, he is not really planning on joining his team and fighting until his big items. Jabs, you know, kind of doing the same thing on the Bristleback. He's been spending a lot of time in the triangle. Q's been stacking a lot for him. They've built themselves a 6,000 net worth advantage. But you're going to have to start putting that to practice here soon.
Yeah, that's what I'm... Well, hold that thought. They're going to kill Bristle. They're going to try, but Disruption's pretty good. Shattered even might die instead.
Bottega's in a really rough spot. He has to pop the BKB. He does have ultimate, will use it. The Kez just goes in and gets immediately caught. What a heads-up play from the Shadow Shaman. There's your Arena. The spear off the mark, but Bottega's just going to town, man. They're all trapped, lined up, getting brought down one by one. And just like this, Yellow Submarine has flipped this game 4-0.
So what I was going to say right before that fight broke out was that Nemesis has been playing it pretty slowly. So I feel they're, you know, you kind of mentioned, like, I think Kez wants to go late. Yeah, kind of. Bristlebacks often want that, but he's doing more auras. So I thought they would try to do something around him. And the worry is Muerta also does not mind late games because she scales pretty well. And I think we just saw it right there, right? She kind of starts that fight. And even though she is the target of the enemy team, her ultimate always buys her enough time to live and for everyone else to show up. And then, I mean, Bristleback kind of does the same, but his team was not here yet. Kez comes in. BKB's way too late. The instant Hex, good versus Puck, but also really good versus Kez. If this hero does not get his spells off, he just, I mean, we see, does not do anything, so...
You also can't go on Muerta as Kez. Like, this is the one hero you cannot kill because she has BKB Pierce the Veil. It's kind of a really sick bait by the Muerta, but it's also, like, Nemesis just engaging on the wrong target. Like, they either needed to jump the Warlock or the Shadow Shaman, you know, when they thought they had the chance, and it took them too long to engage the fight. I mean, granted, that whole fight started with Yellow Submarine ganking the Bristleback first, right? I feel like there was a time when Nemesis was going to be able to back away, but stuck around too long. And yeah, that is a perfect example of, you know, kind of what we were talking about, where it's taking a little bit too long to get active on the side of Nemesis, especially when you had that first Aegis.
Amplify damage for that Muerta. This is a really nice timing. This is a pretty fast Roche. It's already up. So if you win a big fight here with this rune, I mean, this is like a pivotal moment. It is a very even game. Either team could still take this.
Muerta is also just like one of the best heroes who can possibly get this rune. Cannot believe the smoke didn't pop there from the Puck. Mac was in a really good position to try and break the smoke. They did get a glimpse of the Jakiro there just a moment ago, so they kind of have an idea. Smoke's gonna pop, but they do have a ward. They'll retake the outpost. They jump in. Coil. Nope. Doesn't manage to get the outpost. And they're just going to go in immediately, try and take down the Shadow Shaman. He's going to get bailed up for the moment, but will still burn to the Jakiro's Macropyre. And 23 is in. He wills to buy a little bit of time, though. He's already spent his BKB. He needs to be careful. Puck continuing to dance around this fight. Q jumps in. Nice Demonic Purge. This MOUZ, he's dead. Question is now, can Bottega get something done? No, he will BKB Pierce the Veil and TP out. Much cleaner fight this time from Nemesis, looking for their targets and then kind of ignoring the Muerta.
Muerta ignored herself. I am very confused by that fight because there was a deep wraparound. I know Muerta has to be a bit careful how she enters the fight, but when Arena's getting dropped, when Dragon Knight's going in, when everyone's popping their BKBs and throwing stuns, I mean, that's the fight, you know? Like, you gotta be in there. And she was still waiting on the low ground, kind of like watching, waiting for the right moment to go in. I'm not sure what she's... I don't know if it's the Shadow Demon, but she just kind of like waited, and then by the time she went in, all the initiators were dead. Everyone just walked away from her. Yeah, I don't know. That was a really... something happened there. That was a weird fight for Yellow Submarine, and that's going to give Nemesis a pretty good footing going into this late game. You get the second Aegis, you get the banner, get some regained confidence, because the last couple of fights were all going pretty poorly for them.
Yeah, and Kez is now going to be very close to his butterfly, which, right, this will allow him to maybe like stand his ground against the Muerta a little bit. She does have True Strike from the Mjolnir procs, and she does have an MKB queued up, but this, you know, at least gives her some sort of like mitigation to the butterfly's survivability.
Yeah, Muerta doesn't mind building an MKB compared to other carries.
Yeah, not at all.
But I will say she misses having a data list, because that feels like when she is really scary, and it doesn't matter if her ult is up or not, her damage is ridiculous with the data list. That's like why she is a late game carry, like one of the best. So to have to put that off for an MKB does feel kind of bad. And it looks like she's just going to completely skip the data list, actually. She needs the MKB, she wants the refresher for the double ult, double BKB, and then the Swift Blink to make sure next time that kind of fight happens, she can be in the fight. Maybe she was just in a poor position and I didn't see the start of it, but yeah, her damage was sorely lacking in that last fight, and the Blink will make sure she is there to deliver next time.
Wow, we're going to see the Ags done on the Jakiro, fastest currently of the patch, so very, very aggressive build coming out from the Jakiro. A lot of times we see, you know, potentially Yule Scepters or Blink Daggers or Force Staffs, but just opting straight for the damage.
It's kind of good this game. If you think about the way Yellow Submarine has to fight, they're going to initiate, Muerta's going to jump in, and they're going to try to win that fight in one go. And now you're going to be standing on pure damage Macropyre, which... one of the strengths of Muerta is that, oh, you can't damage me, haha, I'm in my ult, right? And then he's like, good, in my Macropyre, I can still get you. And she's not actually that tanky of a hero.
Yeah, she's definitely like a turret in a way, right? So if you're forcing her to try and move like out of Macropyre during her ult, you're basically winning the fight, because you've taken out the largest damage like dealer who would like to be able to just stand there and do damage, but if she has to like run away or kind of even just sidestep out of the Macropyre, you've reduced like half the duration of her ult. Bottom side here, looking for the opening. Are they gonna go for it is the question. The tier 2 tower is dead. It's okay. They're gonna go for the Arena Spear onto 2. The BKB out from Mural. Jabs will survive. 23 gets disrupted. He's gonna come in, drop the Ravens. He I think pressed the wrong button. That was the perfect Raptor Dance scenario, but maybe the Ravensville is to disengage the team. I don't even know where Puck died. Who killed this guy?
I imagine the instant
Did he just
control,
blink in Shackle
he got
or something?
into the Shackle, and Muerta deleted him. Okay, I'll tell you what, it's been some public debate lately. The reason he couldn't Raptor Dance is because he used Ravensvale, and he does not have an Ags, so...
Yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. I think there's no way you Ravensvale there. Like, you just Raptor Dance and full heal and look to fight again, but maybe when the puck died, it was a call to retreat, and then at that point, Ravensvale is correct. It looked a little weird in the moment.
If he had both, that's a pretty sick combo right there. Ravensvale into Raptor Dance would be like a full team bash.
I can't
this is just a
believe
great
these two
initiation. You see puck in the back, jumps in, Hex Shackle. I also missed it.
Instant Hex, yeah. Wow.
I mean, see, yeah, if you had that combo, Ravensvale into the Raptor Dance on all those heroes, maybe you can still take the fight. Macropyre was starting to really add up in the damage. I think even then, though, that Mars initiation into all the Fallout was really good. That is 2 cores that were taken out of the fight pretty much instantly. And yeah, maybe if the Raptor Dance happens instead, you heal up a bit, but still, that's not really how you want to start the fight. All 3 cores pretty much gone.
This is twice Nemesis has gotten an Aegis and squandered it, right? Like, we didn't see anything get accomplished with the Aegis here, and I get worried. I think they lost their gem in the team fight as well. So the gem is now, Yellow Submarine has 1 on the Dragonite. I think there's a second one in the Fountain now.
Yeah, you're right.
So they did lose a gem. So it's like, not only did you lose your Aegis timing, you lost the puck, you didn't get a tower, and you lost a gem, which hurts. Pretty dang bad. The puck, oh no, he's gonna have to BKB immediately here. The shackles aren't gonna really save him, but they get the coil, the Macropyre, blinking, Dragon Tail here onto the Shadow Demon. Very nice catch there from Murel. And with this, I think they can just keep looking to push. You didn't expend your arena. And Huerta still got everything available.
They're definitely looking to apply some pressure here. And like you said, that loss of the gem hurts. I think some of that is because of the Silver Edge and the Glimmer Capes having a lot more free reign now. Problem jumping in, finds Hex.
That's the Arena Spirit. They've got him. Can they finish the job in time with the Muerta? Absolutely. It's not even close. Yules will catch the Bristle back. They're going to get the Silence. The God's Rebuke to slow him. The Spear sends him back. Ice Path not going to be enough to save him. The Hex, it's caught Mac. But they don't have the Shackles, so he's going to get out for now. But you got 2 more enormous kills.
That Kez death is 7 seconds of stuns. And that's, I know Shackles can often do that on its own. It got interrupted. And still, there was Spear, there was Dragon Tail, there was Golem ult, and then he took over 2,000 damage from Muerta. So, I mean, that can happen to any hero. That is your Kez, who is one of the tankier heroes at this point for your team because he's so farmed. And if he can die that quickly, everybody can die that quickly.
I really appreciate that they just didn't hold back. Like, Bottega saw the opening, instant BKB pierced the veil, and just made sure the Kez dies. Like, some people may be like, oh, I don't want to hold the BKB, or I want to hold my BKB and, just in case, but, like, any interruption there might have allowed him to survive, and much better to secure the kill. They get themselves a lane of racks, the tier 3 top as well. And Yellow Submarine now holding the net worth advantage.
They've done all this without an Aegis as well. They have,
have
yet to get any of the Roches. It's now a Bloodthorn onto Dragon Knight, so he can also deal with some of this butterfly evasion on the Kez. Now, Kez is working on the Satanic, so if he does not get burst completely to death, as we have seen happen a couple times, he now has 2 sources of lifesteal from the Satanic, his ultimate. It is still a threat. Like, I still think he can do damage and kill everybody, but he just hasn't been able to do it yet. Like, I feel like it goes back to the draft where I kind of mentioned there's not a lot of initiation, and Puck Coil is a form of initiation, but it's not a hard stun, right? Like the way Kez died is 7 seconds of stun. Coil, you can still use a lot of abilities and items and respond to the enemy, aka kill the Kez when he comes in.
So they're smoked up. Kez actually missed the Echo Slash onto the creep. Now Mirel just BKBs and walks away here as they try to cap the Dragon Knight. Who's the person who's supposed to start that, right? Like, you don't have the Blink Dragon Tails or Spears or, you know, Hex. Like, who is the hero that's supposed to start on these BKB heroes?
We've seen it a couple times. It's time for Initiator Jakiro. He's got a blink. He's gonna have to jump in an Ice Path. Maybe build a Yule's next. It's a weird state to be.
Oh, the shackles. He does go ahead and just trap him there. There's going to be the defensive disruption, but Infernal is here. Does not manage to drop the arena. The BKB does come out from the bristleback, and Infernal will backpedal as well. So, what? No.
No, Kez again! Just gets caught on the back line without popping the BKB. He's dead. That's just the game. He's dead for 85 seconds. This can't keep happening. The cores on Nemesis have been caught by the Shadow Shaman over and over.
Problems, living up to his name. Not making it easy for the enemy team to do anything, even as they have itemized for it. That is what the BKB is supposed to be for. But let's not mention that. Let's praise Problems for his fast reactions, jumping in. I mean, these are some quick heroes. So he's been on point with his blinks, his long-range hexes. It is winning his team this game. They are finally going to get themselves a Roche. It's going to be the third one, so they get a bunch of prizes for it. And does Morta already have her refresher? She didn't take it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, with the money from that last fight, she's bought her own refresher. So now you have double arena spear on Mars. I don't know how you take this last fight. You got one more barracks, bottom lane. You give up this tier 2. They're so scared. They should push up top right now.
Yeah, I didn't realize the tier 2 bottom was still up. I thought they were just going to get mega creeps in tier 4s and like just sit in the base to end the game. But the bottom tier 2 still standing means the Roche call. Definitely the better play. This gives Nemesis like one more chance, right? It's going to be an extremely uphill battle, right? Into the Aegis refresher that they have now. But there's... You're telling me there's a chance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm saying that, but I actually do think Yellow Submarine could have ended the game earlier if they knew 23 didn't have buyback. Which, if you check his inventory, he just got Satanic. So, like, you could have maybe taken the gamble. Then again, your tournament life is on the line. This is technically the first game, so, you know, a little wiggle room, but you'd like to just get your win here. So I think Roche into a pickoff, and this Hex that is just finished would be great. They see the illusions. They know he's in the area, but he's already back in the base. You have a lot of time on this Aegis. You just keep doing this, right? At some point, you will find this Blink Hex initiation, and you've got.
Oh my God!
Oh, you find it.
He walked down. He walked down. There's the blink, the arena, the spear. The damage is there, but he does manage to get the disruption off. And 23's got to try and run for his life. There's the second arena. Mac as well as both supports are just trapped, and it's still the Muerta just raining in damage from the low ground. Space to get out maybe for the Kez, but for how long is the question. The Shackles has sealed his fate once again, and Yellow Sub will look to end this one. GG comes out, and despite Aegis after Aegis, Nemesis could never get any team fights going their way.
Well, that Kez had his wings clipped. No action happen. I'm pretty sure Bottega probably doubled or tripled his damage, because
I would say quadrupled his damage, dude. I legitimately don't think 23 did more than I don't think he did more than like 6,000 hero damage this game. I'm pretty sure.
6,000? That's so low. Come on, it's got to be higher than that.
I'm not far off, dude. I'm actually not far off.
Oh no.
It's actually like I'm telling you, he's
this
the
is
whole
one of
early
those.
game is farming, right? The Battle
This one
Fury
of-
idea is to farm.
Yeah, this fight right here is actually one such a moment where not a lot of damage comes out from the Kez. Even kind of like approach from the side, and then did the Ravens Veil, and maybe didn't see people right away, so it's like, oh, going on the Muerta, but actually at the very edge of the Ravens Veil, then the supports that he should go for get hit, but he's already committed the wrong way. Yeah, this just, I don't know.
The thing that's-
I don't know what to tie it to, like if it's his target prioritization or if it's the lack of initiation on his team.
It's the lack of initiation. This is where the Bristleback just feels really awkward to me. Like, Bristleback just kind of walks in and they're like, yeah, okay, whatever, buddy. You know, like, who cares about this Bristleback walking at us? Like, there's no team fight, like, synergy for this hero to play around. All he really is a giant Fatal Bonds target for the Warlock at the end of the day, which is honestly kind of an issue. Yeah, I don't know. It feels kind of bizarre. Whereas you look at Yellow Sub, they have 3 Blink, like, initiate stuns, and a Muerta who can just stand there and do damage, and you have no stuns for the Muerta.
Yeah, the fight before this was the one fight that felt really off from Yellow Submarine, and the Muerta didn't connect with all of them. But all the rest of these fights that we're watching, right, they did a great job. You just jump in, you do the stuns, you bring in the damage from the Muerta. It's a timeless strategy, right? Like, you go in for your carry. And I do think the Bristle can work, but it goes back to the first 2 Aegis feeling very weird. Like, if Kez wants to farm, then the other 4 heroes have to go, like, run at stuff, you know? But it felt like everyone was biding their time and farming, and they got farm. They built a small lead, but then actually putting into use was so hard compared to Arena here, Arena there, Shackle, Hex, Dragon Tail Stun, Orchid. They had everything going here.
Yeah, there's just so many tools, and it's one of the reasons we see teams prioritize Shadow Shaman, like why he's been getting picked up quite a bit more. It just, you know, there's something nice about having a Blink Shackle or a Blink Hex, and a hero that is not easily punishable, right? Thanks to his innate, which I could talk for days about how OP that is, but I won't. Yeah, Kez finished the game with 11,000 damage. The lowest in the game besides Shadow Shaman and Shadow Demon. By like a significant margin too. And it's, again, the idea is if you go this Battle Fury, you're playing for the ultra late game. Like you're playing for like that BKB butterfly timing, but then he just gets shackled in fights after fight after fight, and it just falls completely flat.
Honestly, I don't even know if you're playing that late with the Battle Fury, which goes back to, I feel they were relatively passive, despite the lanes. I thought the lanes were pretty good, right? Your first pick Puck pays off. It doesn't really get shut down, but...
They also had 2 Aegis.
Yeah, they had the Aegises, so it's like, go coil a guy. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be kill the Shadow Shaman, you know, kill the Warlock, who cares? It doesn't have to be a lot, but just a little bit more active play. It felt like they were very happy to just stack and farm, and damn did they stack, right? We saw those numbers, but the amount of plays that happened with that gold were a little lacking compared to our standout player Problems, right? He also did some stacking. It was pretty good, but then balance it out with making sure to move around the map, find those hexes, find those shackles to allow his fairly farm teammates to do damage and get kills.
The dude has Blink, BKB, Aether Lens with a keen-eyed, like, Psychic Headband. So his cast range is insane, and with BKB, you're never stopping him from shackling someone. So just such a heads-up build, such a heads-up play from him. Every single time the fights are about to break out, he's got that Hex button ready to go, whether it was on Puck or the Kez. He caught them both multiple times this game and just completely shut down whatever Nemesis like thought they could do to start the fight. And yeah, I just gotta say, like, Yellow Submarine, their draft, in hindsight, looking at it now, just looks much cleaner.
It's certainly easier to execute. I do think Nemesis's draft can work, but the execution's harder, and missed the mark a little on that.
Yeah. Absolutely. This was really fun game number 1, but we are going to go to a break, and we'll see if Yellow Submarine can knock Nemesis here out of the tournament, or if Nemesis can turn this around. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are back for another game here at PGL Wallachia with Jenny Well, Infernal from Team Yellow Submarine, Whisper from Heroic. We're going to give you a very long-winded description of a hero. You have to guess who it is. We will start here. There's a lot. A single spirit torn between two horizons, where the solstice never ends, and the earth itself learns to weep both liquid sun and frozen tears as the bridge across the impossible, leaving a trail. The very ground is forbidden for those who wish to stand.
Liquid sun, frozen tears.
Yeah?
What
the hell is this? I didn't write it. I don't know, bro. All right, listen. You just have to guess what hero we're talking about, all right?
I have an idea. Maybe it's Were Spirit.
Oh, it's a good guess. I think you were better on the route of liquid sun, frozen tears. Two things in one body. Any guess?
Liquid sun and frozen tears, maybe Jakiro?
Jakiro?
I think it's Jakiro.
Jakiro, of course you do it. You are correct. Well done. I knew it. I knew it. And a piece of cake. We'll go to the second one now. He is the static in the air and the laughter in the rain, a boisterous gale wrapped in silk, traveling the shortest distance between 2 points at incredible speed.
Sounds like Disruptor second spell. Wind Ranger?
Wind Ranger. Okay, first hint is it says he is the set, but that's okay. All right.
Is that range hero or melee hero?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
Yeah. Spirit Breaker.
Spirit
Breaker.
Close.
I think it's Disruptor.
He does make static in the air, but it's not Disruptor. It's actually very close Storm Spirit. So Lightning Guy. You know, he's boisterous. He's funny.
This was super easy also. Storm.
Storm Spirit. Yeah. Last guess. Come on, Whisper.
Storm.
Okay. Storm Spirit. Well done. Well done. You did it. All right. As we go on to our final one. A collector of echoes who finds art in the harvest. His presence is a funeral whispered in triple time. Fear the shadow that grows stronger the closer he stands. What this could be.
Shadows that grows stronger the closer he stands.
Yeah?
Earthshaker?
Earthshaker?
I don't know. Let's be Grimstroke.
Could be Grimstroke.
Oh, okay. Elder Titan.
Wow, you sound really confident. No, actually. This is Shadow.
Free the Shadow, maybe SF, I don't know.
It is SF.
Oh.
You actually 3 for 3. Effortless. Well done. Okay, great. Well, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. And you're going to see more here at PGL Wallachia. Bye.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. We're in the elimination series now of the group stage, right? Like, you know, some teams got to go home. Right now, it's looking a little bit better for Yellow Submarine as to their opponent's Nemesis, who's definitely struggled in game number 1. As we'll revisit the draft here to kind of see what changes we're going to see. They instead will have second pick on Nemesis, so they actually upped the priority and banned the puck at the beginning. Meanwhile, Yellow Submarine get rid of the Shadow Demon. So a couple things have changed, but it will be a first pick of the Warlock now.
Yellow Submarine also likes puck. That might be why they kind of stole it so early. Like part of that reason, knowing that they might grab it, so stealing it a little. They're going to go for Phoenix as a response to Warlock. I mean, that's also a pretty strong position 5, so both teams have a support that's like, yeah, no matter what you pick, I mean, my support's going to do so much. It's going to secure my carry a decent start. I think I like the Warlock a little bit more than the Phoenix, because the Warlock functions like on his own. Like you don't even need combos with the Fatal Bonds. It's enough on its own. I feel like Phoenix, you need egg setups for it to like really work. That like they can do that, and then it can be a perfectly fine hero. But I think I'd be happier with the Warlock right now.
I think Warlock in general has felt more impactful at all stages of the game. And even if you don't get like the Dream Warlock game where you get like multiple Grimoire stacks early, we still saw, last game, the hero just with Fatal Bonds and Golem contributes a lot in the late game. He's a very difficult hero to find at times as well. It's pretty straightforward, man. I've never been upset when I see a Warlock get picked, unless they're on the other team and I'm like sitting there like, why couldn't my supports pick Warlock?
It is still available for picking. It's the Shadow Shaman that Problems had such a good game on not yesterday. Last game. It's pretty annoying for Phoenix. You try to like dive in for an egg. You can also get Hex Shackled killed. There's a lot of support bans this time around, which means some of the cores like Razor that we've been seeing a lot are still available. Let's see, Batrider is banned. A lot of carries available, so I guess you don't have to worry about that too much. You can kind of push those till later. I feel like for Nemesis, I don't want another Bristleback type hero when you have a Phoenix. Maybe you can do Bristleback, but then your mid laner needs to be a little bit more hard initiation.
Yeah, which is why I really like the MOUZ ban coming out of Yellow Sub. Like that, it's such a classic combo. You just don't want to give it to him for free. Even the Tiny ban, like getting rid of like these blink pick initiators when you have something like a Phoenix that they need to set up around. Tiny also just really covers Phoenix Egg far more than he used to. Like in the past, it's like if you didn't BKB during the as you went for the Phoenix Egg in the Avalanche, you're just like, oh, well, I'll just BKB between ticks. Now you can't. So like Tiny has actually become a very annoying hero to like pair with Phoenix because if you get stunned by the Avalanche, the egg's going off. Primal Beast will be the pick here for Nemesis. A little bit more of a blink initiator and damage dealer, which I do like. So we'll see kind of how that pairs. But they get one of the better counters. I'm a little bit surprised it wasn't something like a Clockwork, but if they want the Brewmaster, I guess the off-lane duo of Brewmaster Dark Willow is quite strong.
Yeah, I also think Dark Willow is quite good versus both the Phoenix and the Primal Beast, because you put so much junk on the ground. Both those heroes don't like traveling through it. And then you have a long range ability in Terrorize that kind of just like resets the fight. So when Egg comes out or Pulverize is happening, you're just like, yeah, that's not doing it for me. So let's just end this fight, try again later, throw that Terrorize from miles in the back.
Team Nemesis turn to pick.
Okay. Sven is a little bit of an older counter to the Brewmaster. We don't really see it as much as we used to, just because I think Brewmasters are just maxing the kind of stance. It makes it a lot more difficult to kill this guy than previously, but if you happen to get like the blink stun on the Brewmaster, like with God Strength and like some form of follow-up, if you have like BKB, you might be able to kill him before the split with that burst damage.
Yeah, you can also
even after the split, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you can hit something else that doesn't have evasion and just cleave over, which is nice. They grab the Muerta, which actually, I mean, that's something Bottega could have grabbed again. You can't hit her during the transformation, and she can kill the Sven in that time since she bypasses a lot of his armor. So kind of a cool idea to steal that away put it with the...
5 seconds remaining.
I think I prefer the offlane Primal Beast right now. I don't know if you want the... Well, you want a BKB pretty quickly this game on the Primal Beast. Maybe you do want that in the mid lane so you can get like more farm priority.
I think I see most of the time in Jabs playing the Primal Beast for this team, but it has to be flexible. Otherwise, you shouldn't be picking it this early in the draft. So I imagine it's something that they are willing to flex. Ursa, the obvious counter pick here. Good into the Primal Beast lane, good into the egg, good into the Sven. I was going to make my way to talking about the Ursa after the Primal Beast, but they beat me to it, so it's okay.
I was going to throw out the Viper, but they also beat me to that.
The Viper ban. Dang
fast.
It. Yellow sub, slow down. It makes sense, right? Like the Ursa, not typically a hero that can get burst easily, especially once he gets to the Aghanim Scepter in the late game. Sven doesn't have any kill threat on the Ursa at that point. And in kind of the early mid game, I feel like Ursa brings more burst than the Sven does. Even though like Sven has like been traditionally seen as this like god strength, blink, burst, like kill anything.
10 seconds.
Like he can kill potentially multiple heroes with a cleave, which is what makes the Sven good. But in terms of kind of securely deleting one hero, a lot of times I prefer the Ursa, and I think that's kind of their game plan here. Is like he just blinks in, either kills Sven or blinks in, kills the Phoenix. Like he just wants to kill one target on the Ursa, and I think that's good enough.
I would say Sven's burst is still better, but it's conditional in that you need your ultimate. So you're more often seeing the Ursas do it because it's like, yeah, all my abilities are real low cooldown. Like I killed you here and I'll kill you there, and then I'll kill you here too. Like I don't care. I don't have to wait, right? Especially with the shard change, it made him easier to kill.
Way better,
since you don't have as much enrage. But now it's easier to build up Fury Swipe, so you're seeing that buildup of damage even faster than before, which can help you beat a Sven, because Sven's pretty tanky, but that just means you build up Fury Swipes, and Enrage is enough time to kill him if that's what you're using Enrage for. If you have to use it for something else, then maybe Sven is coming in and deleting you really quickly, since Ursa doesn't really... Like, you're an agility hero by nature, but you don't really build any armor, so that physical burst from Sven is pretty scary.
I was a little bit surprised to see the Void Spirit, but there's really not that many mid heroes kind of left in the pool, right? Viper, Huskar, Tiny, even like Beastmasters, Shadow Fiends, the two other spirits, all banned. Like there's a lot of stuff that's been removed from the mid lane pool. So they go for the Void Spirit, kind of one of the last like reliable laners, especially if you're picking blind. They respond with the Slardar.
Which is cool, because I was thinking some of the idea of the Void Spirit is, okay, I can't be trampled, right? I can always get out of this combo really early. But now, Slardar, you can fake the crush without really committing, and you never know when he is going to commit and actually stun you. And then the bash, like, I mean, you can't really avoid that all that much. I mean, I guess you could dodge some, but he's always going to right-click. So that lane is quite annoying for you as the Void Spirit. I feel
like there had to be a better mid laner, but
than Slardar.
Yeah, well, no, then the Void Spirit pick there. If you're picking blind, I don't think Slardar is actually bad. I think it's a good pick, especially for helping amp the Sven damage. The main issue I have though is that Sven's probably not joining the early fights, and every other hero you have is spell damage. So you're not getting a lot of value out of the Corrosive Haze, and there's a lot of times when you're playing Slardar, especially out of the mid lane, like it's first item blink into the shard at like 15 minutes if you're having a good game, and you're trying to just snowball around your Slardar. Like he is going to be looking to kill people. And I don't see like as many heroes that take advantage of that really outside of the Sven. So we'll see if they have a way of making it happen.
That's true. The negative armor part is not as synergistic as some other Slardar picks we see. I do think our main critique of Nemesis last game was the inability to do things.
Correct.
And I do think Slardar helps to fix that, along with the other heroes they picked. You know, like they really corrected on the like, man, we didn't have enough stuns. Let's make sure to get stuns, and they got plenty. I think the Slardar's job is to counter the Void Spirit in the lane and then be a playmaker, and whatever hero was available for that, I think they would have been happy with. And Max seems to have wanted the Slardar. And mid players usually have a lot of say in that final pick. So as long as he can fulfill that role, I'm happy with the pick. We do see a lot of games where it falls a little flat because, like, you don't do well enough in the lane, you don't connect on the first couple rotations, and then the hero really slows down. So that's kind of the scary thing. If Yellow Submarine is good about the warding, about the dodging, then this pick can backfire. I thought maybe this first blood potentially could help out, but
dude, that's where
they're scared.
That's where going onto the high ground blind, you know, like, had they walked up there, they get first blood. But
Botega's kind of brave there, man. He was on his own. Like, Nemesis doesn't know that, but he knows his smoke broke and his whole team wasn't with him.
23. I mean, he's gone for the Stormhander. Okay. Jabs is here as well. And they opt for the bounty rune.
I mean, you don't want to start with Onslaught, and Trample would not have done enough. So I kind of... What?
Didn't he pick Onslaught anyway?
No, he saved the skill point. He wasn't willing to do it. So he's actually trampling the wave right now, and then Q helped deadshot it. So they've killed the entire first wave. You sometimes see the Primal Beast do put a little pressure here on this Warlock Ursa lane, which is pretty strong.
This lane in mid is going to be pretty heavily favored for the Slardar. Like, Murel's going to farm. It's not like he's going to get completely shut out. It's just Slardar is not a hero that you can push out of the lane if you're just kind of like a melee brawler in the lane stage, especially when you're in the river. Like, he just is going to have a little bit more regen and armor than you. Oh, that Remnant does not pull him into the tower somehow. If it does, it could have been a pretty, like, massive play from Murel, getting that extra, like, maybe 100 damage into the Slardar there, but 23's in really deep, and he's gonna get caught here from a slow as well as a blood grenade. Take some good chip damage here as the Phoenix was busy pulling.
Oh, man, Genning's nice. Amazing.
Oh, is Q dead? Well, he loses his couriers. Did get the salve delivered, though, so that is pretty huge. Otherwise, that would have been a really rough courier death.
That bottom lane, we kind of see why they did that first creep wave trick, because Ursa pretty happy with this matchup. He's farming really well, so you just gotta like skip the normal laning stage. 23 did not walk into a Bramble, otherwise he would have died. But they actually killed Phoenix instead, and Problems will then just die to the tower. You give a little gold back, but you got first blood. You pretty much got twice as much. You get the XP, you get the reset. That was a pretty sick play.
He very much underestimated throwing shade. Like, it's a 30% damage amp if you're close enough to the Dark Willow. And I think he just dove just a little bit too close and hitting the Bramble. So it's a pretty substantial nuke, and yeah, very well done from Problems there. Comes back to the lane. Actually gets a lot of chip damage into the Sven as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane here, we're seeing a fight for the Lotus, which ends up going the way of the Ursa, and Jabs, I don't... That was definitely a mistake.
Yeah. I don't even know if he kills Warlock
He doesn't,
with
yeah,
that
not at all.
onslaught, but you at least get damage in, and maybe you get away from the Ursa. Or, you know, maybe Warlock has to kill you instead, which is a better situation. So definitely a little slip up. Topside 23. I feel like I've seen this before.
That might not be the first time, yeah. the lane's pretty far forward. General's pulling, and then they do like 3/4 of his health and damage. Another salve being tossed over to him, so they're doing their best to try and keep him in it, but mid lane is going well for Nemesis, and that is the silver lining.
Water rune at least.
Water rune.
Got him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Morel does need these water runes to get a little bit of help. Slardar, not as much of a rune hero usually, but he actually did go for the bottle. I think I don't always see this, but
it's fine for mid, I think, because Crush is like your only way to push the wave, and otherwise he would like the Void Spirit would actually outpush your wave, and it becomes a little bit of an issue. Jabs doing some lane cutting. Top lane a little bit too far forward here on Infernal, and they will get the kill. Maybe Q set up the dead shot there. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, he was really far forward.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, but he's free to make these moves because you see Jabs down there. He's just, I am not playing a lane versus Ursa. I'm gonna drag these creeps all over. So he's fine on his own for now. I mean, Ursa is farming. You're going to need to address that at some point, but you at least have a moment to try to make these plays somewhere else, especially since we saw top struggling a little bit, taking a bunch of damage a couple times. You need to punish that, put the fear back into Infernal and Problem so they ease up on your Sven. Bro, I think I'm about to see it again.
Okay.
Oh, I missed the brambles.
Yeah, I was like, this is like that's the second time in a row where the brambles have just been off the mark. And 23 is doing a good job at like kind of stutter stepping for a moment to make sure that he doesn't accidentally walk into a bramble. 6-minute power rune. It will spawn top, and it's a haste. Ends up going the way of the Dark Willow.
Yo, watch out, 23. Do you know where he's going?
Uh-oh, back into the top lane. I mean, this bramble... I mean, it was the right call. He has to jump the other way. He's not making it out of this one, surely, though. Problems will get the kill. They even rotate up the Warlock to throw the Fatal Bonds in for safe measure. Dude, the Sven is getting absolutely destroyed in this game. He has no farm.
I mean, that's a pretty painful mistake, because you know Dark Willow has the haste rune and that she didn't make a play mid. She's coming back to the lane, and you're in front of the tower again, and it's the catapult wave, so at least Januel made it up here. They mostly clear out that creep wave without taking too much tower damage, lost about 1/4 of it. But it's just a Sven not far. Like, some of the selling points of Sven is that he's a strong laner, and then you jungle really quickly because you have cleave, right? You're one of the fastest natural farmers of the carries, and then Ursa's on the other side with like single target damage, right? He's supposed to be a very slow farmer. And then you look at these net worths and you're like, wait a minute, who's got the cleave? Like, what is happening here? How does Ursa have so much farm? He doesn't have any kills. Has one assist,
It's a really nice move into the mid lane. Back. Yeah, they got him one last astral step. Now, meanwhile, bottom looking at the Ursa, but does manage to get out of the calling. Pop the enrage, and he's going to survive. Everything you're saying is true, and I think it's actually really important that Yellow Submarine make that movement to mid, right? Like, they're having a great time on Ursa. Their offlane Brewmaster, I mean, he doesn't need to be super farmed. He just needs levels, really. And now, help out your other hero who's your playmaker, right? Like, it's going to be Morel on this Void Spirit, who is going to be helping his team over the next several minutes. He did go for the early Urn, and I thought he might go Vessel, because it is a pretty damn good Vessel game.
He might still. He may just want the phase boost first. Also, you need to get kills for the Urn and the Vessel to pay off.
Okay, he recues it. Never mind.
Okay,
he goes back.
Okay. He's like, no, we can get kills. I believe. I'll get it. It's a damn good Vessel game. I just heard Ricky say it. Go for it.
Yeah, I would have been shocked. I mean, you're against like Sven, Primal Beast, Slardar cores. Like, with a Phoenix. Like, you don't even need to use it on the Muerta because eventually she'll be able to dispel it with the ult. But, I mean, those are some of the best options in terms of cores that you could ask for to have a Vessel against.
Looking at him with negative armor right now, though, also understand why he wants phase boots.
Yeah.
This corrosive haze is very annoying when you're trying to lane versus this Slardar. I suppose
He's
at this
got
point, though,
max
you're not
resonant
really
pulse at
laning,
least.
though, right? He switched. He's undecided, dude. He switched to face like, man, I could use the armor. Yeah. Now currently on Kaya, because he doesn't feel like they're getting kills, and he doesn't feel like he's laning. Well, let's see what he actually ends up committing to. He's changed his mind a couple times.
If
oh, no,
I
he did
don't...
get the phase boots. He did buy it.
Okay. If I don't see a Vessel come out, I'm going to be really confused.
Okay, here's my case against it. I do understand there's a lot of tanky heroes and the healing is really good, but you do need actual kills to get a lot of value out of it, and getting the initial kills right now is quite tough. Like, Urs is doing well, but how easy is it to get kills with the Brewmaster? And then that ult is down, you know, like, then where's the damage coming from? You better have the Spirit Vessel at that point, and even that might not be enough on its own. Maybe it's just, like, too hard to get the kills here.
You've got Warlock, Dark Willow. I feel like if they're playing together, they could kill almost anything. So we'll see them smoke top, amplify damage.
Morel is undecided on
Morel has queued up like 9 different items, so we'll see. Gonna pop the Shadow Realm here, looking for the Phoenix. At the moment, trying to just make it the Twin Gate. That is a... Yeah, there's like that Remnant should connect in time, and yeah,
all right,
do manage to take him.
Switch back to Vessel.
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
We can get kills. Do it, do it, do it. Come on, Morel.
No, I don't know.
Veil's kind of good for his team. I mean, it does amp up the spells, and it'll build into Shivas, which will be really nice.
Yeah,
for the
I mean,
physical damage
Shivas
of
is like
Slardar
must buy
and
on this hero nowadays. It feels like.
Before Vessel, though.
That's the part I don't agree with. I feel like Vessel is too value, but maybe, hold up, let's go the other route. Maybe they feel like they have more than enough damage, and he doesn't need the Vessel. Maybe he's like, oh, we have Dark Willow. Dark Willow will kill anyone now.
Yeah, it's like, why overcommit to damage when we actually need survivability and control? Yeah. We're entering the mind of Morel.
At the moment, I'm not super sold on this mid lane Slardar. We haven't really seen it get active, but yeah, there's your tanky Primal Beast dead to the 2 supports. That is Dark Willow, classic. Finally punishing jabs for his kind of deep placement on the map, his jungling, stuff like that. And they're just going to keep kind of...
Another way to think about it.
Oh my god. Okay, go.
This is why he changed his item so many times, dude, because he kept thinking of these different ideas ahead of us. Sure, the Vessel could help him get kills, but which team needs kills more? You know, like a Void Spirit or a Slardar? If Slardar isn't getting kills, he's not going to do as much as the Void Spirit. So he's like getting all this armor. He's like, I can't be killed now. And if none of us get kills, that's better for us. And also, the supports are providing enough damage without the Vessel that we still can get kills. And on the other side, they are not getting kills. And therefore, I will change my item one more time and ended up at the Veil to amplify the damage from his teammates while keeping himself alive with the armor.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think that's probably word for word the conversation he had with his team.
I am speaking from his mind.
Another smoke gank here as Morel and the Dark Willow head in the triangle, try to find something. They're going to block the Ancient camp. They know the Sven is going to be, you know, trying to take advantage of these. He, unfortunately for Yellow Sub, cleared him up just on this last spawn, so they're a little bit late to this, but in a decent spot here to look for a gank.
Dire are scanning.
Mac is hiding his blink. They're trying to kill him.
Yeah, they get the Remnant, they get the Golem, they get the Veil, but not enough damage. The main thing that they want is the tower, though, and now with Phoenix here, it should slow this down a pretty decent amount. I don't know if you can keep it alive, though. Well, maybe.
You should be able to. Slardar ran home. He can now TP back out with the blink. So I think you got to be careful on pushing. Now, the question is, did they see he had the blink? Because it delivered in the middle of that. They may not have checked. They should know now. Well, I say that. He still gets the bash. All right, Morel's got the
rune
jump.
spawns
and all
bottom.
that armor from his phase boots avail. He's fine.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Top lane, Dark Willow solo killing the Sven. He's gonna try and TP out, but no, the primal split just to make sure. Very nicely done.
23's number.
Yeah, he really does.
Is
Mid lane.
He put in his name. It was a little too easy to get the number.
Thank you. They do get the Warlock mid, so they got something as a trade elsewhere, but I think you're pretty happy taking out the Sven. BKB now done for Jabs.
He has his BKB being delivered. Jabs hasn't been able to do much yet. Last game was on the Bristleback, and I think he could have. This time, he did need the BKB, right? Like, if he tries to make anything happen, it's always going to be interrupted. So, he's got it. He's got to do something with it. Last game, I feel like we had that, like, Blade Mail, Vanguard pipe timing, and it's not as easy to do stuff, but, like, you got to, like, run in their face, and then they didn't. He's got the BKB. Will they do anything with it? Blink Dagger on Slardar. Will he do anything with it? Nemesis, you gotta make space for Sven. He has been struggling in the lane, trying to jungle. Problems is running at him. Things have to happen somewhere else on the map so that he can start catching up.
Looks like he's gonna opt for the Twin Gate to try and maybe come topside. I don't know if you can actually kill Infernal very easily. Like, he did go for the Midas, so he... You know, some of his net worth is tied up in, you know, just a non-stat item. Got the double bracers point booster on his way to Aghanim Scepters, so he's trying to just opt to stay alive. Meanwhile, mid lane, jump in, they got the kill. There it is. Murel will go down.
That was a little close. Golem was like 2 seconds from being up. That was almost amazing turnaround potential. Hit 4 people with everything. That was the right time to go. Now, something cool that's going on right now is in that bottom lane, before he came over, Jabs did a pull with the hard camp on the catapult wave. So a huge wave is building up bottom with catapults. Someone has to come down here to deal with this. Otherwise, this will do a bunch of tower damage, and that could give you space to make a play somewhere. I imagine that's what they're planning, and they went mid with it. I feel like you can get another play out of it. It might be looking top. Slardar's down here, though. I feel like Slardar... You're either with that bottom wave or you're away from that bottom wave. I don't think you're split.
Okay, a little bit of initiation top here, looking for Infernal. He actually doesn't have the mana for split. Now he does. But here comes the Sven, trying to clean up these Brewlings. Not going to really be able to. Just get Cycloned off instead, and they will simply walk away. Meanwhile, mid, Q trying to get aggressive, taking down Muerta, but... Or, I'm sorry, taking down the Warlock, but doesn't really find much there. She's all alone, doesn't have the damage.
That's the split up. I feel like if Slardar didn't have to TP in, he's closer. And then when you hear the Dark Willow channeling Terrorize, you can go for her instead of the Brewmaster. I guess you lose a little farm efficiency, though, if he wasn't bottom.
It's still a very close game. It's like only 7 to 5 on kills right now, but...
I think Yellow Submarine probably a little happier since the Ursa has been pretty much free farming. And I know Sven is kind of catching up, but Sven's supposed to be ahead right now. The fact that you're maybe even, you know, if we're being generous, that's actually quite good for the Ursa. So he's trying to work on another item. I believe it was the BKB. That should be his go time. And Yellow Submarine can be happy that it's an even game that's not spiraling out of control right now. Because that Slardar's going to start dropping off compared to the Void Spirit. Your Ursa's going to hit a very nice timing. You can make this series of plays for Roche, for Tormentor. We see it a lot where the game looks even and then suddenly explodes into like a 10K lead. Let's see which team can make that happen for themselves.
This Dark Willow is so close to popping the smoke. Will do it, but now needs to be very careful. He might get the TP out. I don't think so. Yeah. Dead shot comes in from Q. Nicely done. Well, 5 Heroes smoke gets caught from the Dark Willow, so they get something for it, but probably not the kill that they were hoping for.
Yeah, they lost gold for that smoke.
It's like ideally you're trying to smoke there into the Roshan, right? You have this you have this like Sven and Slardar, but they only find Dark Willow. It took them some time. They had to go back and address their lanes, and now Roshan's going to be moving to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, if you had a better Roche lineup, you could have maybe forced it, but Slardar on his own is not quite enough, and maybe you could commit God Strength, but then you don't have it to fight for the Tormentor. Like, yeah, it's a little funny. They've saved it for the Tormentor fight, which is coming up here. Max still has a shield rune going, which is pretty good. Ursa has a basher instead of BKB, but that could be pretty big here.
Oh, Mirel gets caught from the Atos. He's in trouble. Will get caught for the Pulverize, and he's just dead. The Warlock Golem, too little, too late. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both mid laners are down. We'll see who's able to get out. Muerta's going to pop the Pierce the Veil. Infernal's looking for that Cyclone. If you can find it, it's going to be the Phoenix. Throws into the air, another Boulder Stun, and, well, Q is just getting beat down from these. Egg will get cleaned up as well. The Brewmaster did such heavy lifting, and Bottega does not stop, continues the chase with that Basher, gets the kill onto the Primal Beast, and that will mean Tormentor as well.
Basher really
that is a huge one fight. 4 for 1.
Yeah, both mid laners trade their lives to start, but I think the follow-up is easier for Yellow Submarine, especially with this Golem. It's still really strong at this point in the game, especially like the Fatal Bond. So everyone grouped up, even though Nemesis, you know, maybe better position. They were kind of like more on the high ground. We're going to see in this replay here. Here's the trade-off. So like mid for mid going down right now. But the Golem hits a lot of heroes, whereas like the Egg ends up like in the corner in the back. You know, Sven's, because he's behind, he's not really at his power strength right now. Like Ursa is much stronger than him, so he's feeling pretty timid unless he gets a clean fight. And he lost his Slardar, which is a lot of the stuns. His other stun is Pulverize, which got used to kill the Void Spirit. So then it's like, I can't deal with the the Ursa then. So then they try to back out, but the rest of the heroes besides Sven do not make it out. And then where did the shard actually go? I missed that.
Went to the Dark Willow.
Oh, she earned it.
Yeah, she did.
She's been doing work.
She's girl
Curse
bossing
Crown
it.
is not... Actually, this game, I guess it is pretty good. The downside is Curse Crown like rarely goes off, but with this shard, when you dispel it, it still spawns the roots. The reason it's like
one of the better
iffy
buffs
this
that they gave it.
Yeah, it's iffy this game because the counters to Dark Willow from these heroes is BKB, which means they don't care about Curse Crown nor the roots anyways during BKB. But I guess when BKBs are down, it's still nice to have.
It can be annoying for the Muerta, right? If she's Curse Crowned and she just pops Pierce the Veil, she at least does exactly that. Okay, that'll work. That is a really fast kill into the Roshan attempt here. Now they have to be a little bit careful. Do they actually? Infernal just sitting on the front line, does not seem to be bothered, and Mirel has amplify damage and a shield rune. So not a safe fight here for Nemesis. They will give up the Roche. Another Aegis going their way, and now with a 7,000 gold advantage, they gotta be feeling pretty strong. Well, hold on, Mirel. They don't have the burst damage quite. Yo!
Dark Willow gets cleaved down, instantly dies, but you've kind of spent everything. You need to get out of here with the tail end of these BKBs. The Cyclone's going to catch the Sven. The egg is down. Bottega's just going to turn over. There's going to be a nice stun, though. Cancels the pulverizing, gets the egg off in time. The Sven cleaning them up as well. Infernal needs some help. Void Spirits in. They get the Hypnotize Max low. Murel has no mana to play around. And now it's up to the Ursa's second life with the BKB. 23's trapped off. They kind of salvage what was a really rough fight to start for Yellow Submarine, but the Aegis makes it work.
It was, so that's the key word, right? Aegis made it work, because that was actually pretty good from Nemesis. That was all the tools coming into play. Sven doing damage for a lot of that fight with God Strength, the egg being protected by the Pulverize, you know, Slaughter being that initial front line. Like, they hit the boxes on what needs to happen. It's just too late, right? The Shard and Tormentor are done, the Roche is done, and so then you don't have anything after that. Yeah, Sunray's funny like that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big differences was from the Tormentor fight to that one, you highlighted, was the Sven, right, being able to actually do damage. In the previous fight, he got caught from the Fatal Bonds, so he couldn't, like, ever blink back in to do anything. Whereas in this last fight, you know, he kind of just was able to God Strength and just stand on top of heroes and do damage. But once the BKB was done, especially when the God Strength expires, that's kind of the matchup we mentioned in the draft versus the Ursa. The Ursa's uptime on being able to kill a hero is pretty much in rage, right? Like, or the overpowered in rage, right? And that's up a lot more often than going to be the Sven's combo.
Yeah, and if we imagine back to that Tormentor fight, a Sven who has a good lane and farms better would have the BKB ready in that fight, as opposed to having it now, which is, yeah, he's got it, he can do more, but it's just into the face of even more powerful opponents who might already have Aegis. And Sven does not like dealing with that, because usually when they respawn, your BKB is down, at least till late game when you get like that refresher. So at least you pop the Aegis relatively early, like that's the silver lining, but it's kind of done its job. 9K lead now for Yellow Submarine, which, going back like 6 minutes, we were saying, yeah, it's pretty even, but this often happens. The game quickly explodes if a team can get both Roshan and Tormentor, and to get those objectives, you have to win a fight before and then after. So when all that comes into play, you get a pretty big lead here. Nemesis is gonna have to be
Is that gonna work? Okay, it does.
Last
just
seconds
barely
on those BKBs.
Bottega finds the Slardar. Mac just gets bashed,
The Bear Assassin.
The Bear Assassin.
Also, he's ready to do it again.
Yeah. Mid lane Q forced to pop. Pierce the Veil there to get away. Ooh, what?
That was a misclick. I don't even know if it would have made it on time.
Understand it's a misclick. I don't know how you misclick Golem.
No. I think you go for that Golem is fine, but he cast it on himself instead of...
That's the part I don't understand. I don't know how you cast it on yourself. Top lane. Enrage came out from the Ursa in time. They're going to go for the Pulverize. I don't think you want this heat, Jabs. Yeah, you better run away. Maybe he has it on like quick cast or something for a Golem and just accidentally hit the button when he came in. I don't really know. Either way, fight coming out here as they do manage to find Q. The calling, silencing up this Brewmaster. He's going to be able to... No, so he's going to be able to split perhaps, but no. Instantly brought down by the Sven. Very nicely played there from the Muerta. He needs an Aeon Disc, which he has queued up now.
Yeah, he's going for a little bit of a greedy build. After the Midas Axe that we see, he went for Blink and the Boots of Travel, which is very farm-oriented. And, you know, I mean, he's pretty rich, so it's kind of paid off that way. But the downsides are what we see. When you do get trapped in the fight, especially with this calling going down, suddenly your ult is a little hard to pull off.
There's multiple Aeon discs being queued up. Murel has his own that he's wanting to grab. And Ursa, of course, will work towards Ags. Warlock, I think, is working towards an Ags. Not something we see that often on this Euro.
Gonna cast 2 on myself next time.
Yeah. It's a little bit weird versus a Sven to just get more golems, but...
I guess it's more interrupt. They changed the way the golem spawns, so there's a little bit more stun, which, I don't know, maybe that's enough for Bear Assassin to come out. It's a little bit bigger window where you can't pulverize, all that. Yeah. Did he already TP? Not yet. I think he's out,
Dude,
actually.
they didn't realize they caught him on the...
Oh,
Wait.
he's not out. Well, what happened? Oh, wait, was he Cursed Crown?
No. I don't know what canceled his TP.
Maybe he walked into a bramble.
No, because he hit the bramble here.
Oh, there's a corner. No, there's a corner bramble, isn't there, or something? Yeah,
oh,
there
is. Oh my god, it's just hidden up there. I see. Okay. You couldn't see it on the high ground. I was like, I know he hit one on the low ground, but yeah, there's one up on the cliff there. All right. Very
the most
nice.
cliff gameplay we've seen in a while. So much at the edges lately. Which, actually, okay, this is a random pet peeve I've got. So we have, like, the big cliff that traps us in this box canyon, and then there's a lower cliff with all those trees on it. It totally looks like you should be able to cut those trees and place wards and stuff there, but there's only, like, 2 spots you can actually do it. Complaint. I don't like that.
Submit it to Valve.
This game
Take a look
sucks.
at it. Oh god.
You can't even cut the trees at the top and place wards. 10,000 hours. Would not recommend.
Those are my favorite reviews. I've played this game for 10,000 hours and I don't even like it.
I'm not sure I'm willing to commit another 10,000.
Smoke up here. I think they got a glimpse of the smoke, so yeah, they do actually manage to back off, but they're not stopping on the Ursa. He's still just barreling down this lane. If he gets vision of jabs, which he did, just jumps right against first hit bash. He just looks for another. He's trying to onslaught away. Managed to get lucky enough to not get caught from another bash, but not enough to survive the gank. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he is.
I've seen him get a first hit bash, excuse me, several times now.
A good Ursa player will do it.
Yeah, or you just hit like 3 times before you go in, and it's a pretty high chance at that point. All right.
Oh, he's gonna
another
goal
shard
for
now,
sure.
This time
oh, he's not. Never mind.
Warlock.
There's the double Aeon disc. Looking, Dark Willow is in a little bit of a troublesome situation. Does have a Yules to maybe buy some time, but no, Sven just 2-taps her. Now, Sven committed everything. Yeah, he commits everything on the support and just gets destroyed by the Ursa instead. And now Infernal, well, he's going to catch that TPing out of the Slardar. He's going to regret maybe not popping the BKB for that earlier. I don't know if you're going to have a good time getting away from this now.
Bear Assassin first hit. No,
he will make it through the Twin Gate.
All right, I think they'll just take the tier 2 and then chip the tier 3, force you to respawn. I mean, Sven's dead, and even if he had buyback, you know he used God Strength BKB, so you're really not that scared of him. Oh, Roche is actually just spawned. I think they'll scout. So they'll probably take the tier 2 and go Roche then.
Oh.
Well, if you get another kill.
They have that ward on the left side on the high ground. I don't think it actually saw him. Maybe it saw him a little bit earlier, and then he like padded over to the right, and they're like, all right, we'll just dive back there, see what we find.
The Bear Assassin simply senses these things.
All right, they force the high ground.
Fortify, go get
and then
Roche.
Go to Roche. Absolutely. They have built a pretty sizable lead right now, and I don't know what Nemesis can do.
You need
if they get this Roche on.
Ursa, and that's going to be real hard as he gets this Aegis. But the way this matchup play, whoever commits first is in trouble. Because like Ursa goes in first, you tend to have to use BKB and Rage, and then the God Strength comes in as soon as BKB and Rage is down, and then he tries to burst you. Or Sven goes in first, which we saw in the recent fight, then Bear Assassin just waits, jumps in with Overpower, bashes you to kill you after your BKB is down, or when you have such a lead, he just did it in the middle of it anyways. He's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. So whoever has to go first usually has a disadvantage, and the Aegis kind of fixes that. Because now it's like, yeah, I go in first, you burst me, whatever, I'll come back, and then I'll get you.
Oh, they got a glimpse of the Sven top side. The other thing too is he just has Aghanim Scepter as well on Bottega. The only way he dies is if he's caught inside of like Pulverize and the Calling, right? Like you have to be able to chain silence the Ursa while the Sven goes in. And that is a very difficult bar to hit, right? Otherwise, he's just going to press Enraged whenever Sven tries to jump him. And then I don't think he dies. I think he just turns around very angry and kills you.
Infernal on the hunt. Saw Q up here.
Nice TP out.
Is there a big item they're waiting for? 25 on Ursa is relatively close, so they might just be chilling till then. They have like about a little less than 4 minutes on the Aegis, so they got the time to wait. I don't see any other big items that close to finishing. So for now, just see if you can sniper kill. Might be the Phoenix.
Ooh, he
Nice
almost
timing on
got the
Remnant.
4-staff play to take the Wisdom Shrine. That would have been really nice. But Murel will protect it, get himself the kill. Now is his Ags reveal.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Phoenix's ult is one of the things that distracts Ursa, because that's one of his jobs is to kill the egg, and if you're killing the egg, you're not killing the other heroes. With one less distraction, you're feeling good about just poking the high ground a bit here. Not the fastest at killing towers. Did you just send Infernal in?
Ursa just TP'd bottom to look for the Sven. I mean, there's just no way the Sven sticks around here. And now that your bottom lane's crashing, your team's not showing top, they're pretty confident that Yellow Submarine is backed off.
You could maybe force that harder. At the same time, what's likely to happen is, because Urza's not great at taking towers, it's going to take a while. Phoenix is going to respawn, and then you never know when Sven's going to TP back. So I think they're just kind of calling it early and saying like, well, maybe if we can get the Sven kill down here, then we can just come back, right? Plus, you know, we still have time on this Aegis, a little less than 2 minutes now, so maybe we can find a different support kill and force the rest of the tower after that.
I mean, they can definitely brute force the tower, I think, at this point, with how strong the Ursa is.
Macro nullifier.
I mean, it is a great counter to Ursa in late game. Also to the Aeon discs that they have queued up as well, or they have already picked up.
We'll say Q has kind of the old school build, the Gleipnir Ags. It is a lot of control, and that might, maybe that's what you need. Just this overwhelming amount of control. Fear them all into Sven. I mean, that's a lot of paper, actually. Like, if you're not in rage, Ursa will take a beating.
Are we really just gonna wait for next Roshan? Is that the idea here? You have Banner.
I think you have to respect dataless Sven, though. Like, this is,
yeah.
There's always some turnaround potential with this item. You just get some lucky crit. And...
But that's what the Aegis is for, right? Like,
but if you get caught, the thing is, so like with Aegis, you usually swap out the BKB, which means you could respawn and then be instantly controlled. They have so many stuns before the BKB is ready to activate. And even if you have the BKB ready to activate, they have BKB piercing abilities if they save those for the Aegis. So I understand being timid, especially when you don't actually hit towers that well. I think maybe you could have just sent the Brewmaster, like, have him ult and chip the tower. I think that could have been something to go for. But
well, that's the thing. It's like you send like 1 or 2 of them plus the Ursa.
Now he's got Refresher, so I think it's freer to do that. Because you do want to save it for the fight at the same time, right? The thing is, like, you back out, you have a 20k lead, you know? It's like, at some point you'll find a pick off, you'll go back. They got half the tower earlier, they'll get a pick off, they'll go get the other half of the tower. And they're, you know, to set the stage again, tournament life is on the line, and they're 1 game away from making sure they get to play tomorrow. I can understand not wanting to throw.
That is a very valid point. I'll give you that one.
Sad. What did you sell? Sold something. Maybe a wand. Sold his urn earlier. Never did get that spirit vessel.
Yeah. I mean, the Shivas ended up being the right choice. He ended up surviving like 1 or 2 fights because of it.
Or will this smoke connect? Besides the Ursa, they can kill anyone with the God Strength and the crits. Maybe the Void Spirit would be tough. But they have a lot of crowd control with the Muerta near him. We'll find problems. Some revenge.
He doesn't know how many other people are here, so he does not want to overcommit. He will throw the Terrorize. That will cancel the TP. And with this, the Muerta is stuck. Curse Crown stun, very annoying. Here comes the Bedlam, and he cleans up the kill. So, game came out. Oh, 23? Dude.
Problems. What reaction time.
That was pretty nuts. I mean, it's honestly a pretty heads-up play. He's like, dude, was he alone? Like, there's no way he's making this gank alone, right? It's a pretty smart read.
Yeah, I would have thought he would have TP'd out already. So,
yeah,
call for
same.
problems to look. And the fact that he chose to blink up, that was actually going to be a kill for Sven. You stun as the Dark Willow walks up, Cleaver, you get out. But he blinks past that, which throws off the Sven and allowed him to Yule's first, which is really cool.
I mean, you just got God Strength out of the Sven.
Yeah, you go high ground now. That was BKB to TP out as well.
Yeah.
So catapults are here. It's go time.
Infernal just looking for a Cyclone here. We'll get the Phoenix. Better than nothing. But your Ursa hopefully going to join the fray in a moment. His Band of Brothers, really good tower damage coming in. They force the BKB immediately out of jabs as Muriel jumps in. Now the Muerta rejoins, and she's gone. Instant kill. The second golems come out. And with this, no Muerta for 60 seconds. Your Sven still waiting on the God Strength. The Ursa being able to just jump in without fear now. There's no silence to prevent him from getting the Enrage off. Need to be very careful on Nemesis.
Really important to this fight. And the calling silence. You kind of mentioned, like, one of the ways he dies, you get stuck in there.
It's the only way he dies. Like, now that he has no silence, he can enrage anything. They're gonna jump in, pulverize. He just goes back immediately. The Abyssal Blade into the damage. And 23 walks in, gets caught from a Remnant, has to pop the BKB. The silence is there for now, but 23 doesn't have it. The Ursa will live. Nice pulverize. Hold up, they jump in, they get the kill, they take down a second in the Dark Willow, and now Warlock, that's a TP that is not gonna happen. Infernal does get the clean, but back comes the Bear Assassin. He gets the kill out of the Sven, feared away, Nullifier up though. He walks back into the calling, gets silenced up, he's dead. Okay, Nemesis hold.
They don't retrieve the gem though, actually. Oh, wait. Okay, Q's on it. Q found the courier. If 23 had BKB'd before that Remnant hit, they would have killed Ursa. Ursa got away with 1 hit left. It shows, though, Sven has the damage to kill the Ursa.
Especially with that Bloodthorn he finished. I didn't see that.
It took too long to Or maybe, I guess the first part worked. Like, they took the top barracks free. The mid barracks, the reason this worked is because Sven God Strength BKB'd earlier, but by the time they went to the mid barracks, that was backed up. Oh, it is.
He has nothing. Yeah, he committed everything. The refresher, all of his abilities in that previous fight, and that is a dieback on your Primal Beast. Meanwhile, they are getting Roshan a little bit slower than you would like, and Infernal knows he is not letting this happen. Just jumps right on in.
5 seconds to his ult. He wants to commit, but he also is like, I really wish I had this.
He has no slots.
He's dropping
Okay,
one.
he's gonna use it now. The gem's just on the deck. Roshan, he steals it into the Primal Split. Terrorize catches too. What a disaster! You are kidding. They're all dead. Phoenix drops the egg, but I mean, that's GG, right? Yeah, your whole team is dead.
You're mentally GG'd, I'll tell you what. I mean, you might try to hang on. You lose this, you're out. You know, you might as well hang on as long as possible.
Yeah, of course.
That Roche was one of your few ways. You hand the shard over to Sven, you get double BKB God Strength, right? That's your way into this. Now, Warlock, he's like, oh yeah, sick, give me the refresher.
The wraparound.
Golems.
Here he comes, 23, the last possible play he could go for. If he sees the Warlock, maybe it's an opening, but is Warlock a good enough kill? I don't know, man.
He's already used the golems.
Yeah.
I think you have to take out the golems. You're gonna go God Strength those. I don't know. He's Yellow Submarine. He needs them to clump up and like, oh, we won, guys. Let's all go take the throne now. Let's stand together. He's praying for that.
They found him. They found him. They found him. Instant GG. He doesn't get to use anything. It is over. Yellow Submarine will knock Nemesis out of the tournament and move on to play another day.
Well done from Yellow Submarine. I think they played pretty well this series. Really can't think of any major flaws. Maybe a little bit of overcaution towards the end, but I really do get it. You know, it's a lot of pressure. It's a pretty young team, so being in those moments where your tournament life is at risk, it's scary. But they do manage to clutch it out versus some veteran players on Team Nemesis. So I think that's something to be pretty happy with.
Yeah, this was an impressive series from Yellow Submarine. They looked dominant in both games. It's obviously not without a couple errors here and there, but they, I think, addressed the issues, addressed the draft that Nemesis brought, like both games. Like game one, it really did not feel like they were worried at all. Game two, a little bit closer, but it's honestly kind of Bottega both games owning. First on the Carry Muerta, this time on the Ursa.
I also think Problems had a great series.
Yeah,
he really slowed down 23, of course with the help of Infernal, but there were a lot of moments that the Bramble just did so much damage either in the early game, in the laning stage, or later on, like as they're making these plays, catching the Phoenix, good terrorizes. Really well done from Problems in both games. Infernal doing that crazy snatch at the end. I can't believe he just walked in 1v3, but you really can't stop him. Like, he's so tanky with the Aeon disc. It really could not do anything to him.
Yeah, it was a pretty wild game coming out. It just makes it so difficult for Nemesis to take any of these fights. This is the one that looked good, but again, it's with the Aegis. You're like, we finally got the Ursa, we did it, but Infernal managed to survive the whole time his Primal Split, even though they get the Earth Bruling here, I think. The Storm Bruling is just standing in the center of this, like waiting to recombine, and he just chases down 23 and sets up a second kill. Like, there's too many targets for the Sven, and the ones that he really does want to kill, they have Aeon discs. And of course, the last play of the game, really, Infernal here on the Brewmaster. I don't know if they just like, his Aeon disc saved them? No, he was still stunned. I don't know how he gets the pickup on these.
He's a big panda. We got Bear Assassin on one side and then Large Drunk Panda on the other side. So he's just standing over everything. And only the Aegis has to go into your inventory, right? The other stuff can go in the backpack. but sometimes you pick them up first in your panic, and then they fill the slot you cleared. You know, it's hard to see it, have to like go back in like real slow motion to find out, but either way, he snatches it. You know, Hatred comes in with the double golems to like close it out. And Morel, we weren't sure on the items. He wasn't sure on the items. But despite having to deal with that counter pick, I feel like he also helps create all the space, gave a lot of vision for the Bearer Assassin to come in, close out some kills. I think the whole team could be pretty happy with how they played.
Yeah, that was definitely a sign of life for Yellow Submarine. And we did mention, right, like their two teams that they've played up until this point are probably some of the best teams around. For Nemesis, I mean, they also played some pretty strong teams, right? They lost to Falcons. They then lost to Xtreme, who has had a little bit of an up and down, performance lately. And, right now Xtreme's looking pretty good. So I don't feel like Nemesis was kind of on the same caliber this time around as some of their opponents. Like they seemed to get outdrafted a little bit, and the team fights didn't really come together. As MVP goes to Infernal here. I'm perfectly okay with this. I think this again was another team effort. Like they all did something special, but really that last play at the Roshan is the icing on the cake, man. That was very nice.
He gets the recency bias, that's the hype stuff, is those Roche fights. So props to him and the whole team. I do think Nemesis, unfortunately, going to be knocked out. I don't love the drafts, but I could see moments where it worked, right? My bigger complaint is not the draft, but just there's enough small mistakes that are adding up, either from the laning stage or in like a little too slow before making the plays. It's adding up to the point where when it finally happens, the enemy, like in this case, finally they get the plays together. It's like, oh, but they've got Aegis, so like, oh, it doesn't work. But if you had done it a little sooner, your lane goes a little better, you hit the items a little sooner, then it does work, right? Dota is very much a combination of the draft and the execution. And if either one is a little off, maybe both, then you just can't pull it together.
Yeah, and coming up next is our last series of the day, and it's another elimination series. It's going to be MOUZ versus OG. A little bit of a surprising two teams to see up for elimination so early, but one of them is going to have to go home, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll be going to a short break, and we'll see you then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, it's time again for another fantastic game here at PGL Wallachia. Welcome, Midone. Dave, of course, from Team BetBoom, Navi, Zayak, We're playing a lore game, my friend. I'm gonna read you some descriptions. We're gonna have some heroes. You have to guess what hero it is based on their very long and confusing description. Are you ready?
Okay.
Do you feel confident?
I'm super confident. I like lore from Dota.
Question, how much do you know about Dota 2 hero lore? Oh, wow.
I think enough.
Enough! That's a really good answer. How confident are you in guessing heroes?
25% confident.
25%.
Yeah.
Let's bump it up to 28. Vengeance that hunts down wayward souls, summoning reverence to smother her foes. Armor does not save them against her ethereal fury of the damned. What hero could this be?
Maybe Vengeful Spirit?
Vengeful Spirit, it does say vengeance. Ethereal revenants.
Hunts down wayward armor. I mean, it sounds like
souls.
It sounds like Shadowfin.
Sounds like Shadowfin. No.
Sound like Muerta.
Ooh, which could it be?
No, I'm a good Muerta player.
Insta-lock. It was Muerta. How did you know so quick?
I mean, Ethereal Fury. She can hit through the ghost, you know. And yeah, she's summoning revenants, I guess. Summoning revenants has to be Muerta, right?
Vengeful Spirit?
Was it actually Muerta? Now that's messed up. Venge does have anti-armor. She does have vengeance. But summoning reverence to smother her foes, hunts down souls. I mean, come on.
I think, okay. I'll be careful.
I'll be careful!
Let's go next.
Let's be a little bit more careful as we go into number 2. A master of the Violet Fold, stepping in and out of mortal plane to strike his foes, tearing rifts into the astral planes. He steers the course of reality along its proper path.
I mean, it's something mysterious. I guess it should not be Gyra, I guess. So, rifts. I think I know already.
What, hit me?
Massive stepping into...
Rereading
Void
it.
Spirit?
Something with the reality, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's some Void Spirit, some Violet Fold, I don't know.
You guys, it's Void Spirit. You are actually extremely good at this.
Void Spirit?
Okay. No, I'm not even gonna read it. I barely can. It's Void Spirit. How did you know so quickly?
Master of the Violet Fold?
The Violet Fold.
Yeah, Violet is like Void, right? Violet. And then I see the mortal plane strike, whatever, like stepping in and out is like dissimulated, like reality, whatever, like it's definitely Void Spirit.
Okay, I would have also accepted Violet is purple, but we'll take your insane line of reasoning there. Thank you. Absolutely bonkers, but let's go to the next one. A single stare can anchor your fleeting soul to the earth, proving that power is the only beauty worth possessing. Oh, I like that. I like that face. You're really cooking. Proving that power is the only beauty.
Yeah.
Worth don't you she at me. You've got this, all right? Think about it.
Oh my god. Single star.
A single star? Like what hero star?
The only beauty.
I'm thinking about Iron? No.
What? Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Just think for a second. What if I said the word snake? Would that help you?
I mean Medusa?
Oh my god! Instant grab. Don't worry, we'll edit that out. It was Medusa.
I guess that's kind of easy. It's Medusa.
Holy shit! This guy's a goat. Medusa, you didn't save. How did you know that? It was effortless.
I mean, I'm just using my brain, my IQ.
What hero could use a stare to...
Mirana.
Well, no, that's not correct. No, why would that be Mirana? No, it's Medusa. It's Medusa, absolutely. She stares at you, turn to stone. It's beauty. Why would Mirana with a stare? Whatever you're staring at Mirana, you need to stop, okay? Focus up, get back into the game. You did very well, 1 out of 3. Thank you so much for joining us here today. An incredible game from an incredible man. We'll see more of Navi here in Wallachia. Why are you laughing?
I'm so bad.
You're good. It was perfect.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. We've got one more series left here today, and it's an elimination series between OG and MOUZ. Two teams that have actually had some really big success over the last, 6 months, but then now I guess hitting a little bit of a rocky, section. We'll have to see, which of these two teams moves on, but I will say these are two teams I was a little bit surprised, especially OG, right? Like, they came off some really recently solid performances, but struggling here in this event.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the challenge, right? When both these teams very recently formed after the last TI, and they had not like completely different play styles, but MOUZ was very aggressive, and OG, they were doing some very sneaky, first blood plays into then a little bit more standard stuff with their own twists. But I feel like some of the success of these teams was that's oh, we did not see that coming. Oh, they got us, and they're going so fast. What do we, how do we handle this? And so they were really catching teams off guard, that it works. And then the teams study you, and they're like, okay, what is your weird smoke path? Okay, what are you doing here? What are the heroes you like? And as you get figured out, that's when you're really put to the test of how good are you. And it seems like both teams currently struggling now in that sense. As teams are ready for their shenanigans, what's the backup plan? Or are you so good at that play? It's like Falcons. Okay, I know what Falcons going to do, but damn, they're good at it. I can't stop it. That seems to be what these teams are struggling with. Do you commit to your style? Do you adapt? They're figuring themselves out, and it's a little rocky.
I will say it did feel like OG kind of had a read on this Wind Ranger hero before a lot of other teams did, and that might have been what gave them some of their really good results, because the team got progressively better. They were placing, they got 9th, 12th in an earlier tournament towards the end of last year, which was not great, but then it was 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th, and then they placed 3rd, 4th, and we're like, okay, this team, we're seeing consistently better placements, higher placements, and then suddenly they're back to 9th, 12th again, and in this tournament they're up for elimination very early. So something not quite clicking in the last month or so, but I can't imagine it's exclusively something as simple as oh, the Wind Ranger is getting banned against them now, which it is a big part of it. Natsumi was absolutely crushing teams on the carry Wind Ranger, but you gotta come up with something else now at this point, right?
Yeah, they do play. Like I said, it is their own twist, right? They play some of the common heroes, but they also play some weird stuff. Not that weird, but just things that aren't as popular, like Marana, for example. In one of the series they lost, they're picking Marana
That's
support.
True.
Who's really doing that right now? It works for them to a degree, right? It's it's their style, but then some, there's a reason that stuff's not as popular, and you gotta sort yourselves out. Chen, though, that one is understandable. Skem is a very good Chen player, and that one's pretty meta. Hopefully it'll work out for them. This'll be this is it. You gotta make this work.
Dire team back.
And both teams can be happy with the supports they got. Jakiro, I don't know if we need to say much about Jakiro, but he's just been such a stable laner. You can play him in position 4. Some teams will do that. I think it's very likely we'll just see Celery take it into that safe lane to get a strong start. And honestly, you can take Jakiro against Chen because you group up all the creeps and you hit them all with the dual breath. So this can go both ways. Neither team has to feel like, oh man, my Jakiro got countered. does suggest OG wants a faster playstyle, though. I feel like Jakiro can just win the lane and then stall things out, but Chen, right, like, there is some kind of timing you're trying to hit. Whether it's super early and, like, diving with creeps, sure, but you can also chill, farm up 2 auras before anyone else can, and then group up with that.
They respect by now like Yopaj's puck here, and I think, okay, I would say I think you play for something like a Beastmaster. They actually go for Yopaj's Primal Beast immediately. It could go off lane, but I was thinking something like Beastmaster. It's still in the pool. It plays really well with Chen. We've seen it over and over, like why these heroes pair well together. Primal Beast is similar in the fact that it's like a kind of an early blink initiator that you can do damage with. It doesn't give you great tower pressure, so it's got to come from someone else that isn't just the Chen.
It can be Chen in the early game, though.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I am just a little bit curious as to why you go for the Primal Beast this early, other than, like I said, you want it for Yopaj, and this is the hero he's feeling the most confident on if the puck is banned or something. As well as the Slardar, like they did get rid of his Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, it is a hero they like, so to a degree it's just comfort. I like the idea of enabling... Chen loves to dive early. Like, you win your lane, you rotate through their triangle, pick up a creep, and then you dive that mid lane around that. You could do 5 minutes with the catapult. You can also do, like, 6 minutes for the power runes. There's tons of timings you can do. You want a mid laner who's like, yeah, let's do it. And Primal Beast is exactly that, right? It's like, yeah, Onslaught, Trample, your creeps tank for me. It's perfect. If the mid laner cannot just easily deal with it. And Ember, Puck, super easy for them, right? So those are all banned out. The potential for like Bat Rider mid's gone. Get cheesed by a Huskar, that's gone. So I think it was pretty safe to grab early. The response... so quick the animations can't even play. They're going to go for the Bristle Warlock. Could be laning together, and that's a strong combo. The Quill Sprays, Scatter into the Fatal Bonds. It is a carry that does not mind this pressure from Chen, because Chen can rotate through the Twin Gate and go mess with you. But it could just be the off-lane Bristleback, and then you also don't mind laning into the Chen.
I'm trying to think like where... What is it?
Seeing if Viper was still in the pool, which he is. He did not get banned out this time.
Okay, it's actually...
Razor also in the pool, which MOUZ loves to play.
I was going to say the Razor was the one that I saw still available. Into Bristleback, I actually really like it, but they opt for the TA instead, which it's a completely free Templar Assassin game. So I am very curious what they want to do to try and shut this down. It does fit a relatively fast tempo from the Chen, especially if there are stacks to play around. TA can clear the Ancient Camp behind her tower very easily, and Chen capable of stacking that no problem. Would go for the Dragon Knight.
This is really flexible. MOUZ is a team that will play this very aggressive run-at-you type lineup, and that means all the players are comfortable taking like Dragon Knight carry, Dragon Knight mid, Bristle carry, Bristle off lane. Mid one's always up for weird stuff too, so like I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of the people willing to do Bristle mid, or we're now looking for a mid hero for him. But it also helps match the flex of that Primal Beast, which we're not sure where that's going. It's kind of a shame we can't see... I can't believe I'm saying this, but I kind of miss TA mid at the pro level. I'm glad I don't see it in my pubs as often, but at the pro level, I thought it was cool because she's really a skill expression in that mid lane, but we really only see her as a carry now.
I'm trying to think like where you go with this last pick. Like OG at least protect the Primal Beast flex, which is really important. I think you actually kind of have to run it off lane now. The thing is MOUZ just move the Dragon Knight to whichever lane it goes, and then it's a free Dragon Knight lane.
It's actually like one of the most annoying counters to the Primal Beast because like the idea is you want to flex Primal Beast and Dragon Knight is like, oh, I also flex to both those lanes. I don't know how they give Primal Beast a good lane now. And I don't know if they would prefer to just have him mid. My thought is he just has to go to the off lane now and do what we saw Jabs last game, which is just drag the lane and just kind of farm behind the tower. Like Warlock's not going to stop you from doing this. But then you've picked this like Hoodwink who kind of wants to play with her lane partner. But it's not a good pairing for the Primal Beast because Primal Beast cuts down the trees the moment she goes to bushwhack them. So
it is awkward, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of like of an awkwardness to the the pairings at the moment.
I think it's doable though, because you've got creep dragging, you've got stacking, which Hoodwink can double stack easily, and then Primal Beast can clear easily. I think the off lane could work. If you can take someone else who kind of wrecks these tanky melee heroes, though, Timber and Viper are great bans for that. Underlord, maybe with the Firestorm and the Pit, could make it really hard to get to him. You build the auras, you got the Chen creeps, the TA tempo. I could see that working. Otherwise, if you're doing Primal in the off lane, then you want a Playmaker in the mid lane so that Hoodwink, who doesn't really want to pair with that Primal Beast because there's like some like counter synergy in the lane, you can then go to that mid lane and like go around together, bushwhack, stun. Sharpshooter will do a lot into these tanky heroes. You just need a mid laner to follow up on.
Okay, a little tiny. That's a pretty straightforward pick for the mid lane. Also very good against Primal Beast. So now Primal Beast, who you picked early, has no good lane.
I think off.
So it has to be off lane. It has no opportunity to go mid at all. So it has to be off lane. So now you need to pick a hero for Yopaj. And you have none of the spirits, no Puck, no Viper, no Slardar. Do you go something like Monkey King? I know it's not conventional, but it's actually a pretty good Monkey King game. It can play very active if you go for something like a Diffusal early and you just try to play with like these heroes, like the Hoodwink, it actually pairs pretty well with. I honestly don't know what other options they have.
You need anti-tanky hero. I don't know what it is they want. I don't hate if Primal Beast goes mid and then just focuses on farming up the BKB. Whatever hero they think will do a ton of damage. And Queen of Pain, she does a lot of damage.
She does. We'll see. I haven't been 100% sold on Queen of Pain. I said that earlier about the Muerta. She ended up owning that game. So maybe I'm, giving some strength to Yopaj here, with, my doubts of the hero. But overall,
undefeated TA.
Apparently undefeated. So on the TA, which I will say every time we've seen TA, it's kind of been picked in a similar spot. It very rarely is picked last pick. It's almost always like you see a hero that it can dominate in lane, two supports that don't affect it, and you're just like, yeah, we're going TA. And I think that is a recipe for success, especially paired with something like a Chen that can very easily stack and create space for this hero. Like Natsumi, if this is played well, if they don't like blunder the lane somehow, like she's gonna have an incredibly fast Desolator blink.
We also actually mentioned that Tundra game where they had like this insane amount of stacking. They built this crazy gold lead. I believe that was with Chen TA, because you're strong together, you win the lane, and then TA can manage on her own because she's such a strong laner, but she can also jungle early with Psyblades. That Chen is then free to make a bunch of plays if he wants, or he just goes to a further part of the jungle and does his own jungling, and you come out with a really nice timing. Like you lined the Blink Deso with an aura or two from Chen, and the enemy just can't match it. See if OG, were inspired by that style from Tundra.
All right, well, it's
fun draft from both teams. I actually don't know if I give like an advantage to one or the other. It seems pretty even. My biggest concern is the Templar Assassin, which, you know, our production pointed out 100% win rate this tournament so far. And that's a pretty good stat to have if you are the ones playing it. Also, puts a lot of pressure on you because you don't want to be the team that like ruins the 100% win rate, right? Like that's awkward. You're like, guys, everyone's winning with this hero. And then if you lose it, you're like, ooh,
it's us.
Yikes.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. But I do think it's a good game for it. I think it's going to fit really well. Nico on the Primal Beast. I think his game's going to be rough. He just needs to like avoid the lane. He's going to be dragging. Maybe the Hoodwink can play around Yopaj or just stack. I think stacking is probably just going to be the name of the game for OG. And then trying to play for their mid-game timings.
Yeah, I think BKB on the Primal, get some auras on the Chen. I think that timing would be really nice if you just farm up to that.
It's not a bad Crimson Guard game.
Yeah, MOUZ definitely has a classic MOUZ lineup, so they might be in their comfort here with this. I'm a huge fan of Skem Chen though.
Vamos, very nice, very nice. Good one. A little bit of chuckles there from the players as well. You know, we appreciate a good dad joke every once in a while.
Such long pause. What is this?
Dude, that red panda. Okay, that's a red panda with demon hands, bro. What the heck is that?
Don't look at him. Smoke. He's sensitive about that.
Never clipped his nails or something, dude. I don't know.
He's to head over to the spa.
30 seconds to back.
Take it easy. Dragon Knight's up here on his own. Maybe they can get some damage in. They may just be doing what we saw earlier, which is just a quick kill on the creep wave. You mentioned Dragon Knight, not fun to play into for the Primal Beast.
The battle begins.
Never feels good to have to Dragon Tail a creep, but don't want to get body blocked there just in case. Primal Beast gonna do what we saw earlier, just kind of trample the wave most likely. Did he go boots first?
No.
Okay.
Doing a regular block. Last time he did have the Muerta to help him out with the wave clear. Maybe they don't feel hoodwinked as strong at it. They also play this a lot. Like, they love Primal Beast, both for mid and off lane. So, you know, maybe they're just comfortable with this matchup, even though it's, you know, countered on paper. They know how to deal with it. Like, they have the plans for it, so they're not as worried as we are. I mean, of course you're not when you constantly first pick Primal Beast, right? You have to have plans for this kind of stuff.
I don't think it, like, really loses the lane. It's just probably just not a hero that typically plays well from behind. Like, he kind of needs to be ahead. So that's what, like, worries me. It's like if you pick a Primal Beast that early in the draft, it's like you're not really setting him up for a great game. At the end of the day, though, it's, you know, into this Warlock, so he's just gonna eventually sit behind the tier 1 tower farming. And you don't have something like the Dark Willow to come punish it, which we saw in the last game, right? She brought a ton of magic damage. She's great at punishing the heroes like Primal Beast. Things like Timbersaw that do a very similar play style, Centaur, they all just kind of sit back there, drag waves, and do their own thing, but susceptible to that very high magic damage and control.
I didn't expect a Yopaj to be taking as much damage into the tiny.
Dude, this avalanche spam has been crazy. He's thrown like 5 avalanches in this lane. Yeah, Primal Beast boots are on the way now. Oh, bottom lane. Yamich is gonna survive.
Skem has been laying in with that potato creep. Damage going on here. He was trying to
there from Celery.
tank this wave since the creep dragon was going on, but that's where Tim's job is, just to mess with the carry as much as possible, get the damage in, and you got the creep wave to protect you.
I'm surprised Boom is farming so well in this bottom lane.
They've been putting a lot of pressure on the Jakiro, so maybe Boom.
That's true.
Getting the pass. Same time, I think you don't mind. Like, as long as you're securing your TA's farm, we reach a point where TA and Bristle both farm, right? They can both jungle, they do their own thing. Then the question is, okay, so what can Chen do? We've talked about what Chen can do. He can do a lot. Jakiro is a laning support. And if TA is just gone, you know, you're like, I don't really jungle. I guess I'll push the tower. But that means your Bristle also has to push a tower, and then he's not going to jungle. So you just have less options than this Chen. I think it's okay if, like, for OG, like, let's just let all the cores farm here. Avalanche spam even more. This is so annoying.
It's so funny, like, Primal Beast pops this trample. He's like, I'm gonna get this Warlock, but then Dragonite walks even remotely close, and he's like, never mind, I'm running away.
Get this courier. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, you don't really have much kill threat in this lane as the Primal Beast. It kind of just, to me, let him just do his thing behind the tower, and then we want to start seeing the Hoodwink rotating, especially for the next big power rune. That's going to be a big one. Skem here actually in a lot of trouble, has no TP. Ice Path in one. Does connect. I think he's got him. Second Blood Grenade. It did hit. Yeah, he's got the kill.
Nope.
First blood for Yamich on the Jakiro without a dual breath. The Ice Path is a wild way to get first blood.
Yeah, but like you said, no TP, I guess, from that Ice Path, and then you just run him down. No, and maybe he TP'd to lane from earlier. Maybe just...
Yeah, he didn't have one in his inventory when I saw the fight start, or the, like, you know, them start fighting.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see if Chen wants to make those rotations we were talking about. This is the time you can consider leaving the lane, head to that ever popular 6-minute power rune, which both of these mids would love to have.
The mid lane's been going really good for mid one. He's just like doubled the CS of the Queen of Pain, which you last picked the Queen of Pain into this matchup, and the Tiny is absolutely slaying you.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. I don't feel like that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, he just got a really early level 2 in the lane and just started spamming Avalanche. Like, Quap didn't get a single deny, which... Oh, mid one does get the rune, but the toss away. It's very close. He's going for the tree. A nice Ice Path. Throws it, takes the kill onto Tim's mid one. He can get denied here. They're going to throw the Blood Grenade, but he's got a Fairy Fire. He's got some bottle charges. He's going to be fine.
Potato's on a mission.
He's like, I'm going to find him. Dude, that Ice Path TP in just saves mid one. As well as they get the kill, Queen of Pain gets nothing from these runes. It's like best case scenario for the mid lane of MOUZ.
Yeah, this is surprisingly good, I guess, is how I'll say it. I don't know, don't really know how a Tiny pulls this much of a lead over Queen of Pain. I know you get like the base damage, but usually you don't also win the trades as a result.
Yeah. And she went 2 points dagger early, right? Like she actually went for an extra point in the dagger to try and get some harassment in, but the avalanche spam was just too much, it seems, and yeah, Tiny's thriving. Up over 1,000 gold already just in this mid lane. I'm assuming he's not rushing the blink. A lot of times we see like phase boots or something come out from Tinys nowadays in the mid lane. He did go for Soul Ring as well. So maybe with the Soul Ring, he won't opt for the phase boots.
I do see both quite often. I wouldn't mind in this game. You could use that extra armor versus a TA.
He bought a Quelling Blade. Is it just for Hoodwink?
Hoodwink.
Okay. 8-minute rune, spawns bottom. Yamich just gonna yoink it really quick on the Jakiro.
Bake that potato.
Dude, all right. Crash landing damage is really starting to add up. That was the last of his raindrops. And with Jakiro here, they might just get the tower at 8 minutes. Okay, they forced the fortification.
Sometimes you're scared of like the Warlock 6 timing here with the Grimoire, but he only has 1 charge. But this is still pretty strong with the liquid fire spam coming in from Jakiro. I can't believe they are taking the mid tower first. Like Tiny versus Queen of Pain and then Chen versus Jakiro. But
yeah, they're gonna bring Nico in. There's the ice path though to put a stop to a jump in. Yopaj big ult, they kill them all. All right.
Maybe they're not
Can
taking
they
the tower
get
first.
Celery? There's your Pulverize. A little bit too greedy there from MOUZ, I guess you could say. Sticking around too long. And we'll get punished.
Really
they
close
don't
to
get the
taking
tower.
It was 31 damage away, so they really wanted that. But yeah, I think you can just let it be. At the same time, a lot of space over to the side lanes. So Dragon Knight and Bristle are pretty farmed.
Radiant's middle tower.
All right, Yopaj will end up denying the tower. Yeah, I mean, it is space for the Dragon Knight. That is true. He's having a good time. And so is the Templar Assassin, though. Does she have any stacks is the question. Like, during all of this, has there been stacks being made from the Chen? Okay, there are a little bit being done. Not many, though. Right, like, not what we've seen previously. Yeah, 6 total. Not super impressive, but with the amount of kind of pressure that's been applied into the mid lane, kind of makes sense.
A bit different than what we imagined the potential game plan could be. I like that Boom is opting for the early Lotus on Bristle. I mean, it's a build people do. It's not like totally out there, but yeah, sometimes you go for everything. But this game, it's really good versus the Primal Beast in particular, along with the extra armor being very nice versus the TA.
They brought the Golem bottom, and then they've gone ahead and tried to time this with the Catapult top lane. Nice rotation in from mid one. The amplify damage sets up a kill there for Chrysalis. And with this, bottom lane, the push should come to an end. I love the Suns fan voice line that's just noises.
It's pretty good. We got a lot of tower damage in, even if they didn't quite finish it. Oh, they don't get the Golem either. That always feels bad. You put so much effort into it.
Yeah. Tiny is so far from Blink. He did go back for the phase boots. So it's 11 minutes in. Your mid laner is still about 1,800 gold from Blink, but he is still able to play active, right? He's got the phase boots. He's got the soul ring. So he does have the ability to actually get his spells thrown. There's going to be the Avalanche. Macro Pyre does come out. Nico not really wanting to play in there. The toss is doing a lot of damage, but Yopaj will drop the ultimate. Mid one's tanky. It's gonna be close. They're trying to heal him through it, but there it is. The Pulverize connects and they take him down. Maybe he doesn't want to play that active. Just gets punished heavily.
Someone kind of has to do it. Like, that is a lot of rotations once again from OG. You're probably hoping not to die for it. Just kind of like bait the response.
It seems kind of like a weird place to look for a catch anyway, right? Like, there's no real there's no objective in mid, there's no tower. If you get the kill there, like, I don't know what you turn it into.
maybe
just like
power
looking for a
rune.
casual kill. You know,
Yeah.
like a blink. Can you just quickly kill her, get out? But like you said, not having the blink does mean it's harder. So takes too long this time around.
Pretty even game though. 3-3, no net worth advantage for either side. We'll see kind of who ends up pulling ahead. Primal Beast does clear up that jungle stack that we saw in the Ancients there. So he's getting a little bit closer to his items. Armlet nearly done on the Dragon Knight after the Mask of Madness. It's a pretty massive power spike for him as well. And there it is. Going to be coming on the courier here in just a moment. As the Primal Beast finishes his Blink Dagger. And the Deso. All right, so we're all hitting some items here. Still quite a bit to go on the Lotus and the Blink for the Tiny, but we could see them get active with the Primal Beast, as well as this, like, you know, Deso that's done here on Natsumi. Could be baiting Boom as the team is smoking over and the scan does not connect. They're coming from the other side and Bristleback's gonna survive this to start. Big Fatal Bonds Golem does manage to catch all three of them. There's gonna be the toss to take down the Primal Beast and Natsumi in no man's land. No way out of this one. They get themselves 2 kills. A beautiful wraparound from MOUZ. An unfortunate scan from OG. Thought that they were safe.
They also, the pulverize happened as Bristle was walking away, so he already had his back to them. You get the damage reduction from that. He has the plate mail for his Lotus already, so reduces a lot of damage from that. So he ends up with the full health at the end of this fight, despite being the target of those 3 heroes.
He got like 3 or 4 quill sprays out in the time too.
Yeah, not quite what you're hoping for that Blink Deso reveal. That was not it.
Ooh, you tried to smoke your Queen of Pain, but
Round 2 in the bottom lane. This time with the sharpshooter. A little easier to do the damage. Tiny.
And the bushwhack, yeah.
He's gonna let that happen.
He thought about going in, but he doesn't have the Warlock or DK or anyone behind them. He's like, yeah, this you're in too deep, my guy. Let's it go.
He's pretty close.
First charge there for Natsumi though. That's kind of nice. Get the rolling stacks for the Desolator.
The aura timings, mech close to finishing. Skin got a little less farm than I thought. I guess does go back to the amount of activity in the. It's funny, there was a lot of activity, but not a lot of kills. It's like people just looking at each other throwing spells. But because of that, it doesn't have as much farm as Chen's can have at this moment.
Nice ward. They're actually scouting out the rotation, so they will dodge that gank, and they're actually looking mid again. Mid one has a haste rune, just a quick drive-by Avatos.
It's kind of tactical too. You show one more time, you pick up the blink now. Right? They think you don't have it yet, but you are actually ready to make a play. Has a regen rune too. Perfect. Throw all your spells, top up. See if you can find anything. Never mind,
I think he saw that ward get placed. Maybe not. All right, Boom's just going to clear up their Ancients. He's thank you for making these. They do know about the Blink Dagger now as mid one seen under the ward. They do scan it, jumps over. He will find himself an opening onto Skem, but a great bushwhack there from Tim's. As 2 more Blink Daggers get finished up. So we are about to see the tempo hopefully ramp up a little bit here. 3 Blink Daggers. Okay, we have 5 Blink Daggers already done this game at 16 minutes. It's time to fight, baby.
I'm a little surprised OG didn't try to fight that. But then also, they didn't push that hard in the other lanes. Nico just recently went over to the triangle to at least steal their stack, so that's something. But now, you lost your buildings. They're going Roche. And people are still not rotating to defend this, so you're losing Roche, you're not taking the towers.
Okay. They get Roshan, yeah, and really nothing in exchange from OG. They got a D ward, I suppose. Bottom lane, Natsumi will finish the tower. So you do get something. I will say Bristleback is going to be a little bit scary. He's got his Lotus, and I think he bought the Shard right away. So you will be dealing with like the Hairball and the Lotus Orb in these fights, which is super obnoxious to deal with, especially Chen army, right? Like, he wants to be able to get these creeps into there, but if they get caught from the Hairball, they're in trouble. And speaking of getting caught, bottom lane Natsumi gets the bullet. Where did he go? Where did he go? Ice Path, he's over onto the corner. He's underneath the sentry! Oh, no, no, no. Natsumi almost got away from this one, but not quite. Avalanche is there. Chrysalis gets the credit.
That's such a sneaky play from Natsumi too. Like, you usually go into that corner where they threw the ice path, but he wasn't there. He was on the middle ground going invis, but they just happen to have a sentry here from earlier, looking for the types of traps that TAs like to place to scout these kind of twin gate rotations. Unfortunate for him, his fast blink not pay out. Ends up being a pretty successful move from MOUZ, and they'll head straight over to that tier 2. Do you drop the Golem for this?
I think you can. Maybe you don't need to, though. You have Jakiro and Dragon Knight. Like, mid lane's also being pushed. Right, you have Tiny and Bristleback on the mid lane. They're going to TP in bottom. If they don't find Celery, this Golem is going to cause some problems. They know the Bristleback's the one with the Aegis, so that's the one they need to go on. The Golem does get dropped. It's going to buy him a little bit of space, but he's just dead alone underneath the tower. He was so close to his BKB, gets punished for not having it. They will lose 2 heroes, and MOUZ showing in 2 lanes at the tier 2 tower. That is, with an Aegis, like, you get one of the towers, I suppose, but those are some very costly deaths.
Yeah, with the Aegis on the Bristle, I feel he should be the focal point. I suppose they felt stronger maybe than they are, like that they had the power to do that, but obviously when OG brings heroes, they can still win the fight. And when MOUZ brings the heroes, they can also win these types of fight. Queen of Pain did not live very long there. It will at least give her team the information they need to safely go get the Tormentor for Tims. That's pretty nice. Good. There's a lot of spell amp here, Primal Beast and Queen of Pain especially.
Well, you have 2 minutes left on this Aegis. I would like to see MOUZ look for another tier 2 tower or like a team fight with this, right? It kind of, you need to put your Bristleback on the front line.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna go through the Twin Gate top? Where are they going here? Looking for some D wards, maybe.
Yeah, I think he was just providing some backup for
smoke
Celery.
Pops. They do see Nico, but you don't have the damage to go through the Primal Beast with just those 2. Okay. Bottom tier 2 tower is going to start taking a beating from Chen. You're going to have to do something. There is a ward scouting Yopaj, but they will TP back to try and clear up the Chen army. I mean, this tower's dead. The catapult is here. Like, someone's got to help the Tiny. It's almost dead. All right, they won't stick around for it.
There's still a lot of free damage you got in.
Yeah.
I guess it costs you some Chen creeps, but that's kind of their purpose at this point, is to be split pushing and forcing these types of moves. Because the real success is, this is the rest of the Aegis. You have to come back to your own half of the map, defend. It is unlikely you will be able to find anything in the next 30 seconds. So in the end, actually, I don't think they even lost a tower on the side of OG during this Aegis.
It was
Didn't
the
they have all
mid-tier
the 2
2
before.
It was the mid-tier 2.
Right.
Yeah, but that was at the cost of your, Dragon Knight Warlock bottom.
Yeah, so in the end, despite having the Aegis, they don't secure Tormentor, and they don't really win a big fight. So it's in fact a gold lead for OG, 2K for them.
Yeah.
So you take Aegis and then you lose the gold lead. That's not great.
Definitely less than ideal. As the TA is just continuing to farm and become a pretty scary hero in this game.
You're trying to finish the job from earlier.
I mean, it is just more and more damage into this tier 2, and now that they know the Dragon Knight is here, they might be willing to take a fight in the triangle if they get the opening. They see the Bristle back.
Dragon Knight has his TP though.
Okay, he has his TP. They're coming into the outpost. Off the mark with the avalanche. Tim goes in, gets a bushwhack, but it's the Sonic Waves that pushes them far enough. And you're right, the Lotus is working. Yopaj has that completed Aghanim Scepter. He might jump back in, continue to drop these daggers. No, he'll back away. Overall, scrappy fight, but nobody dying. They'll smoke up again on OG, feeling like they have the ability to continue the pressure. The Templar Assassin incredibly farmed, didn't really commit much of anything. They see mid one, there's gonna be the blink into the onslaught. They find Yamich as well, and he's out of the game immediately. Can you deal with Natsumi? The TA's in a pretty rough spot, tries to get up onto the high ground. Another Meld Strike, there's the Pulverize, holding mid one down. Yopaj, another kill coming through. Blink dodges the Dragon Tail, and now they continue the chase forward. Sharpshooter's gonna break Boom. Drops the Lotus Sword, but it's not enough. The 100% win rate, Templar Assassin, we're starting to see why.
Good moves from OG there. That was kind of a bait around their triangle. All the abilities get thrown out, and the fact that they don't lose any heroes, they just back out, take a moment, let the BKBs expire, let the Golems expire, let the Transform expire. OG has lower cooldowns overall. There are some big ones like, Hand of God, but the Primal Beast has very low cooldowns. Queen of Pain, her regular abilities are quite strong. TA, very low cooldown. It's much easier for them compared to MOUZ. So this re-engagement here, plus you find that Chikiro, one of the heroes who does have low cooldown spells, take him out right away. Natsumi, it came close here. That part was kind of scary. But once they repositioned him and started healing him up, now they're good to go. He's in the ideal formation here. He's in the back just doing the damage.
Yeah, and this is one of the kind of the issues we see with Bristleback over and over is he doesn't bring a stun to your team fights. Surely they have detection, right? Okay, yeah, there we go. Yamich comes in, drops the Macro Pyre as well as the Ice Pad. That is an insanely costly death.
Seems we have cursed him a little bit as he was working on his Daedalus in the side lane.
I mean, they know when Roche is up on the Templar Assassin. I don't think you can afford to get caught out when this is happening. And yeah, he's drawing a circle like, guys, by the way, Roche is going to be up when I'm dead. We might want to play around the Roche on.
Well, he should be up in time for it. He was probably trying to push out like one more wave and then get out. So MOUZ probably caught him at like the last chance they had.
They're just gonna
pressure the tier 3. Force this because I mean they know that hey, if TA knows about Rose, they're gonna be positioned over there. Let's force them back. Let's threaten this high ground, and you see it's working. They're bringing some heroes over here, and this makes it easier to now take over that top area where Rose is.
Oh my God,
respawning.
Okay, amplify damage bottled up on the Queen of Pain is really strong. They do need to establish control in this topside jungle now that Roshan is up. They haven't scouted it yet on MOUZ. OG fully aware, of course, thanks to Templar Assassin. And the Dire are going to scan it. Know that nobody's there quite yet. They do have a ward on the left side near that Wisdom Shrine. I don't know if they got seen by that smoke. They might have.
I don't think they saw the smoke happen, but the fact that you saw heroes and now you don't see heroes is kind of
a little spooky.
So you should at least know that something could
be. It's
a
really good wraparound. There's no vision here from MOUZ. They go to smoke themselves. It gets immediately popped. Jump up onto the high ground. Yamich in a weird spot. There's the Pulverize. Golem catches 3. Fatal Bond's doing some work as well, trying to get out on Tim's. He's going to make it. But mid one, not quite out. He gets the kill. The Tiny looking for a kill now as he's still got his BKB. Avalanche onto 2. tossing in the Queen of Pain into an ice path. They got him. Beautiful catch there from the Tiny as the onslaught away from Nico will give him some space, but this is a 3 for 0 right in front of the Roche pit. A panicked engage from both teams, but great spell casting from the Tiny here. And the Golem too, my God, what a Golem.
Yeah, so that's the thing. When OG was wrapping around, and I thought MOUZ would know, but then Celery was actually pretty far up, and at the last second, he starts to step down, and they don't see him, I guess, so they initiate on the Tiny, but of course, that's Golem's gonna come out, interrupt it. If that pulverizes on Warlock, nobody can stop it. He is stunning everybody, because all of MOUZ was together. And that would line up a huge Sonic Wave. TA can land all the side blades, but being able to stop that right off the bat, that saved MOUZ, and they were able to take the rest of the fight at a very key moment, securing themselves the Aegis and now the banner.
Can I ask you?
Softened up some of these tier 3s.
How do you feel about the Bristleback being the one that gets the Aegis here?
I'm open to it as long as they actually play behind him this time.
Okay, yeah.
Dragonite really is not a good Aegis carrier, so as long as this is happening, right? Like Boom's on the front with the Aegis Lotus. This is okay to me.
Yeah, they gave him a shield rune as well on the Dragonite, so this dude's sitting at like 5,000 HP right now. Okay, this base is crumbling. Much more effective use of the Aegis this time around. Tim's looking for potentially some sort of vision that he places behind him. Does get something to work with, but... Oh, jump in, pulverize, instantly kills the Warlock. We know he's been the big problem for them. Onto the Dragonite. He doesn't have the Aegis. We mentioned it, and they get the kill. Forget the Bristleback. Who needs him? He's stuck here all alone. That's going to be a 3 for 0. He can't get out of this. You got the Croaker stuns. You've got Yopaj. Pops the Lotus Orb, but...
stuns, right?
Wait, hold up. They didn't throw the Croaker stuns. He just... You are kidding me, dude. Were the Croaker stuns on cooldown? I have no idea. He just gets a free kill on Yopaj before they take him out.
Okay, even if the Croaker stuns were on cooldown, he's still not supposed to kill the Queen of Page. He's supposed to back out sooner. So, a bit of a mistake. Overall, still quite good for OG, killing 3 plus the Aegis. It did cost you your top barracks. That's not the end of the world when you have like Chen creeps, and TA is really good at clearing this stuff. So, cutting the losses there. MOUZ pushing a little too hard because actually Warlock did not have Golem, which is why I thought this initiation was going to backfire on them. But that is what you want when the Golem is available because it can't interrupt any of the stuns now, particularly that BKB pulverize and the onslaught, the trambles, all that. So this is what the fight ideally looks like for OG, and then you just don't. Yeah, where's the?
Okay, I gotta ask. I think Dragonite thought he had Aegis. I'm not even. I think he assumed he had the Aegis because he never BKB'd, and he put himself like in that position and was like, all right, I'm gonna die and I'll respawn. It'll be fine. And then he just dies and he's like, wait a minute.
Where's my respawn?
Yeah,
Maybe.
or the BKB was in the wrong slot because I see he's moved it in his inventory. I don't know which one it was. Because
maybe
like
at the Roche pit, they were debating who like takes it, so he moves it and then he like forgets. I don't know. I have to believe he knows he doesn't have Aegis, but maybe I would more likely believe it got moved to the wrong hotkey.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward fight there. Again, like you mentioned, like OG gets a nice gold swing as a result of this. They get the Tormentor for Yopaj, which is a nice one. It's not the most impactful shard, but it is definitely better than nothing. Helps you maybe find a kill onto some of these supports. The big thing for MOUZ is they do have the lane of racks. They have like the melee racks mid, so they pretty much will be able to constantly apply pressure. And all they need is one more good fight to close this game out. There is almost no buybacks on the side of OG. It's just the Chen and the Primal Beast.
Oh, that was scary. Yeah, I think they were thinking about that avalanche toss back.
Mid one's just gonna stand on the high ground. He knows.
Oops,
oh well.
Broke. Time expired. That was a sneaky play, but yeah, they're gonna have to step back here.
Good stuff from OG to not fall for that.
They're still in an okay spot, but OG is close to finishing the triple auras on Chen. Primal Beast is getting really close to his Ags, which that break is gonna do work this game. And we have seen that if TA and Queen of Pain can line up the spells, they have the damage. So MOUZ can't sit too comfortably. You do have to close that. If you get Megas, I think you're good to go. I guess that's, you know, often the case. But I think this next Roche is kind of their big window to win. If the game goes beyond that and they haven't finished up the Megas, I think OG's got the tools to start feeling a bit more comfortable.
Primal Beast got his Aghanim Scepter. He's not, you know, super farmed. He's less farmed than his own Chen, which I think we've seen that happen many a times. Might be able to surprise them with the Ags reveal here of that Primal Beast. Like you said, getting the Bristle would be massive.
Playing it safe. Finally letting, I feel like a lot of times there's farm in the base. The supports never get to have it. But now none of them want to risk getting tossed back. So Skem is clearing it with the creeps. All right, smoke out. Pretty big win percentage for MOUZ. Despite being such a close game, I think the Dota Plus really favors the barracks being down.
I mean, Boom's build is pretty frustrating to deal with. The Lincolns and the Lotus. He needs his BKB, of course, but it makes it very difficult for the Primal Beast to engage. Like, he wants to go for the Blink Pulverize. Oh my gosh, they're going to find Chrysalis. Oh no, the Blinks. No, they actually find the Primal Beast at the exact same time. They take the Jakiro out of the fight, but Nico's going to need some help to run away. The damage from this Dragon Knight is stacking up. Skem's going to live for the moment, but mid one chases in after him, gets the kill. And Queen of Pain, she's got these daggers holding them at bay. A disengage here from OG. Can they get Yopaj? Avalanche comes out. The Dragon Tail. Is it enough? It is. A massive find.
She was close to getting that next blink out. If she had made it out, that was a pretty good move for OG. You get on the map, you get a kill, you stall things out longer. Instead, now your Queen of Pain is dead, and MOUZ is guessing she doesn't have buyback.
I mean, Chrysalis still has BKB. And drop the banner. I forgot they still have this available.
Yes, it's hard to deal with without the Queen of Pain available.
Yeah, this is going to be a tier 3 at the least. We'll see if they can, you know, pressure for more. You don't have the dragon form. Jump in, mid one. They don't have detection. Oh, but they get the cancel. No pulverize there onto mid one. He's able to make it out for now, but he's falling low. Forced to BKB, trying to turn around, but the damage from Natsumi, it is stacked up. They take him down. Chrysalis now needs to be careful. Warlock channeling, pops the Ghost Scepter. Now you need to find a way to disengage. Can you? Bushwhack not available. TP out from the Warlock, but they're chasing after. Boom, he will BKB TP. No ultimate available. Still on cooldown for another second. So MOUZ, they give up a big kill on the high ground, and it's a really fast Roche respawn. It was only about 30 seconds.
If you can get this, a lot of the issue here is that Nico is unable to pulverize targets through the Golem, but if you can get the refresher that is on Roshan, now you can finally just go in with the BKB, pulverize, bait out the Golem, and then just refresh, pulverize a second time.
Yeah.
Allow your TA to get the key kill that you need, win the fight from there. And you don't know this is up. MOUZ is not ready to contest this.
This is free for OG. Every time, I feel like there's been multiple times, they scan it now. I feel like there's been multiple times where MOUZ are in a commanding position and then it just comes out too late.
All right, clean getaway. I thought there might be some axe there at the very last second.
2 Raxes up, and the enemy team gets the Roshan. And the third one as well. So Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and Banner. Is it enough to stop MOUZ from sieging your base bottom? We'll have to see. I feel like MOUZ still has a lot of damage, and if they can find any hero right now, there's a very big lack of buybacks on both teams. Dude, the TA traps, though. They know that they're here.
That's a free Chen kill if they know, but they don't have a ward earlier.
They want to watch this lane. There's creep wave in mid. Someone's gonna have to come clear it up. Natsumi gets tossed out into the dragon. So he gets the BKB off in time. Blink Pulverize doing some work. There's the Golem. Can they get mid one? He's gonna be forced to BKB. It comes out a little bit late, and he's dead. The refresher comes out from Nico. There's your second Pulverize. You mentioned it. As Chrysalis in trouble, pops the BKB and the Satanic, trying to turn it around, but the damage from Natsumi, it's there. He's got no refractions left. He's gonna lose the Aegis. So 1-4 Aegis swap at the moment. Gonna try and TP out. They will make it. Ghost Scepter, Force Staff to the high ground. Warlock will make it out as well. Nice disengage from MOUZ. It could have gotten a lot worse, but still a good win here for OG.
I thought they were gonna do that actually. The second Pulverize on the Dragonite was looking so good, but he must have gotten some pretty big crits on his splash attack because he got everyone on OG low enough that they got scared and backed out. And fair enough. I mean, like one more splash attack from Dragonite probably would have wiped him. So pretty even fight, but you use the refresher shard, and that's a big reason they were able to take that. Now you have to farm up a proper refresher, and you don't have an Aegis. Man, this is really back and forth. You have a gold lead too. It feels kind of fake at this point, though. 9K is not a lot at 40 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, most of it is the Chen, right? I do think the Queen of Pain is going to start becoming a pretty massive problem. She is a hero that, like, once she gets to her late game items, kind of becomes like god tier. It takes a while to get their immediate D ward out, but they will find themselves a very quick kill onto the Jakiro.
If they had stunned Tiny there and got a second kill, that would have been insane. Because Crystallis is bottom. It would have been a long TP to get back to his team. All right, Jakiro dead. Let's see if they can force that buyback, perhaps. You can maybe just push top. Or you can choose this tier 2 mid. But actually, you don't have creeps near at all.
I mean, they have banner. They're just going to push top, right? Yeah. The third banner, mind you.
Which extends its range. This should actually be further back a little.
This should be so far back. This should be like where the wolf was. It's just dead already. Yeah, that's an oopsie for sure.
You may not have committed there anyhow. You get like his chunk of the tower. You can rat it later with Chen creeps, and you get MOUZ to go back.
Yeah, I think you could probably have gotten the tier 3 if it was a little bit safer. Like force the Bristle to come further out or something, but their base is also getting shoved, so they need to go back to defend.
Now, I do think you're just trying to stall time for Nico to get the refresher, and I would like them to funnel farm into him. I see Natsumi farming near him, but I don't think more damage on TA solves your problem. I know that's hard for carry players to hear, but more damage is not strictly what they need. I think it's more control from this refresher.
What if she buys... hear me out.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say, like, just buy a Divine Rapier at this point, you know?
That's true. Now, the one Pulverize you get, that's enough.
Yeah.
Could be. What he's gonna do, he's gonna farm a refresher, and he's gonna be like, hey, look at this, Nico. Isn't this cool? Look, it's called Refresher Orb. You get 2 sets of abilities. Isn't that nifty?
Yep.
Wouldn't you like one of these?
Dire's bottom tower.
He's getting
MOUZ
close.
is-
He's almost there anyways.
Yeah, MOUZ is definitely still like got the map pressure going, but I do feel like OG are going to win every fight going forward. So it's gonna create a very odd scenario where like I don't know how MOUZ push high ground anymore. Like your Bristleback does not have the impact that it once had. He does have his BKB now, and he's going for a basher into Abyssal Blade, which might help. That little bit of extra control can do some work. But you're gonna need like mid one to find some incredible tossbacks to really start these fights.
Yeah, the last couple tossbacks he's gone for, either like in the most recent one, TA was still able to BKB in time.
Yeah.
That kind of prevented that one from working. Another time, I think he just got stunned as he was going in. So it really does come down to how this breaks out. If Warlock gets found first and you lose the Pulverize interrupt, that's huge for OG. If you take out, in that same way, like if you take out the Primal Beast, you just don't have control. You know, you have a Bushwhack, which is very easy to react to with the BKBs. You need this Pulverize.
They know this push is coming bottom lane. Chrysalis should just pop the Dragon form, try and start working on the range barracks. You just want to get closer to those mega creeps. There's the fortification. Your last fortification. Protected by the Lincolns. They'll just
Sell
reapply
the cheese,
it.
Man. You need this shard. Or... Dude, he's 200 away. This is literally the gold not to be farmed in front of him.
Yeah, that is really rough. Aeon Disc finished on the Chen, which is nice, but you are right. They need to be able to grab him. There it is, the Blink Onslaught. There's the Golem to cancel, the Hex up into the Bushwhack. Can they actually bring down this Dragon Knight? They can! He is dead without being able to use anything. And now mid one's gotta run. They don't have a way to cancel. Actually, does he have Meld Bash? He might have. Either way, 85 seconds now without the Dragon Knight. We're gonna see when that Roche respawns. He could be sidelined.
They have 2 Lincolns and a Lotus. Why is there not more on him like in that? Like if the others are not gonna go in, which I think is fine. I don't know, did all of them get popped? Did I not see that correctly?
I think the Lotus expired and that was when they went in. I think he just dies, right? Yep.
Yeah, how important he is. I mean, I guess Golem's on cooldown anyways. Okay, I mean, you have the mid lane here, so this is now the creeps down. You have a Golem to help you tank. The Granite Golem, not the Warlock's Golem. This is a TA. Nearly full.
15 seconds on Roche? They just immediately, are they just gonna go for the mid lane, hope for the fortification and back for it? Maybe?
See if you can get a buyback out. And if you,
I mean,
if
they
they're
know.
not going to buy back, they know they don't want to buy back, so you can get this tower damage in. There's no way you can fight without those heroes up. You have like 5 seconds to back.
They have to be backing for Roshan, right? The question is now, it might be too late. You've got to fix the waves, and your Dragon Knight and Warlock are coming up soon. You've just got to fight, I think. And if I'm OG, I think I'm perfectly fine with that. You've won every single engagement in the last like 15 minutes. The worst thing you can do is get caught out of position in the Roche pit.
The thing is, though, Nico now has Refresher, and you don't have Refresher on Cellar. So
yeah, they're gonna jump in. They get the silence mid one, taking a beating already. They get the Sonic Wave onto all 3, but can they bail out mid one? No, he's dead, and Chrysalis going in aggressive, trying to get on top of Natsumi. Can they finish the job? No, the Pulverize finally comes back to break the Meld Bash. You're dead, MOUZ. This game is just done. The whole team getting wiped. They TP out on the Warlock. No, the Hex comes in. MOUZ crumble despite an advantage of 2 lanes of racks for almost 20 minutes.
They got pretty unlucky there that Roche spawned so quickly too, though. Because if that had been a longer Roche, you get to respawn, you get to properly organize yourselves and go. They heard the roar and they're like, oh, we have to get in that pit. Like, we have to fight this. And that put them in a bad position. That's why that Tiny got killed, the Golem, the Warlock got killed before the Golem could come out. This is, it, right? I guess it depends if you can get buybacks, how much you push, but I think you do it, right?
You can, like, I know going straight to tier 4s got nerfed, but I think you go straight tier 4s. There's no way that they stop this push, right?
Easier.
Okay, they're gonna go to bottom, look for a second lane, trying to even things out a little bit. They've got the buyback out of the Bristleback. Tiny's up in 15 seconds. You could look for a toss back. But the base is gone.
Yeah, the fact that Nico's pushing top right now tells me they're not confident to end the game. They're just trying to get as much out of this map as possible. Which, I mean, let's be fair. I mean, earlier that probability showed they had like, what, 10, 20% chance of winning. They have felt behind this whole time. So you finally get a window here. Maybe you doubt whether you can close the game out, or hey, let's just take some buildings. Let's come back for Roche.
Yeah, this Roshan, it pretty much seals the fate of MOUZ if it goes the way of OG. Again, we haven't seen them be able to pull off a team fight in quite some time, and now you're going to be playing into 2 lives on the Templar Assassin and a refresher for Yopaj. That's not going to end well. Yeah.
If you farm up a little bit, you can just get the refresher on Queen of Pain and then give the shard over to
like
TA.
Or TA, yeah. Well, they do get the Lotus off, prevents the pulverize, but Boom still taking a ton of damage. Do manage to get on top of Natsumi? The Fatal Bonds is doing so much work here, as well as the channel from the Warlock, but they can't kill anybody. OG still surviving through all of this. There's no way, and now Yopaj jumps back in, gets caught from the Dragon Tail, and the damage. No, he's just gonna turn out with a BKB, pops the refresher, has a Sonic Wave to push them back in, and just kills them both. That might seal their fate. The refresher shard doing so much work here as mid one gets caught out as well. Nico gets the blink onslaught into the pulverize. There's the GG, and OG turn this one around.
It was all about that refresher. I guess it wasn't quite. I mean, they kind of won without it. There were just some very clutch team fights that it really depended what target got found first. And if OG found the right targets, they would win. If MOUZ found the right targets, they would win. But those final moments, I think MOUZ, they sensed the end of their window coming because of the refresher timings. And so they pushed a little harder at times than they needed to, kind of force the issue. And OG was able to take that to their benefit, win those fights. You see, they don't look super happy. One, they haven't won the series yet, but two, that was not fully in your control, right? You got a little lucky with some fast Roche spawns. You were really behind for quite a while and had to earn your way through that. So I think they're immediately into talking, like, how do we improve so that game 2 doesn't have to be so scary?
There was a couple things in this game where, like, looking back at it, I'm sure, you know, MOUZ is going to have a talking to. This push in particular, when they have Aegis, it's on your Bristleback and your Dragon Knight just dies without getting BKB off. Your Warlock doesn't have Golem. Like, it leaves a lot of questions of, you know, if you got one lane of racks, you got a melee racks, like, you could just leave, you know, after one lane and still have Aegis for quite some time and wait out the Warlock cooldown.
Yeah, they were so close to it, too. I think it was like 20 seconds, and they had 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's up now.
Yeah, so I think this second push kind of like sealed the deal. They could have built a bigger lead on the first Aegis as well. They had that move where they split. Bristle and Tiny were pushing mid with the Aegis on Bristle, and then the other 3 were pushing bottom, and OG was able to find a good fight off of that, which helped keep the game close. If MOUZ builds a bigger lead on that first one, and then the second one, right, then the game's just done. Like, you know, OG never gets a chance to farm these big items that allowed them to come back into the game.
Yeah, these are the times where you're like, okay, surely, like, this is where MOUZ has the lead and is going to be able to close it out, but at some point, you're going into the late game of Templar Assassin and Queen of Pain, and, like, your Chen is just enormous, bringing in so many auras for his team this game. It just makes killing off these heroes borderline impossible, and your Bristleback's not really a threat anymore, right? Like, you've got this Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast. just makes it too difficult. In the final fight here, right, they try to go back in on the Queen of Pain, but she's got this refresher, immediately BKBs, and hits a huge Sonic Wave.
As the game went on, you have this dual threat of the Queen of Pain and TA, whereas on the other side, it was really the Dragon Knight by the end of the game.
Yeah.
Like, he was very scary, he could kill anybody, but there's only one of him, and there's some pretty mobile cores on the side of OG, so they're avoiding him till they take out some of the other heroes and then turn back around when they have the control for him. It was well done from OG to come back into that game, but you definitely can't rest easy, because MOUZ, with just a little bit cleaner execution, they could have closed us out much earlier. So game 2 hopefully will be very exciting as well.
Yeah, I'm not really even sure who's like the MVP this game from OG, because it really is kind of like a combination. I think Natsumi did play very good from start to finish, but the Primal Beast targeting on his pulverizes, getting his refresher, like, was a major turning point in this game. And then you have this Chen and Queen of Pain and Hoodwink that are doing a lot in the team fights. So it's I'm okay giving it to anyone. They'll give it to Natsumi. Pretty reasonable. Really great game, and Templar Assassin will remain undefeated. Hey, look at that.
That's true, I forgot. I'll tell you what, some of the reason OG won is that they knew that those were fast Roche spawns, and that only comes from playing TA. So yeah, that is pretty standout.
Yeah, I really like it. This is a really fun game. Definitely back and forth. I, wasn't really sure who was going to win. You saw the map at some point. You're like, all right, they got 2 lanes of Rex. It's a 4v5. Surely MOUZ can get the mega creeps this time, and it just never happens. OG manages to outmaneuver them in the fights, fight after fight, really, and pull it back, get themselves a well-deserved win here in game 1. But again, this elimination series, best of 3, only one of these teams will move on. So we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment, everyone. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Să-ți fie mai de păcat, mai iubit și mai lăsat.
We are back into our last series of the day here at PGL Wallachia Season 7. It is an elimination series between MOUZ and OG. Game 1, really back and forth. I was going to say a little back and forth, but really back and forth between these two teams. MOUZ took an early lead. They got 2 lanes of racks, but OG holed it out and managed to walk away with the victory. Honestly, off the back of some really clean team fighting. I think they just kind of outplayed MOUZ in the team fights through most of the mid-late game, and yeah, now they're going into another game, and we'll see if they can walk away with the victory or not.
Yeah, MOUZ.
10 seconds remaining.
They were close. Like, I do think they were, like, the early game was better. I think the mid lane was pretty sick. Like that, the Tiny beating the Queen of Pain, getting help from supports. Everything was kind of working out up to that first and second Aegis, where they just started. I don't know. Did they feel too much pressure? Were they just trying to go too fast? You know, too furious? Just some slip ups there cost them just enough fights for the game to drag on long enough for OG's lineup to finally hit everything they needed and turn this around. So going into game 2, let's see what changes up. I feel like you could run that exact same draft and win if you just clean up some mistakes. So I don't even know how much they'll change. Looking at the bans, I think it's the same as last time, but this time the Primal Beast got taken out instead of Shadow Demon.
Was Batrider banned last time too?
I believe so.
It was? Okay.
Yeah, I guess the...
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah.
So Chen makes it through, and this time it will be MOUZ's turn to play the Chen. And the response in the Bristleback this time for OG.
We trading drafts, boys? What's happening?
Yeah. Okay, I gotta ask. Does Bristleback feel very strong to you? Because a lot of teams keep picking this up, but I don't think we've seen a Bristleback win a single game.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
I am not a huge fan of Bristleback. Looks like he's
okay.
I mean, that's only 6 games though. That's not a statistically significant sample size, you know. But yeah, it seems to be losing, and perhaps we're covering all the losing games. I've not been a huge fan of Bristle, even when he was like a pretty good hero. And he's only been nerfed since then, so I still feel pretty iffy about this guy. I get the idea. The issue is, he obviously does not provide much crowd control, right? His thing is being very annoying in the lane, some early tempos. So I feel like you really have to cover that aspect of his gameplay. And the mid, like, often he goes to, like, the off lane. There's not a lot of aura building mid laners, even though that's kind of become a thing. You know, you can get the Greaves. So it forces Bristleback to do the auras, but then you can't, like, force the play. I feel like there's more natural aura builders than Bristle, and when he does it, they just run away from you. And then you're like, well, but I don't do tower damage now because I built auras instead of my old damage build. I don't know, it just feels awkward, but teams like it, and I get it, because like into a lot of the strong supports available, like Chen, you know, it's Bristleback. You quill spray back, and that gets you through the lane. But if you don't execute cleanly, it drops off in the mid to late game.
We're just going to swap the drafts around a little bit. The TA Chen now for MOUZ.
10 seconds
and we'll see what they want to pair it with. Some of the other strong supports have all been removed. Right? There's no Shadow Demon, Jakiro, no Treant, but there is still Warlock for OG if they want it. For MOUZ, they could do... Yeah. Okay, I was going to say Tusk, Clockwork, Marcy, all available if they want them, and it looks like they'll go for the Tusk. Saving a flex pick potentially for 18, or just a counter pick of some kind.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Tusk is more in Yamich's comfort zone, along with the snowball save being pretty useful versus sharpshooter and any number of things that can still come out here. TA laned versus the Bristleback last time, and it kind of went okay. But I would sort of like to see a harder counter to her this time around. I wonder if it's going to be... Oh, no, it's not the Razor. It's going to be Keeper of the Light with Bristleback. That's your off lane, right?
I imagine. I mean, the thing is
Gaming Plasma Field's kind of cool too, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Plasma Field synergy is also not bad. I don't think Razor plays that well in the Templar Assassin is my issue. And we actually saw it on the win rate for Razor. It's really not good this event. I think a lot of teams have started to kind of find ways of playing around it. Razor needs these kind of longer duration fights, and Templar Assassin can honestly kill you through with refraction meld strikes before you start to steal enough damage.
That's true, actually. One of the ways you deal with Link, a lot of people think like, oh, you got to break Link, got to like mobility, and that's kind of true. You can also just have so much bonus damage that it doesn't matter. Sven can do it, Vlad's, TA, refraction, Tusk, damage amp. It is a possible solution. I do think
she's
the
a natural
low win rate
Hurricane
of
Pike
Razor...
builder.
Sorry, say again?
She's a natural Hurricane Pike builder as well, like you were mentioning.
Yeah, that too. So that's the part that's a little strange. I think he has a lot of damage instances with the ult going, so like I get that part. I also think he's flexible as we go into this last pick for OG, so you can move him around just like the Bristleback. So I like that idea. He doesn't strictly have to be versus the TA, right? He can shut down, oh, you need a playmaker for TA in the mid lane? Well, lane versus Razor. Have a, spend all your time catching up instead of making plays. So I could see that working out. I do think his low win rate was kind of due to the fact that teams were prioritizing him so much. He was getting first picked a lot, so you weren't really getting good Razor games. That point's a little funny to make when then we look at this and I'm like, is this a good Razor game? I guess we'll find out.
Radiant team.
I think it does have that extra boost from the Coddle, whether they lane together or not. Okay, they go for Ember anyways. This lane can be tricky, but you do have chains to help you out if it is against the Razor. I feel like if you get unlucky with chains, though, you get walked down.
This is also a little bit of a deny pick. Like, one of the best heroes that Coddle can play with from the mid lane is the Ember Spirit. The other one, kind of heroes like Tiny. I would imagine it's like, oh, they get rid of Beastmaster.
I mean, he's also good with Coddle, actually, and he beats Ember in the mid lane, or at least goes even. I mean, you're not worried about Storm, which is a good pairing with Coddle, because you have the Ember into the Storm.
10 seconds.
Dude, they might
Tiny could come out still, but...
5 seconds remaining.
You could do Monkey King again. I don't know why. Like, we're seeing heroes, like, people blind pick their mid laner, and there's some really good counters to them still in the pool. Like, Huskar is obviously banned. We see that one, but... You could still go for something like a Monkey King, which is very good into the Ember Spirit lane.
It was after...
I don't know.
It was after his... like, Simeon Stride got nerfed, and then Wukong's Faithful is the old one, right? That one got nerfed. Ever since then, he hasn't been as popular in the mid lane. He also got, like, other nerfs because he was so good. A couple teams will still play him, but many seem to have moved away, even when there are situations like this, which is like, yeah, I mean, you would usually bop that Ember.
They might just go back for the Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't hate that.
5 seconds remaining.
They have last pick, at least for what is likely Yopaj's hero. I really hope this is a support
Coddle
Keeper of the Light.
Is also pretty good still.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like Tiny is still pretty sick. It really depends on where, like, who they want the Coddle to be playing around. I feel like naturally it's the mid laner.
What do they want to pick into the Razor lane is the question. You have this Tusk. You could do something like Darkseer, honestly. What do they do if you just pick a Darkseer right now?
You could
trying to
just
think from
Razor
Boom's hero
mid
pool.
at that point and put someone else. You could still do like the Bristle carry. I feel like.
Yeah, no, it's just like conceptually, like none of their heroes stop Darkseer. Like at all. Like it brings all of these early auras like faster than a Bristleback will. None of the like it's a 5 position keeper of the light. Like he doesn't do anything to Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you Sven here? The illusion doesn't mean as much. Strong lane, good versus Chen. Yo, it's happening.
Yeah, I think you actually have to win the mid lane incredibly hard here now. Because if you don't, mid one will just play with Darkseer and you lose. I like the Monkey King pick a lot. And I was really happy to see it here. Because if they don't, I honestly don't know what they pick from the mid lane that actually does anything.
Okay, so position 5 Coddle with Razor.
Yeah.
I mean, you will have a lot of extra mana then to spam out versus the Darkseer. So I guess that's kind of one way you can address it. A lot of natural wave clear in the Keeper as well. But Darkseer should still get farm, and it's not easy to run him down with Chain, because once you get Surge, you just run away.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably farming lane top. Mid should go the way of Monkey King, but Tusk and Chen, very good supports for rotating over to help out.
Yeah.
And TA Darkseer can be left alone fairly early. I might see a lot of attention in that mid lane.
The Monkey King definitely salvages the draft here for OG in my eyes, because I don't think you have the carry matchups. You definitely do not have an answer for the Darkseer at the moment. I mean, maybe this like Coddle Plasma Field spam can like deal with the Darkseer, but with Tusk having tag team, I think Coddle just dies if he's ever out of position in this lane. So needs to have very good positioning on Skem here. And Monkey King should be able to kind of stomp mid one. This matchup is so unbelievably one-sided.
I do think Keeper is a little bit slept on. I don't understand why teams aren't going for him more. He seems really good right now to me. With that said, the Razor pairing is not one I expected. I'm wondering, I want to see what OG has in mind for this. Maybe it's stronger than I realize. And this is like a sick combo. I was thinking more of like, okay, we got Bristle to work with in the lane, and then the, you mentioned it, like Tiny, Ember, Storm are the classics in the mid lane. So this is a different Coddle pairing like setup than I'm used to. I still sort of believe in the hero though, so I kind of want to see it succeed here. Would also not mind going to a game 3. I mean, it was a pretty fun series if MOUZ wins this.
Yeah.
You've hit a wall.
Trying to look if there's anything in terms of the facets that are interesting. The fact that Skem has gone recall is kind of interesting. We don't really see the recall facet that often, even on like support. They do get the boundless strike into the bushwhack, trying to chase for Boom, but don't quite have the catch.
They did set up a ward while they were here. Trying to block this early versus... Well, honestly, both sides should be stacking a lot with the lineups they have.
There's going to be a lot of tension on this mid lane. The first wave is not that bad for Ember, because usually Monkey Kings go Boundless Strike, which we already see him do. You use it mostly to just like secure the range creep, get a little bit of damage. It's levels 2, especially 3 onward, where this lane becomes pretty much impossible. If he decides to pick up something like an Orb of Frost, it gets way worse. Yeah, he's got Boots Orb of Frost queued up, yeah.
Chain Gang does help. I think the last time we used to see this matchup a lot, Chain Gang was not as popular. So it should be harder to get run down. Maybe it's a little better than it used to be.
He just gets 2 denies on the first wave, though. Oh, boy. Yeah. So top lane is a little bit of a first blood scenario there as they just walk down Darkseer.
That's level
quite
1.
big.
Doing some creep dragging. Yo, maybe this
okay.
matchup's amazing for Ember.
This
Hey, he
is
actually
never
wants to die
supposed
if
to
the tower
happen.
stop attacking.
Yeah. He's TPing mid on Coddle to try and get the exchange, which he does, and he's gonna get some creeps out of the tower. So Coddle's gonna come back top, almost level 3.
Can't you just
He's trying to
draw
pull the
aggro
wave
from the minimap?
Yeah, he's
Can't
trying.
you just like attack a different hero so the tower kills you?
Yeah. Yes. I don't know why he didn't do that, but you can. Okay, very awkward start to this game. That solo kill mid should never happen. Like, the first wave is good, but Yopaj just put himself way too low. He even had the level 2 advantage and just didn't... I don't think maybe he just didn't level Jingu for some reason. I don't quite know. But either way, very well played by mid one.
Skem is going to be huge as a result. They get that kill top, and then he rotates mid. So high levels on Keeper. Well, I mean, we'll see what the rest of the game looks like, but more mana going into himself and his teammates. Maybe earlier boots for more stacking. Down here was kind of a farming lane the last time we saw the TA versus Bristle. Have some different supports, mainly the Hoodwink, so let's see if that changes things. All right, despite the death, we do see those last hits and deny starting to rack up for the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't played it in a little bit, just like everyone else. He's like, okay, yeah, ooh, forgot how that level 2 is supposed to go. I remember now. Here we go.
Well, Monkey King 0 and 2 so far in this event. Yopaj did play it earlier in this event against an Ember Spirit, if I'm not mistaken. So,
all right, so 1 game and 3 minutes to remember how to play.
Yeah, just a little bit of a warm up. A little bit of a warm up. Yeah, I'm not really sure how this like safe lane Razor is gonna do, right? Versus Darkseer. Yeah, you did get first blood, which again maybe a little bit of a positioning mistake there, but it's eventually Boom just has like Boots Windlace, and I don't think you can do much to him. Like you can just pull the wave, you can drag it with Tusk as well. Natsumi actually losing his Falcon Blade, kind of a big deal.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Though I don't think they're really going to try to kill him too much. It's pretty tough this time because you do have the double melee combo you like, but then you commit and then you just get blinding lighted away. So you have to snowball dodge it if you want to commit to that. I thought they might try to body block with those creeps actually, but maybe it was just a little too far. Decided it wasn't worth it.
Ooh, he should get the slow here on Skem to allow mid one to close the gap, and he does. Nicely done from Yamich. The Boots Windlace paying off. The move speed off lane.
For real, actually, come to think about it, this might be the fastest off lane, safe lane combos. We got like Keeper Razor and then Darkseer plus Boot Windlace on the support. Everybody's zooming up here.
Yeah, there's a zoom in lane for sure. I mean, we're starting to see the real disadvantage of the Ember Spirit in the mid. Now, he did at least get active on the side of the map, which is really important. I like how I really like that Stellar is just denying the creeps that he's pulling here. But Nico is taking a decent chunk of damage, and Chrysalis is coming over. He's going to get him with the Ghost. The slow, it might be enough. We'll see if he can manage to make his way out of this one, but the damage, it's stacked up. He gets the kill. Bristleback will be sent to the sidelines. Meanwhile, mid lane, coming in a little bit too far. Slight Chains comes out, but with Yopaj jumping forward, Boundless Strike, he's got himself the Jingu stacks mid one. You don't want any of this heat. You need to back away. You're going to TP in the darks here, though, as he just kind of refilled himself in base. There's a water rune still there? What in the world?
King doesn't care, I guess, about the runes so much. And I think Ember had gone top.
Yeah, he did.
Probably just assumed that
huge
bottom rune was gone. Yeah, this is the kind of push you usually like to play with the Chen, but when you've got the Monkey King matchup against your Ember, you don't get these kind of options as much. Saving the illusion rune top, but not really that great of a rune for the Monkey King. Maybe you can use it for some mind games.
I was like, he needs to get that that sentry, because there's actually a ward on the right side there that they don't know about. Wukong's command comes out, but they've actually trapped Yopaj. He already committed the Boundless Strike, makes it to the other side of the pit. No, he's dead. Nice bushwhack there, does manage to get the kill. They're gonna try and maybe look for more here with Natsumi. The Static Link doing a ton of work, takes down Boom. All right, very nice wall play from the Darkseer. Gets the kill onto the Monkey King, which he went for, what is this thing called? The changing of the guard to try and go to the other side of the ring, but I think he clicked the wrong soldier, potentially. Also, using that Boundless Strike early means he's not going to get the heal from that when he gets his Jingu finally.
Yeah, it was close though. He probably wouldn't have gotten his Jingu if he didn't Boundless Strike stun them.
Yeah.
Really, that came down to the fact that MOUZ snuck in that Observer there and had the vision to do the jump. If they didn't, then Monkey King sets up first, has the Wukongs, gets the Jingus, right? You win that fight, you steal the shrine, ends up being an amazing play for OG. They still got a couple kills in response. So
absolutely,
it was still pretty good. Like, we see Razor at the top net worth, not always the fastest farmer, but this time he's picking up kills. He's got extra mana to work with from the Keeper. He's going to be a very scary Razor, and he's not the best illusion hero because a lot of his damage comes from the abilities.
And unlucky for mid one on this Ember. Can't catch a break with the runes quite yet. Nico continuing to drag waves on the Bristleback. They're not letting this go. Like, he's so deep on the side of the map here. He needs to TP. Maybe he does. He's actually just going to squeak his way through. Yeah, with Ember here, this is not going to go super well for Nico. But he is making space. I'll tell you what.
Finish these waves.
There's the chains.
You guys want to stun for me?
The Kroger, it actually works! Dude.
Ask and you shall receive. Deny me, Boglets.
All right. I mean, surely he dies now, but a great escape.
Deny? Oh, that was kind of close.
That would have been tragic for MOUZ if he gets the deny off there.
There's so much time. I like this Remnant, though. They're going to see if he comes back. Maybe he can get a second back-to-back kill. That would be a pretty big play.
Yeah, it would. Oh, my God. Speaking of Boglets.
You didn't stun my
massacre
Bristleback down there. I'm going to kill your family up top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
5,500 on that Razor. Yeah, very scary. He's been getting all that extra farm from Skem. Skem's stacking around.
Oh, okay. I don't know how these stacks got made, but from the eternity of space that Nico has been making bottom, I guess Tim's has been hard at work in the jungle. Yeah, look at this.
5 and 6. 11 extra stacks over MOUZ.
I mean, Bristleback's game is completely recovered, right? Boundless Strike being pump faked here. Ooh. Not gonna use it. Does not want to chase.
I mean, it obviously depends what stacks are getting made, but that's like 500 to 1,000 extra gold for OG, from those stacks. Yeah. Which is pretty nice. And then Chen, because he's been trying to help mid, and then you got to chase his bristleback around. It's actually surprising to see Chen has no stacks, but like I get it because he's trying to do a lot. That leads to this kind of gold difference, though. Why OG has a 2K lead, even though it's like 6-5. Last hits weren't that different until all those stacks got cleared up.
I really like the kind of itemization at the moment. Yopaj going for the defusal, which is absolutely expected out of your mid Monkey King. This is like your fighting item. Natsumi gonna get found in the jungle here. Skem's coming in to try and save him, but the tag team damaging from the Ember Spirit is too much. And Ember, despite having a rough game, is managing to make some stuff happen.
The defusal just finished on Yopaj.
Oh, he gets the bushwhack. That's rough. Oh, jumps away. Boundless strike at the edge of it. Gets the kill. He will make his disengage. So they end up managing to find a trade for the kill onto the Razor. And I think this is like a perfect, like, it's not the best trade. Like, your Razor did die, but Yopaj having a little bit more under his belt is going to go a long way here in this mid game, because he is the one who will be running around the map. It's kind of the job of the Monkey King. Especially now that the defusal is done. He has it on the courier. He just hasn't delivered it quite yet.
Ooh, amplified damage. Kept it hidden away. It was in the trees here. Let's see if he can surprise anybody. Probably a TA kill would be your best, because you've kind of gotten everybody else once, right? Everyone else has been slowed down. It's this TA that has been quietly farming away. And she's quite fragile. Once you get past the refraction, the rest of the hero is very easy to kill.
Yeah, Defusal is really strong against the Ember as long as he doesn't have a Remnant out. If he doesn't have a Remnant, he can't actually throw one during the inhibit. So he has to wait, and then you've probably burned most of his mana, and then he just dies. So smoke up, heading into the jungle here. Yamich in a really good spot, sees a really weird-looking illusion rune running straight at him. And Yopaj just going to jump past him, look for Celery, goes for the Hand of the God. The Boundless Strike connects into the Wukong. So beautiful shard block. Hello. Hey, get out. Meanwhile, mid one. Oh, the recall? Where did Natsumi come from? Hello. From the top lane, gonna join the fight instead, and they take down Ember. They get a much bigger kill instead.
That is the value of recall. You mentioned it. There's been a move back to Solar Flare, but actually looking at this game, right, it's pretty physical damage focus. So the slow would be kind of cool, but they have some tools against that. So you get the recall, bring your teammates around. Razor can just go back to farming, but still fight. That's the weird part about playing Razor carry, is that you're supposed to farm, but you're also one of the best early fighters. Coddle helps solve that.
Yeah, I really like the way that OG are playing the map at the moment. They need to continue to play aggressive and keeping this Ember Spirit down. Like, the Chen is starting to pick up items, and that will help offset mid one. Wukong's command's available. He's taking a lot of damage. First, though, he needs some help. There's going to be just chain stunned and dead? Okay, that is really rough. Mid lane, continuing the chase. The wall is down. It's going to be able to hold Natsumi back as mid one with this haste rune doing so much work. Pulls back with a vacuum. They take down the Razor. Now looking at Nico, Chrysalis is just ripping through these heroes, and mid one manages to get the chains, holds down Skem on the backside of the fight, runs back through the wall. Now gonna try and just disengage from Nico, sorry, but a 4-for-1 underneath the enemy tier 1 tower.
That was, I feel like he saw them behind the Ember, didn't he? Because he was on high ground at the start. He had supports there. I feel like he just Wukongs. I know that feels bad to secure the rune that might not even be there, but then I think you don't walk in. I guess just overestimated himself or underestimated the enemy's damage.
This is where like the Darks here is just gonna be a huge issue. Like if you Wukongs here, I think you don't die, right? I don't think they actually just dive into Wukongs, and plus you have like the changing of the guard to try and get yourself out as well. And now that Darkseer's here, like you have these surges, you've got so much just damage from the wall and these ion shells. Like, how can they actually make the fights?
Yeah, it's actually almost a reverse issue from an earlier series, which is like they have the damage on OG now, but the actual catch is a little lacking. It's really the bushwhack, which the tree got cut in that fight, and then the boundless strike, which the snowball was going, so you didn't really want to use it there. Otherwise, it's a little awkward.
Darkseer has his Crimson Guard, and Chen looking towards the pipe. They just find Nico once again here, completely blocked off. Can't do much anything, and the rune spawns top. Mid one gets himself a shield rune. We are back to a dead even game despite the start here for OG. MOUZ up 12-8 now. They will just continue to look for more. They find themselves the hoodwink. Tim's drops the sharpshooter to try and survive, but again, it's a shield rune on this Ember. You're not getting out of here. Another kill.
Mid one showing why you can pick the Ember even into these counter picks. Forgetting that he even solo killed in the mid lane. That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah,
but you can always set things up for your team like this. Chain gang is very strong at this phase of the game when there's not really a lot of dispels. And Monkey can get here to Wukong this. Damage is looking for it.
I mean, if you get a boundless strike into the pit here, he's gonna jump in, has Wukong. They cut his tree! Mid one needs to be careful. He's in pretty far by himself. There's going to be the Wukong's command, and Mid one does get the mana back to survive. They can go into the pit to try and contest this, but Natsumi needs to be careful about jumping onto the high ground. They might just wait this out on the side of MOUZ. Looks like they will. Roshan down to just like 10% HP here. Who's going to contest this?
Nico with the Lotus playing point. You can definitely be in there to try to grab it.
Mid one's going to the wraparound. He's got Boom as well. This chains onto the vacuum wall. Good night, OG. Nico running into the pit. He's like, I'll just do it myself, maybe. Hope for the best, but he gets the Aegis. Unbelievable. All right, Nico salvaging potentially a horrific situation for his team. Getting a lot of quill sprays out, but the snowball will keep Yamich alive.
Good move.
He actually gets the Roshan as well for Dire, which is very funny.
Oh, nice. Still overall, well, I guess you wanted the Aegis, so it's kind of a pain to lose, but you win the fight overall, and it looks like you're gonna get the tower, so I think MOUZ won't feel too bad about that. It was a good wraparound. The way OG was positioned, they really thought the fight was going to happen around the pit, but MOUZ had backed up, smoked down the side, so they found the back line, took them out in a great vacuum. Once you lose, the bushwhack especially, right, is one of the few stuns they have. Without that, you don't have the control for this, right? People are just running away from the Razor. He's scary,
well, they get the boundless, but yeah, like who's catching the heroes here, you know?
Everyone just clicks back.
This is when I saw the Darkseer pick, I'm like, I actually don't know what they do for the entire game. What if he just presses the surge button?
You asked me at the start of like, what do I think of Bristleback? This is what I think of Bristleback.
Yeah.
You need the mid to be the control, but you also, because you picked Bristleback fairly early as a flex, you also want to counter the mid matchup. So sometimes like trying to line all that together doesn't really work. And Monkey King has a stun, but it's one he doesn't want to use right away because he wants to get the Jingu. So it's a very limited form of catch, and it puts you in these weird spots.
Boom went for an early shard on the Darkseer. This thing is so obnoxious. And it's great this game, right? We just talked about the fact all they have is like slows. And I don't know how you chase after anyone that has this surge buff on them. They're gonna look for him right now. If they can burst him down, it'd be great, but he gets the snowball off. That means Crimson Guard's gonna be up. He's going to do the vacuum wall. He doesn't have the mana for the vacuum, but he does get the wall down. They're starting to fall a little bit low, but he did get the big kill. The question is now, can they turn this fight on the side of MOUZ? A lot of healing coming in from the Keeper of the Light, but they snowball in aggressively. Chrysalis doing a lot of damage. They take down 2. Nico still kind of strong, but mid one full health here on this Ember Spirit. Gets the chains, finds the Hoodwink. It's going to be a blink forward on Chrysalis, looking for the kill on the Nico. Pops the Lotus Orb. He's in a little bit deep. Yopaj does get the Jingu. He's going to buy back now. Gets the vision thanks to the Coddle. And Chrysalis goes in just a little bit too far. Boundless Strike catches the Ember. Has chains. Oh, he's out of mana now. A massive turnaround instead.
Pretty worthy buyback. They would not have gotten the TA because they did not have detection on the cores. Yeah, okay, that was a long fight, but yeah, looking at the summary here, you do end up with the gold advantage. You now get to get Tormentor, so double what you just won. If you can do it, right? Yeah, you can. They got the heal from the blast.
Coddle did so much healing in this fight as well. Like these Illuminates coming through here, healing the 3 cores stuck inside the Wukongs over and over. Legitimately salvaged this fight because otherwise, you know, even though you take down the Darkseer, you haven't really hit anybody else.
It is a good target to take out though, because before that we were just talking about like how useful Surge is, but can't Surge yourself if you've burned all your mana, you're getting killed. And then they try to save him with the Snowball, which is another tool they have to get away. So you're using a lot of the escape tools, not really escaping. It was working, but then they just overcommit here, and a good call to buy back from Coddle, allowing them to turn this around. If they had just backed out, they could have just gone to get Tormentor. But I don't know, I guess just not expecting anyone to buy back at this point, or overestimating the damage they had.
Well, after that play, OG feeling a little bit stronger. Potentially, like it's still a very even game, but similar to what we saw last game, like the fighting of OG seemed to be a little bit better than the team fighting on the side of MOUZ. Now bottom, they're gonna find the Razor. Natsumi is strong, but stuck inside this wall is a little bit scary. He does manage to take down the Dusk, but very nicely done there. Skem looking for an opening, does have a recall coming, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to catch this Darkseer. Yeah, not at all.
Boglet stun this time. That was close. Coddle arrived just as he died. I think literally arrived and then he died, but he had the Solar, the Holy Locket. He was moments away from saving that Razor.
I still have a lot of faith in this Darkseer this game, so that's, I think, going to be the biggest issue for OG, and I'm curious how they plan to address it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Your Razor needs to be really farmed to the point where he can stand inside, you know, the wall and the damage from the TA. It's going to take some time to get there. Mid lane, Atos reveal into the Bushwhack. Boundless Strike comes out, Sharpshooter. He still has the mana to play around, but he has the inhibit. He can't throw the Remnant quite yet. Another Bushwhack comes through. Mid one will survive thanks to Celery. They really want to chase for more, and they will not be able to. All right. Nicely done from the Chen to keep him in this one.
This time, Nico on his Bristleback, he's gone Sange and Yasha, not leaning into the auras as much as we saw in the last game. A little bit more damage threat coming out from him. Maybe that's one of the ways that this becomes different. As Darkseer is running away, like you're a Bristle, like you're also chasing with your Sange and Yasha, throwing out Cold Sprays.
They're recalling in some heroes. They are looking for a fight. I don't know if they're gonna find it.
5.
Yeah. They're looking for a potential wraparound, and if they do manage to get their hands on the Coddle, this would be incredible, but Boom, looking for the vacuum. Wall opener, doesn't quite get it, but in comes the Ember Spirit. He does manage to find a Keeper of the Light. Yamich is there. He gets the Lotus. It's going to reflect it. Buy him some time, and a big Wukong's command will hold them at bay. Can they find a kill to open it? They can. A Bog's going to actually stun Skem a second time. Can they get out now? The damage starting to stack up here from Natsumi. The heal a little bit off the mark. He's got to walk right back through the wall. Does he die to this is the question. It might be baiting, and boom, the inhibit is out. Yopaj on top of him. He gets the surge away for now. They're starting to fall low as Chrysalis will jump in, get the side blade. He gets the kill. Yopaj now needs to be careful. Pulled back in for the vacuum, and he's done it. Double kill for Boom as Niku will try and chase Celery. He will get him, but can he survive himself? He's got a Lotus Orb to play around, but it's not enough. All said and done, Chrysalis cleans up this fight.
That was such a close fight. Also, had a little bit of luck there, because I'm pretty sure Chrysalis got hit by the blinding light for mischance and then still landed the last attack or two to finish the job on the Razor at least. Also,
Yeah.
I can't believe that Boglet stunned him twice, because the Caudal healing was not coming out that fight, and I don't remember if he didn't have his ult to begin with. Like, maybe it was on cooldown.
He did,
but
two of them missed. Like, the team kited a completely different way, and I saw two Illuminates just go whiffing by them.
Pretty painful, because that was a close fight, so those blasts are connecting with the Holy Locket. I mean, we're talking like a full health team then. It's gonna give MOUZ some momentum as Roche. Some pretty fast respawns today, I feel like. 16 messengers, dang.
All right, they'll see what they can do. They've got to sit behind Nico on this Bristleback. He's the frontliner for his team. As long as he doesn't get burst, it should be a decent start for OG. We saw him get the Lotus Orb to keep the Caudal alive just a little bit in that fight, which was nice, but the Wukong's command is a big part of it. They just don't have great tools for keeping people in the Wukong's command. Smoke wrap around here. They get some vision of Tim's. They're looking for him. He's on the left side. Chains is out. Snowball, and he's dead. Mid one looking for more. Bristleback, not an option. We'll just turn back around, maybe look for the Roshan.
We did half of it earlier, so not a lot of time to contest here, especially because Monkey King is still bottom. It seems like they're just giving this up. Just gonna try to farm efficiently here.
Blink, Walrus Punch. They can trap him with the shards, and he knows that, so he runs back the other way, and instead of Natsumi will find the Tusk on the side. There's going to be the Surge off the mark with the Boundless Strike. That's going to keep him alive as a result. And a huge vacuum wall onto 3. They drop the Wukong's command, but they're still just getting beat down from this Yopaj on a sliver of health. There's the snowball back in, but it's going to get reflected by a Lotus. He's going to be pulled into the enemy team. They managed to finish the Tusk off. Crystal's kind of blocked off. Great dodge on the Sharpshooter. Does manage to survive for a little bit, but they still kill the Ember, but Natsumi's got nowhere to go. 2 for 2, still have the Aegis into the hands of this Templar Assassin as they're gonna try and chase, but Bristleback a little bit too difficult to find a kill on right now.
I think that's good for... I want to say it's good for OG because they don't even have Aegis, and they started that fight without the full team. I guess MOUZ kind of was missing Crystallis for a moment too. But there were some really close moments in that with some spells missing or connecting that easily could have gone one way or the other. Tense moment for both these teams.
We're starting to see a legitimate gold lead start to build up here on the side of MOUZ, especially with this Aegis and a soon-to-be Daedalus on the Templar Assassin. That's kind of the item that turns this hero into a major problem for most games. And you have this Darkseer that is so free in these fights. And we see it over and over. Like, every time the Wukong's command comes out, it's just, oh, Crimson Guard, Surge, get someone out of there.
feels like you have to take him out, but if you're focusing Darkseer, then your TA is just non-stop attacking with a newly finished Daedalus. A little slower than average, but that is still going to bring the damage, especially with this many Deso charges already.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, disperse. Trying to start addressing some of these things. So boost your team in move speed or more slows against the enemy team.
Lotus out here from Nico. They're gonna jump in, get the Meld Strike. A lot of damage coming through the vacuum back, and he's just dead. They steal the gem away. Absolute thieves. OG is gonna be feeling that one, as now no Bristleback for the front line. Their high ground now under siege. They drop the banner. They've still got almost 2 minutes left on this Aegis.
Playing against a TA without a gem, that is gonna be rough. All your plays get scouted by these traps. Well, we'll see if there's even plays to make, because they're knocking on your base, taking out this mid barracks, and I believe you can go for more, except the side lanes are not
what do they?
here.
What stops them? You know?
Just gonna tank it.
Who's starting the fight on OG? We talk about this with Bristleback constantly. Who can start the fight? You need like a Bushwhack into like a Boundless Strike Wukong's, but there is a Darkseer and a Chen behind them. Atos, there it is. In comes Razor, maybe? No, they will just Remnant to safety. They TP out, or blink out rather on Chrysalis. Boundless Strikes off the mark. And now you actually have to consider leaving because they are not done. On the side of MOUZ, they have everything still available.
That's the thing, right? The Atos, the Bushwhack, the Boundless, that's all of it. So if you haven't gotten a kill when those abilities go out, that's it for your fight. You got to reset for at least 10 seconds before they start coming up again. Go for a
scan for the Tormentor.
Hope
this
that
is
MOUZ maybe resetting a little bit.
They know the Tormentor is like their objective they want to go for, but I think MOUZ are reading this perfectly. They are in a position to break the smoke. Nico's going to walk in. They find Natsumi. Chains comes out. Meld Strikes into place. They get the blink into the Walrus Punch. The Lotus Orb will protect Natsumi for now as he turns for more. The wall not really on the mark, but it's enough to hold Natsumi in place. He's going to try to TP out, but there's the vacuum. A disaster once again here for OG, as now Tim's going to be left to the hands of MOUZ.
Right,
eventually they'll chase down the squirrel. Nah, not really.
Nah, they got him. Dude, the Hurricane Thrust giving attack. Dude, stun him. TA Meld Striking from the high ground at Tormentor all the way to the Razor down by the Ancient, sealing the deal. Because otherwise he gets to like be healed up a little bit more. Maybe you can continue that fight, but they take him out, vacuum to cancel the TP, finish the job.
Oh, dude. Oh, I was gonna say, do they have detection for crystals here? They do, but he just blinks over. Scam, you gotta pop the dust if you want to find the kill here. There's the dust. Can you get this kill? He pops a Shadow Blade.
Tusk is on the way.
He just walks away. Oh my goodness. Now you gotta leave.
I guess they didn't see him channeling in. They were not prepared for that. Or maybe they expected more people to be here.
I thought that was gonna be just like dust, Wukong's, and kill him, but
yeah.
Like they saw him blink. Where's he gonna blink, you know?
Cool. Free score with that.
Yeah, I mean, this Darkseer is absolutely huge.
Last lane of barracks. They're not going to push it too hard yet. Roche is just a minute away. You can wait to see if you get a pick off. If you get one, you go get megas. If not, you just keep waiting. There've been a lot of fast Roches this series, so maybe you can just wait for that. Who's next?
I love this smoke. It's coming from mid one, but he doesn't have all of it. Blinking into the.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, you GG. You see that and you're like, all right, we're out. There's nothing left. I love that smoke angle. All set up off the 3-hero vacuum. Chains, meld strike onto all 3. Good night. It's not even close. MOUZ run away with game number 2, and they will force a game 3 in this elimination.
Yeah, OG not going to feel great about that. It is a 1-to-1 series, but both games, this is MOUZ pulling the early lead, controlling it, this time successfully closing it out. But last game, they were close to doing that and then just messed up a bit. That's what let OG win this game. I feel like going into game 3, MOUZ going to have multiple reasons to feel confident. And it seems like they learned from the draft. Well, I mean, their draft was still consistent. It feels like OG moved in the wrong direction, I guess I should say, in the draft, where the first game they had the control. A lot of it was on just the Primal Beast, but he's some really good control. This game, that was really lacking, and they have heroes who really just need to run at you. And I suppose if the lanes go better, right? Like thinking of that mid lane, for example, where mid one got that solo kill that's not supposed to happen. Maybe if your lanes go better, you can just run at the MOUZ lineup. But you don't snowball the lanes. You have to play a closer game. And I don't know how many times we saw amazing vacuums. And on the other side, what is there? Like, what is the sick initiation? Nothing really. It's mostly just people running in and out.
Yeah, I'm getting I'm starting to not really feel this bristleback having a lot of impact. I think after this, it's gonna drop to 2-6 for the tournament right now. Not a great score line, but people are still picking it. I don't know. To me, this game is like an 80-20 outdraft. Like, I would have been absolutely blown away if OG managed to like just outplay MOUZ in this game. I don't know how you deal with Darkseer. Like, legitimately, this is like one of the best Darkseer games in terms of like what it brings to the table that I've seen in a long time.
I think you think back to that Monkey King pick. I know it counters the Ember, but I'm not sure it.
Or did you think back to the Bristleback pick?
I guess that too. But it's
like,
the
you know, which one?
of all of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say you take the Bristle. You can flex a carrier off lane. That's cool. Then you have to pick a hero that does provide the initiation. It's either revealing the mid earlier, or you pick, instead of a Razor, you pick like, I don't know, who's a carry with a stun? I'm blanking. Maybe Dragonite, for example, just because like he has one, right? Then with this Bristle pick, you at least have someone who can force the fight, because you know it's not Bristle, and now you know it's not Razor, so it has to be the mid lane, and you end up with the Monkey King trying to counter the Ember, but Monkey King does not really start fights the way Darkseer does. Triple vacuum into everything to close that one out.
Yeah, that's a beautiful spot. I mean, you know, you're not going to see that very often. That is one of the wombo combos you love to see. I mean, just absolute textbook performance from MOUZ here. Yeah, you know, mid one had a little bit of a rough start to the game, but we've seen Embers in this exact position get heavily counterpicked, and then guess what? They get a Spirit Vessel and they get like level 10 or something, or 11 or 12, and they still have more impact than the enemy mid laner, right? Like, it's kind of the nature of the heroes, the reason Ember Spirit is so highly sought after. But yeah, it's just, there's nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Every time we see the Bristleback lineups, we keep seeing the same issue of who actually starts the fights. Like, it needs to be a combination of some other heroes, and it's just not quite working out.
Yeah, I think some of it's weird too, because like the other role that could fill it is position 4, but a lot of times because you're thinking about the Bristleback off lane, you actually want a ranged hero, which Hoodwink at least does have the stun, right? But it is just one, and it is different from, say, using Hookshot to initiate, blinking in and using Tusk Punch, right? Those are more instant abilities that can't just be dodged, or you react with the BKB in time. So I think there's a well-deserved standout player for Boom. Good last pick. absolutely did what he needed to do, filled in the lane, don't get shut down by like a Razor or all the flex things, right? Like who knows who gets countered in that final pick. So you have to do okay there. He did. He died once, but after that he figured it out. He was good to go, and then he started a lot of the fights for his team.
Yeah, this was super well played from MOUZ. I think looking back at game one, MOUZ had a much better start to the game. It was really just a couple of misplayed fights that I think cost them it. This could have been a 2-0 for sure, but OG played a really good series of fights in game one. They pull it back. This is a game where I don't even think it's possible to outfight MOUZ, and it's just a draft issue. And it's one of those things that in game 3, when we see here in a moment, it's going to be an elimination game. One of these teams goes home. I think you have to revisit the draft, and you cannot put yourself in a situation where you're just like, we can't fight.
Yeah, I think we'll also see a lot of attention brought to this Chen and TA. MOUZ lost to it. They're like, dang, that's a good strat. Let's do it ourselves. They played it. That means TA remains undefeated unless it lost on the A-Stream. So that is a hero to consider. Chen, also, both teams have such good Chen players. We see that it fills in the auras, right? Like, okay, you want this bristleback type hero? Like, you can fill in auras from the Chen. You can bring the tempo. It just does a lot to fill out a draft in a very safe manner. So it's a tough one for both these teams now. One more game to decide who's going to stay.
Yeah, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with our final game of the day. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. Got a big treat for you today. It is our returning champion coming back. Mouzies, you weren't even there. Hold up. Celery, welcome back, Celery.
Oh, no, I was there.
Oh, you were there?
In spirit.
Oh, right. The spiritual there. No. Jokes aside, it is so good to see you. I have not personally seen you in the MOUZ uniform yet. I just so happen to not be at the events that you were at. This is my first time, and I gotta tell you, it is very cool to see. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Yeah, feeling good. A little weird, I guess.
Weird?
Because I kind of won the last one, but not really. So it's like I'm defending it, I guess. I don't know.
You are the defending champion of the tournament that you weren't at, but that's okay. All right, so for those who might have forgotten, you could not make it to the last tournament. Had some sickness, I believe, going on. So we had a stand-in, and your team did exceptionally well. I gotta ask you, as I would only ask you because you're such a professional, you've been in the scene for a long time, I wouldn't do this to someone I didn't respect. What is that like from your end to see your team do very well with somebody at a tournament that's pretty big and then be like, oh, neat. Like, what's that like?
I mean, doing well is one thing, but winning is another.
Yeah.
I mean,
when you look at it rationally, it's not like they stomped the tournament. There was a lot of close games and they clutched, and it was just very impressive. But emotionally, it's just a bit weird.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But you just talk a bit about it, and then you just move on, I guess.
How do you feel about the boys? I mean, back last time that we spoke about you and the team, it was like, yeah, we're getting together, we're trying to find our rhythm. It was this big thing with the separation of the last team. Do you guys feel like you have that rhythm and you guys are 100% now, or is there still room for growth?
I mean, there's always room for growth, right? It's a nice answer. But no, we feel really good together.
Great.
And the four of them also, they played together for quite a while in the past. I played for a long time with Boom in the past and with Immortal Faith. So we're growing together every day, but I think we have a very strong connection and we have a lot of fun together. So just trying to become a bit more stable. Because I feel right now we can beat anyone very easily, but we can also lose against almost anyone, also pretty easily sometimes. So just gotta make it more stable.
Well, that's good to hear, because I love watching you guys at full strength. I love watching you guys go in with your crazy drafts and your crazy play styles. Do you think we're going to see some interesting drafts in this one? I mean, because to me, I cannot take any more of this Razor Jakiro bull. It is getting old.
Yeah, I'm pretty done with it, but I think maybe if we're lucky, patch in a few days.
You think so? You think it's patch time already? Largo just came out.
Yeah, Largo just came out. I mean, I hope so. I mean, I miss a lot of heroes. I want to play some Enigma. I want to play Nature's Prophet, Wisp, but I cannot. So.
Well, you could always throw Enigma mid like some teams and
but
just
I want
hope
to play
for the best. Yeah.
I don't want someone else to play.
Okay, it's got to be you, huh? Okay, fantastic. Celery, it's so good to have you in the building. Thank you so much for a great interview again. And you're going to see more of him. He actually came this time to PGL Wallachia Season 7.
Hai, hai, bună dimineața, lume trân. Lubușorule, lubușorule meu, și n-ai văzut oițele mieli, n-ai văzut oițele mieli, dar le-am văzut și le-am pescut, măi, le-am văzut și le-am pescut.
Welcome back, everybody, here to PGL Wallachia Season 7. It is the elimination series of MOUZ versus OG. One of these teams goes home. We're currently tied 1-1. Pretty exciting times. Maybe less exciting if you're one of these teams. Probably a little bit anxious, but we'll see what they can do here in the third game.
Yeah, I think it's very fitting we heard in that break, Slack talking to Celery saying, it's like, yeah, it's weird, you know, we feel like we can beat anybody, but we could lose to anybody. And that they're aware, you know, it's like, I don't know, guys. Like, sometimes we do really well, sometimes we slip up a little bit. We kind of see it here where they are off to a bit of a loss. We see them down in this lower bracket here in this final series. We'll see if they can continue on, if they can win this third game. But it could be OG as well, starting the long climb back to qualifying.
Yeah, we'll have to see which one it is. Shout out to Liquid, who is the first team to get the 3-0. So they're very excited. But coming up, you know, on the other stream is going to be that Heroic and Team Spirit. It's been a fun group stage already. I think right now Liquid has looked consistently, in my opinion, as like the number 1 or number 2 best team around right now. So it's not shocking to me that they're the first ones to get to the 3-0. We'll have to see what happens to them later on. But for now, we've got our elimination series of OG and MOUZ, and the draft is going to decide a lot. Last game, the draft pretty much, I don't want to say sealed OG's fate, but made the game very difficult for OG. And you got to give credit where it's due. You know, the the coach of MOUZ putting that one together and gave his team a really good opportunity to win.
Yeah, I also think that OG draft is one you got to win, run them down. Can't be giving up solo kills in the lane. Can't be slipping up anywhere. There's not a lot of room for error when you don't pick very many stuns. Because that's sort of the thing, right? The comeback play is to split up the enemy and find pickoffs. To get that pickoff, it's a stun, you know? Without that, it is just very, very tough. Whether you're winning or losing, there's a fine line you have to run.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Well, for the overall first pick, he makes it! We got Largo in an elimination game. Is crazy.
OG makes it through, amazing.
I mean, the idea, you talked about it, people got to watch out for this Chen. Both teams have been crushing it. And somehow Shadow Fiend makes it through. Two of the most picked and like most successful heroes of the tournament in phase one. We're going to have a very different draft from both of these teams.
10 seconds.
You only get so many bans, so something's gonna slip through.
5 seconds.
This time it'll be Largo. I think he's looking a little better in the off lane. The laning starts weak, which is why you can be punished with a counter pick like Shadow Fiend. Try to get those kills, trying to roll the game before that Aghanims comes online and gets real scary. This is a matchup where the supports really determine how this lane's gonna go.
A lot of respect bans this game. Like looking back at it, we have Natsumi's Wind Ranger, which Wind Ranger is often banned first phase, but we're going to see the Primal Beast, the Chen, Yamich's Tusk, which did so much work last game as well. So it opens up a lot of these other heroes. And in terms of supports, we still have the Jakiro, Shadow Demon, and Warlock in the pool, which Largo would love a Jakiro lane. They ban out the Mars. I'm kind of shocked Mars has been, you know, slipping through a little bit. This hero seems very strong.
We've seen some teams start to favor Doom, some Ancient Apparitions, that anti-heal against the Largo.
Shadow Fiend
Beastmaster is still in
AA
the
sounds
pool
so
as
weak.
well. That is true. AA, Shadow Fiend, weak. But good against Largo. You could pick up the Beastmaster, good with that Ags. That tempo, if you get past the lane, pretty good.
I was gonna say, would you prefer running Ancient Apparition as like in the off lane and even putting like a stronger support in the Shadow Fiend lane, just so that you don't have the weak lane?
You could. Some teams do it. A lot of teams in Asia really like it. The team we're looking at right now, Yamich, I cannot imagine him as a position 4 Ancient Apparition player.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like just swapping the lane, like you still play them as like the position 4 and 5, but you just lane swap in a way.
I guess that could work. You could then give Yamich something like Clockwork to pair with the Shadow Fiend. You give him the comfort melee. If they want to do something like that, they could. Debating it. Spend some time on this ban here.
TA gets banned. They take the Jakiro. I think a safe pick. As Largo, Jakiro is an incredibly strong lane.
The nice thing if you are the Largo here, though, playing versus the Jakiro, you can remove a lot of that damage coming in. At least when it's the Liquid Frost combo. The casual Liquid Fire harass can't really afford to catch you like all of those, so you will still have to tank through that.
Okay, simple. Pick up the Hoodwink. Good burst damage. I think for OG, I would like to see some BKB piercing disables, things that really can target the Shadow Fiend. Batrider is one that's already banned, but you still have the Beastmaster that you mentioned.
10 seconds remaining.
It's not really a secret where the Beastmaster is going, though, I guess. If you pick it, like it's probably just mid lane.
Well, you could do Largo support. It's not too late.
Yeah, unless you want to run Largo support. That is true. The hero just looks so good as an offlaner, unless it's like hard countered, I guess.
Radiant
Come get healed.
All right, offlane Largo then. Enchantress being grabbed here. I mean, that's something MOUZ could take as well, right? Because they did play the position for Jakiro, and Celery is known for his Chens, his Enchantresses, and so is Skem, actually. So they're very contested heroes this series. They'll end up going for the Marcy, which I imagine will be position 4 for Yamich. But it is good with the Shadow Fiend. Like, I wonder if that lane swap's possible, like you mentioned.
I think, though, it depends on the offlane here. I would like a flex pick from MOUZ at this point, because you see the Enchantress, you don't want to pick, you know, like a Beastmaster or something into this lane. It's just not going to work out well, but you could do something like a Slardar. Like, Marcy Slardar is such a strong lane, and there's great minus armor already paired with the Shadow Fiend. And Hoodwink Enchantress are pretty susceptible to that kind of burst damage.
All right, but tell me how you feel about Bristleback.
Oh, baby, let's go. So if I saw Bristleback, bro, I would have lost my mind.
I actually think it's better this time around, though. It would have been better this time around. Okay, Slardar. We've been talking about stuns a lot this series. That guy certainly brings the stuns, and you can flex it. So going into this final pick, 24th pick for MOUZ, is it Shadow Fiend mid? Is it Shadow Fiend carry? Slardar mid, Slardar offlane. Position 5 Jakiro, position 4 Jakiro, position 5 Marcy, position 4 Marcy. It's a little bit confusing here as you try to decide your final 2 picks. You're going to need something that is just strong, no matter what you play into, and build some armor, because the negative armor synergy here is looking pretty good.
In your tongue, I am known
Or be able to
as
dodge all the stuns, perhaps, like Puck.
Okay. Okay.
I'm processing this, though. I don't know how I feel about this.
I mean, the thing is like, you could still run the Slardar mid if you really wanted. I don't think it struggles that much against Puck. And you have last pick for MOUZ, which is why I really liked the Slardar there. I was like, it gives you the flex potential. Yeah, they banned the Tidehunter. I think that's a really smart play, because it could just be Slardar mid now, and then you could pick up another tanky initiator from the offlane. You want these heroes that can play in front of the Shadow Fiend, that can play around the Marcy, give Jakiro good lines.
Okay, but tell me how you feel about the Bristleback.
I swear to God.
You have the stun from the Slardar. You can provide more negative armor.
Yeah,
Benefit
I
from the
mean,
negative armor. Quill
if
spray
there were
to get the Enchantress.
This would be a much better Bristleback game than the previous. I will give you that for sure. I still don't like it. I would much rather see almost any other generic offlaner.
You could do Dragon
you don't really have
mid as well. That's got corrosive.
Yeah. I think,
corrosive
you
breath.
probably have to ban it.
Yeah. See what OG picks for their carry. Like, if Slardar can go there, you can just do that.
Dang it, I was going to say Underlord. I would say, what if you picked an Aura, like, offlaner like Underlord that just takes over? Because Underlord would also give them the flex for Shadow Fiend mid if they wanted.
Yeah, that Underlord carry, that man on the screen
Chrysalis
you see right
plays,
now.
yeah. But Beastmaster ban, this is the one we were talking about, a real BKB piercing disabler against the Shadow Fiend. That's frustrating. And they will go for the Razor. I swear to God, if they just Darkseer them again.
Be kind of funny.
I mean, it's not bad. You can go Slardar mid. You run Marcy Darkseer bottom.
Enchantress is okay versus Darkseer, though, because you can...
You have Surge. Yeah, you can
dispel
the Surge.
things with Enchant, so...
5 seconds remaining.
Other options are just like your more conventional offlaners that do build auras. I don't think Slardar really wants to play into the Razor lanes. I think you keep those Slardar mid.
Agreed.
In terms of your offlane pool, kind of a weird one. What about Enigma?
I think I'm up for that, actually. They don't have a BKB piercing stun.
It fits the draft
can
really
get
well.
Farmed, though. That is the downside. I think the
It's like
Eidolons
Plasma Field,
can be
kinda,
killed.
yeah.
and Enchantress can just steal one and have it kill its friends.
I thought that was an Enigma entering for a second. I almost got really excited, but it's a Void Spirit. Okay, so I'm in Void Spirit versus Puck matchup. We've seen quite a bit. This will make Boom's game a little bit difficult on the Slardar, but
the Marcy to either creep drag or deliver you both, because that's the hard part. Like every time you're trying to run in, they see you, they link you, they enchant you. But now Marcy just brings you straight in, and you take turns stunning, right? That's a lot of damage that you then start linking, and it's too late. So maybe that's something they can work with. Otherwise, you just creep drag and farm up to get to the blink dagger. Wait for mid one to come over gank for you.
10 seconds remaining.
well, with this draft, very different approaches from both teams. We're going to see another Razor, which has struggled a little bit, but we get the offlane Largo, which has looked incredibly good. We get Chrysalis on the carry Shadow Fiend. You got to be so careful of the Boom Slardar in the mid game. And that's why I kind of wanted it to be mid, because I don't think it would struggle too much against Puck. And a Slardar in this game particularly, having a decent start, like that blank shard at 15 minutes, that would be kind of devastating to play around. But we'll see how they manage to play the bottom lane. I don't think it might be fine with Marcy. Maybe I'm underestimating Marcy Slardar, because this was a really old combo when the pick me up, came into the game.
Yeah, I wanna believe in the Largo offlane. I think he's gonna need like 3 items or something. And it also depends how much OG can stack to speed up the Ags timing.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs that Ags Kaya, probably BKB after that. We'll see, though. I mean, overall, I think pretty solid draft from both teams. Not a significant outdraft one way or the other, like we saw in Game 2, which was not a great situation to be in if you're OG. So I think they've got to be much happier with what they've got here. But anytime I see Shadow Fiend Slardar, I feel like that combination of heroes is going to be very difficult to deal with. So a lot on the table for both these teams. It is Game 3. One of these teams will be eliminated. The other will advance to play tomorrow for another chance to be eliminated. So we'll see. It's going to be the long road to get back into this.
Indeed. Boom and Nico, the friendly banter. Game 3. Someone's going home. Hopefully not due to lags, though. So a quick pause here. Both teams smoking up. We'll see if anyone can get the first blood. The lineups are both pretty decent at it, especially MOUZ, I would say. As long as they're together, which right now, in decent position.
30 seconds to battle.
I am curious to see how well this mid lane's going to go. Oh, that sentry's got it.
Blind sentry check. They don't see it yet, but when they walk over, they'll get it.
Yeah, daytime too, he'll see it. Top side. Ward's seeing everything.
The battle begins.
A little bit of a difficult to engage here. And they'll just back away. Don't want to give that one up. There's the D ward in mid. Top lane Yamich still sticking around. I mean, this trio of heroes, right? Jakiro, Marcy, Slardar is really scary. So Tim's just going to put a little bit of harassment damage in, force them back, force them to head to their lanes.
They wanted to kill their own ward since OG had seen it, but you don't want to walk into like the bushwhack, take a bunch of damage, everyone be late to lane. Celery is
They
waiting
did do the
a
lane
little
swap.
bit. Oh, okay, yeah, they swapped. Never mind. I thought maybe you're sticking around for a sneaky first blood, but
yeah. So I know the Slardar Marcy is a great combo, but we've seen
like Marcy Shadow Fiend kind of be a necessary lane duo.
I mean, you won't complain too much about having a Jakiro. Marcy, you have to full commit, really, to make it work. Jakiro will harass. It is into an Enchantress, so the healing's already coming out, but at least you've got someone to take the heat off of you, throw in those liquid fires. You're really just looking to farm up the Blink here. I don't think you're expecting to get kills without the Marcy. Still pretty even right now. It should go towards Void Spirit. It's a little bit skill-based, but we typically see Void Spirits do better, and then to what degree comes down to the players, which mid one seems to be having a better series right now than Yopaj. Game 3 would be the perfect time to turn that around for his team, though.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the mid lane, there's a lot of creeps there for the Void Spirit, so he should be able to CS very easily. Kind of pull away the little bit of advantage. He's taking a beating, though, from Yopaj. Top lane is in a really good position here for the Slardar. This is a hero that the closer the wave is to his tower, as opposed to, like, a lot of heroes is the way for a lot of offlaners, they would prefer it this way, but Slardar specifically benefits more than others because, you know, his damage and control comes from him running you down. And the more space he has to run you down, the more damage he's going to do.
That's where playing into Razor's a little annoying, though, because he just links you, and it's like, yeah, feel free to chase me.
Yeah.
By the time you bash me, I will have taken all your damage, and then I will turn on you.
Oh, nice pull from Celery there. Oh, gets a deny. Nice little play there from the Frogman. He's actually killing it on CS. 16 and 4.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job also maintaining solid equilibrium here. And the nice thing about this Hoodwink, just constantly poking away.
Yeah. I'm trying to think which lane is likely to have the... Okay. I'm curious which lane we're going to see the first blood in, and it looks like Natsumi may have baited himself as Celery just dumped in the damage. He's going to be very close. The Dual Breath catches him. He's going to throw one more Plasma Field, try and keep himself alive. They both burn. Oh, no.
Oh, Creepwig's under tower, too. This is a disaster.
This is as bad as it gets. This is why Jakiro is so sought after. They're going to miss 3 creeps, maybe. I mean, there's the 4th. They're gonna miss a 5th creep. Okay, Boom taking some tower shots there, not ideal. Wow, that is a brutal turn of events in the top lane.
You still have to respect the Razor, but in terms of your own blink timing and like, oh, am I gonna get through this laning stage? Yes, you've done it.
The answer is yes now.
Stage. Yeah, you can relax a little bit more here if you're Boom. I mean, not too much, and then you feed it back, but I think if you just chill now, you'll reach a respectable timing on your items and be the playmaker you need to be. Especially because in that mid lane, it was going actually pretty well for Void Spirit for a while, but Puck seems to have bounced back.
Yeah, relatively even there.
Yeah, it means it'll come down to the power runes that are getting close.
There's
here.
a Marcy here. Jumps to the top lane, grabs Skem, pulls him out of position, and Enchantress dies once again.
This gives you the space to go for the runes.
Okay, fastest Falcon Blade. All right, Natsumi. Very nice, very nice. Something going his way here. Bottom lane, they really want to try and dive Chrysalis, but they are bringing Celery in on the Jakiro. Gonna get quite a bit of damage here. Great catchy lick, though. Might have been enough just to save him. They really want to play for this
bottom though.
fountain. They're bringing in some heroes. The Enchantress is here as well. Celery, he does manage to steal it away, but might regret it. Gonna get Kedgelik back into the Centaur Stomp, and with that, will find themselves a nice kill, but Yamas just jumps in, takes out Skem in exchange. The Marcy getting quite active around this.
Okay, that was very unexpected. I think both teams trying to next level and seeing it happen with the ward they have in the twin gates.
Chrysalis, he's got a Fairy Fire, but I think he's dead. All right, the Centaur sticking around just long enough to help line that up.
If they didn't kill him there, I mean, the haste rune from Puck was going to go finish the job.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that's
true.
the thing. All the supports, instead of going to the mid rune, they left it to chance. Made these side lane plays, trying to catch their opponents off guard. I guess it worked out in the end for OG, because they kill the Shadow Fiend and Puck lucked out on the rune. Even if the haste didn't quite lead to a kill, you at least get the regen for it. Consumable gold. How did he spend so much consumable money already? Does that include the Lotuses?
No, I think lots of Fairy Fires, maybe.
1,500 in Fairy Fires?
Dude, I don't know. Maybe really likes Fairy Fire.
He just can't stop eating these things.
He's got 2 more in his inventory. He's just dead again. All right, this Centaur creep has absolutely destroyed this bottom lane. He gets 2 in a row and has turned it now into 3 kills, pairing with the Largo.
Then when he hits level 5, there's a Troll Summoner waiting for him right here.
That would be massive if they can time it with the Catapult Wave as well, coming through in a few minutes.
All right, 8 minutes. Ooh, Luck's out for Yopaj once again. Arcane, too, is really good. Marcy does see him, though, so they at least know he has an Arcane rune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chrysalis gonna back away. Yeah, he hears the trolls coming. With that, your tower might just be dead.
Some rotations coming in.
Ooh, off the mark there with that bushwhack, and that's gonna set them up for a really nice kill onto the Largo. They pull back, take down Tim's. Skem still working on the tower, nearly kills it.
It's essentially dead. Even if they hold it here now, at any moment you look away, an Enchantress creep will finish the job. They probably have to deny it now.
Yeah.
Or they have to they have to commit to playing here with all the heroes. Still, a little bit far on OG back. I think you just watch Enchantress take the tower. I don't think you have to make that play in the back.
If the bushwhack connected, it would have been different, right? Because then they don't actually jump the Largo. But I agree. I think you can just let the Enchantress slowly take the tower without having to commit.
Yeah, the thing is like, maybe you get that kill, but the real timing is the Largo Ags, and I think that's what you don't want to jeopardize too much.
Absolutely.
Risks. I guess if you get a kill, right, it does speed up the Ags timing, so I get it. Feel like that gave mid one something to do, though. He'd been losing out on power runes. He's not winning the mid lane, so he's just looking for anything like that.
And we mentioned earlier, like Slardar, if he has a really good start to the game, which, well, in trouble now, surrounded by 3, the Coil, Eye of the Storm to find the kill. So finally, we're seeing the Puck manage to get active on the map. Now, they did bring some heroes to the top twin gate, but I don't know if they're going to stick around for this one. They might just head back bottom. They don't want to give up the tower, but
Radiant structures are fortified.
it looks pretty dead to me with that pine cone there.
Pine cone is so powerful.
Ooh, really nice bushwhack there. The sharpshooter damage finishes the job. Now Natsumi in a little deep here. Mid one does have quite a bit of damage. He's getting pulled onto the high ground now. Still does finish the job thanks to the Crows of Haze and the Astral Steps. They lost their bottom tower. They're going to bring the numbers top and look for this one instead, maybe.
Yeah, it's like a trade of towers. Top for mid. Boom, despite that death, 1,800 gold, almost at the blink. It's only 11 minutes. This is really good. Like, this is what happens when you have Slardar into a good melee matchup. The fact that he's here versus a Razor and an Enchantress, right? You're very happy with how this top lane has gone.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think both teams aren't like too worried. Your Largo is still farming to the Ags, and that's like the big timing, like you've mentioned, that you're really waiting for. Shadow Fiend isn't really struggling. It's very even amongst these two heroes. I think for me, I'm mostly curious to see how much the Puck or the Void Spirit are going to be able to get active, but top lane, oh, the pick-me-up! Pulls him out. A great save there from Yamich, but Puck's on the hunt. Not today.
Yamich breaks the angle. Ooh,
12-minute power rune spawns bottom. It's an invis, so it's not the best. Well, yeah, give that one up. No more chase for that. Yopaj will bottle it.
It's on MOUZ to find the plays. This blink now done on Slardar, teleporting to his team. Time to smoke. Time to smoke.
Here
you
we
know
go.
Largo just wants to farm Ags. You know they're waiting for that. You have to disrupt it.
Finding the Puck is a little bit more difficult because you don't have great follow-up stuns, but they do scan. They see the Hoodwink. You're really looking for Razor, but you will settle for a Hoodwink. Great Bushwhack, but they've got themselves the Ice Path ready to go, Tims. I think if you're OG, you're probably okay with that because this is the blink reveal from the Slardar, and it only nets a Hoodwink kill.
Yeah, that kill is also top. So Nico, it's like, great work, Tims. That was so good. This is excellent. You have no idea how good that was. I mean, he said, I've been watching him down here. He shoves in the lane, stacks a nearby camp, clears one, goes to the other, clears that, pulls, stacks. He's just on this cycle. He's on a really good Ags time. He's at halfway to the Ags, top net worth. Right? He's so rich, actually. Again, Largo is not that strong of a laner, so the fact that he's at this point is really nice.
Tim's getting a little bit of revenge there. Set up from the coil.
Great work, Tims. Keep it up there.
Yes, keep fighting topside, guys. That'd be great. Keep it up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, this blink, the timing is good, but still so far, just finding that one Hoodwink kill.
Now he just needs to farm to the shard. Like, he's not in a bad spot. At this point, it's like, you don't want to over, like, extend and, like, have another death. You'd rather just get to the shard and then for sure have the Corrosive Haze on Blink. That gives you a massive burst of damage, but also way more farming potential on this hero, too. Dude, it is. I don't think I've seen the net worth this close between the top 6 in quite a few series, right? We're talking 400 gold separating Largo from the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it's such a funny split, too. You would, looking at this, you would typically expect Shadow Fiend to be the fastest farmer. I will say something that Largo has been doing to help balance that. He had the hard camp stacked, and he was pulling a bunch. So he kept denying lane creeps from Crystallis. Which your farming pattern is like, shove the lane, go jungle, it gets shoved back to you, so you clear it, you farm. But Largo has just been denying a good chunk of creeps, so you're just stuck jungling, which is harder, slower, takes more out of you.
Really big attempt here in the mid lane. They get him. They take down mid one on the Void Spirit. Bottom, though.
a trade to take down the Enchantress. I mean, if I'm OG, I'm pretty dang happy with that exchange.
Nico lives. He's very happy. Straight back to farming. There are stacks over here, right? The Razor farmed the stacks. I guess it's fine. You need to line up the carries timing with the Ags as well.
I'm surprised the Marcy is so under-farmed. Like, she was involved in a lot of kills early, but I guess that regen, like the amount of money spent on regen that you were mentioned, like we saw earlier, like that is the difference here.
Fairy fires.
So many fairy fires, so many salves.
Something has to.
Okay. They find Nico. They will pull him back in. They have to get the kill, and they do. I'm surprised they didn't just use the Dispose on the Requiem instead, but it's all right. They do manage to get the job done anyway. Mid one, Astral steps right through a couple of heroes, realizes he's in danger, has to try and use the second one to get away. Great Ice Path, Macro Pyre, a Remnant there to make space. The blink in, the stun from the Slaughter. Natsumi's got nowhere to go. And now Yamich gonna go ahead and pop the ultimate, try and do the damage. He's just healing through it, doesn't seem bothered at all. And now with Yopaj, top back off, ready to go, but Blink Crush, the damage from the Shadow Fiend. They pull him back in with a Remnant. They need to be able to get him to safety. The damage, it's not enough. And mid one, Dissimulate in one. Can he get to safety? Jumps back to the north, another Remnant, and has an Astral Step in 1 second. It's gonna be close. He's got an earn, a TP in 15 seconds. I think he's out. Very close from both teams. I cannot believe that many heroes got away.
The thing is, just imagine the Largo Ags, because he came in a little late, but all of MOUZ is there. You're hitting all of them with a song, healing all your teammates while doing damage. That would have been a team wipe for OG. Which is why I kind of get Razor clearing the stacks, but like I really think the sooner you finish this Ags on Largo, it is ridiculous. I think he should have had those stacks. And in these kind of fights, you give the space back to Razor, right? Like you've been giving space to Largo. Once he has Ags, that is when he does things. You would have won that fight. Razor would have been happily just jungling.
Nice pick-me-up save there again from Yamich. He's been on point with them this game. Bottom lane. Oh. Gonna find the Enchantress here. Does not want to stick around. And there's your Largo Ags. It is time, baby. Gonna be delivered here just about 19 minutes, 15 seconds. And with that, they're looking for a kill. Instead, bottom lane Skem. Very tanky, but there is plenty of physical damage. And this, we talked about in the draft, heroes like Enchantress and Hoodwink, very susceptible to the burst physical damage of the Slardar and the Shadow Fiend.
At OG, as soon as that happens, they run to the Twin Gate to make sure no one is coming through. In a moment, Tormentor will spawn up here, so if you can hold control of this area, you may have lost bottom, you may have lost hero, but you'll get the Tormentor.
They're
on the way, though.
They're smoked. Dude, this is going to be crazy. Who's set for this? Okay, they actually back out on OG. They do not want to risk.
They use the orb to see it activate without seeing any heroes. The Ags is ready. They haven't scouted this yet.
One, find Skem, Blink Crush. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close once again, but they take out the star. He missed the pick-me-up. The Requiem comes out too late. They keep the Enchantress alive. Man, there's nothing quite like the Enchantress bait. It is always there.
This is why this hero's so good. And he has the Solar Crest, he's got Essence Ring, he's got magic resistance on his enchantment. It is really hard to burst him, especially now that you can play the healing song while still doing damage. And once he has BKB, he's going to be able to run in. Requiem really saved that. If Largo had been able to just run into the fight, they would have destroyed him. Requiem feared everybody out to reset, cut the losses at just the Slardar. shard going over to Tim's means that you have just greatly boosted the damage output of Puck, Largo, and Razor.
Dude, look at how close they get to killing him, like 3 different times here, but yeah, the Largo healing is way too much combined with the Essence Ring, and you kind of see the frustration on his face. He's like, oh, how is she not dead?
It's really frustrating knowing the start he had too. It's like, I feel like I could have done so much this game.
Very fast Aghanim Scepter for the Void Spirit.
You do need
We'll
this
see what
to
he can get
silence
done
the
with it.
Largo and the Puck. It's really good. I wonder
Part
if
of
Nico
this
will
is
see
that
it
he
and
didn't
change
go
his build.
Vessel, which I have to wonder with the amount of healing on OG's lineup if Vessel should have been maybe slightly higher prioritized, but
I'm a
we
pretty
keep
big-
seeing Void Spirits not go this item.
I'm a pretty big fan of the Ags. Even I kind of agree the Vessel would have been nice.
Oh no. Oh, they cut the tree. That could have been a disaster. That Bushwhack nearly killing the 2 of them. Instead, you will just lose the Marcy.
The Vessel would have been nice to help clean out some of these kills, but you got Catchy Lick, and it does feel bad to build Spirit Vessel anytime the opponents have some kind of dispel like that, like Abaddon Shield, press the attack. I think that's why he's opting for the Ags first, to silence this Largo, silence these other heroes. Maybe you can go back for the Vessel now that you have it.
You can just go Shivas instead, right? A different form of healing reduction that still synergizes well.
I'm down for that. Affects the whole team, at least those that you hit, which is very nice since Largo is healing the whole team.
Kaya is done for Largo. Uh-oh, he's getting there.
He's going for the Shard too. This really nice item for Puck. Puck is constantly throwing out spells, so the mana reduction is nice. But the more often you can apply damage, the easier it is to get Croak of Genius value, especially as you get close to that 15 talent. Being able to hit someone with a single spell is already 7.5% of their max HP, but you just keep refreshing that, even, no matter how small the instance of damage is. So I'm pretty sure, like, if the orb curves back, tickles them, right? You just reset the time. Oh, and Kroga Genius can stack separately. Within the same hero, it all builds into one stack, but 2 different heroes can apply 2 different % HP difference. Nice
Coil comes out. The Bushwhack catches a mid one, silenced up, and they are dead. Baited at another power rune. 2 times in a row, they are not ready.
Pretty sneaky from OG, approaching from 2 different angles. They were not prepared for that.
Oh, yeah, they definitely weren't. Got the BKB on Boom, but you are suddenly I guess not suddenly, but you definitely have a damage issue now on MOUZ. Which is surprising because you have like the Shadow Fiend Slardar.
Yeah, I mean, I really go back to that earlier game. Excuse me. I know I was kind of joking about Nico being like, way to go, guys, keep it up there. But, like, really, how does Largo farm on his own for, like, 15
minutes?
Yeah, and you have such an early Blink Dagger on the Slardar. You have the negative armor synergy on the SF, who also likes getting kills because of the negative armor addition, plus the permanent temporary soul. I don't know why they never ganked bottom, and they just let Largo farm up this ultra busted item. There's a reason everyone bans Largo in the first phase, because this Ags is so crazy. If you don't pick up anti-heal in like Doom or Ancient Apparition, you have to delay the Ags. He's not a hero until he has the Ags, and they just let him be until now. Now he's at full strength, and now you have to weather through the storm of the Razor with the Aegis. Eventually, I think the scaling is a little better, like it tips back towards the Shadow Fiend as a conventional carry. until Razor then gets Refresher. Then it kind of tips back again, but that's pretty late. So we're looking at like 10-20 minutes before you naturally outscale Razor.
Yeah, I think Celery kind of mind flayed them in this bottom lane with like the 2 Centaur creeps he got in a row. Like that was a big issue. It not only did it kill, like he killed 4 heroes with 2 Centaurs, but he also ended up taking a tower with it. So it was just, I think at that point they kind of just gave up on bottom lane because they don't want to play around the into the Largo if they're bringing the extra heroes. But felt like with Jakiro and Marcy, like you should be stronger usually, but
Celery is so synonymous with Enchantress. It's Celery there.
Oh, did I? Yeah, my bad.
No, it makes sense. I mean, that's such a classic combo pairing. It's why he got stolen away by Skem this game.
Sorry. Apologies, everybody. Mid lane, Coil. It's going to get snapped. Gets picked me up, pulled away. He should survive this one. Get the TP to safety now. Mid one thinking of going back in, actually. They get the silence. Yopaj will survive for now. I don't think we usually see that early of a BKB, but kind of necessary into the Aghanim Scepter of the Void Spirit. They do manage to get themselves a kill. They pull back the Largo. Hold up. This is the target if you can get the kill. You don't have the Slardar's minus armor, but Nico, he's gone. Tim's now in trouble. Remnant off the mark, juking through the trees here. No Astral Step for a while. Tim should be fine.
OG is
that is a
doing
massive
what
find.
MOUZ did in game 1, which is that your Aegis carrier is not with the rest of the team. You're trying to do too many things at once, I think. Like, just finish that bottom tower. That's already good. You don't need to start this mid play at the same time where everyone has to TP in slowly. And now you're kind of losing gold with the Aegis.
Did they steal the gem or did they already have the gem? Because that's a... I don't know if this was their own gem on the side of MOUZ.
It used to say, but now I feel
it used to say. They don't do it anymore.
I'm not sure.
Is there anyone's net worth that just like plummeted? I don't think so from the support roles. So I think it is their own gem.
Oh no, I can see the gem is out of stock on OG, so that was their gem they just lost.
Ooh, that hurts. Okay.
Especially as Shadow Fiend's got his Silver Edge. Sneaky Requiem could be huge.
Looking at the Largo. Boom. Pretty strong with the damage from the Void Spirit, maybe, but nah. Correctly backs away. Does not want to risk it.
OG was so close to such strong timings too. Like, this BKB is really early on Puck, but it's really good this game. It makes sense. You line that up with this Aegis that's still going. You had BKB on Razor. Largo's getting to like Kaya-san. It's still a fairly strong timing. You've just lost the gem and things are weird, but maybe you find Crystal is here. He doesn't have his BKB yet.
Nah, he gets very quickly brought down. A nice find from the side of OG, as Natsumi is going to come mid as well. So 20 seconds on the Aegis. You could try and take this mid tower.
You gotta pull this back into your favor. If only you could have stolen the gem again. Still on mid one.
Ooh. Nice attempt there from Tim's. A little bit of a fortification here to try and slow things down, but without the Aegis, do they want to try and take the fight? I think OG feel pretty confident. Yeah, they'll just stick around, finish the tier 2. Last outer tower remains top, and I think they've actually done a decent chunk of damage to it. No, not quite. It's about quarter down.
The thing is, every time you kill Shadow Fiend, I think he had some temporary permanent souls he's now officially lost. But even when you respawn, you're missing some souls, so you're just not at full power. Gives you
I think he had
confidence on OG to stick around.
I think he only had like 1, to be honest. I think he was sitting at like 27 souls, so he didn't really lose too much.
Every soul
outside of the time to farm. Smoke up from MOUZ. They scan the Tormentor location. They know that this is an option for OG if they want it, but OG in a pretty good spot, holding the high ground. Ward sentry dropped. Oh boy, who's gonna run in? Who's it gonna be? It's gotta be mid one, right? Followed up by Boom. Smoke pops. Remnant catches an illusion. They bait it, and now the coil is down. They've got to be able to bail out. The pick-me-up will get him kind of far away, but he's still silenced and he's dead. Celery will be next on the chopping block, and Chrysalis has nowhere to go. What a disaster, man. You're going to lose 3 heroes immediately. The BKB TP out from the Slardar. Oh, what a bait from Natsumi.
That's so unfortunate. It's a combo play because Natsumi puts the illusion forward at a very normal smoke breaking position. The way Void Spirit angled in, his smoke breaks on Puck, but he sees Puck's in the trees. He sees the illusion. He's like, oh, the illusion must have done it, right? It makes sense. Razor breaking the smoke at this angle. Jump him. Oh, that was such an unfortunate, like the perfect place for both of those things. Well, perfect for OG since they sweep that fight. They get the Tormentor now for, is it on Skiem? Oh, you know, he can bring a little bit more damage with the Sproink. All right, that's
we have an
Enchantress
Ags.
What is catching on a little bit?
It's a huge root. It does a lot of control in fights, and Void Spirit we're seeing struggling to be able to cast his spells, and now you're gonna have like a really long duration root. Does it pierce BKB still? It used to pierce spell immunity.
It does not, as far as I remember. But one, you also get 2 creeps, which Mind Flayed with the 2 centaurs. Get those 2 centaurs back on the team.
Yep.
But then also, like you said, the root and the bonus attack speed on the target is going to be fantastic for his team. Little friends. It's such a friendly sounding Ags for what it does, which is to turn all your friends on you. It's pretty evil. Besides the Enchantress Ags, by the way, Tim's is working on a second item Scythe. So that'll also be pretty big.
Yopaj gonna just use that gem to run down Yamach and amplify damage rune. No problem there. And the Ags is done on the Ench, right? It got delivered?
Yeah.
That thing is gonna be sick. Second Roshan is up. 13,000 gold advantage now for OG. He's almost to his Shivas on the Void Spirit here, but he's also very much at risk of getting caught.
Nico also opting for a Shivas. I thought he would do the BKB into the silences of the Void Spirit. The Shiva synergy is very nice, don't get me wrong. I wonder if it'll backfire. Like, if you get found and silenced and you're just not doing anything in the fight, then you're not amplifying anything with the Shivas. But if Void Spirit jumps someone else first, then you can get full value out of your build. We'll see what the positioning looks like as these fights break out. They're trying to find something.
Yeah, and his positioning has been good. Oh, God, we've seen this one before. Pops a Glimmer Cape. I don't know if you really get away from the puck. But a sharpshooter comes in from Tim's. They get the kill. They get the D-ward. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think he will go for BKB. I like the Shivas just to give him a lot of armor to try and, you know, survive this minus armor strategy. And the longer he's playing tunes, the more he gets armor, right? So it's going to make him very difficult to actually kill.
Stacking that groove in aura.
Yeah. Double gem on OG now. You can't contest this, right? There's just no way.
No, I would not try. The damage when Largo is playing the Bull Belly Blitz is a lot on Roche. It's a fast Roche. It's really tough to breach, especially when behind like this. So they're just farming up on the sides of the map. Amplify damage, pretty good rune to find right now.
God, I love the Razor build as well. Mjolnir and AC, he's just gonna be pumping damage in these fights, going for a Blink Dagger next. Ooh. Does he have detection? Yep, absolutely. Tims comes in with another sharpshooter.
They did
another
recover the
kill
gem.
for OG.
I don't remember if we said that from that
they did,
Tormentor fight, but they got the gem.